Zhao Zhiyan, who squandered his life, initially aspired to carve out a niche in the realm of cultivation, equipped with the foresight of a time traveler. Yet, his innate talents proved to be woefully inadequate, and he languished for 80 years in the unforgiving world of cultivation, eventually reaching only the 6th layer of qi. Refinement. Disheartened, Zhao Zhiyan fortuitously stumbled upon a spiritual pearl. Upon discovering its remarkable abilities, he made the pivotal decision to depart from his sect and return to the mortal realm to establish a cultivation family, thereby embarking on a new chapter of his life. Chapter 1. Zhao Zhiyan. In the desolate and majestic mountains, lush greenery flourished, yet not a single bird's call pierced the eerie silence surrounding the area. A vast expanse of shattered trees lay concealed beneath a blanket of fragmented leaves, hinting at the occurrence of a significant event. The blinding sunlight roused an elderly man, whose chest was trapped beneath a fallen trunk. With remarkable strength, he heaved the heavy log aside, causing it to crash to the ground with a resounding thud, scattering a flurry of leaves as he slowly rose to sit amidst the wreckage. The elder, with his white hair and beard, had lost the spirited vigor that once defined him. Though his skin bore no wrinkles, the signs of age were unmistakable, betraying his frailty. He tremulously reached into his chest and withdrew a jade vial, pouring a single pill into his mouth. The moment the pill touched his tongue, a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his body, rapidly healing the wounds he bore. Yet, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Cough, cough. He expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, his eyes rolling back as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Thank goodness for this elixir keeping me alive, he gasped. In agonizing discomfort, acutely aware of his impending demise, Zhao Zhiyan's mind raced through the memories of his life. Once a civil engineering student in the Dragon Kingdom, he had endured the grueling life of construction for several years, finally earning a Level 1 constructor certification. Only to face a downturn in the industry, the certification proved worthless, and he was laid off. Desperate for sustenance, he sent out countless resumes, yet not a single HR representative responded. Eventually, he found himself compelled to become a premium ride-sharing driver, a role designated for certified builders. In this capacity, he at least secured a means of survival. However, his fortunes took a turn for the worse when a construction truck, a familiar sight from his past, transported him to this realm of cultivation. Zhao Zhiyan had siblings and did not worry about his parents' old age. Having long found solace in novels filled with bizarre plots, he quickly acclimated to his new reality. Upon discovering his arrival in the cultivation world and the revelation of his spiritual roots, Zhao Zhiyan was filled with excitement. He yearned to leverage his years of education in this alternate universe to forge a prosperous existence, only to be harshly met with the reality of his limitations. His innate abilities were lacking, with his spiritual roots comprising merely the 4 elemental types: gold, wood, water, and earth. His cultivation progress was painfully slow, and surrounded by morally deficient practitioners, he spent decades languishing in the outer sect of the prestigious Qingyang sect. At the age of 80, having reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, Zhao Zhiyan had resigned himself to his fate, contemplating one final effort to earn some retirement funds. Before returning to the Qingyang sect to await death, when he unexpectedly acquired a spiritual pearl, this pearl, discovered within a secret realm, merged with him instantaneously, and that realm was subsequently destroyed. Zhao Zhiyan regarded the pearl as his golden opportunity, spending considerable time researching its capabilities within the Qingyang sect's chambers. The pearl's power gradually manifested in his mind, offering him the ability to resurrect. However, this revival came with conditions. It required the blood of a kin with spiritual roots to nourish it. Each eligible relative could only facilitate Zhao Zhiyan's resurrection once, and there had to be a blood relation, whether direct or collateral, regardless of the distance. Every relative with spiritual roots that nourished the pearl represented a life, which ultimately motivated Zhao Zhiyan to return to the mortal realm to establish a family for the sake of longevity. After all, who wishes to embrace death? Moreover, each time Zhao Zhiyan was resurrected, his physical cultivation state would revert to what it was upon testing his spiritual roots, while his age, appearance, character, and cultivation level remained unchanged. This signified an opportunity for his withered body to rejuvenate. Reflecting on his newfound advantage, Zhao Zhiyan found himself unwittingly smiling, momentarily disregarding his physical suffering. However, another spurt of blood forced him back to reality. I just left Qingyang sect not long ago, wandered a bit, and unexpectedly found myself caught in the crossfire of 2 powerful cultivators. It seems my lowly realm makes me a target for such misfortunes. Zhao Zhiyan chuckled ruefully, acknowledging the peril of venturing out with his meager abilities. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, a stampede of elephants would hardly concern itself with the plight of ants. Even the 2 formidable cultivators who inadvertently affected him remained unseen by Zhao Zhiyan. What a pity! Just as I acquired my golden opportunity, my life hangs in the balance. He lamented. I have no kin with spiritual roots to nourish the pearl. Zhao Zhiyan felt a profound sense of helplessness. How could misfortune strike him so? He once believed he could defy fate, yet here he was. After nearly 80 years in this world, Zhao Zhiyan recognized that he was neither entirely virtuous nor entirely vile. Yet, luck did not discriminate between the good and the bad. Trembling, he retrieved a cloth bag from his chest, his eyes filled with regret. Inside the bag were items he had prepared for his departure from Qingyang sect, resources acquired to establish a cultivation family at the very place where he once tested his spiritual roots, medicinal pills, talismans, techniques, spells, spiritual stones, the heritage of cultivation arts, seeds for spiritual plants, as well as manuals of martial arts and wealth for mortals filled the bag. Furthermore, Qingyang sect encouraged older cultivators to leave and establish families, making these resources readily accessible. Zhao Zhiyan had meticulously prepared, amassing a considerable quantity. These items could rapidly provide a foundation for a burgeoning family. Alas, it seemed there would be little opportunity to utilize them now. Gazing at the bag, Zhao Zhiyan sighed once more, resigned to his fate. His memories drifted back to the moments just after his arrival in this world. He had been merely 5 or 6 years old when he first crossed over. His parents were still alive, and he had an elder brother. Though life was hard, Zhao Zhiyan had not suffered much under the protection of his family, for which he felt immense gratitude towards his parents and elder brother. Growing up in their shelter, he eventually encountered cultivators from Qingyang sect who came to test for spiritual roots. Zhao Zhiyan was fortunate to be accepted into the sect, yet this also marked his misfortune, as it separated him from his parents and brother, never to be seen again. Now, Zhao Zhiyan intended to return to establish a cultivation family in hopes of locating his elder brother and reconnecting with his bloodline, aiding the family's swift formation while also caring for his brother's descendants as for his parents in this world, given the passage of time. Best left unmentioned. Cough, cough. Man proposes, but heaven disposes, Zhao Zhiyan quipped, pressing his hands against his chest as his breath grew increasingly shallow. On the journey away from Qingyang sect, he found himself caught in an innocent conflict, now fighting for his life as his body lay decaying beneath the trees. A tumult of helplessness, anger, and resentment surged within him, and Zhao Zhiyan's eyes widened, as if they might burst from their sockets. His heart brimmed with unexpressed frustration, desperately holding on. Ultimately, he closed his eyes. Moments later, the visible wounds on his corpse began to heal, the spilled blood flowing back into him, a spectacle that would astonish any cultivator who witnessed it. This miraculous sight was beyond even the capabilities of a golden core practitioner. His pulse, once weak, began to beat anew, and the eyes that had been closed fluttered open, revealing a glimmer of life. Cough, cough. I never expected that I would be considered my own kin, granting me an unexpected chance at resurrection, Zhao Zhiyan murmured, slowly opening his eyes. Revived, Zhao Zhiyan successfully returned to life under the influence of the spirit pearl. It must be said that the sensation of having died once is far from pleasant. No one would desire to experience death again. Simultaneously, his body's latent potential was restored to the moment he first tested his spiritual root. It is undeniable that the vigor and potential of youth are truly remarkable, an experience Zhao Zhiyan had not felt for decades. He found himself entranced by this newfound vitality, and within it, he glimpsed the hope of further breakthroughs. In the brief span of a few breaths, Zhao Zhiyan gathered his thoughts. He rose and surveyed his surroundings. Since I have returned to life, I shall continue to pursue the endeavors I yearn to accomplish. Chapter 2. Qinghe Village. Qinghe Village is situated in a coastal corner of the mortal realm, within the kingdom of Daxia. The village comprises over 50 households, all reliant on fishing for their livelihood. At the seaside stands a modest fishing port constructed of stone, where over 40 wooden boats bob gently upon the waves. Not far off, rows of fishing nets hang, with several women mending them, their chatter occasionally breaking the serene atmosphere. Further inland lies a vast expanse of flat land scattered with small courtyards, surrounded by cultivated crops, forming the backbone of this impoverished village. The nearest county town is a good 10 miles away, rendering this small fishing village almost invisible. As night fell, in the easternmost courtyard of Qinghe Village, 3 rooms built of stone flickered with the faint glow of candlelight, which barely penetrated the encroaching darkness. Beneath the candlelight, a weathered middle-aged woman wept quietly, surrounded by 4 men of varying ages, all with tears glistening in their eyes. After an indeterminate time, the woman wiped her tears with her rough hands, also tending to her 4 sons. That we must not continue to weep, she said, regaining her composure, a remarkable light gleaming in her eyes. Your father has not returned from this voyage. Our lives must go on. It has been 7 days. We can no longer harbor any illusions. The eldest son spoke, though he was already 33, his usually timid nature betraying a deep-seated fear. particularly after 7 days ago, when several men from the village had set out to fish and had vanished into the storm, leaving this village and several families in despair. Initially, there had been a flicker of hope, but time had laid all to rest. Misfortune had compounded. With the family's pillar gone, other villagers began to take advantage, pilfering their vegetables multiple times in just a few days. The vegetable garden was nearly stripped bare. Even more infuriating was the fact that other villagers had seized the opportunity to break into their home while the family was busy in the fields, stealing what little grain they had left, leaving them utterly destitute. As for who the culprits were, the family knew all too well. Hatred flickered in their eyes as they glared at the courtyard before them. Conflicts had already existed between the two families, and now, with their pillar gone, the adversaries had escalated their harassment, coming over to provoke them and stealing all their food. I have long said that we should have dealt with them when they first caused trouble, yet you and father would not allow it. The second son spoke with a grave tone. Though he was 30, his fierce disposition stood in stark contrast to that of his elder brother, making him more suited for survival. The family's dire circumstances had left all 4 sons single, without prospects for marriage. Now, with the last of their food stolen from the courtyard, it felt as if the final straw had broken the camel's back. The 4 sons gazed intently at their mother. Originally, your father and I had intended for you to exercise patience and marry early, but alas. The middle-aged woman sighed. We have failed you. At this juncture, enduring quietly serves no purpose. She retrieved 4 straw rods from behind her, clutching them tightly, presenting them to her sons. I no longer wish to endure. Our family has many sons. The 4 of you shall draw lots. The one who draws the shortest straw will sneak into the courtyard tonight and find a way to eliminate them. Tomorrow, when the constables come to the county, we shall bear the responsibility together. Agreed. The 4 sons nodded vigorously. Even the usually timid eldest brother took the lead in drawing lots. The 4 straw rods fell into the hands of the sons, each displaying a different demeanor. The mother gazed at the rod held by the second son, her heart heavy with reluctance. Before she could speak, her third son snapped his straw rod in half, displaying it to the others. Mine is the same length as the second brother's. We shall go together, the third son replied cheerfully, his temperament similar to that of the second, and they were often the closest. However, this action left everyone momentarily speechless. Third brother, you. The second son hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The third son smiled and said, our family has many sons, and the adversary has sons as well. Relying solely on you, second brother, even a sneak attack lacks certainty. If we cannot resolve this tonight, by dawn, the villagers will alert the authorities, and not only will you be doomed, but the rest of us will also face retaliation. If I join you, our chances of success will increase significantly. With the eldest brother's support, we can also find a bride for the fourth brother, thus continuing our bloodline. Even if we are imprisoned, we shall have no regrets. The third son had carefully considered the matter, displaying a quality of wisdom despite a lack of formal education. Had it not been for the burden of this family, he would have surely thrived elsewhere. The middle-aged woman hesitated, ultimately falling silent. The eldest and youngest brothers shared the same sentiment. They recognized the truth in the third son's words. With their father and fishing boat absent and their last provisions depleted, they faced a grim choice: to fight or succumb to starvation or bullying in the days to come. After the third son spoke, the second son smiled and patted him on the shoulder. The two exchanged knowing glances, then each found a fishing spear and a kitchen knife. These were the only remaining iron tools in the house. Mother, we will scavenge some grain or silver from the courtyard, and then surrender ourselves to the county. You must hide these treasures well. We cannot let our lives be sacrificed in vain. The third son declared, the dim candlelight failing to reveal their faces, leaving only the sound of the middle-aged woman's quiet sobs. Second brother, third brother, I will take care of mother. The youngest son suddenly spoke up. At under 20, he was the youngest and had already come of age in the village, often helping with the fields. Regrettably, the crops had suffered, igniting his fury. Your words are reassuring. Await our good news. The second and third sons bent low, gently opening the door, and quickly vanished into the night. Though they referred to it as the courtyard, there lay a considerable distance of several dozen meters between the 2 yards. What used to be vegetable gardens now held little to no yield. In the stillness of the night, the only sounds were the incessant chirping of insects. Yet the middle-aged woman found a flicker of solace amidst the turmoil. The 3 rooms fell into an even deeper silence, each awaiting the outcome of the night's endeavors. Soon, the sounds of smashing and clattering echoed, signaling that the confrontation had begun. The decision not to involve all 4 sons stemmed from the laws of the Xia dynasty, which, despite being in a remote village, demanded adherence. One should not underestimate this mortal realm. It is a remarkably structured country, where even ordinary citizens must abide by the rules. Should all 4 sons engage, it would spell the end of their family. Chapter 3. The return. The clamor of mortal combat fell silent in the night. Even the chirping of insects interrupted. Strangely, not a single villager ventured forth to investigate, and each household remained shrouded in darkness. A middle-aged woman faced her two sons, the elder and the younger, waiting in a tumult of inner turmoil and anticipation. Drawn to the sound of the door creaking open, to their astonishment, it was neither the second nor the third son who emerged, but an elderly man with white hair and beard. The old man radiated vitality. Even in the pitch black of night, his exuberance was palpable. The middle-aged woman and her sons stood bewildered, but the elder spoke first, inquiring if they knew Zhao Da. He was presumably from their village, and if he were still alive, he would be 83 years old. This old man was none other than Zhao Zhiyan, who had perished in the tumult of battle but was resurrected with the aid of a spiritual pearl. After his revival, he had embarked on an unceasing quest, traversing many places until he finally arrived here. Upon discovering this familiar locale, Zhao Zhiyan was filled with joy, especially upon finding the long-elusive Qinghe village, the place of his childhood. The changes here were considerable, for many years had passed. Through his psychic sensitivity, he discerned that the house he approached housed two mortal men who bore a slight resemblance to him. There also seemed to be signs of death in the front yard, indicating a recent skirmish. Nevertheless, Zhao Zhiyan's primary concern lay with the matter at hand. Zhao Da was, of course, the name of his elder brother. As the saying goes, a common name is easy to sustain, and given that their ordinary fisherman family lacked formal education, recognizing one another sufficed. Zhao Zhiyan's original name had been Zhao Heir, which he later changed back to his former name upon joining the Qingyang sect. Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She sensed the extraordinary nature of the elder before her and replied, Zhao Da is my father-in-law, who has passed away many years ago. Zhao Zhiyan was not surprised by this revelation. For a mortal, enduring a life of fishing and farming in impoverished circumstances made longevity quite rare. Furthermore, as his elder brother was 3 years his senior, Zhao Zhiyan had been prepared for this eventuality. Now, confirming that they were indeed kin, his resemblance to them made sense. With this realization, Zhao Zhiyan suddenly turned to gaze at the front yard. Having lived over 70 years in the realm of cultivation, he had long since ingrained the instinct to mind his own affairs, which had led to this oversight. Connecting the absence of his family's slumber to the battle outside, Zhao Zhiyan lightly tapped his forehead in realization. He then cast another glance at the middle-aged woman and her two sons, gaining a general understanding of their relationships. With a slight shift of his feet, his figure vanished from sight. In mere moments, he traversed the distance of several dozen meters, a trivial feat for a qi refining practitioner. Upon arriving at the front yard, he was met with a scene of carnage. Blood flowed like a river. The former inhabitants had been reduced to mangled remains, soaked in their own blood, a truly horrific sight. A wounded man, covered in injuries, was frantically searching for something amidst the chaos. Another man, bearing a striking resemblance, lay amidst a pool of blood. Both of these individuals shared certain similarities with Zhao Zhiyan, whose intuition led him to surmise their identities. He pressed his hand against the carotid artery of the fallen descendant, only to confirm that there was no hope for salvation. Prompting a heavy sigh, Zhao Zhiyan remained unaware of the reasons behind the misfortunes of his kin, yet he was convinced that there must be a rationale. His movements were delicate, not even disturbing the second brother who was rummaging through the belongings in search of sustenance to prolong the lives of his mother and siblings. Even with the death of the third brother before his eyes, he had no time for sorrow. Zhao Zhiyan knocked on the door, startling the second brother. Brandishing a kitchen knife and confronting Zhao Zhiyan, he struggled to discern his features. The second brother felt instinctively that the person who had suddenly appeared behind him was not from the village. Had the villagers discovered a death, they would not have remained so composed. Who are you? The second brother inquired first, his courage bolstered by the steadiness of his mind. Zhao Zhiyan scrutinized him, growing increasingly pleased with what he saw. Returning to establish a sect of cultivators, having formidable allies beside him would certainly alleviate much of his burden. The descendant before him clearly fit that description, covered in wounds yet remaining silent. Is that woman in the yard your mother? Zhao Zhiyan countered without responding directly. Upon hearing the mention of his mother, the second brother's alarm bells rang. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the knife at Zhao Zhiyan. This delighted Zhao Zhiyan even further. He relished such fearlessness born of ignorance. With a mere flick of his fingers, he effortlessly pinched the kitchen knife held by the second brother, bending it before his very eyes. Zhao Zhiyan's display of prowess finally instilled panic in the second brother. Aware that this world harbored martial artists and cultivators, the second brother had not anticipated Zhao Zhiyan's true nature. Cultivators were rare, having not visited the village in decades. According to the village elders, a celestial being had once come to recruit disciples, but the reasons for their departure remained a mystery. Consequently, the second brother had never considered Zhao Zhiyan a practitioner of the arcane arts. As for martial artists, they represented another avenue for mortals seeking strength. being the prevailing force within these mundane realms. The constables in the county town, situated several miles away, were all martial artists, individuals the second brother was familiar with. Naturally, he assumed Zhao Zhiyan's formidable presence was that of a county constable, having never encountered other martial artists. Fearless of capture, he merely lamented the rapid arrival of the constables. He had intended to scavenge food and silver to bring back home before surrendering, but now it seemed those plans had dissolved into thin air. The only consolation was that his enemies had been vanquished, and his mother would no longer be subjected to bullying. She is my mother, what of it? The second brother retorted defiantly. Who are you? He pondered, still clinging to remnants of hope. I am your grandfather, Zhao Zhiyan replied candidly. Upon the utterance of those words, the second brother's face flushed crimson with rage. In the inky darkness of the night, the common folk could not discern clearly, yet Zhao Zhiyan saw everything with clarity. You may bind me, even take my life, but you shall not insult me or take advantage of me. Infuriated and poised to strike, the second brother was swiftly subdued by Zhao Zhiyan. With a resigned expression, Zhao Zhiyan remarked, I am indeed your grandfather. Your grandfather, Zhao Da, is my elder brother. Instinctively, Zhao Zhiyan glanced back at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, lamenting his tardiness. At that moment, the second brother seemed somewhat dazed, staring at Zhao Zhiyan in disbelief. He had long heard tales of his ancestors who had ascended to immortality, yet no further news had ever emerged, even as his grandfather murmured incessantly before his demise. Now, with the real figure standing before him, this fearless man was suddenly overcome with tears. Grandfather, are you truly my grandfather? The one who ventured into the realm of immortality? Chapter 4. The burial. Having gleaned the circumstances from the second brother, Zhao Zhiyan gradually offered him solace. He had not anticipated that his family had fallen into such disarray. Poverty had rendered them unable to find a bride, and they were even bereft of sustenance. The pillar of the family had perished in a maritime disaster, and the villagers had taken advantage of their misfortune, prompting a desperate struggle for survival. Which family has oppressed you? Zhao Zhiyan inquired, needing to ascertain the situation. The family that we vanquished bears no relation to us. They are recent arrivals from afar, known for their penchant for violence, and they have no kin in the village, the second brother replied, his gaze drifting to the corpse of the third brother, sorrow welling within him. Had his grandfather returned even a moment sooner, perhaps his brother would have been spared. After all, he had witnessed his grandfather's prowess firsthand. Zhao Zhiyan, perceiving the second brother's thoughts, felt a sense of helplessness. In matters of life and death, sometimes one must accept fate. Zhao Zhiyan produced a healing elixir and placed it in the second brother's mouth, where it swiftly dissolved, mending the mortal wounds with astonishing efficacy. The once broken body was restored to its former state, leaving the second brother in awe of the immortal's capabilities. Let us take the provisions and discuss the remaining matters at home, Zhao Zhiyan instructed. With no accomplices remaining, the ensuing tasks would be manageable. The death of an ordinary family held little significance in the eyes of cultivators. Zhao Zhiyan escorted the second brother back to his home, carrying the body of the third brother. A middle-aged woman instantly burst into tears, despite her prior anticipations. After a prolonged period, the family's emotions gradually settled, and Zhao Zhiyan spoke. Death is irreversible. We shall lay the third brother to rest tomorrow. Now that I have returned, you need not fear any further oppression. A mixture of sorrow and hope swelled within them, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. The return of their ancestral cultivator promised a new dawn, and how could they not feel exhilarated? The second son returned from the front yard with some provisions. Wang, you all should cook and eat, replenish your strength. There are matters to attend to tomorrow, Zhao Zhiyan advised before settling onto the Kong to meditate. The middle-aged woman, surnamed Wang, was addressed by Zhao Zhiyan as Wang. She, along with her 3 sons, carefully carried the third son into the room, ensuring that even in death, he departed in a tidy manner. Following this, she prepared a meal to satisfy everyone's hunger. After a restless night, dawn broke, and the villagers gradually rose, with wisps of smoke curling upwards, signaling the start of a bustling day. Typically, some families would head to the sea while others would toil in the fields, but today, everyone gathered in the front yard of the Zhao household. The discovery of the body had caused quite a stir, prompting some villagers to travel several miles to report the incident to the county officials. Meanwhile, the village chief maintained order at the scene. Wang and her 3 sons felt a palpable tension as they cast anxious glances at Zhao Zhiyan, who remained in meditation. Zhao Zhiyan slowly spoke, instructing them to proceed with the burial of the third son according to customary practices while he would take care of any ensuing complications. Wang seemed to exhale in relief, and she called her sons to begin their preparations, informing the neighbors that the funeral would commence shortly. The villagers speculated about the unusual circumstances, given that an entire family had perished while another had lost a member. Yet, they quickly fell silent, assisting where they could, while waiting for further developments. Indeed, The county constables soon arrived and swiftly solved the case. The truth regarding the Zhao family being the perpetrators was concealed, primarily due to Zhao Zhiyan's intervention, which sent the constables away. In the realm of mortals, cultivators held a prestigious status. Their formidable nature made them unapproachable, and the massacre of an ordinary farming family was insufficient to provoke a confrontation with a practitioner of the arcane arts, especially since there were underlying reasons for the tragedy. Of course, as the constables departed, Lu Honghong discreetly requested their assistance in gathering some information. The constables were amenable to such arrangements. Observing the ease with which the constables were dismissed, the villagers were left puzzled and began to inquire further. Wang merely stated that Zhao Zhiyan was a distant relative, an exceptionally powerful martial artist, and offered no additional details. In the days that followed, Zhao Zhiyan attentively observed the proceedings of the funeral, as well as the characters of his descendants. Their virtues and temperaments required careful evaluation. It was not until the funeral concluded that Zhao Zhiyan truly acknowledged them. First was Wang, who, despite her aged appearance, bore the marks of years of hard labor. Previously, she relied on her husband as the backbone of the family. Yet she possessed her own convictions and a fierce disposition, albeit limited by her narrow experiences. The eldest son, aged 33, named Zhao Bo, bore the visage of an honest man, somewhat timid, yet dedicated to his work, embodying the essence of a diligent farmer. The second son, 30 years old, named Zhao Zhong, exhibited a fierce temperament, unafraid to act, and often indulged in reckless behavior, standing in stark contrast to his elder brother. The third son was said to be astute. Yet alas, he had already been laid to rest. Lastly, the youngest son, 19, named Zhao Ji, led a rather conventional life. But Zhao Zhiyan discerned an air of concealment about him, the reasons for which remained unclear. In summary, each of the four individuals possesses their own strengths and weaknesses, yet they remain trustworthy in this household. If Zhao Zhiyan wishes to rapidly expand the family and increase its members, he must not only exert his own efforts, but also rely on the three grandsons as key laborers. Moreover, having brought numerous resources from the Qingyang sect, they are well equipped to lead this modest family into a prosperous existence in a short time. However, to achieve true growth, they cannot remain confined to this small fishing village. They must step onto a larger stage. Thus, Zhao Zhiyan previously entrusted several constables with the task of gathering information. The information needed was quite straightforward, whether there were any residences for sale in the nearby county, a mere 10 miles away. Additionally, Zhao Zhiyan intended to purchase adjacent farmland in bulk. Even after many years of traversing this new world, the desire to cultivate the land remains unaltered, Zhao Zhiyan remarked. Upon deciding to return and establish a cultivation family, the first matter that came to his mind was the acquisition of land. Unfortunately, all locations with spiritual veins had already been claimed, which posed a significant obstacle to future plans and necessitated further deliberation. However, it was imperative to acquire some ordinary land first. The emergence of descendants with spiritual roots is no simple task. Thus Zhao Zhiyan prepared himself for an extended period of nurturing ordinary mortal kin. With the third son now buried, there was little left to commemorate, prompting Zhao Zhiyan to summon the four individuals to discuss the forthcoming arrangements. A few days prior, I had the constables investigate and learned that a residence in the nearby county was for sale. I plan to purchase it, and you shall accompany me to live there. To live in the county? The eldest, Zhao Bo, expressed his concern. Second uncle, the residence in the county must be quite expensive, likely requiring several hundred taels of silver, which our family cannot afford. Furthermore, without land and fishing boats, we may find ourselves struggling to survive. It would be better to earn some silver and invest in fishing boats. Chapter 5. Bu County. A smile graced Zhao Zhiyan's face. Even for a residence and land in a remote county, several hundred taels of silver would scarcely suffice. Nevertheless, Zhao Zhiyan could not expect these fishermen to possess much insight. He would nurture them gradually. You need not worry about the silver. It is in ample supply, Zhao Zhiyan reassured them. To cultivators, the silver used by mortals is indeed of little consequence. A single low-grade spiritual stone can easily be exchanged for several thousand taels of silver. When Zhao Zhiyan departed from the Qingyang sect, he had exchanged quite a sum of silver notes, sufficient for indulgence. Once we settle in the county, I will assign you some tasks. Just put forth your utmost effort, Zhao Zhiyan instructed. Uncle, please give as many orders as you see fit. If the three brats misbehave, I will discipline them, Wang Shi declared, with the other three sons nodding in agreement. Observing the satisfactory state of the four, Zhao Zhiyan instructed them to purchase an ox cart from the neighbors, and they set off together. In the days following the burial of the third son, although busy, the support from Zhao Zhiyan's silver enabled the four to enjoy several days of hearty meals, allowing their frail bodies to regain some strength and vigor. Knowing that brighter days lay ahead, the eldest, responsible for driving the ox cart, urged the animals onward with renewed urgency. After several hours, a group of individuals arrived at the county town. This town, known as Bu County, serves as a crucial outpost in the Daxia dynasty, bustling with a considerable population and thriving commerce. The surrounding area, stretching 100 miles, is the realm of mortals, which is precisely why Zhao Zhiyan chose this location. Being in its nascent stage, his family could not compete with the long-established cultivation clans. Even a raid from rogue cultivators could spell disaster. Rather than living in constant fear, it is wiser to steer clear of them. Although this place is relatively prosperous, the spiritual energy is sparse, deterring many cultivators from settling here. Naturally, where there are advantages, there are also disadvantages. Zhao Zhiyan anticipated that advancing in his cultivation would prove challenging. The spiritual stones he carried would not last long. However, he reassured himself that once their clan's population increased, they could seek out spiritual veins. His own cultivation need not be confined to his home. Zhao Zhiyan contemplated this, especially considering the provisions he had brought back, along with a spirit-gathering array, which should prove beneficial. As for those aware of his return, apart from his 4 family members, only a few constables remained. According to the gossip of these constables, the martial artists of Bu County and the officials of Daxia were likely already informed. Though possessing only the 6th level of qi refinement may not be impressive in the realm of cultivation, in the mortal world, Zhao Zhiyan could easily assert his dominance. Even the highest level of martial artists, the Earth Immortal, would only possess combat prowess comparable to the 5th level of qi refinement. Upon entering the county town, Zhao Zhiyan murmured to himself that he would likely have to deal with some mortals. Having chosen this path, he resolved to adapt. Even cultivators, for the sake of their family members' livelihoods, could not remain aloof. As the group approached the entrance of Bu County, the few constables he had previously tasked with gathering information awaited them, along with several martial artists of more formidable presence, likely the leading figures, including the head constable. Accompanying the head constable were several officials clad in the attire of the Daxia government, presumably representatives of Bu County. It was not uncommon for cultivators like Zhao Zhiyan to return home to establish their families. Most officials had heard of such cases, though few had witnessed them firsthand. The vast expanse of the mortal realm, coupled with the scarcity of cultivators, accounted for this. Dismounting from the carriage, Zhao Zhiyan found the head constable swiftly approaching him, exuding a demeanor of deference. "Welcome, esteemed immortal master," the county magistrate greeted respectfully, appearing quite youthful, likely having risen through the ranks via the imperial examination. The magistrate was also a martial artist, radiating vitality and seeming quite affable. Zhao Zhiyan returned the gesture with a nod. Establishing cordial relations would facilitate future dealings, especially as he intended to settle nearby. "I never anticipated that an immortal master would choose to reside in our Bu County. To express our sincerity, everything has been prepared for you, esteemed immortal master. Please, allow us to escort you to the county office for a detailed discussion," the magistrate said warmly, his gaze also drifting to the 4 individuals accompanying Zhao Zhiyan in the ox cart. These must be the family members of the esteemed immortal master. "Captain Wang, please make the necessary arrangements." The magistrate turned to the chief constable, issuing commands, and promptly led Zhao Zhiyan into a horse-drawn carriage. Due to the general aversion many cultivators have towards mingling with mortals, the magistrate was astute in his arrangements. The carriage was fully enclosed, allowing for an intimate conversation between him and Zhao Zhiyan. Within the county office, Zhao Zhiyan was introduced to all the officials of the county, each of whom, despite being martial artists themselves, treated him with utmost reverence. Zhao Zhiyan understood that such deference stemmed from the privileges associated with his identity as a cultivator. Fortunately, only these officials were aware of his status. Common merchants and citizens remained oblivious, sparing him further complications. The magistrate had prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome Zhao Zhiyan, offering fine wine and delicacies to wash away the dust of travel. After a round of flattering remarks, the true intentions of the magistrate were finally revealed. "Master Zhao, we have prepared the residence and farmland you require, located not far outside the county town. The surrounding fields, totaling 10,000 acres, are yours. There is also a small hill in the center, no more than 50 meters high. Furthermore, I have reported to the Great Xia that the local villagers, totaling 350 souls of all ages, will be registered under your name." Zhao Zhiyan was taken aback, setting down his wine cup. 10,000 acres of land was no trivial matter. Coupled with the population, it was a substantial offering. He cautiously inquired, "What is the price in silver, my lord?" The magistrate had come well prepared, and Zhao Zhiyan recognized that this was a calculated arrangement. In both the realm of cultivation and the world of mortals, nothing of value is ever given freely. Exchanges are the essence of such dealings. "Master cultivator, you are far too polite to discuss silver." The magistrate replied with a jovial demeanor. "The Great Xia is a vassal of the Qingyang sect, which encourages cultivators to establish families. The Great Xia cannot lag behind, can it? These lands and populace are a gift for you, Master Cultivator." However, it seemed the magistrate was well versed in the ways of cultivators. Please, speak plainly, Zhao Zhiyan urged, sensing the crux of the matter was at hand. My superior has a family member who is gravely ill, and ordinary physicians have proven ineffectual. Thus, I seek a few healing elixirs on their behalf. The magistrate feigned reluctance, adding, you must be aware that we martial artists seldom encounter cultivators, and our knowledge of such matters is primarily derived from the edicts of the great Xia. It is a rare opportunity to meet you, and I wish to procure healing elixirs for my superior. Zhao Zhiyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared the matter might be more serious. The magistrate spoke the truth. Ordinary people had no access to cultivators, let alone the resources of cultivation. A single elixir commanded a sky-high price in the mortal realm. While it was relatively easy to exchange cultivation resources for silver or land, the reverse was fraught with difficulty. Chapter 6. Zhao Family Village cultivation resources are, of course, intended for use by cultivators. Beyond a scant few ordinary individuals, most cannot acquire them. One notable exception is the spirit stone, which serves as the universal currency and fundamental resource for cultivation within the realm. Although spirit stones are abundant, the majority are controlled by sects of the Qingyang school's caliber, with only a small portion circulating among wandering cultivators in the cultivation world. In the hands of mere mortals, there remains an ever-diminishing portion of power. These mortals believe that keeping spiritual stones close will enhance their physique and prolong their lives. Yet, what they fail to comprehend is that a body devoid of spiritual roots is akin to a sieve. Even when spiritual energy enters, it cannot be retained. Officials of the rank of magistrate, such as those in the district of Bu, could, if willing to part with their silver, acquire a few low-grade spiritual stones. However, resources like medicinal pills and talismans are beyond their reach unless they encounter someone from the realm of cultivation, like Zhao Zhiyan. Otherwise, these mortals shall never catch a whiff of such wonders in their lifetime. Zhao Zhiyan produced a jade vial containing 3 healing elixirs, ordinary in the eyes of cultivators, yet akin to divine remedies in the hands of mortals. He extended the vial to the magistrate, whose hands trembled with excitement. The onlookers, equally exhilarated, fixed their gazes upon the vial without blinking. As the magistrate slowly opened the vial, a rich aroma of the elixirs enveloped the surroundings, invigorating all present. Overjoyed, the magistrate immediately bowed once more. Dear magistrate, it is merely an exchange. There is no need for such formality, Zhao Zhiyan gently interjected, supporting him. How could I not express my gratitude for the life-saving grace of an immortal master? The magistrate insisted, kneeling once again. The 3 elixirs had indeed transformed the atmosphere. In addition to acquiring vast tracts of fertile land and hundreds of farmers, Zhao Zhiyan also requested the magistrate's assistance in locating some artisans to aid in constructing his residence and reorganizing the agricultural layout. The magistrate readily agreed, and this welcoming feast came to a close. Zhao Zhiyan and his 3 companions were escorted to the fertile lands just outside the county, which had now completely come under the Zhao family's possession. As they traversed the village within these lands, they found the conditions to be far superior to those of Qinghe village. However, since all had been designated to Zhao Zhiyan, the 350 inhabitants had effectively become servants at his beck and call. It seemed these individuals had received word in advance, as they all knelt at the village entrance, awaiting the arrival of Zhao Zhiyan and his companions. Upon their arrival, they assumed the posture of ostriches, too fearful to raise their heads. Only the former village chief dared to approach and engage in conversation. Zhao Zhiyan, disinterested in the mortals, addressed the accompanying Captain Wang, instructing him to oversee the management of these villagers henceforth. After surveying his eldest, second, and fourth companions, he declared, let the second take charge. The village chief may approach him with any matters. Having given his directives, he added, Captain Wang, you may return now. Captain Wang, bowing deeply in compliance, promptly departed. Zhao Zhiyan signaled for the second to attend to the villagers' affairs, then led the other 3 into a spacious courtyard. This was the residence he had prepared for himself. 3 courtyards in total, quite satisfactory, though merely a temporary accommodation, as expansion would undoubtedly be necessary in the future. Zhao Zhiyan's gaze also fell upon the small hill situated in the center of his fields. Indeed, the hill was not large, its highest point reaching 50 meters, with an average length. The lower section had been cultivated into terraced fields, while trees flourished above. Most importantly, this small hill was centrally located within his domain, offering a sense of grandeur amidst the boundless plains, akin to a titan overshadowing lesser peaks. Zhao Zhiyan harbored a profound fondness for the small hill and intended to level the terraced fields, planting trees in their stead, and subsequently excavate a dwelling within. The future cultivation of his spiritual practices would also take place atop this hill. Within the 3-entry courtyard, Wang and his 2 sons thoroughly explored the premises, reserving the finest chamber for Zhao Zhiyan before commencing their management of the estate. They recognized that this would be their future abode, which invigorated them, prompting ardent labor. After 2 continuous days of diligent effort, bolstered by the assistance of numerous villagers, the residence was finally rendered habitable for the family. During this interval, Zhao Zhiyan summoned the 4 individuals and instructed them on the forthcoming arrangements. Wang and his 3 sons settled in, prepared to heed Zhao Zhiyan's directives. Zhao Zhiyan first cast a glance at the second son and inquired about the situation in the village. The village, named Luyang, predominantly comprised the Liu family, totaling approximately 350 individuals across 45 households. These inhabitants subsisted through agriculture, with the nearby fields originally belonging to them. The allocated 10,000 mu of grain land consisted mainly of dry fields, which appeared to be well-tended plots. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Zhiyan felt no surprise. These individuals had been relegated to servitude merely by a decree from the authorities. In a dynasty where the level of production mirrored that of the Ming and Qing eras, such practices were commonplace. Zhao Zhiyan felt no inclination to extend pity towards them, as it was unnecessary. In the ensuing days, the county magistrate would dispatch several artisans, and he assigned the eldest son the responsibility of expanding the estate. The 3-entry courtyard was deemed too small and required further enlargement for future considerations, including the crafting of various household necessities in this endeavor. Zhao Zhiyan directed his gaze towards the eldest son. Although somewhat timid in disposition, he was methodical in his tasks and rarely faltered. With Zhao Zhiyan's prior experience as a civil engineer, he would provide the expansion blueprints. Ensuring the completion of this task would be remarkably straightforward. Rest assured, second granduncle, I shall not disappoint you, the eldest son replied, his voice soft yet resolute. Turning his attention to the second son, Zhao Zhiyan continued, a portion of the artisans will be assigned to you. Led them alongside the villagers to reorganize the fields into designated plots, subsequently allocating them to each villager according to population. Those who receive land will be required to surrender 30% of their harvest annually, retaining the remainder, while additional labor will be compensated separately. Furthermore, select a site of auspicious geomancy to establish the Zhao family cemetery, where your grandparents and 3rd brother shall eventually be relocated. Additionally, arrange for a tomb for your father. Lastly, let us rename Luyang Village to Zhao Family Village. Understood, second granduncle, the second son responded. Upon hearing his brother's reply, the 4th son suddenly straightened, awaiting Zhao Zhiyan's instructions. 4th, I will provide you with some silver notes. Go to a nearby pawnbroker and acquire some servants and maids. The villagers are rather unrefined and lack the skills to serve properly. Additionally, procure some sturdy young men to be trained as guards for the Zhao family, safeguarding us from any petty theft or mischief. Uncle Heir, with your presence, who would dare engage in theft? Old C chuckled in response. My identity is best kept discreet. It could lead to trouble. The officials of the Great Xia will inevitably discover it sooner or later. Concealing it serves no purpose, Zhao Zhiyan elucidated. By the way, please invite some scholars and physicians back. What do we need scholars for? Old C felt a sense of foreboding. He could comprehend the need for physicians. After all, who among us is free from ailments and tribulations? Therefore, he did not inquire further. It is, of course, to teach you to read and write. I do not expect you to excel in the imperial examinations. Merely being able to understand the notices of the Great Xia, calculate the family's finances, land, and populace, and write common characters will suffice. Zhao Zhiyan's explanation elicited simultaneous groans from the 4 of them. They were all unrefined men, ill-equipped to endure such trials. All 4 of you must learn. If you fail, he chuckled mischievously. This left the 4 utterly speechless. After much pleading, and seeing Zhao Zhiyan unwavering, they resigned themselves to their fate. In truth, it was not just reading and arithmetic. There were also plans for martial training. But that would come after they had regained their strength. Aside from what I have mentioned, if there is anything else you require, Old C, procure it as well. Zhao Zhiyan added. Chapter 7. Forging ahead as their mother, Wang Shi felt a profound sense of helplessness. At her age, she found herself enduring all of this. However, Zhao Zhiyan's subsequent words lifted her spirits. Wang Shi, do not remain idle. Previously, due to our poverty, the children had to grow up in solitude. But now that we have silver, their marriages must also be arranged. Zhao Zhiyan had not forgotten his objective, to increase the family lineage. Only by begetting descendants with spiritual roots could he secure more opportunities for rebirth. This was of utmost importance. Engage a matchmaker for suitable young women in the vicinity for the 3 children. Arrange for multiple unions. I also wish for one, Zhao Zhiyan stated matter-of-factly. Wang Shi, having just felt elated, was taken aback by his last remark. Uncle also desires one, she mentally echoed, while scrutinizing Zhao Zhiyan. Zhao Zhiyan was momentarily at a loss for words and had to clarify. Cultivators are unlike mortals. Our lifespans are prolonged, and even upon your passing, I may not perish. Wang Shi quickly grasped the implication and responded eagerly. Observing the calculating expression on Wang Shi's face, Zhao Zhiyan continued. I have no concern over what kind of brides you arrange for your son. However, for mine, they must be slender, well-proportioned, and of exquisite appearance. I wish to see them first before making a decision. Zhao Zhiyan felt compelled to elaborate, as the aesthetic preferences of these peasant women often differed significantly. They typically favored robust women, believing them better suited for childbearing, and were indifferent to matters of beauty. Unable to withstand the thought of being shocked, Zhao Zhiyan felt it necessary to clarify his preferences in advance. Wang Shi could only nod in agreement, though she inwardly pondered, how could uncle, being a celestial being, prefer such a choice? They are not well suited for reproduction. However, through the past couple of days' interactions, Wang has come to understand that it is always prudent to heed Zhao Zhiyan's words, thus never daring to contradict him. Once the matters of the marriage arrangement were settled, Zhao Zhiyan recalled another important issue regarding the hierarchy within the family. As the family grows, it is imperative to maintain a proper order of seniority. He declared, our Zhao family adheres to a system of generational ranking, commencing with the following sequence: Zi, Guang, Yu, Qin, Da, Ji, Zong, Gua, Ji, Yong, Ing, Fong, Ho, Mingeng, Tong, Feng, Xian, Ji, Cheng, Quan, Yi, Jian, Jia, Yi, Shou, Zheng, Ji, Shi, Jingji. The first generation of the Zi lineage shall commence with Wang's generation. Therefore, you three will belong to the Guang generation. Zhao Zhiyan breathed a sigh of relief. Consequently, the eldest would be named Zhao Guangbua, the second Zhao Guangzhou, and the fourth Zhao Guangji. With matters arranged satisfactorily, he allowed them to attend to their respective tasks. Zhao Zhiyan then made his way to a small hill, intending to excavate a cave dwelling. The plan was to establish the dwelling on the hillside, excavating to the left and right as well as downward, creating a sufficiently spacious area for future living arrangements, which would primarily be concentrated here. Furthermore, equipped with several small formations, including a spirit-gathering array exchanged from the Qingyang sect, he would deploy them accordingly based on circumstances. This small hill, as previously envisioned, would see the lower terraced fields returned to forest and the surrounding area fenced off. Without Zhao Zhiyan's permission, no one would be allowed entry. Zhao Zhiyan began to meticulously plan, immersing himself in the endeavor. Meanwhile, the fourth brother, Zhao Guangji, sought out his second brother, not for any trivial matter, but in hopes of borrowing a few villagers. Zhao Zhiyan entrusted Zhao Guangji with the responsibility of purchasing maidservants and slaves, as he himself dared not venture into the slave market, fearing not only being overcharged, but also the possibility of a runaway slave. The villagers, having interacted for several days, appeared to be simple and kind-hearted, seemingly trustworthy. Enlisting a few to assist would be advantageous. Moreover, these villagers were, in essence, servants of the Zhao family and could not refuse. Upon hearing his brother's explanation, the second brother, Zhao Guangzhou, quickly helped find 10 male villagers to accompany him to Bu County. Zhao Guangji happily set off in a bullock cart, carrying several thousand taels of silver notes bestowed by Zhao Zhiyan. The primary reason for the generous amount was Zhao Zhiyan's uncertainty regarding the local prices. Thus, he opted to provide extra to avoid complications. As Zhao Guangji wobbled his way into Bu County, he was soon noticed by a few constables. While ordinary folk were unaware of his identity, these constables were fully cognizant. The family of a cultivator holds significant sway in Bu County, prompting the officers to fawn over him, nearly causing Zhao Guangji to lose himself in their flattery. Amidst the dazzling compliments, a simple-hearted man nudged the entranced Zhao Guangji, instantly rousing him from his reverie. Zhao Guangji expressed his gratitude with a glance and inquired, "What is your name?" The honest man replied, "I am Li Er." With no pretense whatsoever, "I recall you are the second son of the village chief, correct?" Zhao Guangji had some recollections, prompting him to continue his inquiries. "Indeed. My father mentioned that following you would be a wise choice." Li Er continued to grin foolishly. This response provided Zhao Guangji with a sense of reassurance. He decided to observe Li Er further, contemplating the possibility of keeping him close if he proved satisfactory. Zhao Guangji was acutely aware that he was no longer the same person he once was, and he was striving to adapt to his new approach to life. As he glanced back at the constables, Zhao Zhiyan formulated a plan. "I wish to visit the slave market and procure some servants. You shall escort me and assist in negotiating the prices." Upon hearing Zhao Guangji's request, several constables rejoiced, for they welcomed the prospect of engagement rather than monotony. They accompanied Zhao Guangji to the slave market in Bu County, a bustling border town, where he discovered a diverse array of slaves for sale. In addition to the criminals from the Great Xia, there were also slaves from other mortal realms. The slave market operated as an intermediary, facilitating the trade of slaves as part of their business. Accompanied by the market's proprietor, Zhao Guangji perused the offerings thoroughly. For a fisherman, The sheer number of slaves was somewhat jarring, yet he maintained a facade of composure. I require some young and vigorous individuals. Do not attempt to deceive me with the infirm, Zhao Guangji stated in a measured tone. The market's proprietor maintained a warm and affable demeanor, asserting that, with several constables in attendance, he would never dare to mislead a gentleman. I have those suitable for labor, for companionship, and even for childbearing or martial prowess. May I inquire what the gentleman desires? Martial artists? Zhao Guangji was taken aback, for in his understanding, martial artists were formidable figures, at the very least akin to the constables accompanying him. He had not anticipated that some could find themselves reduced to slavery, as long as one possesses silver. Even a master is not beyond reach, the proprietor declared with confidence. Zhao Guangji felt a flutter of anxiety within, yet after much contemplation, he resolved against purchasing martial artists. Aside from his second uncle, the rest of his family would not be able to command respect from such individuals, which could lead to dire consequences. Instead, he opted to acquire children, intending to nurture them from an early age. Chapter 8. The acquisition. Zhao Guangji calculated the number of servants required, with his household rapidly expanding. It was imperative to present a suitable facade. Unlike his mother, he possessed a slightly broader perspective, especially after experiencing the lavish hospitality of the county magistrate, where numerous servants catered to his needs, leaving him with a deep sense of envy. The luxury of being attended to was a sensation he longed to replicate. Suddenly, Zhao Guangji raised his gaze and declared, I require 20 maids, 30 young servants for arduous tasks, 30 orphans aged 10 and above. Are there any physicians skilled in medicine and learned scholars? I need 5 physicians and just 1 scholar. Also, artisans, carpenters, blacksmiths, and cooks, 3 of each. Zhao Guangji spoke rapidly. First and foremost, the maids. 5 individuals in his household would require an average of 4 maids each for their care, including daily cleaning, attending to their needs, laundering garments, and managing the inner chambers. As the family expanded, these maids might soon prove insufficient. The laborers, who excel in heavy tasks, are indispensable. Their sheer strength can resolve most of life's challenges. Such individuals could be found in Zhao family village. Yet they are needed for agricultural work and cannot afford to waste manpower. As for the orphans above the age of 10, they are intended for the training of the guard. Zhao Guangji surmised that his great-uncle would possess the means to impart martial skills, a prospect that piqued his interest for future joint learning. The remaining physicians, craftsmen, and others are also essential servants for a large family, with daily needs that can be met internally. All must be healthy, honest, and diligent slaves. I will not tolerate any nonsense, Zhao Guangji added. The constables nearby concurred, cautioning the master of the slave dealer to maintain propriety. As the master of the slave dealer, his discernment was commendable. Witnessing the respect the constables exhibited towards the young man before them, even without having encountered influential figures from Bu County, he dared not deceive. He dispatched someone to arrange according to Zhao Guangji's requests while simultaneously providing him with pricing details. Rest assured, my lord, we are reputable merchants. All notable figures in Bu County who procure slaves have done so through me. I am curious, my lord. When did you arrive in Bu County, and where are you residing? I shall send these slaves to you. Before he could finish, the constables reprimanded him, insisting he focus on his business and refrain from prying. The constables had been instructed to keep silent regarding matters of the immortal master. Observing a constable ready to draw his weapon, the master of the slave dealer hastily shifted the topic, chuckling nervously. It's all my fault for speaking too freely. My lord, would you like me to share the prices of the slaves? The other party, not inquiring about the price before purchasing, clearly had the means. Yet for the sake of diverting the discussion, he could only proceed in this manner. Seeing that Zhao Guangji remained silent, the master of the slave dealer continued. The prices of slaves vary. The least expensive are the children over 10 years old, who are quite young. They can eat and sleep but are not very capable of labor, thus costing 1 or 2 silver for 3. Next come the laborers, priced at 1 silver each. The charming and well-mannered maidens are more costly, at 3 silver each. As for craftsmen, physicians, and scholars, they command 10 silver each. Zhao Guangji's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was tumultuous. 2 silver coins would suffice for a common farmer's sustenance for an entire year. However, to measure a life with such currency filled him with an indescribable sorrow. Were it not for his great-uncle's return, their family, even if they vanquished their enemies, would find it arduous to regain their footing. Should their circumstances worsen, they might even face the prospect of selling themselves into servitude. He understood the necessity of concealing his emotions, thus he turned to the constables beside him. The constables, astute as they were, immediately responded, the market price. The master of the slave dealer has not inflated it. At that moment, others from the slave dealer approached, bowing respectfully. Master, we have selected the individuals you require. The master of the slave dealer gestured with his hand, invitingly. My lord, please take a look for yourself at whom you desire. following his companion. Zhao Guangji soon arrived at a courtyard occupied by several large cages, each containing 20 slaves of both genders, available for Zhao Guangji's selection. To be honest, even when shopping for vegetables, Zhao Guangji had never engaged in such meticulous scrutiny. Each slave was clearly priced and could be handled at will. Even piglets, when prodded, would emit a few cries, yet these slaves appeared vacant, their eyes devoid of life. Nevertheless, they were robust and relatively clean. Zhao Guangji carefully examined them, selecting those that caught his fancy. These slaves were shackled, unable to resist. Particularly regarding craftsmen, Zhao Guangji was increasingly discerning, choosing 3 carpenters, 3 blacksmiths, 3 stonemasons, 3 potters, and 3 bricklayers, along with 5 physicians possessing some medical knowledge. Additionally, there was an elderly scholar with a white beard, rumored to have failed multiple imperial examinations before his family was implicated and reduced to slavery. Pointing at the slaves, Zhao Guangji inquired about the total cost. 300 taels, and we'll waive the change, the pawnshop manager promptly replied. Zhao Guangji nodded in approval, noting that it was within his budget. After settling the payment, he instructed half of the villagers who had accompanied him to escort the newly acquired servants back to Zhao village. Zhao Guangji, however, did not rush home. Instead, he continued to roam within the county of Bu, not idly wandering, but rather procuring further supplies for his household. He visited general stores, butcher shops, fishmongers, and cloth merchants, ensuring he gathered all necessary provisions. Particularly due to his past experiences of hunger, he purchased an abundance of grains and meats. As the group departed from Bu County, they generously rewarded the constables who had accompanied them with 2 taels of silver each. This procurement was made possible by the presence of the constables, which deterred anyone from arbitrarily raising prices. Otherwise, as a stranger, he would have surely been taken advantage of. The constables feigned reluctance, yet their eyes gleamed at the sight of the silver, and Zhao Guangji, choosing not to expose their eagerness, discreetly pressed the coins into their hands. The Zhao family was not lacking in funds, and it was unnecessary to provoke minor troubles over trivial gains. Upon the return of all purchased goods to the 3 courtyard residents, Wang and the eldest Zhao Guangbo came out to greet them. Their faces lit up with joy at the sight of such provisions. The craftsman's team, promised by the county magistrate to assist, had already arrived and was preparing to expand the 3 courtyard residents into 5 courtyards. Zhao Guangbo had also received the blueprints sent by Zhao Zhiyan, nearly rendered speechless. The craftsman diligently studied the plans, allowing Zhao Guangbo to find time to assist with the unloading. Elder brother, you are now the master. There is no need for you to toil. Just oversee the operations. Otherwise, what is the purpose of employing these servants? Zhao Guangji quickly interjected, recognizing the blurred lines of their new roles, as his elder brother seemed momentarily lost in the familiarity of their previous lives. Zhao Guangbo scratched his head, setting down his work, almost forgetting this crucial point. Chapter 9. The 5 courtyard residents. The blueprints provided by Zhao Zhiyan were swiftly comprehended by the craftsman, who set about expanding the existing 3 courtyard residents into a grand 5 courtyard abode. The 5-entrance courtyard unfolds along the north-south central axis, with 2 secondary axes symmetrically arranged on either side of the side rooms. Successively, it forms 5 distinct courtyards, each separated by gates, halls, and corridors. The front hall and rear sleeping quarters exemplify the division between inner and outer spaces, with 2 stone lions positioned at the main entrance to serve as guardians. Above the grand entrance hangs a red plaque inscribed with the words Zhao Residence. Upon entering through the main gate, one finds the first outer courtyard, characterized by crimson walls, dark tiles, and a blue brick gatehouse, complete with a rear-facing room and a shadow wall. Passing through the flower-laden gate leads to the inner courtyard, the second entrance, which boasts a spacious and luminous hall, flanked by east and west wing rooms aligned with the secondary axis. The third courtyard, centrally located along the main axis, houses the primary residence for the Zhao family. Flanking the main house are side rooms designated for storage or for the daily accommodation of servants, facilitating the care of their master. Additionally, there are east and west wing rooms prepared for future offspring. The fourth courtyard, known as the rear shelter, is generously allocated for concubines. Each small courtyard is adorned with miniature gardens, fountains, and vegetable patches, enhancing the scenic beauty. The final 5th courtyard serves as the back garden, where pavilions, ponds, rockeries, and gardens harmoniously coexist. Furthermore, within the 5-entrance courtyard, there are numerous auxiliary structures. Zhao Zhiyan has planned an ancestral hall, intended for future family members to use for ancestral worship. A schoolhouse is designated for educating family members in literacy, ensuring that even descendants with innate abilities receive training here. A pharmacy is provided for family medical needs, while a storeroom is designated for the storage of supplies and a latrine for waste disposal. Beyond the above-ground structures, Zhao Zhiyan has also contemplated the underground space. Tunnels connect the subterranean chambers to the buildings above, perfectly aligned with their surface counterparts. These chambers can serve as storage for silver and other valuables. As for the materials required for constructing the 5-entrance courtyard, Zhao Zhiyan has imposed no restrictions, trusting the artisans of this world to utilize their skills. Under Zhao Guangbua's leadership, the artisans are expanding the estate, while Zhao Zhiyan stands alone atop a small hill. This location, intended as his personal cultivation chamber, must be constructed by his own hands. He excavates a cave halfway up the mountain, forming a 3-room hall sufficient for his needs. Then, he digs downward for 100 meters to create his ultimate cultivation site. The spirit-gathering array he possesses will be arranged deep underground, where the thin spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius allows for a slow accumulation, minimizing the risk of detection by powerful cultivators. Zhao Zhiyan can thus practice periodically without concern. As for other formations, he chooses not to deploy them, as his supply of spirit stones is limited. Rather than waste them on the operation of additional arrays, he prefers to invest them in his own cultivation. With no other cultivators nearby, he remains unconcerned about safety. In addition to the simultaneous construction efforts of Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Guangbua, Zhao Guangzhong is also diligently occupied. A portion of the artisans sent by the county magistrate has been allocated to integrate with the villagers and to reorganize the land for cultivation. The matters of land division and the construction of ancestral graves weigh heavily upon Zhao Guangzhong, creating immense pressure. Zhao Zhiyan, while establishing his cave dwelling, observes the 3 junior members of the family. The clan requires a leader, specifically a family head. Zhao Zhiyan has no intention of revealing himself. Thus, it is essential to select a figure of authority from among the 3. In due course, once he has descendants, he will transition leadership to his lineage. Unbeknownst to the trio, they are currently engrossed in their own pursuits. It is difficult to determine who among them is the busiest. However, it is evident that the happiest is the Wang family. Having successfully married off her 3 sons and welcomed grandchildren, the final burden on her heart has been lifted. The Wang matriarch has toiled tirelessly over these matrimonial arrangements. In recent days, leveraging the slight renown of the Zhao family village head, she has connected with several matchmakers. While she has perused numerous portraits of suitable young women, her heart bears some sorrow. The Zhao family publicly claims to be a household of merchants, attracting many potential brides due to their wealth. Yet, Wang has come to realize that the Zhao family is no longer what it once was. Although they remain fundamentally rustic, their newfound affluence has led to elevated expectations. She finds herself uninterested in ordinary peasant girls. Instead, she seeks those who are literate and educated. Naturally, the higher the social standing, the better. This meticulous selection process has considerably slowed down the proceedings. Fortunately, time is not of the essence. As the residence has yet to be expanded, even if a suitable bride is chosen, marriage cannot occur just yet. However, a fortuitous turn of events soon unfolds. Some officials from Buxian, upon learning that the esteemed Zhao Zhiyan is in search of concubines, eagerly present the portraits of eligible young women from nearby official and merchant families. For the officials of the Great Xia dynasty, the prospect of marrying into a family connected to an immortal is a dream beyond their wildest fantasies. Consequently, the portraits accumulating in the hands of Wang have become a veritable mountain, bewildering the matchmakers. Though initially flustered, Wang quickly regains her composure. She diligently sifts through the plethora of portraits to find women who meet Zhao Zhiyan's criteria, while also investigating their family backgrounds. After her uncle's selections, she intends to seek suitable matches for her 3 sons. Wang muses cheerfully that the quality of these candidates is remarkably high. The esteemed families from several nearby counties are well represented, nearly overwhelming her with choices. Moreover, not only do these women possess impressive backgrounds, but they are also well versed in the arts, possessing gentle temperaments, graceful figures, and literacy. In Wang's eyes, they are akin to celestial beings. With the assistance of the matchmakers, she selects the 10 finest candidates and presents their portraits to Zhao Zhiyan. Chapter 10. Completion. The construction belonging to the Zhao family is progressing vigorously. At the foot of the small mountain, Zhao Zhiyan inspects several portraits. Wang stands beside him, poised and silent, not daring to utter a word. Having lived 2 lifetimes and reached a century, Zhao Zhiyan has undoubtedly encountered women and witnessed numerous beauties. In the realm of cultivation, particularly within the esteemed Qingyang sect, as one's spiritual prowess advances, so too does their beauty, with handsome men and exquisite women gracing every corner. Zhao Zhiyan is by no means lacking in this regard. Upon viewing 10 portraits, he did not display any overt astonishment. However, it is fair to say that he underestimated the discerning eye of the Wang matron, who astutely identified his preferences. The 10 captivating beauties depicted in the portraits, devoid of makeup or enhancement, would effortlessly outshine many popular internet celebrities, even those adorned with filters. What astonished Zhao Zhiyan further was the noble lineage of these women, all hailing from affluent families in the vicinity. One should not underestimate a border town. Here, far removed from the emperor's gaze, there exists a greater sense of freedom. This realization ignited within Zhao Zhiyan, who initially sought merely to propagate his lineage, a flurry of other aspirations. While he indeed wished to establish a dynasty of cultivators to secure his chances of eternal rebirth, the Zhao family would, for a considerable time, engage with mortals before any descendants with spiritual roots could emerge. With this newfound opportunity, how could he possibly let it slip away? Through strategic marriages, the Zhao family could swiftly forge alliances with other merchants and officials. Casting another glance at the portraits, Zhao Zhiyan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Have we spoken to these families? I am merely in search of concubines, he inquired suddenly. As for a wife, the emotionally tethered Zhao Zhiyan would require a genuine connection. Yet, as a man, he felt no need to overthink matters. It has been clearly communicated that these families and the women in the portraits harbor no objections, Wang replied, perceiving that these arrangements were all aimed at enhancing the status of the cultivator. Let us take them all. Once the estate is expanded, have them sent over. And do remember to prepare a dowry, Zhao Zhiyan added. Upon hearing that they would take all, Wang felt a tinge of disappointment, as she had hoped to reserve some for her 3 sons. What of your 3 sons' wives or concubines? Have you made any selections? Zhao Zhiyan interjected. The growth of the family could not rest solely on his shoulders. He recognized the need for expedience. Focus on your second uncle first. Those 3 lads can wait. Wang cheerfully responded, though her inner thoughts diverged from her words. Zhao Zhiyan smiled and remarked, time is of the essence. The continuation of our lineage cannot be delayed. Your criteria for a daughter-in-law must be elevated. The Zhao family is no longer the humble fishing folk of days past. Wang, understanding his intent, promptly acquiesced and departed with the portraits, intent on notifying the matchmaker to prepare the families. After all, the notion of a cultivator taking concubines was a significant affair in Bu County. As for her 3 sons, Wang had alternatives in mind. Days turned into weeks, and within a month, the 5-entrance estate was finally completed, primarily due to the ample manpower that facilitated its renovation, cleaning, and interior decoration all at once. The Zhao family could finally rest easy, for they had truly acquired a grand residence of their own. In recent days, they have been attended to by maids, indulging in a variety of exquisite delicacies that not only nourish the body, but also envelop them in indulgence. Fortunately, their duties have not been neglected. All tasks assigned by Zhao Zhiyan have been diligently completed. At this moment, the Wang family, accompanied by her 3 sons, sits beside Zhao Zhiyan. He savors his tea in silence. Throughout this period, Zhao Zhiyan has been closely monitoring the progress of their tasks and the performance of the 3, and he has reached a tentative conclusion. However, he refrains from expressing it immediately, choosing instead to test the patience of the 3. With the family's transformation nearly complete, it is time to embark on the next phase. Zhao Zhiyan's gaze swept over the 4 of them, his tone deliberate as he spoke. As previously mentioned, you must learn to read and write, as well as master arithmetic, commencing tomorrow. You are to dedicate at least 2 hours each day to your studies until you meet my standards. Moreover, during this time, several physicians have been continuously aiding you in restoring your health. The previous deficiencies have largely been rectified, including you, Wang. All must engage in martial training. Just as with your literary studies, I do not expect you to excel, but merely to strengthen your bodies and extend your lives. At this juncture, Zhao Zhiyan felt a surge of emotion. In this world, the 4 before him are the only ones remaining with whom he shares blood ties, excluding future descendants. He genuinely wishes to prevent their premature demise, as that would be a torment beyond measure. Wang wished to retort, considering her advancing years, but was immediately silenced by Zhao Zhiyan's stern gaze. I will teach you martial arts step by step. The duration of your training will increase in accordance with your progress. Zhao Zhiyan continued. Additionally, the 30 children we have acquired will also join in the martial training, thereby expediting the formation of our guard. Turning his attention back to Wang, he remarked, regarding the concubines we previously selected, arrange for them to enter the household at an appropriate time. As for the ceremony, Zhao Zhiyan paused for a moment. There need not be any elaborate rituals for the concubines. A simple firecracker will suffice. However, for your 3 sons' legitimate marriages, ensure that the celebrations are grand and splendid. You shall take charge of this matter, which will also allow the distinguished officials of Buxian County to encounter our Zhao family, and provide an opportunity for you all to become acquainted. Upon hearing this, Wang's expression brightened with joy. What could bring a mother greater happiness than witnessing her sons marry? If there is something that could surpass that joy, it would be the prospect of grandchildren. With the thought that having wives would soon lead to grandchildren, Wang readily agreed and planned to make arrangements shortly. Of course, Wang was not the only one delighted. Zhao Guanghua, Zhao Guangzhong, and Zhao Guangji, the 3 brothers, shared her enthusiasm. The 3 young lads had long been filled with fantasies about women. Moreover, They had already heard that the wives and concubines their mother had chosen were figures they had previously admired from a distance. They swallowed hard, their hearts racing with anticipation. As for the notion of love, the concept of romantic freedom was foreign to them. Zhao Zhiyan, observing the expressions of the three, couldn't help but chuckle, which caused their faces to flush with embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity, he teasingly remarked, "My 3 grandsons. Do not find yourselves at a loss for what to do when you reach the bridal chamber." Upon uttering these words, the 3 individuals were left in a state of agitation. Chapter 11. Family Regulations of the Zhao Clan. 1. Uphold loyalty to the family and maintain its honor. 2. Foster unity and mutual assistance among family members, nurturing love and camaraderie. 3. Engage in diligent cultivation and strive for advancement. 4. Inherit the family legacy and expand its prominence. 5. Safeguard family secrets and adhere to familial duties. 6. Treat friends with kindness and harmony. Deal with enemies decisively. Zhao Zhiyan promulgated the family regulations he had drafted. This was merely the initial version, subject to revisions based on actual circumstances. To ensure that the other 4 firmly grasped these tenets, Zhao Zhiyan also discussed the parameters for daily expenditures. The existence of a family necessitates prudent financial management, especially with wives and concubines soon to enter the household. An offspring expected to arrive in a year or 2. As the population expands, so too will the expenses. By establishing rules in advance, many complications can be averted. Firstly, Zhao Zhiyan, as the highest-ranking member of the family and the source of all matters concerning it, was not bound by these regulations. Secondly, for the elderly Wang family, Zhao Zhiyan imposed few demands. The primary focus was on Zhao Guangbua and his brothers, as well as the future clan members. Zhao Zhiyan deliberated with them on various aspects of daily life, including diet, establishing a limit of no more than 1 tael of food per day. This expenditure was already quite substantial, considering that an ordinary farming household could subsist on 2 taels for an entire year. Each rule was meticulously crafted, with details to be finalized by the brothers before being submitted for Zhao Zhiyan's review. In addition, there was the pressing matter of the Zhao family's income. The family required a source of revenue. Otherwise, no matter how many silver notes Zhao Zhiyan possessed, they would eventually be depleted. Despite having vast tracts of fertile land, it was clear that this would not suffice in the long run. Currently, their only advantage lay in having initial capital. Zhao Zhiyan had anticipated this scenario. Wuxing County, a crucial border town, was bustling with trade. The rationale behind the Great Xia granting the Zhao family 10,000 acres of land was straightforward, to aid in its defense. Additionally, forming alliances through marriage with nearby influential families presented further opportunities. This triad of strategies inspired Zhao Zhiyan with several ideas. Just as Zhao Zhiyan contemplated sending his second brother, Zhao Guangzhong, to seek favor from the county magistrate, a young attendant approached to announce the magistrate's arrival. Zhao Zhiyan's spirits lifted at this serendipitous turn of events. The current magistrate was soon to become a relative of the Zhao family, as his niece was to wed Zhao Guangzhong as his primary wife. Given the timing of this visit prior to the wedding, Zhao Zhiyan speculated that it might pertain to the very issues he was currently grappling with. He instructed Zhao Guangzhong to go and greet the magistrate, who soon stood before Zhao Zhiyan. "Greetings, esteemed master," the magistrate began. Ever since the decision to forge a marital alliance with the Zhao family, the magistrate's career had experienced a sudden illumination, with the official's demeanor becoming notably more affable. This was further complemented by the healing elixirs Zhao Zhiyan had previously provided, which had significantly smoothed the path for the magistrate's professional advancement. Nowadays, many officials are eager to visit Zhao Zhiyan. The county magistrate hurriedly came to inquire about the situation, along with some other matters. Zhao Zhiyan gestured for him to take a seat and inquired, "Esteemed magistrate, what brings you here?" The magistrate replied, "It is about my niece's impending marriage to the grandson of the immortal master. I have come specifically to discuss the wedding arrangements." At this moment, Madame Wang interjected, "Esteemed magistrate, this matter is best left for me to discuss, as my husband is preoccupied with his cultivation and has no time for mundane affairs." The magistrate chuckled and swiftly concurred. "There is another matter," he added. "The healing elixirs previously gifted by the immortal master have proven exceptionally effective. My superior wishes to express her gratitude in person. May I inquire when the immortal master might be available?" Zhao Zhiyan's eyes sparkled with understanding as he suppressed his inner thoughts and replied, "Surely there is more than mere gratitude to discuss. If there are matters at hand, please speak candidly. Indeed, nothing escapes the insight of the immortal master." The magistrate chuckled softly, continuing, "As you are likely aware, our Great Xia is also a vassal of the Qingyang sect. In the past, every few years, the Qingyang sect would dispatch immortal masters to assess the spiritual roots of children of appropriate age, subsequently taking those with potential to their sect for cultivation. However, In recent decades, the Qingyang sect has ceased such visits, resulting in many eligible children missing their opportunities and losing their path to immortality. Some families among my superiors have children of suitable age. Hence they wish to request the Immortal Master's assistance in determining if there is hope for them to become Immortal Masters. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhiyan experienced a moment of clarity. He was somewhat aware of the underlying circumstances, having entered the Qingyang sect through this very path and cultivated there for over 70 years. The reason the Qingyang sect has refrained from testing spiritual roots in the vicinity is quite straightforward. The likelihood of nearby children possessing spiritual roots is exceedingly low. For instance, in the year Zhao Zhiyan was tested, out of tens of thousands of children, he alone bore a spiritual root, and it was a rather inferior one at that, a mere 4 root. Moreover, with the dwindling concentration of spiritual energy in the cultivation realm, the Qingyang sect has intentionally curtailed the number of cultivators, thereby discontinuing spiritual root assessments in many mortal regions. Presently, those who can undergo such testing are either related to cultivators or reside in major cities. Places like Bu County, despite being a prominent frontier town, have been neglected. Additionally, given its distance from the imperial capital of Great Xia, the path to cultivation for mortals here has been irrevocably severed. Zhao Zhiyan did not rush to respond. Instead, he continued to inquire, even if one possesses a spiritual root, what of it? The surrounding environment is devoid of spiritual energy. Are you suggesting that you could send children to the Qingyang sect? Zhao Zhiyan was genuinely curious, as his own cultivation relied heavily on the soon-to-be-established spirit-gathering array and a scant few spiritual stones. If a child were to be tested and found to have a spiritual root, in this desolate region, they would be unable to absorb spiritual energy. As for the Qingyang sect, without sufficient connections, mortals would find it impossible to gain entry. We are well aware of the intricacies involved. Yet who among us can forsake the dream of cultivation? The magistrate lamented. The aspiration for immortality lingers in the hearts of all, and even the slightest opportunity is not one to be relinquished. Zhao Zhiyan resonated with this sentiment. Otherwise, he would not have embarked on the journey of establishing a family. If descendants were indeed capable of manifesting spiritual roots, we would like to explore the potential of utilizing spiritual stones, in hopes of granting them a fleeting opportunity. Should this endeavor prove futile, it is worth noting that there exist several families of cultivators within the Great Xia dynasty, to whom we intend to send our progeny. Inquiring whether they would be accepted, the county magistrate added, many considerations have been taken into account, otherwise, we would not have sought your counsel. Zhao Zhiyan was indifferent to their methods of nurturing descendants, driven solely by curiosity, as his own lineage faced a similar predicament. However, upon learning of their possession of spiritual stones, Zhao Zhiyan felt a surge of interest. Consequently, he composed himself and addressed the magistrate, stating, "Esteemed magistrate, I have no objections to assisting in the testing of spiritual roots." However, Zhao Zhiyan hesitated momentarily. The magistrate, being astute, would never allow the Immortal Master to toil without recompense. We propose to offer the Immortal Master 3 low-grade spiritual stones as remuneration for each test conducted. We kindly ask that you do not consider this amount insufficient, as we are, after all, in a realm of mortals where spiritual stones are scarce. Zhao Zhiyan finally revealed a smile, yet he wished to negotiate for a higher price. After all, the current market favored sellers, placing Zhao Zhiyan in a position of advantage. Chapter 12. The first clan leader for the price of 3 spiritual stones per test. Zhao Zhiyan did not intend to raise his demands. What he desired was to engage with these local powerhouses. The future prosperity of his family would depend on their collaboration. Without further delay, Zhao Zhiyan stated, "In addition to the spiritual stones, I seek to invest in your enterprises. A modest stake will suffice." The magistrate appeared somewhat troubled, for this matter was indeed complicated. For someone in his position, it was manageable, as he would be reassigned after a few years. However, those formidable local figures had established their roots here for many years, and they were unlikely to share such foundations, even with an immortal master. Of course, if Zhao Zhiyan were to resort to forceful means, it would not pose much of an issue, but he would then have to contend with the pressures from the Great Xia, as well as the survival of his family. Regardless of your superior or the local magnates, most are soon to be connected to our Zhao family through marriage. You may wish to inquire whether, beyond testing the spiritual roots, there will be future opportunities for my involvement, Zhao Zhiyan reminded. This statement was enlightening, prompting the magistrate to quickly bid farewell to Zhao Zhiyan and depart. The Wang family and the 3 brothers gathered around, observing the exchange, and inquired, "Uncle, will the marriage still proceed?" "Rest assured, your prospective brides are not going anywhere," Zhao Zhiyan replied with a smile. The 5 then dispersed, attending to their respective affairs. Zhao Zhiyan made his way to a small mountain, continuing his excavation of the cave dwelling. 7 days later, Zhao Zhiyan summoned the Wang family and the 3 brothers once more. This time, The purpose was to announce the clan leader. As the ancestral figure of the family, Zhao Zhiyan could not oversee every trivial matter continuously. Thus, he had decided to entrust power to one among the three brothers, a decision he had long contemplated. Over the past days, he had been observing their character and capabilities, and he had finally reached a conclusion. Moreover, determining the successor before the grand wedding would help avoid chaos thereafter. The Wang family and the three brothers shared an unspoken understanding, each patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Zhao Zhiyan had previously hinted that the three brothers must wholeheartedly support the first clan leader, regardless of the circumstances. With an inscrutable demeanor, Zhao Zhiyan eventually pointed to the fourth brother, Zhao Guangji. The eldest, Zhao Guangbua, was too dull, while the second, Zhao Guangzhong, was excessively impulsive. Neither possessed the qualities befitting a clan leader. However, assigning them specific responsibilities could prove advantageous. A leader must possess a calm mind, clear objectives, and a profound sense of duty towards the family's ascendants. Regrettably, these qualities were largely absent among the three brothers. Yet, that was inconsequential. One could only seek the tallest among the short. Zhao Zhiyan could gradually impart the necessary knowledge. Zhao Guangji was astonished to find himself designated as the clan leader, never having imagined that he would lead his two elder brothers. Both Zhao Guangbua and Zhao Guangzhong were momentarily taken aback. As they embraced him, Zhao Guangzhong remarked, "Does it truly matter who among us is the leader?" Observing their camaraderie, Zhao Zhiyan smiled. A family must cultivate internal harmony to thrive, otherwise, he would withdraw his support. Henceforth, Zhao Guangji would oversee the family's affairs, with the caveat that Zhao Zhiyan would minimize his involvement except in matters of significant trouble or martial arts instruction. As he had many personal matters to attend to, the excavation of the cave must be expedited, particularly as they needed to test the spiritual roots of eligible children from affluent families to earn spirit stones. According to the timeline, the county magistrate should soon return with the results. You will receive him and negotiate on your own, Zhao Zhiyan added. In addition to the cave matters, he was also preparing for the acquisition of concubines, 10 beautiful maidens. This prospect excited Zhao Zhiyan, who had lived 2 lives. As the days passed, the wedding of Zhao Guangbua and his brothers was set for the same day, precisely half a month later. Due to the formal nature of the unions, the arrangements were quite elaborate, which had caused delays. The Wang family was blissfully preoccupied, with servants diligently preparing for the festivities, leading to a fulfilling yet busy routine. Zhao Guangji began to officially take charge of the family affairs, assigning tasks to his elder brothers. As night fell, Zhao Zhiyan emerged from the cave. The excavation had progressed smoothly, though it required a deeper dig of over 100 meters to ensure safety, demanding considerable time. After a day of bustling activities, Zhao Zhiyan returned to the estate like a gust of wind. The sumptuous feast that awaited him allowed him to indulge heartily. After satiating his hunger, he turned to the Wang family and his brothers. The customary teaching of literature and martial arts made the first half of the night equally fulfilling. However, as he sat cross-legged in bed, Zhao Zhiyan suddenly realized something amiss. "I need not a ceremony for taking concubines, so what am I waiting for?" he exclaimed, tapping his forehead. In the flurry of establishing the family, he had become quite muddled. Simultaneously, he subconsciously contemplated the idea of welcoming 3 younger companions to partake in the acquisition of wives and concubines, overlooking this particular detail. Primarily, although Zhao Zhiyan had reached the venerable age of 80, following his revival by the Spirit Pearl, his current potential and capabilities rivaled those of the youth, rendering him remarkably robust. Gazing at the solitary chamber, he could not help but ponder certain matters. "I shall inform Wang tomorrow to bring in the concubines I am to marry within the next few days," Zhao Zhiyan murmured to himself, hoping to propagate offspring swiftly, thus affording him an earlier opportunity to attain additional chances of resurrection. Without sufficient opportunities for revival, Zhao Zhiyan had to tread cautiously in all his endeavors. Chapter 13. The beautiful concubines. 3 days later, under the auspices of Wang and the matchmakers, 10 exquisite concubines entered the Zhao residence through the side door. Their quarters arranged adjacent to Zhao Zhiyan's. Seated in the main position, Zhao Zhiyan's gaze swept over each one. The 10 concubines stood in a line. All were daughters of affluent families from the vicinity, accustomed to a life of luxury, now collectively marrying Zhao Zhiyan, adorned in splendid brocade robes. Their voluminous wedding garments concealed their figures. With veils covering their faces, their visages remained hidden. However, Zhao Zhiyan had previously perused their portraits and was exceedingly pleased. Now, at this moment, he felt no urgency. Behind each of the 10 concubines stood 2 maidservants, each possessing a graceful figure, tasked with daily service. While these maidservants might not match their mistresses in beauty, they were nonetheless exceptional among the common folk. Each was skillful and attentive, destined to be extraordinarily considerate companions. Zhao Zhiyan directed his gaze towards Wang and several matchmakers, instructing them to settle the 10 women in the prepared quarters. And then he bestowed 20 taels of silver as a reward to each matchmaker. Upon hearing this, the matchmakers rejoiced and hastily expressed their gratitude through bows. 20 taels. It would take them years to accumulate such a sum. At that moment, Wang interjected, "Second uncle, many officials and powerful figures are aware of your intention to take concubines. They have sent gifts to congratulate you. You should accept them, as they are free offerings." Zhao Zhiyan responded, "To forge a thorough alliance with these individuals, one must intertwine interests." He inquired, "Have they sent anyone to discuss investing in our enterprises?" "They have visited once. The fourth brother conversed with them for quite a while. But I am unaware of the particulars," Wang replied, preoccupied with arranging marriages for her sons, oblivious to many other family matters. Zhao Zhiyan waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to depart, before turning to enter the backyard. The 10 concubines hailed from 7 affluent families and gentry in the vicinity of Bu County. The Zhong, Wang, Lu, Hu, Wei, Yang, and Sun families had long established their roots there. Zhao Zhiyan proceeded to each chamber, lifting the veils to behold the exquisitely adorned ladies. Naturally beautiful, their appearances had been further enhanced through meticulous grooming, rendering them breathtakingly exquisite. It is often said that a woman is at her most beautiful on her wedding day. Zhao Zhiyan found this notion quite agreeable. With each veil he lifted, his desire intensified. Now, Zhao Zhiyan wished for multiple organs to indulge in their beauty simultaneously. Ultimately, in the turmoil of his heart, Zhao Zhiyan chose the pair of twin sisters from the Zhong family and entered the bridal chamber. A day passed in silence until dawn broke the next morning, revealing Zhao Zhiyan in a state of refreshing clarity. He felt remarkably at ease. Yet the disarray within his household almost soured his mood. Upon emerging from the bridal chamber, he discovered the residence in chaos, with servants and maidens busily engaged in unknown tasks. Stopping one of the young servants, he inquired about the situation, only to be taken aback by the shocking revelation. "Our ancestral home has been robbed." Robbed? Zhao Zhiyan felt a mix of anger and incredulity. The recent festivities had indeed caused him to neglect the vigilance over his estate. Yet he could scarcely believe that anyone would dare to commit such an act at this moment. The family was currently short on guards. With 30 children still in their formative years, relying on themselves and the household servants for safety, Zhao Zhiyan pondered. As a cultivator, he had established a reputation near Bu County. Who would have imagined he would be a victim of theft? The concealment of his identity had its drawbacks, he mused. Guided by the young servant, he soon located Zhao Guangji, who informed him that the county magistrate was already present. Zhao Zhiyan wasted no time and directly asked, "Has anything been stolen from the house?" "We lost 10,000 taels in silver notes, along with several antique paintings and calligraphies," Zhao Guangji replied. Some of the antiques had been discarded at intervals, strewn across the nearby families. Since Zhao Guangji was appointed as the clan leader, Zhao Zhiyan had entrusted him with 100,000 taels, only to find that just a few days later, 10,000 were missing. Zhao Zhiyan's gaze turned to the magistrate, who appeared somewhat tremulous. "This is my fault as well. Please grant me some time, Master Xianshi. Whoever is responsible shall be apprehended," the magistrate vowed. Zhao Zhiyan felt indifferent toward the magistrate's promises, perceiving them as mere platitudes. Nevertheless, he mentioned, "Dear magistrate, most of those aware of my identity have familial ties to me. They would never dare to disrupt my life during such a personal occasion." To the outside world, the Zhao family was merely a merchant family, without enmity or grievances. Was this thief truly targeting the Zhao family? The magistrate's eyes widened as he regarded Zhao Zhiyan. He had long noted the brazen actions of the thief and had even dispatched individuals to other families, yet had received no response. "Does Master Xianshi imply that someone is provoking us?" Zhao Zhiyan inquired. "Are there enemies among the families allied with the Zhao?" "Indeed, many. A family that has established itself in one place cannot possibly be without rivals," the magistrate replied. "I will reach out to the heads of other families. I assure you, the Zhao family will receive a satisfactory resolution. The antiques and silver will not be lacking for the Zhao family." After Zhao Guangji escorted the magistrate away, he returned feeling somewhat ashamed. On the day of his second uncle's joyous occasion, such an incident had transpired, leaving Zhao Guangji feeling as though he had betrayed the trust placed in him. However, Zhao Zhiyan had already ceased to care, since the events had transpired. The focus should shift to finding a resolution. The fact that someone had infiltrated the Zhao family undetected indicated that the intruder possessed considerable strength, likely a martial artist of masterful rank or above. He decided to instruct his family members to refrain from intervening and entrusted the matter entirely to the authorities. This incident could also serve as an opportunity to further discuss investment in business ventures, Zhao Zhiyan advised. Zhao Guangji listened attentively while contemplating the events of the previous night. Suddenly, he inquired, "Uncle, did you not hear any sounds last night?" Zhao Zhiyan's face flushed amidst his grand display of prowess. He had little time to concern himself with other matters. His concubine had not yet risen. He admitted, "I retired early last night," and overlooked the details. As the days passed, Zhao Zhiyan indulged each of his concubines in turn. By day, he dedicated himself to excavating his cavern, and by night, he returned to his residence to showcase his might, living quite comfortably. Meanwhile, the investigation into the theft swiftly yielded results. Through the concerted efforts of several families, it was uncovered that a so-called rogue was responsible. This individual, who frequently espoused the mantra of robbing the rich to aid the poor, engaged in petty thievery. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that this rogue had been commissioned to frame others and sow discord. Now, pursued by hunters, he had vanished without a trace. Several prominent families in Bu County had dispatched formidable warriors to scour the area, yet they had encountered no leads. Chapter 14. The thief. In the heart of the Zhao family's fields lay a small hill. The cavern had been excavated extensively, with Zhao Zhiyan digging deep, nearly reaching 100 meters. Only the final adjustments and the arrangement of the spirit-gathering array remained. Under ordinary circumstances, this would suffice, but during his subterranean exploration, he sensed a subtle peculiarity. Logically, given the nearby lack of spiritual energy, he should not have been able to absorb any from the land for cultivation, which had caused his progress to stagnate for quite some time. Even a restoration of his physical potential would prove futile. Yet, at a depth of 100 meters, he detected a faint surge of spiritual energy. Zhao Zhiyan searched diligently in all directions, transforming the depths into an underground city. But he could not locate the source of the energy. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to abandon his quest. After all, he had ample time to uncover the truth, no matter how long it took. On a new day, having just emerged from the company of his wives and concubines and enjoying a breakfast, Zhao Zhiyan made his way to the small hill. Once he completed the final adjustments and established the spirit-gathering array, he would be able to cultivate there. He encouraged himself. Just a few more days of effort to complete the task. The lower half of the terraced fields had been restored to a forest. Surrounding the hill, fences had been erected to prevent the slaves from wandering in. The unusual tranquility of the area lifted Zhao Zhiyan's spirits. As he climbed to the concealed entrance of the cavern, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The stones that had concealed the entrance had been moved, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Without needing to ponder further, he realized that someone had indeed been there. First, there were the thieves. And now an intruder has breached my sanctuary. It appears that the security of my family requires fortification. Merely waiting for 30 children to mature seems rather impractical. Zhao Zhiyan's eyes glinted with a murderous intent, as the incident of burglary had not occurred in a long while. Little did he expect, upon returning to the realm of mortals, to encounter such events consecutively. Pushing aside a stone, Zhao Zhiyan entered the cavern, only to be met with an even more intense stench of blood. However, the 5 chambers and 2 halls that he had excavated parallelly showed no signs of damage. Descending further into the subterranean depths, Zhao Zhiyan discovered a lightly wounded martial artist. The individual, agile and evasive, darted about the underground but was ultimately struck down by Zhao Zhiyan's fireball technique, sustaining severe injuries. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Zhao Zhiyan inquired, having clearly seen the intruder searching for something. A single fireball, for a martial artist, bore tremendous power. After being hit, the opponent was rendered immobile, their body charred and exuding the aroma of roasted flesh. Zhao Zhiyan displayed a commendable level of restraint, allowing the intruder to retain a breath of life. How could there be a cultivator here? The unfamiliar martial artist exuded an air of disbelief. In truth, he should have anticipated this upon discovering the deep cavern. "You were the one who attempted to pilfer from the Zhao household, weren't you?" Zhao Zhiyan pressed on, as the stranger remained silent. His certainty stemmed from the unmistakable similarity in their auras, a faint trace once detected at the Zhao residence. Under the stranger's astonished gaze, Zhao Zhiyan produced a series of slender needles. These needles were not only his weapons, but also a technique he had once practiced, known for its stealth and lethality, which had allowed him to survive in the realm of cultivation for so long. "Answer my questions. I assure you, you would not wish for a cultivator to employ torture upon you," Zhao Zhiyan threatened. The silver needles gleamed menacingly as they inched closer to the martial artist's acupoints. The oppressive aura of the needles instilled fear, causing the intruder to shift nervously. Just as Zhao Zhiyan was about to embed the needle into the stranger's body, the latter finally relented. "My name is Fu, a master-level wanderer," the unfamiliar martial artist exclaimed with all his might. "What of the estate where the theft occurred? How did you find this place?" Zhao Zhiyan suddenly realized that his previous assumptions might be flawed. This individual clearly harbored ulterior motives. "Fu," he gasped, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Zhao Zhiyan decisively thrust the silver needle into the intruder's acupoint, a wave of excruciating pain engulfing Fu's entire being. His cries, though desperate, would not reach the ears of others. Pleas for mercy and whimpers of submission flowed incessantly. Observing the sweat-soaked figure before him, with perspiration dampening the charred wounds, Zhao Zhiyan understood that the adversary was nearing submission. The methods of a cultivator may, at times, appear unremarkable, yet they can render a mortal's experience of death a fortunate one. Zhao Zhiyan withdrew the silver needle, allowing He Fu a moment to catch his breath. Initially, I arrived here in search of something, and, upon encountering the opulent households, I could not resist the urge to act. He Fu gasped for breath, his voice somewhat feeble. Why scatter antiques along the path to other households? Zhao Zhiyan continued to inquire. He Fu, accustomed to creating distractions, merely acted on impulse. Zhao Zhiyan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. He had thought someone was sowing discord. The reality, however, was astonishingly straightforward. Yet, Zhao Zhiyan discerned another issue. You mentioned you came here seeking something. What is it? He recalled the furtive manner in which he had first observed He Fu. The injuries on He Fu were likely the result of being pursued by other powerful factions. However, upon reconsideration, He Fu had indeed evaded their pursuit by coming here. Upon hearing Zhao Zhiyan's inquiry about his quest, He Fu fell silent. Yet, upon noticing the silver being toyed with by Zhao Zhiyan, he produced a map from his possession. Zhao Zhiyan readily accepted the map and examined its details. It provided a general overview, but distinctly marked a particular point. This point was situated near a small hill. Zhao Zhiyan, manipulating the map, asked, "Is this point the location of buried treasure?" He truly could not fathom any other reason. For a martial artist who dubbed himself a wanderer, even if he held no love for silver, he certainly lacked it. After all, one could not uphold righteousness without resources. This map was discovered within a great mountain, alongside an incorruptible corpse that bore it, He Fu explained. I am not certain of its contents, which is why I came to investigate. An incorruptible corpse? Zhao Zhiyan's eyes sparkled with interest. It must belong to a cultivator, at the very least at the foundational stage. For otherwise, a body could not remain unspoiled. Is there anything else? Zhao Zhiyan pressed further. There were some spirit stones, magical garments, and elixirs, He Fu continued. I have gradually consumed the spirit stones. They say carrying them can extend a mortal's lifespan, but it seems that is a fallacy. The elixirs saved my life on several occasions and were instrumental in my breakthrough to the master level. As for the magical garments, I sold them and exchanged them for silver to assist the impoverished. Zhao Zhiyan was left speechless by his explanation. It was an extravagant waste. However, knowing that He Fu genuinely aided the less fortunate instilled a sense of admiration in Zhao Zhiyan. Chapter 15. Employment. At this moment, Zhao Zhiyan found himself reluctant to eliminate He Fu. He was a true wanderer, not a mere pretender. While there were certain things Zhao Zhiyan could not undertake, he never obstructed others from doing so. Yet, another dilemma arose. He Fu was aware of the secrets of his cave abode. If released without cause, it could pose a security risk. After much contemplation, he resolved to keep He Fu within the cave to assist in tidying and organizing it. However, when Zhao Zhiyan returned to his senses, he found that He Fu had already drawn his last breath. He lamented that his fireball technique had been executed with excessive force. Given the circumstances at that moment, Zhao Zhiyan had no choice but to preserve the opponent's breath and inquire about the matter at hand. In recognition of the assistance you provided to the impoverished, I shall inter you beside my dwelling, allowing you to witness the rise of the Zhao family. After laying He Fu to rest, Zhao Zhiyan retrieved the map, tracing its marked locations as he commenced his search. He was deeply intrigued by what might lie within. Since it was a map discovered on a cultivator, it must surely lead to treasures belonging to practitioners. May it prove beneficial to me. At the Zhao residence, everyone was bustling with preparations for the impending grand wedding of Zhao Guangbua and his companions. The Wang matriarch, filled with joy, experienced what were perhaps the happiest days of her life. Zhao Guangji orchestrated the entire affair, occasionally dispatching individuals to the county office of Bu to inquire about the bandits. Zhao Guangbua led the servants in tending to the fields, hoping for a bountiful autumn harvest. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangzhong hurriedly returned to Qinghe village, never forgetting their ancestral home. All the bittersweet memories were rooted there, and many villagers who had once aided their family were present, making this return a gesture of gratitude. Of course, the Zhao family harbored their own interests as well. With 10,000 acres of fertile land, their current servants were somewhat overwhelmed. The three Zhao brothers intended to invite these old neighbors to assist in managing the fields, providing them with a stable livelihood in return. Compared to venturing into the sea for fishing, tending to their own land was evidently a more advantageous plan, especially as it offered security that was hard to find elsewhere. The Zhao family would not compel these old neighbors. Thus, Zhao Guangzhong brought a bounty of grains and meats. In the center of the village, a large pot was set up, cooking white rice and tender meats, the enticing aroma quickly attracting everyone. Zhao Guangzhong engaged in casual conversation with the villagers, personally serving them. Although the recent memory of a village murder lingered, the sight of rice and meat allowed everyone to instinctively overlook their fears. In this vast world, the urgency of filling one's belly overshadowed all else. Once the villagers were well fed, Zhao Guangzhong distributed the remaining provisions as a token of gratitude for their years of care. While handing out food, he expressed his intent. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, our Zhao family has recently acquired a vast expanse of land outside Bu County and requires assistance in its upkeep. We hope to invite you to join us. For those willing to come, we shall provide housing and monthly provisions of food and silver, ensuring a stable livelihood for everyone. Zhao Guangzhong's voice resonated in every ear, prompting villagers to engage in conversation amongst themselves. They were well aware that the Zhao family's martial relatives had returned and had seen their relocation to Bu County with their own eyes. Though some villagers held doubts regarding Zhao Guangzhong's promises, the majority quickly began to believe, and many voiced their inquiries. Zhao Guangzhong patiently explained, hoping to entice as many villagers as possible to join him. Originally, it was possible to purchase slaves. However, the three brothers conferred and decided to buy slaves and also employ villagers as a form of gratitude. Should there be any unwilling to leave, the Zhao family intends to hire the remaining neighbors to fish at sea, with all catches belonging to the Zhao family, as Zhao Guangzhong added. Fish is indeed delightful. The quality of life has improved, and the Zhao family is pursuing diverse experiences. Moreover, sea fish can be sold in Bu County, providing a means of livelihood. Zhao Guangzhong's proposal swiftly captured the interest of many, though only a handful of villagers chose to follow. Zhao Guangzhong warmly welcomed them, knowing that once this first group was well fed, they could attract more villagers to join. Besides the villagers being brought back to the Zhao residence, a new batch of purchased servants also arrived, primarily consisting of farmers and some martial artists. The martial artists were tasked with daily patrols, while the farmers tended to the fields. The old neighbors were assigned to cultivate the land and assist in managing the servants, thereby alleviating some of the burden on the three Zhao brothers. Within the Zhao mansion, Zhao Guangji and his brothers were scrutinizing the 10 martial artists they had acquired. All were at the martial artist level, significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. As they had begun to engage with martial arts themselves, the brothers understood the strength of their new acquisitions. Fearing they might struggle to keep them in check, they had specifically invited the county magistrate to assist. During Zhao Zhiyan's return to the mansion, they also requested a word to dissuade any ill intentions from the martial artist servants. Observing the 10 martial artist servants behaving exceptionally well, Zhao Guangji was very pleased. After expressing his gratitude to the magistrate, he suddenly inquired, "Magistrate, have the thieves been apprehended?" Zhao Guangji had not forgotten that his family had lost 10,000 taels in silver notes. Unbeknownst to him, the silver notes had been accidentally incinerated by Zhao Zhiyan using a fireball technique. The magistrate, feeling somewhat awkward at Zhao Guangji's insistence, revealed that the martial artists in Bu County had indeed discovered the thieves' trail but lost them during the chase. He requested a little more time, assuring Zhao Guangji that the thieves would soon be captured. "Do not forget, our Zhao family is still missing 10,000 taels in silver notes," Zhao Guangji timely reminded him. 10,000 taels, a sum that could sustain the Zhao family for quite some time. Even though various negotiations were underway and the magistrate along with several influential families were preparing to accept the Zhao family's investment in their enterprises, Zhao Guangji firmly believed in keeping matters distinct and separate. The magistrate's face flushed with embarrassment, but it quickly transformed into a smile as he produced a silver note from his sleeve, clearly marked for 10,000 taels. "You see, had it not been for your reminder, I might have forgotten. While the thieves were not caught, the stolen funds have been recovered. Please accept this, Zhao family head." The magistrate presented it with both hands. Zhao Guangji accepted it without hesitation. One does not understand the value of household expenses until managing them oneself. Thus, when someone offers money, there is no reason to refuse. As for the magistrate's intentions, it had become irrelevant. Chapter 16. Premium Spirit Stone Small Spirit Vein Dasha Calendar. Year 588, February 8th. On this auspicious day, the Zhang family of the Zhao clan was adorned in celebration, with guests filling the halls. Festive colors adorned every corner, and laughter echoed through the air. Carriages from all directions flocked to extend their congratulations to the Wang family. The momentous occasion of the three Zhao brothers marrying simultaneously near Bu County was indeed a sensational event. As a family associated with celestial masters, the Zhao clan's grand celebration attracted those in the know, with no one wishing to miss such a pivotal opportunity to cultivate ties with the celestial beings. Even those far away were compelled to send their gifts of congratulations. The grandeur of the scene left many ordinary folk bewildered. How could a merchant family attract such a throng of distinguished guests? The commoners, unable to comprehend the spectacle, could only engage in blind speculation throughout Bu County. Within the Zhao estate, guests exchanged pleasantries with the hosts before taking their seats, their eyes scanning the room in hopes of catching a glimpse of Master Zhao Zhiyan. Alas, Zhao Zhiyan was not present. He was deep underground, fervently searching for treasure. Ever since acquiring the treasure map, his heart raced with anticipation. Thus, aside from laboring at night to bolster his family's lineage, he spent his days delving into the earth, perhaps by divine favor or his own relentless efforts. On this joyous day, Zhao Zhiyan finally located his goal. The underground passages hewn from the earth had unwittingly transformed into a network of tunnels. Yet, Zhao Zhiyan paid little heed to the labyrinthine paths, his gaze fixed ahead. There, nestled in the soil, was a crystalline spirit stone, resembling a caterpillar in size. It had burst forth from the jade vessel that once contained it, now taking root in the earth. Like a seed, it inhaled the essence of the world. Growing slowly but steadily, Zhao Zhiyan was certain that such a sizable spirit stone was not its original form, but rather a result of gradual development. After a brief moment of breathless astonishment, joy surged within him. Sensing the dense spiritual energy nearby, he hastily employed a spell to seal the exit. The thick layers of soil and rock had previously prevented the spiritual essence from escaping, but Zhao Zhiyan's sudden mining had released a long-suppressed torrent. Now, by timely sealing it, he could mitigate the risk of outsiders discovering this treasure. While sealing the escape of spiritual energy, he unexpectedly discovered a small formation nearby, which had kept this place hidden from prying eyes. After repairing the formation to ensure no further leakage, Zhao Zhiyan hurried to the caterpillar-like spirit stone and gently caressed it. The smoothness of its surface was more delightful than that of his favored concubine. An overwhelming rush of spiritual energy surged into his body, causing his long-parched form to tremble with revitalization. Even his stagnated cultivation began to stir. Having lived for over 70 years in the realm of cultivation, Zhao Zhiyan possessed discerning insight and racked his brain for recognition of the stone, though he had never encountered it. Its name was indeed resounding in the world of cultivation, an exquisite spirit stone. Zhao Zhiyan's heart raced with excitement. Spirit stones serve as the foundation of the cultivation realm, yet they are classified into various grades. The most common type is the low-grade spirit stone, followed by the mid-grade spirit stone. These two are the only ones Zhao Zhiyan has encountered. The exchange ratio is approximately 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 1,000 low-grade ones. Superior to these are the high-grade spirit stones, with the ultimate being the top-grade spirit stones. Beyond the differences in the concentration and quantity of spiritual energy contained within each grade, the top-grade spirit stones possess the remarkable ability to evolve into miniature spiritual veins. In the cultivation world, even mid-grade spirit stones are a rarity, as Zhao Zhiyan has only witnessed one on a single occasion, highlighting their scarcity. Typically, low-grade spirit stones are the norm. The recognition of the top-grade spirit stone before him stems from its ongoing evolution into a spiritual vein. It is indeed a testament to the wisdom of predecessors, allowing future generations to reap the benefits. Zhao Zhiyan is filled with exuberance. Initially burdened with the dilemma of seeking spiritual veins for cultivation and suitable locations for his family's descendants, he has serendipitously stumbled upon a solution. This larval-sized spiritual vein will continue to grow, albeit at a sluggish pace due to its inability to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, a small array set by earlier practitioners nearby alleviates concerns regarding exposure. This miniature spiritual vein is now sufficient to sustain the daily cultivation of 5 Qi refining stage practitioners. And if nourished with a substantial quantity of spirit stones, its growth may accelerate significantly, Zhao Zhiyan surmises. He now treasures this small spiritual vein dearly. He hastily sets up the gathering and defensive formations he brought from Qingyang sect around the area to ensure its security. As for the map he had previously obtained, it has lost its utility, leading Zhao Zhiyan to incinerate it without a second thought. After completing the arrangements, he meticulously reconfigures the interior and exterior of his cave dwelling, prioritizing safety and leaving no room for carelessness. Numerous traps designed for mortals are strategically placed throughout the small mountain and within the cave. The interior is soon adorned, featuring not only a bedroom for daily rest and a meditation chamber, but also a library for storing scriptures on techniques, spells, and martial arts. The few medicinal pills and talismans brought from Qingyang sect are kept on his person. In the library, Zhao Zhiyan peruses the scrolls he has brought along. These techniques and spells are commonplace in the cultivation realm and are often chosen by older practitioners when establishing their own cultivation families. Each corresponds to the 5 elemental roots, allowing for cultivation to the peak of the Qi refining stage. The martial arts manuals consist of a dozen or so, all capable of training one to the earthly immortal realm, with combat prowess roughly equivalent to that of a 5th-level Qi refining practitioner. While these techniques and spells are virtually unattainable among mortals, the discovery of these martial arts manuals would undoubtedly incite chaos in the martial world. Among all mortal dynasties and factions, fewer than 1 in 10 possess martial arts manuals that lead directly to the earthly, immortal realm, underscoring their immense value. Zhao Zhiyan's gaze shifts to the final category of cultivation arts. In the realm of cultivation, there exist merely two primary arts that are the simplest to master: the spirit plant cultivator and the beast tamer, both aligning with the first tier of cultivation, corresponding to the qi refinement stage. During his time at the Qingyang sect, Zhao Zhiyan excelled as a spirit plant cultivator, making significant strides in this discipline. He resolved to nurture his family's fertile lands when the moment demanded it. In times of drought, he would employ the spirit rain technique. As for the path of the beast tamer, although Zhao had yet to study it, he intended to carve out some time to explore this avenue as well. Additionally, one reason behind Zhao's choice of these two arts was that certain traditions could be learned even by mortals. The care of ordinary crops shares a considerable amount of commonality with the nurturing of spirit plants, which could greatly enhance the yields of his family's fields. Chapter 17. The daughter-in-law. After meticulously engraving all martial arts manuals, Zhao Zhiyan returned to his residence. By this time, darkness had fully descended and the guests had departed. The three brothers, Zhao Guangji, Zhao Guangzhong, and Zhao Guangji, had all retired to their chambers. As cultivators, their keen ears caught an inappropriate sound, leading to a moment of awkwardness. Let them have a few days off, Zhao Zhiyan decided, wishing for them to enjoy a brief respite before returning to their studies and training. The three bachelors, the eldest of whom had been single for over 30 years, conjured a myriad of imaginings. Moreover, in comparison to the pursuit of knowledge, procreation evidently held greater significance. Simultaneously, Zhao Zhiyan recalled that not long ago, Wang had introduced him to the suitable wives she had selected for her three sons. The wife of Zhao Guanghua hailed from the Sun family, named Sun Wenwen, a 20-year-old martial artist of considerable beauty, exuding an air of spirited elegance. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, Sun Wenwen was decisive in her actions. The second son, Zhao Guangzhong, was to wed Wei Xian, the niece of a county magistrate, who at 19 embodied the essence of a refined lady. Zhao Zhiyan had seen her portrait and noted her delicate grace. Lastly, Zhao Guangji's bride, Hu Di from the Hu family, was 18. Possessing a somewhat boyish demeanor, yet excelling in numerology, making her an adept steward. Wang had painstakingly chosen wives for her sons, each either complementing their personalities or offering support, demonstrating her earnestness. In contrast to Zhao Zhiyan's 10 concubines from collateral lines, the brothers' wives were all scions of the main families, reflecting genuine intent. Zhao Zhiyan felt satisfied with his future daughters-in-law, though their loyalty to the Zhao family would require the test of time. Without dwelling on such thoughts, he stored the engraved martial arts manuals in his chamber. Subsequently, amidst the vibrant spring scenery, he approached the quarters of his concubines. With 10 concubines representing 7 factions, Zhao Zhiyan endeavored to bestow his affections fairly among them. With familial ties now established, the Zhao family had integrated into their enterprises, alleviating financial concerns and allowing the family to embark on a path of stability. After a night of tender intimacy, the dawn broke peacefully. Perhaps it was due to the fatigue from the previous night's festivities that the three brothers, accustomed to rising early, remained in their slumber. Zhao Zhiyan, accompanied by a maid, made his way to the kitchen, intending to indulge his appetite. As he ate, Zhao Zhiyan pondered various matters. In recent days, aside from preparations for the wedding, the Zhao family had acquired a considerable number of servants, a fact communicated to him by Zhao Guangji. Excluding the over 300 individuals in Zhao village, the family now possessed more than 400 servants. Even within the entirety of Bu County, such a number was deemed substantial. However, the increase in servants stirred a sense of unease in Zhao Zhiyan regarding Zhao Guangji and his brothers, as he feared they might struggle to maintain control. Should there come a day when he was absent, it could invite calamity. The incident of the burglary at the estate further underscored the necessity for enhancing the family's strength. The conventional practice of martial arts training, particularly for those of average talent, rendered progression exceedingly slow. Take Zhao Guangji and his brothers, for instance. Each had been diligently studying a martial art for nearly a month, yet had not fully memorized it. This sluggish pace of advancement was indeed vexing. In the realm of cultivation, there existed elixirs. He recalled that among mortals, there were also corresponding herbal concoctions. Although these lacked the efficacy of elixirs, they indeed fostered the nourishment of meridians and bolstered physical health, Zhao Zhiyan mused. However, to his knowledge, the formulas for these herbal remedies were closely guarded secrets among various factions, often essential for the practice of martial arts. Much like the recipes for elixirs in the cultivation world, which alchemists kept closely held, obtaining a formula for enhancing physical strength would likely require substantial sacrifice. Zhao Zhiyan reflected on the families or factions nearby that might possess such formulas, primarily a few prominent families and the county office of Bu County. To secure these coveted recipes, he would have to offer something in return. They would likely seek treasures utilized by cultivators, yet his own resources were limited, rendering him unable to provide such offerings. Martial arts. Yes, he could offer them martial arts knowledge. An idea struck him. Furthermore, when they came to assess their spiritual roots, he could consider waiving some fees. If he could procure a formula suitable for mortal use, he could cultivate warriors in bulk, thereby resolving many of the family's pressing matters. While he was enjoying his meal, Wang Shi entered the kitchen and sat beside Zhao Zhiyan, announcing that the three young men and their wives would soon arrive to pay their respects to their uncle. With the newlyweds still fresh from their recent nuptials, the three daughters-in-law had yet to meet their grandfather, Zhao Zhiyan. Not one to be overly concerned with formalities, Zhao Zhiyan acquiesced, recognizing the importance of this initial meeting. After all, it was customary for them to greet him after their marriage, though future encounters need not be laden with such formalities. Before long, Zhao Guangji and his brothers entered the kitchen with their respective wives, each kneeling to pay their respects. Zhao Zhiyan gestured for them to rise while his gaze scrutinized the three daughters-in-law. You were wed yesterday, and I regret not being present due to prior obligations. Please do not hold it against me. Naturally, I must offer you some form of compensation. Zhao Zhiyan produced 3 healing elixirs and presented them before his 3 granddaughters-in-law. With only a limited supply of healing potions left, he would have been more generous otherwise. The 3 granddaughters-in-law exchanged glances at the elixirs and then at their husbands, feeling somewhat perplexed. Since great-grandfather has bestowed these upon you, it is only fitting that you accept them, Zhao Guangji remarked with a smile. Having assumed the role of family head for several days, thus acquiring a semblance of authority, the 3 women simultaneously accepted the elixirs and once again performed a deep bow to Zhao Zhiyan. To an ordinary person, even a single common elixir is priceless. Thus, Zhao Zhiyan's generosity could overshadow any circumstance. Subsequently, Zhao Zhiyan offered encouragement and informed Zhao Guangji and the others that they could take a few days off from their martial studies and return to their dwellings. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. The heads of the 7 families, Zhong, Wang, Lu, Hu, Wei, Yang, and Sun, arrived together, accompanied by a group of children. With Zhao's grand wedding now behind them, it was an opportune time for their visit. Sensing the presence of these individuals, Zhao Zhiyan awakened from his cultivation and stepped forth. It was now time to fulfill his earlier promise to assist them in testing their spiritual roots. Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Zhiyan found that they had been waiting for quite a while, especially the children, some of whom appeared drowsy. The heads of the 7 families rose simultaneously and bowed in unison, exclaiming, Master Zhao, we have long admired your esteemed reputation. Zhao Zhiyan regarded them, acknowledging their fame. Though they had known of each other's existence, this was their first face-to-face encounter, previously facilitated by the county magistrate. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Zhao Zhiyan said courteously. Since you have come with a purpose, let us proceed without delay. Chapter 18. The Spirit Testing Stone and Formulas. There are various methods for testing spiritual roots, but the most common involves the use of a spirit testing stone, a crystal-clear stone the size of a fist, resembling a spirit stone. Children aged 6 and above place their hands upon it, and in a matter of moments, the results are revealed. If a child possesses a spiritual root, the spirit testing stone will emit corresponding colors. For instance, a fire-earth root will display red and earthy brown hues. The intensity of the light emitted by the stone indicates the quality of the spiritual root. Even among the same type of spiritual root, there can be variations in quality, with the most noticeable difference being the speed of cultivation thereafter. Zhao Zhiyan, possessing 4 spiritual roots of rather ordinary quality, had only reached the 6th level of qi refinement after over 70 years. With the recent addition of a small spiritual vein for his practice, he now had the potential to advance further. Zhao Zhiyan instructed the children brought by the 7 families to line up in an orderly fashion, each one blindfolded as they entered the room. He personally conducted the tests. Though the method of testing spiritual roots is quite commonplace in the realm of cultivation, it remains a rarity in the world of mortals. Maintaining a certain decorum serves to uphold the mystique of the master cultivator. At the very least, they must perceive that spending 3 inferior spirit stones for a single test is worthwhile. A total of 21 children were present, and Zhao Zhiyan collected 63 inferior spirit stones before commencing the assessments. The first to enter, blindfolded, was a young boy from the Zhong family, whose delicate appearance caught Zhao Zhiyan's attention as he approached under the latter's guidance. After placing the spirit stone into the boy's hand and waiting for a moment, no change occurred. Indeed, children possessing spiritual roots are a rarity. What was I anticipating? Zhao Zhiyan mused to himself. He had once fantasized about recruiting children from other families with spiritual roots as disciples before any were born into his own lineage. But it now seemed that merely encountering a child with such roots was a distant hope. No wonder the Qingyang sect had abandoned this region. There were indeed valid reasons for it. Continuing the tests, All 21 children failed to demonstrate any spiritual roots. Stepping outside, Zhao Zhiyan observed the expectant gazes of the gathered crowd and decided to speak the truth. Expressions of desolation, frustration, and eventual resignation emerged, culminating in a profound sigh. The 7 families had sent 21 children, not because they had no more suitable candidates, but due to the limited number of spirit stones they possessed. While spirit stones could be obtained, they were difficult to acquire, hence the current predicament. Witnessing the disappointment on their faces, Zhao Zhiyan did not hastily dismiss them. Instead, he invited everyone into the reception hall and served the finest tea. After a heartfelt conversation, he gradually revealed his intentions. Exchanging martial arts knowledge for formulas suitable for enhancing the physical capabilities of mortals piqued the interest of the 7 family heads. To demonstrate his sincerity, Zhao Zhiyan produced a book titled Flying Leg, a martial arts manual capable of reaching the Earth immortal realm. Once mastered, one could traverse 1,000 miles with ease. Zhao Zhiyan elaborated that there were many similar martial arts, but he could not reveal them all at once. The 7 family heads, transfixed by the Flying Leg manual, swallowed in unison, unable to resist the allure of such powerful knowledge that could elevate their families to greatness. The Qingyang sect's permission for the descent of practitioners to exchange these mundane martial arts was straightforward. It aimed to ensure that the disciples' descendants would not be left behind. After all, offspring of cultivators were more likely to manifest spiritual roots, potentially allowing them to become disciples of the Qingyang sect in the future. The 7 family heads exchanged glances at the martial arts manual and then at Zhao Zhiyan, calculating their potential gains and losses. The first to speak was the head of the Wang family, who monopolized the local herbal medicine business and clinics. He inquired about the exchange rate, 1 martial art for 1 formula. That is acceptable, Zhao Zhiyan replied. But I urge you not to present me with trivial or irrelevant formulas. Otherwise, the consequences will be on you. He issued a subtle warning. Bolstered by his strength at the 6th layer of qi refining, which could easily overpower Earth immortal realm practitioners, a fact that instilled caution among the crowd regarding Zhao Zhiyan. If Zhao Zhiyan were merely a cultivator without strength, he would have been completely devoured long ago. Zhao Zhiyan glanced at the other 6 families, awaiting their deliberation. The 7 powerful families near Buxian, aside from the Wang family, which monopolized the medicinal herb trade and clinics, included the Zhong family, engaged in grain and tavern businesses, the Liu family, operating a bodyguard agency and transport service, the Hu family, dealing in textiles and coarse silk, the Wei family, pursuing a career in government, with a county magistrate as one of their kin, and the Yang family, involved in the dental trade and pottery, along with the Sun family, which mined coal. These 7 families, with their complementary interests, had long since formed a cohesive unit. However, upon witnessing the Wang family take the initiative to speak, they quickly echoed in agreement. They feared not scarcity, but inequality. If the Wang family were to acquire a new martial art that directly led to the terrestrial celestial realm, while they did not, the previously maintained balance would be shattered, a scenario none wished to encounter. In the brief moment of the Wang family's consent, the other 6 families readily agreed, dispatching a servant to fetch the medicinal prescriptions for strengthening the body. As the gathering continued, the servant returned with remarkable speed, presenting 7 neatly arranged prescriptions before Zhao Zhiyan. Although he did not fully comprehend them, he understood the necessity of consulting a physician for clarification. After a prolonged examination and discussion among several elderly doctors, a representative addressed Zhao Zhiyan, stating, "Esteemed ancestor, there are no issues with the prescriptions. They all pertain to enhancing vitality and increasing blood flow, which would indeed facilitate martial training. However, some of the required herbs are rather precious." The doctor pointed out a few herbs, such as the century-old wild ginseng. While this grade of herb might not even qualify as a spiritual herb, it was exceedingly rare in the eyes of mortals. Zhao Zhiyan was utterly unconcerned. A century-old ginseng could easily be cultivated multiple times within a small spiritual vein. As a seasoned spiritual cultivator, these matters were trivial. Moreover, one cannot practice martial arts without financial resources. Master Wang, I shall send my 4th brother to discuss the procurement of herbs with you. Zhao Zhiyan gestured for the doctor to leave, then addressed Master Wang. The Zhao family, along with my brothers Zhao Guangji and others, and our trained guards, will require considerable quantities of these herbs, making it reasonable to approach the Wang family. Currently, the Zhao family was not lacking in funds, if necessary. Zhao Zhiyan could cultivate some precious herbs to exchange with them. Furthermore, he possessed numerous martial arts techniques as trump cards. The transaction was formally established when he allowed the 7 family heads to copy the flying quick leg martial art. As he watched them depart, Zhao Zhiyan permitted Zhao Guangji and the others to determine the frequency of using the prescriptions. Ultimately, Zhao Zhiyan aimed to elevate the strength of his family members as swiftly as possible. As for his 3 daughters-in-law, 10 beautiful concubines, and housemaids, they would require time for proper instruction. Chapter 19. Qi refining to the 7th layer and the serpent demon. Zhao Zhiyan's 10 beautiful concubines hailed from the twins of the Zhong family, one from the Wang, Hu, Wei, and Yang families each, and a pair of cousins from the Sun and Lu families. Now, time slipped by, and another month had passed. Through the relentless efforts of Zhao Zhiyan, and following the diagnosis from the family physician, it was confirmed that both Zhao Wang and Zhao Hu, his beautiful concubines, were with child. This joyous news filled Zhao Zhiyan with immense happiness, marking a significant step forward in the development of their cultivation family. Moreover, another stroke of fortune graced him as he independently harnessed a small spiritual vein, achieving the remarkable feat of reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement just yesterday. Attaining this level signifies a new realm, indicating the late stage of Qi refinement. The Qi refinement process is divided into 12 layers, with the 13th layer representing the initial stage, the 4th to 6th layers the mid-stage, the 7th to 9th layers the late stage, and the 10th to 12th layers indicating completion. Even within the Qingyang sect, cultivators at the late stage of Qi refinement possess considerable self-defense capabilities. His body experienced an all-encompassing enhancement, akin to breaking free from shackles. This transformation was made possible by the restoration of his potential and the peak of his capabilities post-resurrection. The palpable benefits he experienced ignited an even greater urgency within Zhao Zhiyan to increase his opportunities for resurrection. With more chances to revive, should his potential wane, he could simply die once, allowing for an infinite cycle of rebirth. Even as one with 4 spiritual roots, with diligent cultivation during optimal moments, he could gradually elevate himself to the foundation establishment stage, or perhaps even beyond. Zhao Zhiyan contemplated that the first step must involve the birth of children possessing spiritual roots within his family, and this objective had already begun to take shape. The simultaneous pregnancies of his 2 concubines were an exquisite development. To ensure the well-being of Zhao Wang and Zhao Hu, Zhao Zhiyan arranged for additional servants and maidens to tend to them, visiting daily to confirm their safety. As the family reveled in their happiness, the villagers from Qinghe village sought out the Zhao residents for assistance. Previously, Zhao Guangzhong had employed neighborhood acquaintances to help with farming, resulting in the majority of the villagers being hired, though a few families, reluctant to abandon their previous livelihoods, chose to remain. These individuals typically engaged in fishing, with the Zhao family procuring fish every other day to supplement their meals. The once peaceful Qinghe village fell into an even deeper silence. But the unexpected arrival of visitors today stirred Zhao Guangji from his tranquility. After all, these were old neighbors with whom they had shared decades of life, now assisting in their household tasks, thus warranting a measure of respect. Since his marriage, Zhao Guangji had settled into a more stable role, gradually rising to prominence. And now he recognized the familiar faces of Uncle Lu and second Uncle Lu. "Why have you come?" he inquired. Due to economic constraints, the Zhao family had not flourished in Qinghe village, whereas the Lu family had prospered, establishing over a dozen households. Uncle Lu and second Uncle Lu were cousins who had previously lent significant assistance to their family. "Dear nephew, take a look at this," Uncle Lu said, somewhat hesitantly, as he presented a small, azure scale, no larger than a fingernail, to Zhao Guangji. Given their familiarity, there was no need for pleasantries. Zhao Guangji accepted the azure scale, perplexed and unsure of its significance. However, while examining it, he inadvertently cut himself on the sharp edge of the scale. Zhao Guangji scrutinized the azure scales with heightened caution, inquiring, "What kind of scales are these, so razor-sharp?" After nearly a month of medicinal baths and martial training, Zhao Guangji had transformed significantly. Yet he still sustained a cut from the scales, prompting a serious consideration of the matter. While some scales could inflict wounds on the palm, the ability to harm the flesh of a martial artist indicated something beyond the ordinary. "It is a snake scale. A 1-meter-long azure serpent is the reason for our visit." Uncle Lu continued to lament. The more Zhao Guangji listened, the more perplexed he became. A mere small snake seemed inconsequential. As seasoned fishermen accustomed to the sea, dispatching it would be a trivial task, so why seek assistance? However, observing the trepidation in Uncle Lu and his companion's eyes, Zhao Guangji sensed the gravity of the situation. At Zhao Guangji's prompting, Uncle Lu elaborated, "A week ago, upon returning from fishing, this small azure serpent obliterated our fishing vessel with a single strike of its tail. Fortunately, we were close to shore and managed to swim back. Otherwise..." Uncle Lu's voice trailed off, fear evident in his expression. The memory of that slender tail wielding such terrifying power was vivid in their minds. "We do not wish to trouble you, but we can no longer brave the sea. This azure serpent frequently prowls the shoreline, and we have spotted it several times. Knowing that a formidable martial artist has recently returned to your household, we humbly beseech your assistance, lest we perish." After listening intently, Zhao Guangji picked up the scale, no larger than a fingernail. The notion that a 1-meter-long azure serpent could demolish a fishing vessel was astonishing. Though the fishing boats used by Qinghe village were not particularly robust, it was inconceivable for even an ordinary martial artist to destroy a vessel in a single blow. Despite the incredulity, Zhao Guangji, aware of the existence of cultivators, understood that it was highly likely true. Uncle Lu, Uncle Heir, have you had your meals? Zhao Guangji inquired with concern. Not yet, we were in haste. Fearing we would arrive late, they replied. Very well, follow the steward for a meal. I shall take this azure serpent scale to consult my second grandfather. Please wait a moment. Ah, splendid, exclaimed Uncle Lu and Uncle Heir, their spirits lifted by the glimmer of hope. They had been living in constant fear, dreading the serpent's emergence from the sea to devour them. Zhao Guangji, with the azure serpent scale in hand, made his way to the outskirts of the small hill. It was not long before Zhao Zhiyan emerged from his cave dwelling. At a glance, Zhao Zhiyan spotted the scale in Zhao Guangji's hand. Before Zhao Guangji could utter a word, the azure scale had vanished from his grasp. Zhao Zhiyan examined it meticulously, having not encountered such scales in a long time. Does grandfather recognize this azure serpent? Zhao Guangji inquired. I do not, but I can confirm it is a demon beast, Zhao Zhiyan replied. Demon beast? The more powerful creatures are termed ferocious beasts, comparable in strength to ordinary martial artists. However, those capable of harnessing spiritual energy for cultivation and growth are classified as demon beasts, corresponding to cultivators. The azure-scaled creature before him was none other than a demonic beast, specifically a serpent demon. Where did it come from? Zhao Zhiyan inquired casually. It was sent by Uncle Lu from Qinghe village. Zhao Guangji recounted the events. However, a frown creased Zhao Zhiyan's brow. He had journeyed to this place devoid of spiritual energy to establish a family, yet the presence of such a serpent demon raised questions. Demonic beasts are inherently more attuned to spiritual energy. They do not wander aimlessly. Thus, Zhao Zhiyan surmised that there might be a spiritual vein lurking in the nearby waters. This realization rendered a trip to Qinghe village imperative. The power of this serpent demon was not formidable. He could handle it, so he resolved to investigate. Chapter 20. The little green serpent and the second premium spirit stone Zhaoyan stood alone at the seaside of Qinghe village, the villagers having long since vanished. According to their accounts, the green serpent favored swimming in the sea during twilight. The previous assaults on fishing vessels had also occurred at dusk, but fortunately, no lives were lost, a silver lining amidst the misfortune. A gentle breeze tousled Zhao Zhiyan's graying hair, and his aged visage remained unrefined by any infusion of spiritual energy, exuding an air of profound experience. He was somewhat indifferent to appearances, deeming them unnecessary. After all, his livelihood did not rely on his looks. Standing by the shore, clad in white robes with his white hair, he emanated an ethereal, otherworldly aura. He felt as if he were merely a step away from becoming a celestial being. Save for the absence of a white crane. Of course, he had not forgotten his purpose, to deal with the green serpent. The seafood from Qinghe village was delectable and should not be easily forsaken. His gaze scanned the surface of the sea, from the distant horizon to the nearer waves, leaving no detail overlooked. The salty scent of the ocean filled his nostrils, inducing a sense of discomfort. As the light transitioned from a warm hue to the depths of night, Zhao Zhiyan finally spotted his target. Several hundred meters away, a 1-meter-long green serpent was devouring a live fish. A fish larger than the serpent itself was consumed in one swift motion, and yet, the serpent's abdomen showed no signs of distortion, as if nothing had transpired. After observing for a moment, although he could not discern the exact species of the green serpent, he was certain it was a demonic beast. Its realm of power appeared to be equivalent to that of a cultivator at the third or fourth layer of chi refinement. Coupled with the inherent strength of demonic beasts, it was indeed plausible for its tail to demolish a fishing vessel. Zhao Zhiyan retrieved a fishing boat from the shore and rowed toward the serpent. Lacking the ability to fly due to not having broken through to the foundation establishment stage posed a challenge. Additionally, those flying swords and magical artifacts were far too expensive. The thought of this vexed him. If only flying swords or aerial artifacts were more affordable, he wouldn't have to resort to using silver needles as a means of attack. What cultivator wouldn't he desire to soar through the skies on a sword, flaunting their prowess? As he drew nearer to the green serpent, it quickly became aware of Zhao Zhiyan's presence. The serpent flicked its tongue, menacingly threatening him. A mere hatchling dared to intimidate him? Zhao Zhiyan remained unfazed, though internally, he was astonished. The closer he drew, the clearer Zhao Zhiyan's vision became. He even concluded that this azure serpent was in its juvenile form. A beast capable of reaching the third to fourth level of chi refinement shortly after its birth suggested an exceptionally noble lineage. The possibility of it eventually breaking through to foundation establishment was highly probable. Zhao Zhiyan felt a surge of excitement, already contemplating a contract with the creature. It is well known that a cultivator's growth depends on their spiritual root, while a beast's growth hinges on its bloodline. This azure serpent was a rare find indeed. After circling the serpent a few times and confirming there were no companions nearby, Zhao Zhiyan exhaled in relief. If any elder of the serpent had been present, he would have undoubtedly fled at the first opportunity. As the azure serpent hissed menacingly, Zhao Zhiyan drew nearer. The creature showed no intention of retreating, further solidifying his belief that it was an inexperienced young serpent. With a swift motion, Zhao Zhiyan struck the serpent on the head with an oar, producing a resounding thud that startled the azure serpent into a rapid dive beneath the water's surface. A smile crept across Zhao Zhiyan's face. This was fortuitous. His suspicion of a spiritual vein in the vicinity could now be tested by following the serpent's trail. He pursued it closely, cautious not to lose sight of his target in the vast, unmarked ocean. After an indeterminate distance, a reef came into view, clearly exposed by the receding tide. Numerous marine creatures were scrambling about, but upon the serpent's sudden appearance, they vanished without a trace. The azure serpent swiftly slipped into a crevice, disappearing from sight. Zhao Zhiyan secured his fishing boat and approached the reef, discovering that indeed, spiritual energy surged here. Though faint, it bore resemblance to the energy found in smaller mountains. A plan began to form in his mind as he unleashed powerful strikes against the reef. The solid rock shattered under his blows until it was completely fractured. The azure serpent emerged, aiming to bite Zhao Zhiyan, but he swiftly subdued it by pressing on its vital point. With a silver needle, he punctured the serpent's acupoints, rendering it unable to resist. A mere little snake, if I cannot subdue you, then these past decades have been in vain. Zhao Zhiyan muttered to himself as he coiled the immobilized serpent and tucked it into his pocket, beginning his search for what he truly desired. He cleaved through the surrounding rocks, fully exposing the serpent's nest. A 10-meter-long serpent shed enveloped the nest, emanating a pressure that made Zhao Zhiyan uncomfortable. This was merely a portion of the shed. Based on his estimation, this shed was likely left by the elder of the serpent to protect its progeny. The elder serpent's strength should not be underestimated, as it was likely no weaker than that of Foundation establishment. Furthermore, within the shed lay a top-tier spirit stone, already showing signs of evolving into a spiritual vein. The presence of the shed also prevented the spiritual energy from dissipating or being discovered. No doubt another precaution taken by the serpent elder. If this little green snake had remained here obediently until it completely absorbed the exquisite spirit stone, it would have been capable of self-preservation. However, for reasons unknown, it ventured out, thereby squandering the elder snake's careful plans. Nevertheless, it matters not, it is now all mine. I shall form a contract with the little green snake, binding our fates together. Its shed skin can be refined into magical artifacts, and the exquisite spirit stone will nurture the growth of the spiritual vein, ensuring not a single morsel is wasted. Elder Snake, your intentions have been duly noted. Zhao Zhiyan was exceedingly exhilarated. How could one not rejoice at such a fortuitous windfall? Satisfied that nothing else was overlooked, Zhao Zhiyan departed from the location. He intended to immerse himself in the study of the Beastmaster inheritance, striving to contract the little green snake at the earliest opportunity. As he swam, he contemplated that resolving these matters promptly would bring him peace of mind. Regarding why the elder snake would leave the little green snake here, it was most likely to evade danger. The perils of the cultivation world do not only target cultivators, but also threaten the demonic beasts. There are many unscrupulous cultivators, as well as a good number of demonic beasts. It was not until the late hours of the night that Zhao Zhiyan reached the shore from another location. Swiftly returning to the Zhao family estate, he sought out Zhao Guangji, assigning him the task of handling the aftermath before retreating to his own cave dwelling. The snake's shed skin was spread upon the ground, making meditation and cultivation far more comfortable. The recently acquired exquisite spirit stone was placed alongside a small spiritual vein, allowing them to consume each other and accelerate the spiritual vein's advancement. As for the immobile little green snake, it would remain here temporarily until Zhao Zhiyan had mastered the Beastmaster inheritance, at which point he would contract it without delay. Caressing its cold body, Zhao Zhiyan found himself increasingly fond of the little green snake. An exceptional beast companion is not easily obtained in Xingyang's sect, and ordinary cultivators could never afford one. After all, a beast companion serves not only as a partner, but also as a tool. Chapter 21. Sun Wenwen and Wei Xian in the fertile fields of the Zhao family. Zhao Guangbo wiped the sweat from his brow with the silk sleeves of his robe, occasionally directing servants to water the fruit trees. The Zhao family owned 10,000 acres of arable land. However, they had not planted all of it with grain. Instead, a portion was allocated for the cultivation of fruit trees and vegetables. Currently, all saplings had been procured, totaling 80,000 fruit trees, covering approximately 1,000 acres. This was no small undertaking, involving many family servants who would be busy for several days. The servants of the Zhao family enjoyed working under Zhao Guanghua. He was a man of few words, disinclined to scold others. He tended to share both the joys and hardships with them, fostering a sense of camaraderie. For instance, when planting saplings, Zhao Guangbo would personally lend a hand. However, when his wife, Sun Wenwen, appeared, he would become as timid as a quail, proceeding with utmost caution. Sun Wenwen was a martial artist of the master realm, and since joining the Zhao family, her forthright and decisive demeanor, coupled with her formidable strength, had resolved numerous troubles for the family. Notably, she was entrusted by Zhao Zhiyan to instruct both family members and the guard team in martial arts, gradually earning her rightful place within the Zhao family. The most evident signal was Zhao Zhiyan's permission for Sun Wenwen to study the martial arts she had brought back from Qingyang's sect. Sun Wenwen was exceedingly thrilled. Aside from managing household affairs, she practiced martial arts daily. Naturally, her temperament quickly subdued Zhao Guangbo, resulting in the household being governed by Sun Wenwen. Just moments ago, Zhao Guangbo had finished his chores and was abruptly pulled away by Sun Wenwen, who had seized him by the ear. The reason was simple. She believed her husband resembled more of a servant than a master. Must you always do everything yourself? Sun Wenwen reproached him. Asserting her pedigree as a woman from a prestigious family, having never known hardship, much less manual labor, Zhao Guangbo remained silent, crouching in a corner. This action only fueled Sun Wenwen's ire, yet she refrained from acting further and turned to instruct the steward to arrange for someone to plant fruit trees. At that moment, Zhao Guangzhong entered the elder brother's courtyard and, upon witnessing Zhao Guangbo's demeanor, teased, "Oh brother, what happened? Did you get beaten again? I must say, mother truly found you such an impressive wife." Before he could finish, a cough escaped him, causing him to tremble. He swiftly turned and fled, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I've taken a wrong turn." Though the three primary wives had recently joined the Zhao family, their distinct personalities were already apparent, with Sun Wenwen's assertiveness being particularly notable. Shortly after their wedding, she had given Zhao Guangzhong a sound thrashing, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. After all, Zhao Guangzhong was merely a younger brother. And as his sister-in-law, Sun Wenwen had the liberty to discipline him without fear of reproach. In essence, Zhao Guangzhong was currently the only family member suitable for such treatment. Firstly, Zhao Zhiyan was untouchable, being the family's patriarch and far too formidable to confront. Furthermore, Wang Shi, their mother-in-law, was also off-limits. A mere touch could provoke a deluge of scorn from others. One could not strike a husband openly, as that would be undignified. Similarly, Zhao Guangji, another younger brother, was the clan leader and thus beyond reproach. As for the female members, they were all delicate and had not provoked any ire from Sun Wenwen, making it difficult for her to lay a hand on them. Other servants held little interest as targets for her frustrations. Hence, Zhao Guangzhong became the most suitable candidate to establish authority. Since receiving that beating and being left unattended, the irascible Zhao Guangzhong had come to respect his sister-in-law. She truly meant business. With no hope of overcoming her, Zhao Guangzhong was now filled with trepidation and hurriedly vanished from sight. Sun Wenwen's cough startled Zhao Guangbo as he watched Zhao Guangzhong's figure disappear, and then Sun Wenwen's voice rang out, "Come inside, draw the curtains." "Madam, what are you doing?" he queried. "It's still daylight. Enough chatter. Time is short, and we must make the most of it," Sun Wenwen commanded. Observing that Zhao Wangshi and Zhao Hushi were both with child, she felt a sense of urgency. In less than 10 months, she would have 2 more younger brothers-in-law to contend with. If one could ensure that their child is born just moments apart, perhaps they could bask in the glow of shared fortune and thereby secure a greater share of resources for their growth. It is worth noting that Zhao Zhiyan is indeed a master of the celestial arts. Sun Wenwen has always believed that he possesses numerous treasures of which she remains unaware. After all, utilizing some for her son while allocating a portion for her grandson seems rather reasonable, does it not? Sun Wenwen mused, entirely disregarding Zhao Guangbo's expression of discontent. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangzhong hurried back to his courtyard, breathless and fatigued. Fortunately, he had run swiftly. Otherwise, he would have faced another round of punishment. Initially, he intended to accompany his elder brother to procure supplies in Bushin County, but it appeared that this plan had fallen through. Had he once again incited the ire of his sister-in-law? Wei Xian emerged from the room. As a woman of an official family, she possessed an exceptional ability to read the room. Noticing her husband's guilty demeanor, she immediately discerned that her suspicions were correct. "Not at all. Stop making wild guesses," Zhao Guangzhong retorted. However, he suddenly became aware of his wife's presence. "You must be quite familiar with Bushin, are you not?" "Not at all." Wei Xian shook her head. "How could that be? Your family has held the position of county magistrate, and you come from a prominent local family. Surely, you must know it well." Zhao Guangzhong expressed his disbelief. "I have hardly stepped beyond the threshold of my home, let alone traversed Bushin. How could I possibly be familiar with it?" Wei Xian countered. Her words momentarily stunned Zhao Guangzhong. He had never imagined that his wife's previous life had been so sheltered. Such a life bore no difference from that of a caged canary. "Do you wish to explore?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "Then let us go. I shall accompany you. Zhao Guangzhong took her hand and called upon several young servants to follow as they made their way to Buxin County. As they traveled in a horse-drawn carriage, Wei Xian gazed out with wide-eyed curiosity as the carriage curtains were drawn aside. Zhao Guangzhong felt a pang of sympathy, pondering how she had managed in her previous life. Even when we wed, I was veiled, unable to behold the world outside. Who would have thought I would have this opportunity after marriage? Wei Xian expressed her fascination with the outside world, her upbringing instilling a sense of hesitation within her. Now, with her new husband guiding her out of her confines, it felt as if she were being reborn. The invigorating breath of freedom was indeed delightful. If you enjoy the outside, I can have my fourth brother arrange some tasks for you to engage with, Zhao Guangzhong suggested. Hailing from a fishing family, Zhao Guangzhong was accustomed to hard work from a young age, regardless of age or gender. To him, it was not unusual for a lady like Wei Xian to take on some tasks. Forget it. I cannot compare to my sister-in-law, who is both capable and brave. I cannot match my fourth sister-in-law, who is skilled in mathematics and assists the family with finances. I am only proficient in needlework and would prefer to accompany my mother in weaving. Wei Xian contemplated for a moment before ultimately declining. Her character was still somewhat delicate, her voice soft and gentle. It was precisely this quality that gradually endeared her to the rugged Zhao Guangzhong. He did not press her further, but instead held her hand and leaped down from the carriage, for they had arrived in Buxian. Chapter 22. Shadows of war in the town of Bu County, once bustling and prosperous. A sense of disarray lingered in the air. Numerous individuals were engaged in purchasing supplies, while others were seen leading oxen and horse-drawn carts in a queue to leave the town. This scene was incongruous with the usual vibrant atmosphere, leaving Zhao Guangzhong perplexed. He turned to inquire of the servant beside him, asking what had transpired recently in Bu County. The servant shook his head, admitting his ignorance, but noted that before they departed the estate, he had seen the county magistrate seeking out the head of the Zhao family. Zhao Guangzhong exchanged glances with Wei Xian, both bewildered by the unusual circumstances surrounding such an ordinary day. Zhao Guangzhong then seized a passerby, noting the individual's elegant attire, and offered him 2 taels of silver, inquiring, "What has happened in Bu County? Why are so many people leaving the town?" Initially, the passerby appeared somewhat irate. Yet upon seeing the silver and Zhao Guangzhong's fine garments, a smile swiftly replaced his frown. He replied, "It is rumored that the Great Xia dynasty is on the verge of conflict with the Great Shang dynasty, and troops are en route. Some merchants, well-informed, are stockpiling goods, while others intend to flee to avoid the impending turmoil." Zhao Guangzhong was taken aback by the explanation. Although the Zhao family lacked the deep-rooted influence of several other clans, they had established a respectable standing, leaving him surprised that no whispers of this situation had reached them. Remembering the servant's mention of the magistrate's visit to the Zhao estate, he quickly grasped the situation. Such military secrets would hardly be known to the common folk. As he reflected on his recent studies in literacy, where the instructor had imparted various insights, Zhao Guangzhong felt his perspective broaden. He was no longer preoccupied solely with martial solutions. Observing the current state of the streets, he understood that while ordinary citizens might remain indifferent, he had a clearer grasp of the unfolding events. Alas, how could the common people be aware? Look at the throngs gathering supplies. Many are clad in fine silks, servants of affluent families. And you? To which household do you belong? The Zhong family, the passerby replied. Zhao Guangzhong dismissed the man, his expression darkening. Bu County was a crucial stronghold on the frontier of the Great Xia dynasty. Should war break out, it would spell disaster for its inhabitants. Particularly since the Zhao family resided just outside the town, they would be among the first to face the repercussions. Your second uncle is a celestial master. Even amidst a conflict between the two nations, surely he would not be easily provoked, Wei Xian remarked, keenly observing Zhao Guangzhong's demeanor. Yet, Zhao Guangzhong knew that few were aware of his uncle's true identity. While the people of the Great Xia dynasty had some inkling, the Great Shang would remain oblivious. He grasped Wei Xian's hand, pivoting to make haste back home to confer with his uncle and the fourth brother. The wars of mortals are often chaotic, leaving them vulnerable to collateral damage. Regrettably, this marked Wei Xian's first excursion. It had concluded rather abruptly. Upon their return to the estate, they spotted the county magistrate departing, with Zhao Guangji personally escorting him to the gate. Zhao Guangzhong urged the carriage to hasten, determined to intercept his brother before he could return. "Brother, you look winded. What urgent matter has arisen? Are you aware of any impending conflict?" Zhao Guangzhong inquired breathlessly. "Indeed, the county magistrate just informed us of this. Soon, the Great Xia army will be stationed in Bu County, poised against the Great Shang," Zhao Guangji replied. The two dynasties frequently clashed, and the border towns had grown accustomed to this state of affairs. Zhao Guangji remained unfazed. "Rest assured, with my second uncle overseeing matters at home, both royal families will, to some extent, show deference to the immortal master, and it will not adversely affect us." However, it is possible that some short-sighted rascals may cause trouble, so it would be prudent to limit our outings in the coming days. I have already dispatched someone to procure the necessary supplies, so there is no need for concern. Zhao Guangji spoke in a single breath, hoping to deter Zhao Guangzhong from further inquiries. Noticing that the arrangements made by his younger brother were proceeding smoothly, Zhao Guangji instinctively asked, "Is there anything I and your second sister-in-law can assist you with? Perhaps you could help your fourth sister-in-law with her accounts." Zhao Guangji suggested after a moment's thought. Accounting? That would be quite a challenge for Zhao Guangzhong, as he was a rough man, having only recently begun to learn the basics of literacy and numeracy. In contrast, Wei Xian appeared somewhat eager to give it a try. Why not? You could attempt it. Zhao Guangzhong ventured tentatively. Although Wei Xian did not possess the same aptitude for mathematics as Zhao Guangji's wife, Hu Di, she had learned a fair amount over the years and could manage some simple calculations. Initially, Wei Xian had harbored concerns, but seeing Zhao Guangji's arrangements and the support from her husband bolstered her confidence. The couple soon sought out Hu Di, who was gradually taking over the family's accounts. The Wang family was aging, and the three brothers lacked the educational background necessary. Not only could they not manage accounts, but they had only just begun to recognize a few characters. Although they had hired several clerks to assist with the bookkeeping, Hu Di had taken charge of their training. Her talent for arithmetic was remarkable, akin to Sun Wenwen's martial prowess, which elicited envy from others. At that moment, Hu Di was surrounded by a pile of handwritten accounts. Immersed in her work, when she noticed Zhao Guangzhong and his wife, she hurriedly rose to greet them. "Second brother, second sister-in-law, what brings you here?" "Fourth brother sent us to assist, but as I am quite unrefined, I can only rely on you, second sister-in-law," Zhao Guangzhong said, quickly distancing himself from the task and leaving Wei Xian behind as he hurried off. He had other responsibilities within the family and could not afford to be idle. Upon Zhao Guangzhong's departure, Hu Di pulled Wei Xian aside and began to explain the family's daily expenses, the costs of farming, the accounts for procured supplies, and various miscellaneous expenditures. The Zhao family, comprising hundreds of members, incurred substantial daily costs. Additionally, the shares from investments had to be itemized separately. As Wei Xian learned and engaged with the accounts, she quickly acclimated to her role. Before long, the expenses associated with preparing for war began to emerge. Countless entries filled the accounts. Are we on the brink of war? Hu Di furrowed her brow, echoing the same concerns. The tensions between the Great Xia and Great Shang are mounting. Wei Xian relayed the information she had gathered. This is going to be quite a significant expense. Hu Di lamented. Is there any endeavor that does not require funding? Wei Xian teased. I am not referring to the Great Xia and Great Shang, but rather to our Zhao family. Hu Di placed a series of accounts before Wei Xian. The extensive list of procurement nearly blinded her with its overwhelming magnitude. Upon finally glimpsing the total expenditure, she was nearly jolted in shock. How could they possibly procure so much? Wei Xian was perplexed. Was it not said that with the second grandfather in command, their family would remain unaffected? Why not stock up in advance? Once the conflict erupts, nothing will be available for purchase. She pondered, is the family's wealth sufficient? Indeed, it is ample. The second grandfather has brought back a considerable sum, enough to sustain us for several months. Moreover, the shares from the other families have also arrived, sufficient for our regular expenses, Hu Di elucidated, while swiftly reviewing the documents and preparing the banknotes for the steward's arrival. The steward of the Zhao family, procured from a pawnshop, was a servant. Yet he had once been the steward of a prominent household, until that family fell victim to treachery, leading to his sale. Chapter 23. Azure Scale. The Zhao family was diligently preparing for the impending war. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Zhiyan did not rush to intervene. Instead, he sat beside a small spiritual vein, where a blue serpent was immobilized, its body pierced by numerous silver needles. Zhao Zhiyan delved into the inheritance of beast masters, diligently practicing. To contract the blue serpent, one must learn the requisite beast master inheritance. Otherwise, it could result in dire consequences. After several days of cultivation, Zhao Zhiyan had made progress in the foundational teachings of a first-tier beast master. He directed his gaze towards the blue serpent, and with his newfound expertise, he not only understood how to form a contract, but also how to nurture and cultivate the azure serpent, becoming well acquainted with its habits and weaknesses. So you are a creature known as the azure scale python, he mused. From now on, I shall refer to you as Azure Scale. The azure scale python is a creature of high lineage, quite rare in the realm of cultivation, and it was a fortuitous encounter for him. Zhao Zhiyan could not let this opportunity slip by. He swiftly sliced his fingertip and pressed it against the serpent's brow. Channeling his spiritual energy and invoking the incantation, he commenced the contracting process. The little blue serpent sensed the anomaly and began to struggle fiercely. However, immobilized, it could only submit to its fate. Before long, a communion of minds was established between man and beast, and Zhao Zhiyan realized that the contract had been successfully formed. This pact established an ancient bond, a covenant of life and death, more reliable than even blood ties. This contract mandated that the beast must obey its master, including the command to perish. Conversely, should the beast perish, it would reflexively harm the master, with severe cases resulting in mutual destruction, while lighter consequences could still lead to grave injuries. The intertwining of their fates was of utmost importance. Additionally, the mutual understanding of each other's intentions was crucial. As they gazed at one another once more, their expressions softened, devoid of any lingering hostility. This was the wonder of the contract. As Zhao Zhiyan withdrew the silver needles, he murmured, "Azure Scale, you shall no longer be a mere beast, but a spiritual companion henceforth." The distinction between demon beasts and spirit beasts is fundamentally negligible. Cultivators refer to demon beasts with a master as spirit beasts, and that is the sole difference. The subtle variation in terminology reflects the relationship between demon beasts and cultivators. The once inactive azure-scaled creature now slithers around Zhao Zhiyan, joyfully celebrating their companionship, seemingly forgetting the rough treatment it had previously endured. The bond between the man and beast deepens as they engage in playful antics. "Do you enjoy water?" Zhao Zhiyan perceives the creature's sentiments, realizing why it has lingered near the sea. Given that Bu County is quite distant from the ocean, with no significant rivers nearby, he proposes, "I shall excavate a lake for you. I will even create an opening connecting it to this place. When you wish to cultivate, you can return. If you desire water, you may frolic in the lake." With ample fertile land at his disposal, reserving a few acres for a lake is a trivial matter, temporarily settling the azure-scaled creature underground. Zhao Zhiyan steps out of his cave abode. From atop the small hill, he surveys the bustling activity below, where the servants are tirelessly laboring. Zhao Guangbua is orchestrating operations, seemingly overseeing the transport of some materials beneath the estate. A fleeting thought crosses Zhao Zhiyan's mind, and he comprehends the situation. His gaze shifts to the horizon surrounding Bu County, where a dark mass looms ominously. Previously, the fourth brother had mentioned the potential for war. This gathering of shadows must be the army of the Great Xia. It appears that the Great Xia takes this matter seriously, dispatching such a significant number of soldiers, perhaps 40 to 50,000 warriors, not including logistical support, totaling 100,000. The Zhao family's estate and farmland encompass a vast expanse, situated just outside Bu County. However, it does not directly face the county but rather occupies a position to its side. Thus, when the two armies clash, it will not disturb the Zhao family. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, Zhao Zhiyan hastily makes his way to Zhao Guangji. Upon his arrival, Zhao Guangji, busy with his tasks, quickly rises, and the nearby attendants promptly vacate the space. At the foot of the small hill, excavate a lake of approximately 10 acres. It should be deep enough to fill with water. Oh, and we need it to be flowing water, and let's stock it with some fish. Having spoken, he senses a slight impropriety and revises. Forget that. Let us excavate the entire perimeter of the hill into a lake. We can use that area for fish cultivation later. But, second uncle, now is not the time for such discussions. Zhao Guangji responds with exasperation. Zhao Zhiyan understands his grandnephew's sentiment and adds, "As long as it is not a war among cultivators, these mortals can create chaos without consequence. Hurry and complete the tasks I have assigned," Zhao Zhiyan commands. Zhao Guangji has no choice but to comply and begins instructing the servants to commence their work. Surrounding the small hill, the soil is extensively excavated. The excess soil is not wasted. Instead, a low wall is constructed along the perimeter of the Zhao family's farmland. This modest wall serves no purpose of security against thieves, but merely delineates the boundary, signaling to all that this land has an owner. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan sits perched on a tree branch atop the small hill, gazing into the distance. Following the encampment of the Great Xia army at Bu County, the forces of the Great Shang also begin to reveal themselves. The number of soldiers in the Great Merchant Army is comparable to that of the Great Xia, stationed 20 miles outside of Bu County, not far from the fertile lands of the Zhao family. Both armies are fully equipped with armor, horses, and bows, forming a cohesive formation, each soldier in perfect synchrony, clearly indicating their elite status. Should a direct confrontation ensue, the casualties would be countless. Neither side is hastening towards conflict, evidently biding their time for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, the common folk near Bu County are fleeing en masse, eager to avoid entanglement in the impending turmoil. Many of the soldiers in these armies are martial artists, and even those who are not possess formidable physiques due to rigorous training, exuding an intimidating presence. The ordinary soldiers, when united, could easily vanquish even those at the martial master level. The days of tranquility have only deepened the ominous clouds above, the oppressive atmosphere hinting at an impending downpour, leaving everyone in a state of irritation. The Zhao family is equally anxious, dispatching servants for patrols while keeping a safe distance from the soldiers. Yet, before the two nations could clash, disaster befell the Zhao family. An unnamed martial artist at the Earth Immortal level intruded upon the Zhao residence, seeking to plunder their wealth, only to be met by the sudden appearance of Zhao Zhiyan, who, in full view of all, swiftly severed the intruder's head. With the head in hand, Zhao Zhiyan beamed with delight, exclaiming that he had been seeking a reason to trouble both families. In a mere turn, he had dashed 2 miles to the military camp at Bu County, astonishing everyone within the general's tent. The severed head was tossed at the general's feet, darkening his expression. The general, bearing a fearsome scar and clad in armor, exuded an imposing aura as he grasped his sword, ready to unleash his fury. Zhao Zhiyan discerned that this was a martial artist at the grandmaster level. The others in the tent, who were the general's subordinates, also possessed considerable strength, except for one individual, the county magistrate, who appeared to have been summoned from elsewhere. Upon realizing an intruder had breached the camp, the general instinctively flared with rage, only to be quelled by the presence of the severed head beneath him. Chapter 24. The end of war. The head at the general's feet had just been severed, its life force still lingering. The aura of the Earth Immortal martial artist sent a tremor through the general, while ordinary soldiers could dispatch those at the martial master level. An Earth Immortal martial artist could navigate freely amidst 100,000 troops. Each Earth Immortal is renowned in the realm of mortals, a tangible force of might known to many generals. Yet, the severed head now lay beneath his feet, belonging to a figure of such caliber. The general, gripped by terror, took a moment to discern the identity of the Earth Immortal, but as he pondered, his trepidation only deepened. Looking back at Zhao Zhiyan, a chill ran down his spine. May I inquire the name of this esteemed senior? The general steadied himself, striving to maintain his composure. The formidable beings capable of effortlessly vanquishing those of the Earth Immortal realm must undoubtedly be cultivators, and at this moment, the general had already begun to suspect as much. He had encountered numerous cultivators in the imperial capital of the Great Xia, with many residing in the royal palace. However, these practitioners adhered to their codes of conduct. Unlike the rogue cultivators before him, who acted with reckless abandon, this particular individual was known as Zhao Laozu, as the county magistrate discreetly introduced. These words sent a chill down the general's spine, for their army had only recently encamped and had yet to pay their respects to the immortal master, only to find themselves confronted first. Donning a smile, the general dismissed his subordinates from the tent and invited Zhao Zhiyan to take a seat. What is the intention of the immortal master? The general inquired. This ruffian came to my home to commit robbery, and I dispatched him, Zhao Zhiyan replied. The magistrate felt a cold dread. The previous theft case had yet to be resolved, and now another incident had arisen. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards these thieves, lamenting why they could not choose easier targets, but opted for the most formidable ones instead. This matter is certainly not the doing of the Great Xia, the magistrate hastily added. The general concurred, stating that at such a critical juncture when the two armies were poised to engage in battle, they could not afford to provoke a powerful cultivator, regardless of whether this ruffian belongs to the Great Xia or the Great Shang. If anyone dares to disturb the normal lives of the Zhao family, I shall charge into the midst of your two armies and wreak havoc until you truly comprehend the might of a cultivator, Zhao Zhiyan declared fiercely. You may also send those cultivators revered by the Great Xia royal family to trouble me, but as long as they cannot kill me. Well, Zhao Zhiyan's chilling laughter sent shivers down their spines. The covetous gaze of a cultivator is something no ordinary person can withstand, not even the royal family. Zhao Zhiyan's words were informed by the understanding that the offerings of the various mortal kingdoms amounted to little more than qi refining practitioners. It would be challenging to take his life, as they would not dare to take such risks. As for the Foundation establishment experts, their sects would not permit them to wander freely. The rogue cultivators who had reached Foundation establishment were similarly disinclined to suffer in the realm of mortals. Zhao Zhiyan's visit was intended to establish his authority. These individuals had likely never witnessed a cultivator in action and may have harbored misconceptions regarding their powers. And this encounter would serve to enlighten them. An Earth Immortal realm martial artist at the pinnacle of mortal strength was, in truth, no more than a mere chicken or dog. The general and the magistrate promptly vowed that there would be no second occurrence. Brandishing the head of the Earth Immortal martial artist, Zhao Zhiyan then stormed into the camp of the Great Shang general and recounted the events. However, since no one in the Great Shang recognized Zhao Zhiyan, he resorted to employing his magical abilities to subdue them until they acknowledged him. After discarding the head of the Earth Immortal martial artist within the Great Shang military encampment, Zhao Zhiyan returned to his life. Meanwhile, at the front lines where the two armies faced each other, a comical scene unfolded. Originally bitter enemies, both armies sent a portion of their soldiers to stand guard around the fertile fields belonging to the Zhao family, ensuring no accidental harm would come to them. Furthermore, the positions of the two armies were strategically established to remain 10 miles away from the Zhao family's fields. All witnesses to these events silently speculated about the Zhao family's background, yet no answers were forthcoming. Some mortals, unable to escape in time, sought refuge within the Zhao residence. Bringing their families along, they knelt outside the low walls, their pleas earnest and heartfelt. Zhao Guangji designated a space for these individuals to kindle fires and prepare meals, then left them to their own devices. While tranquility reigned at the Zhao household, the battlefield became a tempest of chaos. The two armies faced each other for several days before the clash of combat began. The sounds of clashing steel and the thunderous cries of soldiers echoed through the heavens. The infants of the Zhao family's fertile fields were frightened into tears, and the very ground trembled beneath the feet of the adults. Zhao Zhiyan sat atop a small hill, a slender green snake coiling around his arm, as he observed the tumult below. It was his first encounter with such grandiose warfare, a spectacle that was indeed awe-inspiring and stirred the blood. Though the brutality of bloodshed had long since become familiar to him, the other mortals, upon catching the scent of carnage, felt a wave of nausea. The war continued into the night, forcing the Great Shang to retreat 10 miles and re-establish their camp. A temporary ceasefire ensued, allowing both sides to attend to the battlefield. The green-scaled serpent flicked its tongue, its tiny head unable to comprehend why these humans engaged in such savage conflict. The green-scaled python clan, though solitary by nature, would only erupt into violence when vying for mates. The serpent could not fathom this, yet Zhao Zhiyan understood all too well. Throughout history, war had never truly ceased. Indeed, wars of higher magnitude were often more brutal. In his previous life, he had gleaned knowledge of battles such as Normandy through books and videos. In this life, he had borne witness to conflicts among cultivators. It could be said that the lethality of conventional weaponry was merely slightly superior to that of the initial stages of qi refinement. Golden core cultivators could unleash the power of small nuclear devices, not to mention the formidable Yuan Ing true lords, gently caressing the green-scaled serpent to soothe its unease. Zhao Zhiyan informed Zhao Guangji to promptly arrange for the servants to excavate the lake. He emphasized that those seeking refuge should not be left idle. Their labor should be exchanged for protection. Zhao Zhiyan reminded him that individuals do not tend to cherish that which is given freely. Such is the nature of humanity. Amidst the lull of warfare, the Zhao family commenced the excavation of the lake. The involvement of a large group of mortals expedited the process. With the addition of water drainage, well digging, fish stocking, and the construction of low walls, there was much to occupy their time. The refugees not only refrained from resistance, but also felt a greater sense of security. The Zhao family began to provide 2 meals a day, ensuring the mortals did not succumb to exhaustion. Days passed incrementally. On one side lay the bloody battlefield, while on the other was a bustling construction site, rendering this war particularly surreal. A month later, the conflict concluded, culminating in the retreat of the Great Shang. The lake that the Zhao family had endeavored to excavate around the small hill was finally completed. The lake within is crystal clear, revealing numerous fish that gracefully swim beneath the surface, occasionally leaping into the air. Chapter 25. Yimei. Surrounding the small hill, a lake has been excavated. With a row of willow trees planted on the outer edge, their branches cascading into the water, creating a serene ambience. Furthermore, the family has a pleasant retreat from the summer heat, ensuring they remain untroubled during the warmer months. Not to mention, the lake provides irrigation for the fertile fields, proving to be an excellent resource. Near the small hill, a concealed entrance is obscured by rocks, leading directly to the underground spiritual veins, facilitating the comings and goings of Qinglin. Frequently traversing between the lake and the subterranean realm, he remains undetected. Zhao Zhiyan has yet to introduce Qinglin to his family, concerned that they might be frightened, thus opting to avoid unnecessary complications. With the war concluded, Bu County gradually resumes its normalcy. The fleeing commoners return, restoring the lively atmosphere. The Great Xia dynasty has sent substantial silver as a token of gratitude towards Zhao Zhiyan, who accepts it all and entrusts it to Zhao Guangji for management. As for the Great Xia's motives, Zhao Zhiyan has a general understanding. The month-long conflict, to be precise, did not yield a decisive victor. Both royal families wished to avoid provoking a celestial master and ultimately chose to retreat. It is likely there will be no immediate hostilities, or perhaps they will shift to another location. In any case, Bu County has been preserved. Regarding visits from other commoners, Zhao Zhiyan has delegated the responsibility of hosting to Zhao Guangji. Additionally, rumors have begun to circulate nearby that the ancestral figure of the Zhao family is a formidable warrior of the terrestrial, immortal realm. Zhao Zhiyan chuckles at this and resumes his cultivation. The war has solidified the Zhao family's standing in the vicinity of Bu County, instilling both fear and gratitude among the local gentry and ordinary citizens alike, leaving no one daring to offend the Zhao family. In daily life, Zhao Guangji quickly notices this transformation. Rather than becoming arrogant, he exercises greater restraint over the clan and servants. In a short time, the Zhao family has gained a commendable reputation. A month later, Sun Wenwen finds herself pregnant. Half a month thereafter, Wei Xian and Hu Di also conceive in succession. Another half-month passes, and the Zhong family twins are with child. Fortunately, these days are remarkably tranquil. The pregnancies of the women at home do not disrupt the peace. At the Zhao estate, Zhao Zhiyan bids farewell to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, a devotee of the great Xia royal family and a 6th-level qi refining loose cultivator, differs from Zhao Zhiyan, as he relishes the earthly riches and has chosen to reside within the realm of mortals. This time, Lu Xian has been sent by the great Xia royal family, both to investigate Zhao Zhiyan's background and to cultivate a friendship with him. Their discourse is relatively harmonious, albeit filled with trivial exchanges, given that they were previously strangers. However, Zhao Zhiyan is acutely aware that he has caught the attention of the great Xia royal family. For the moment, he disregards the matter of Lu Xian, as stability prevails for the time being. Zhao Zhiyan shifts his focus to Qinghe village. On the shore, a few weathered fishing boats were washed back by the waves. Zhao Guangzhong approached to inspect them and recognized them as the vessels his father had once sailed with a few companions. Now, with the boats returned yet the men absent, a profound sadness surged within him once more. Wang's family was so distraught that they fainted from grief, only to be revived with great difficulty. Zhao Zhiyan turned to Qinglin and inquired whether he had noticed any anomalies during his time in the ocean. Qinglin shook his head, continuing his solitary practice. Zhao Zhiyan sensed something amiss, but had no means to investigate further. As a new day dawned, Zhao Zhiyan resolved to take a day of respite. Wandering alone through the town of Buxian, with the shadows of war dissipated, even begging felt joyous. The town had long returned to its mundane existence, bustling with merchants bringing a plethora of peculiar goods. Numerous stalls lined the designated streets, intriguing Zhao Zhiyan, who approached to take a closer look. A variety of trinkets were openly displayed, drawing the attention of passers-by who inquired about their prices. Zhao Zhiyan glanced dismissively, deeming these worthless baubles unworthy of his time. As he strolled, he sensed something unusual. A familiar figure passed by in the blink of an eye. Zhao Zhiyan hastened to pursue, arriving at a tavern. Clad in white, with hair tied back and wearing cloud-patterned boots, the figure bore an exquisitely crafted sword at his waist, an authentic artifact forged from fine iron. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, yet a trace of blood had begun to seep through his white attire. The presence of multiple such wounds made Zhao Zhiyan's recognition all the more poignant. Entering the tavern, Zhao Zhiyan caught sight of the person's face and broke into a broad smile. It was Yi Mei, a dear friend from his days at Qingyang sect. During his time there, Zhao Zhiyan had few companions, and Yi Mei was among them. However, when he departed from the sect, Yi Mei had been away on a journey, leaving no chance for farewell. To unexpectedly encounter an old friend in a foreign land was a delightful surprise. Yi Mei, upon hearing his name called, was equally astonished. In such a sparsely populated area, how could someone recognize him? Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Zhao Zhiyan. Yi Mei, more than 20 years younger, was a true friend despite their age difference. "It's truly you," he exclaimed joyfully. "When you left the sect, and I was away, I thought we would never meet again. Clearly, our fate is not yet fulfilled. I heard you chose to establish a cultivation family. Where is it? I would love to pay a visit." Hold on. Let's skip the visit," Zhao Zhiyan quickly interjected. Yi Mei had even fewer friends than Zhao Zhiyan, primarily due to his unfortunate circumstances. One glance at his ill-fated name revealed much about his lack of fortune. Yi Mei possessed a unique constitution that prevented him from remaining in one place for too long. Otherwise, misfortune would surely follow. For instance, his former home had collapsed numerous times, and after joining Qingyang sect, he had inadvertently caused Zhao Zhiyan's cave dwelling to collapse 7 or 8 times. Later, the Qingyang sect discovered Yi Mei's unique constitution and decided not to allow him to remain within the sect for an extended period. Instead, they dispatched him as an undercover agent among rival factions, aiming to dismantle the enemy's operations without a single drop of bloodshed. To facilitate this, the Qingyang sect provided Yi Mei with substantial resources. Otherwise, as a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots, it would have been impossible for him to reach the 8th level of qi refinement. Naturally, the unfortunate consequences fell upon him, as he bore injuries daily as the price of his mission. As for his survival until now, it was primarily due to his constitution. His misfortunes did not affect him significantly. At most, he would sustain injuries, but his life remained unthreatened. Moreover, having previously encountered a powerful assassin, a Foundation establishment expert who misfired 80 consecutive fireballs, he later obliterated a second-tier magical artifact intended to sever Yi Mei's neck, which deterred any further assassination attempts. Consequently, Yi Mei became quite renowned in the realm of cultivation. This fellow wandered incessantly, returning to the Qingyang sect only on rare occasions. For this reason, Yi Mei's disguise techniques were exceptional, Zhao Zhiyan befriended him primarily because he realized that associating with Yi Mei meant no one dared to trouble him, serving as a rather effective talisman of protection, albeit one that occasionally brought misfortune his way, such as repeated collapses of his residence. Now that his family had finally established itself, Zhao Zhiyan could not allow Yi Mei to visit the Zhao family estate. He wished to live a few more years. As Zhao Zhiyan reminisced about this unfortunate fellow's life, the roof of the inn they occupied suddenly collapsed. Chapter 26. News from the market and the dragon transformation secret realm. The inn's collapse was undoubtedly a consequence of Yi Mei's ill fate. The two cultivators emerged unscathed, as they had grown accustomed to such calamities. However, the ordinary townsfolk faced dire misfortune. Zhao Zhiyan slapped his forehead, realizing he had indeed overlooked this matter. He hurriedly sent Yi Mei away and scattered a handful of silver coins to the bystanders to assist in rescuing those affected. He also provided a sum to the arriving constables to help soothe the distressed innocents. Subsequently, Zhao Zhiyan led Yi Mei away, steering clear of the Zhao family estate. As long as Yi Mei remained in motion, his ill luck would diminish to the lowest point, which was a small consolation. As they walked, the two engaged in conversation about recent events. Upon learning that Zhao Zhiyan had sought 10 beautiful concubines, Yi Mei immediately felt a pang of envy. You could also pursue such a path, he exclaimed. Among mortals, a cultivator was highly sought after. Zhao Zhiyan suggested that many sought to marry cultivators, primarily due to the high probability of their offspring possessing spiritual roots. As for me, I shall pass, Yi Mei replied, lowering his gaze and recalling many unpleasant experiences. Sensing the mood, Zhao Zhiyan deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Where have you been during this time?" His curiosity was piqued, for due to Yi Mei's unique nature, the Qingyang sect held him in high regard. Besides sending him on undercover missions, they also enlisted him for various secret realms. At this point, Yi Mei's interest was piqued. The sect discovered a group of nefarious cultivators and sent me undercover to locate their sect's address. After much difficulty, I found that their sect had collapsed, having been brought to ruin by my misfortune, resulting in the demise of several of their members. Recently, I returned to the Qingyang sect to procure some supplies, and now I have been directed to a certain secret realm. Yi Mei tapped the storage bag at his side, a rare item that Zhao Zhiyan could never afford. As they walked, Zhao Zhiyan suddenly ducked, narrowly avoiding a stone that came from an unknown direction, grazing his face. The misfortune of those wicked cultivators was indeed profound. Having crossed paths with him, "Are you heading to the secret realm through Bu County?" Zhao Zhiyan inquired. "Indeed. Would you care to join?" Yi Mei replied. "Given your age, you don't have many years left. Why not take one last gamble and secure some resources for the next generation?" Yi Mei urged. "Huh. You're the one with a short lifespan," Zhao Zhiyan retorted, infuriated by Yi Mei's audacity. Yi Mei laughed heartily, his mirth infectious. However, Zhao Zhiyan found himself somewhat tempted by Yi Mei's proposal. "What can you tell me about the secret realm?" "It is the transformation dragon secret realm," Yi Mei said. Zhao Zhiyan's expression turned serious. "In the realm of cultivation, some secret realms are fixed, and the transformation dragon secret realm is one of them. Legend has it that a powerful dragon clan once perished there, their blood saturating the realm and transforming it into a sanctuary for demonic beasts. Those beasts that enter are infused with dragon blood, enhancing their power. Yet, for nearly a century, the transformation dragon secret realm has inexplicably become tainted, causing the demonic beasts within to lose their sanity, leading to the downfall of many cultivators. The transformation dragon secret realm has benefited numerous cultivators with spirit beasts. Is the Qingyang sect planning to destroy the transformation dragon secret realm?" Zhao Zhiyan suddenly posed. "Quite likely. The pollution is worsening, and many demonic beasts and cultivators dare not enter. Rather than let it remain a source of calamity, it is better to obliterate it." Yi Mei nodded in agreement. "Then why do you still invite me?" Zhao Zhiyan instinctively dodged another flying excrement. Even the most wretched places can hold benefits. One must take a chance, after all. As cultivators, we cannot expect every endeavor to be purely profitable. "How long will it take for the round trip?" Zhao Zhiyan countered. "It will take several months." "Will you join me?" Yi Mei pressed. Zhao Zhiyan was torn. He desired to go, but hesitated. If he went, he might acquire some resources. Yet the risk of peril loomed large. His golden opportunity could not afford to be squandered. This was a source of great concern for Zhao Zhiyan, who had been cautious about taking reckless actions. After a moment of internal struggle, he ultimately declined. "My life is precious. I cannot afford to jeopardize my hard-earned advantage. By the way, is there a cultivation market nearby? I wish to procure some supplies." Zhao Zhiyan inquired once more. Yi Mei, having roamed extensively across the Qingyang sect's territory, was well versed in the local offerings. In the southeast, 1,000 miles away, lies a marketplace established by a family of cultivators. I have visited it once. "And you might consider exploring it," Yi Mei suggested, pointing into the distance. Since you do not intend to venture into the dragon transformation secret realm together, I shall take my leave, but I will return to see you when I have the time. However, I must caution you to be wary of other cultivation families. While the patrons of the mortal royal families may be befriended, one must exercise utmost caution with the members of other cultivation clans, Yi Mei advised earnestly. Zhao Zhiyan understood the gravity of her words. As a member of a cultivation family himself, he was acutely aware of the potential motives of others. Even regarding the southeastern marketplace, if Zhao Zhiyan wished to visit, he would need to tread carefully. After conversing with Yi Mei for a considerable time, he prepared some provisions for her, and they parted ways. Upon looking back, he noticed that numerous incidents had occurred in various locations. After bidding farewell to Yi Mei, Zhao Zhiyan contemplated whether to visit the marketplace. However, his supply of spirit stones was dwindling, indicating that he needed to continue earning more. Relying solely on testing spiritual roots was highly unstable. Thus, he decided to cultivate spiritual herbs near the spiritual vein. The seeds for these herbs were naturally brought back from Qingyang sect. While nurturing the spiritual herbs, Zhao Zhiyan also occasionally accelerated the growth of the grains and fruit trees in his fertile fields. As the days passed, Lu Xian visited again, or rather, he began to frequent Zhao Zhiyan's abode. Lu Xian's intentions were palpably clear. He came as a representative of the great Xia royal family to establish connections. Given the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Zhao Zhiyan could only receive him with earnest hospitality while observing his attitude towards the royal family. To be candid, Zhao Zhiyan did not mind engaging with the great Xia royal family, provided that they posed no threat to his own clan. After several exchanges, they became familiar with one another, often sharing insights on cultivation and matters concerning the cultivation world. Each time the topic arose, Zhao Zhiyan would lament the scarcity of spirit stones. He also learned that becoming a patron of the great Xia royal family would yield a yearly remuneration of spirit stones. However, Zhao Zhiyan consistently declined Lu Xian's invitations. Aside from becoming a patron, does Lu Xian have any other means of earning spirit stones? Perhaps there are children of distinguished families in need of testing their spiritual roots. I could lend my assistance, Zhao Zhiyan remarked with a touch of sarcasm. He was in dire need of spirit stones. Without them, many cultivation resources remained inaccessible, and progress was sluggish, relying solely on a modest spiritual vein. Moreover, he could not extract spirit stones from the small vein without jeopardizing the foundation of the Zhao family. Chapter 27. The Strategist of Maoshan for Independent Cultivators. Earning spirit stones is exceedingly challenging, particularly in the realm of mortals. Consequently, Lu Xian had little recourse. Zhao Zhiyan continued to rely on testing spiritual roots for a meager income, diligently saving every bit. After Lu Xian departed, summoned back by the great Xia royal family, Zhao Zhiyan returned to his previous state of life. The solitary piece of good news is that Qinglin has firmly established his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, truly reaching the mid-stage of this realm. Presently, the Zhao family is protected by a practitioner at the mid-stage of qi refinement and another at the late stage, which provides enhanced security. Day by day, 3 months have elapsed. In the county office of Bu County, Zhao Guangzhong, donned in the attire of the chief constable and armed with a curved saber, presented an imposing figure. After deliberation among the 3 brothers, it was deemed essential for the family to develop a long-term presence in this locale, necessitating the employment of their own talents within the county office. Zhao Guangji, as the family head, was not in a position to engage directly, while Zhao Guangwa's demeanor was too blunt for the intricacies of officialdom. Thus, Zhao Guangzhong stepped forward without hesitation. Through extensive family dealings, a substantial amount of silver was expended to secure the position of deputy chief constable, a role that entailed minimal actual responsibilities while maintaining a title. One should not underestimate the significance of the deputy chief constable, for it is akin to the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in the county. In Bu County, this position wields considerable influence. As the saying goes, it is easy to meet the king of hell, yet troublesome to deal with the minor spirits. Zhao Guangzhong aspired to be that minor spirit, assisting the family in resolving various minor inconveniences. Simultaneously, this endeavor would enlighten the Zhao family members about alternative paths to officialdom beyond the imperial examinations. Where there is one, there will be another, Zhao Guangzhong mused. Prior to assuming the role of deputy chief constable, his 4th brother had imparted to him that he was to be the vanguard, paving a broad avenue for the family. Although it had only been a few days since he took office, Zhao Guangzhong, who was not required to report daily, chose to attend work punctually each day. Naturally, he was a man who rose early only for profit. Through these days of interaction, he had become well acquainted with the constables of Bu County. Moreover, he had also familiarized himself with the shopkeepers and street vendors. By opening up avenues with silver, the next step was to test human character and assemble a solid foundation. Zhao Guangzhong strategized. Other than officials dispatched by the great Xia, the entirety of Bu County was dominated by 7 powerful families. Were it not for the deterrent presence of Zhao Zhiyan, the Zhao family would have faced dire consequences at the onset of their deputy chief constable appointment. Now, with a backing, Zhao Guangzhong must exert himself tirelessly for the family's future development. Of course, such an idea was not easily conceived by the three brothers. Rather, it stemmed from a scholar they had sheltered during the war months prior. The scholar, named Mao Shan, possessed a striking appearance, stood 8 feet tall, and was well versed in classical texts, military law, and strategies. His ancestors had once produced a great general, but the family had since fallen into decline. In his earlier years, he focused solely on the imperial examinations but failed repeatedly, leading to the depletion of his family fortune and forcing him into a life of beggary, writing letters for others. However, during the conflict between the Great Xia and the Great Shang, he was sheltered by the Zhao family. During his period of protection, he provided numerous strategies for the Zhao family, catching the eye of Zhao Guangji, who invited him to serve as an advisor. The Zhao family had thoroughly investigated Mao Shan's background and found no issues. Coupled with his unwavering gratitude towards the Zhao family and his genuine capabilities, he was accorded significant responsibility. Beyond facilitating Zhao Guangzhong's entry into officialdom, it was also Mao Shan's intention to cultivate an esteemed reputation for the Zhao family. For a family seeking stability, reputation is indeed indispensable. There are numerous similar ideas that have facilitated the rapid growth of the Zhao family within a few months. The three Zhao brothers hold Mao Shan in great esteem, and this has not gone unnoticed by Zhao Zhiyan. If he can indeed aid in the Zhao family's rise and ensure their safety, even guiding them into the realm of officialdom, why not? However, if there are hidden malevolent intentions, Zhao Zhiyan gazes from the hilltop, contemplating that a mere mortal cannot stir great waves. At this moment, Zhao Guangji and Mao Shan are engaged in conversation within the garden of the estate. The weight of familial responsibilities has caused Zhao Guangji's hair to turn prematurely gray. Though he is in the prime of his youth, he appears to be in his 40s or 50s. Remarkably, all of this has transpired within just a few months. Without the daily martial arts training that has improved his physique, he might have aged even more rapidly. Master, you must take a moment to rest, Mao Shan urged. Since becoming acquainted with Zhao Guangji, he has recognized that despite his rough exterior, Zhao is wholly devoted to his family, demonstrating remarkable progress in his studies. He diligently immerses himself in various historical texts and scriptures, eager to learn from any available sources. His only shortcoming lies in the slow advancement of his martial skills. Prolonged fatigue has led to his current state. I have instructed the doctor to prepare some restorative herbal soup for you to drink shortly. It is a pity that we cannot encounter an immortal master. Otherwise, a single elixir might significantly enhance your condition. Mao Shan expressed his lamentation, entirely unaware that Zhao Zhiyan is indeed an immortal master. He merely perceives Zhao as a venerable ancestor who is seldom seen. Zhao Guangji, too, feels a pang of sentimentality. If such an elixir truly exists, his own great-uncle, as an immortal, would not idly allow him to deteriorate to this extent. Surely, such an elixir must be exceedingly precious, beyond his great-uncle's reach. It matters not, my health is not in jeopardy. I will ensure that my elder brother and several stewards assist more in the family's affairs to lighten my burden, Zhao Guangji affirmed, to alleviate the pressure. He has also acquired a few capable servants to manage matters. As for external affairs, I shall delegate as much as possible to my second brother. Only then did Mao Shan feel completely reassured. By the way, Master, you previously mentioned the need for the Zhao family to establish a pillar industry, rather than relying solely on the profits from other families. I have been conducting investigations during this time and have reached a conclusion. Oh, what industry? Zhao Guangji inquired. His interest piqued. This has been a source of concern for him. If the family continues to depend on others, disaster is inevitable. Thus, seeking a reliable industry has been a long-held ambition of Zhao Guangji. Winemaking, Mao Shan replied. Wine is universally cherished, and this venture does not conflict with the other families in Buxian, sparing us from fundamental disputes. Without conflicts of interest, the challenges we face will be significantly reduced. Although other families may also dabble in winemaking, their operations are mere small workshops, inconsequential in the grand scheme. I have observed that the grains and fruits produced by our Zhao family are of exceptional quality. While these goods are somewhat challenging to store and may conflict with the Zhong family in external markets, we might as well process them. Zhao Guangji offered a faint smile. How could the quality of the family's grains and fruits be anything less than exceptional? They were all ripened through the adept methods of Zhao Zhiyan, including the saplings planted in early spring, which had already borne fruit and even yielded a bountiful harvest. The output was remarkably high, and the quality was truly exquisite. Typically, when cooking rice, Zhao Guangji could indulge in 3 additional bowls. While Mao Shan was unaware of the underlying reasons, Zhao Guangji chose not to elaborate. Zhao Guangji inquired, "Are you skilled in brewing beverages?" "I am not," came the response, "but I have already secured a servant adept in brewing, who has generously provided a recipe. Establishing a brewery is quite straightforward. Chapter 28. Beverages. Zhao Guangbo was currently organizing the servants to construct the brewing workshop. The family had decided to adopt brewing as a business venture, even acquiring a significant number of servants knowledgeable in the craft. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, they had, under Mao Shan's guidance, already conducted a small batch of brewing, and the quality of the beverages was commendable. This success solidified the Zhao family's resolve. Moreover, a potential market for their beverages had emerged, namely the great merchants. If the Great Xia was founded upon agriculture, the great merchants thrived as a nomadic people. With vast herds being raised, the great merchants found themselves lacking in salt, iron, grains, and alcoholic beverages. While salt and iron were considered contraband, the Zhao family found it inconvenient to confront the Great Xia openly. Grains could be sold during peaceful years, but they had established suppliers. However, alcoholic beverages were an exception. Due to the high grain yield, Great Xia imposed restrictions on private brewing, primarily out of concern for food wastage. Yet, the Zhao family was not bound by these limitations. As long as they did not purchase grains externally for brewing, Great Xia would be indifferent. With 100,000 acres of fertile land, excluding the areas of lakes and hills, the remaining land was sufficient for cultivating grains and fruit trees, allowing for the production of abundant beverages. At the very least, it ensured that the Zhao family thrived effortlessly. Zhao Guangbo was unconcerned with these matters. The family had made the arrangements, and he simply followed suit. Rows of brewing workshops were erected, along with cellars for storing the beverages. The Zhao family had currently acquired 3 types of recipes. The first was the commonly known baijiu, made from sorghum, wheat, and other grains, which could be adjusted for potency, being the most popular. The second type was beer, crafted from barley. The final variety was fruit wine, made from various fruits. Due to differences in raw materials and techniques, the beverages produced by the Zhao family had a distinct flavor, setting them apart from those available elsewhere. The names of these beverages were chosen by Zhao Zhiyan, who had come specifically to name them upon learning of the family's brewing endeavors, utilizing brands from his previous life. For instance, the baijiu was named Erguo Tu, while the beers were dubbed Liaoxuo and Happy, reflecting a certain whimsicality. The fruit wines were named after the fruits used in their production. Upon naming the beverages, Zhao Zhiyan was astonished to discover the existence of beer in this world. Later, he tasked a servant with further investigation, only to find an astonishing array of alcoholic beverages in the realm of mortals. The yield of grain is not substantial, particularly for the impoverished. The affluent, throughout all eras, have never lacked for sustenance. Indeed, they have developed an array of alcoholic beverages to indulge their preferences. Regrettably, most of these libations remain beyond the reach of the masses. Nevertheless, baijiu continues to be the favored choice of the common folk, as its high potency offers a swift escape from sorrow and worry. Second uncle, we plan to sell the baijiu to large merchants. The men there have a penchant for drinking, ensuring a promising market. The beer is intended for sale around Bu County, where numerous merchants pass through. Excessive drinking is impractical, yet beer suffices to quench thirst. As for the fruit wine, we aim to market it to wealthy merchants and officials, establishing it as a premium brand. All the beverages produced by the Zhao family will bear our distinctive mark, Zhao Guangbo proclaimed with great enthusiasm. Zhao Zhiyan was somewhat taken aback. This was not the usual discourse of his eldest grandson. Did Mao Shan suggest this to you? Zhao Zhiyan quickly realized that the other party possessed an understanding of brand influence, a reminder that one should never underestimate anyone. In fact, Zhao Zhiyan had once speculated that Mao Shan might also be a time traveler, given their similar thought processes. However, after probing, he discovered that the other often struggled to keep up, leading him to abandon that line of thought. Mao Shan's ideas hold merit. You should pursue his suggestions, Zhao Zhiyan conceded, which alleviated Zhao Guangbo's concerns. The grains and fruits cultivated by the Zhao family are of exceptional quality, and the wines produced are guaranteed to be delightful, ensuring robust sales, a certainty that Zhao Zhiyan was well aware of. Inform fourth brother to seek opportunities to acquire more land, Zhao Zhiyan added. 100,000 acres is a vast expanse, but once the sales of the beverages take off, it will surely prove insufficient. Moreover, I cannot continuously oversee the cultivation of these ordinary grains. Time is not a luxury I possess. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to prepare in advance by purchasing land for the cultivation of more grain. In due time, I can merely oversee the harvest of each crop, saving time. All right, I will discuss this with him during our evening training session, Zhao Guangbo replied. Speaking of martial arts, Zhao Zhiyan scrutinized his eldest grandson. The group had been engaged in martial pursuits for several months, initially under Zhao Zhiyan's tutelage, later transitioning to son Wenwen's instruction. Subsequently, with son Wenwen expecting, the Zhao family had hired a martial artist for guidance. Over this period, the 3 brothers, along with the Wang clan, had diligently practiced. However, Due to age and innate talent, their progress had been modest. Zhao Zhiyan, having not monitored their development for some time, was prompted to inquire as Zhao Guanghua casually brought it up. How fares your martial training? When will you ascend to the realm of martial artists? Zhao Zhiyan could discern that Zhao Guanghua's physique had indeed improved significantly, yet he was still a step away from achieving the martial artist level. Mastery of martial arts does not automatically confer the status of a martial artist. There remains a certain threshold to cross. With the martial arts that Zhao Zhiyan brought back being quite commendable, the pace of Zhao Guanghua's progress left Zhao Zhiyan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. At this juncture, Zhao Guanghua, feeling bashful, scratched his head. Although he was somewhat dull-witted, he had been diligently applying himself. Yet, he found himself unable to surmount a certain bottleneck. I estimate it will take me a few more months to enter the realm of martial artists. However, the fourth brother's progress is even slower than mine. Zhao Zhiyan retorted. You compare yourself to the fourth? The entire family's advancement rests upon his shoulders. It is only natural for him to have grade at such a young age. Zhao Zhiyan admonished. What of the second brother? How fares he? He has already become a martial artist, engaging daily with a cadre of officials and constables. Always honing his skills, Zhao Guanghua replied earnestly. With this, Zhao Zhiyan exhaled a sigh of relief. At least one among the trio was doing well. The family's guardianship would henceforth be entrusted to the second brother. After your wife gives birth, let the second brother pass the responsibilities to one. Zhao Zhiyan declared before departing. Zhao Zhiyan did not return to the spiritual vein, but instead entered the county of Bu, arriving at the government office. At that moment, Zhao Guangzhong was seated within, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation with the head constable. Having entered the realm of martial artists, Zhao Guangzhong had become a minor expert in Bu County, basking in the glory of his newfound status. The constables beneath him often yielded during sparring sessions, further inflating his ego. Even other officials, when sparring with Zhao Guangzhong, would deliberately hold back, leading him to believe in his considerable talent, which rendered him somewhat arrogant. Witnessing all this, Zhao Zhiyan was struck by an idea. As darkness fell, he stealthily made his way to the Wang family, seeking out the head constable, Wang. Chapter 29. The beating in the early morning, Zhao Guangzhong, battered and bruised, staggered into the government office. A few constables, taken aback by his appearance, expressed their astonishment. To be so thoroughly beaten yet alive indicated that Zhao Guangzhong had certainly crossed someone. His exterior was disheveled, every part of his body aching. And without a month's time, he would not recover. Where's the head constable? Take me to him. Zhao Guangzhong, supported by others, spoke weakly. I just stepped out today and was ambushed, thrown into a sack and beaten mercilessly. It was as if the heavens turned a blind eye, and the earth failed to respond. He was utterly unable to resist, left at the mercy of his assailants. After enduring the beating, his attackers had long since vanished. Most importantly, passers-by reported no unusual occurrences. Holding his breath, he staggered to the government office, hoping the constables could assist in locating the culprits. As for being the subject of ridicule, that no longer concerned him. Upon finally meeting with head constable Wang, Zhao Guangzhong recounted the entire ordeal. Embellishing the tale for dramatic effect, Wang's expression darkened with growing anger as he commanded, all constables, out. We shall hunt down those responsible. Who dares to bully our office? This is not merely a provocation against us. It is a challenge to the great Xia and the imperial authority. At a single command, all the constables mobilized, and Zhao Guangzhong was promptly sent to receive medical attention by Captain Wang. Once everyone had departed, Zhao Zhiyan emerged from the shadows. Master, what is your intention? Captain Wang inquired, puzzled. The very person who had assaulted Zhao Guangzhong was none other than he, acting under Zhao Zhiyan's directives. The master's request is not to be disregarded. Let my second son suffer a little. His arrogance, if left unchecked, will hinder his growth, Zhao Zhiyan remarked casually. Teaching through adversity is far more effective than mere words. After this beating, let us see if he dares to act so disdainfully again. Rest assured, should anything come to light, I will protect you. I have already spoken to the county magistrate. He will provide his support. Captain Wang's demeanor brightened instantly, with Zhao Zhiyan's assurance. Even if Zhao Guangzhong uncovered the truth, he would have no choice but to accept it. Following Zhao Zhiyan's departure, Captain Wang felt elated at the thought of being able to unleash his frustrations without restraint. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangzhong was taken to the Wang family's medical establishment, bandaged like a rice dumpling, his body swathed in layers of gauze, and he was required to consume copious amounts of herbal medicine daily. It hurts, truly it hurts. Let me find you, and I shall make you suffer 100-fold. Zhao Guangzhong lamented. The family servant had already arrived at the clinic to carry him back home. My martial skills are still lacking. It appears I must exert greater effort. Those rascals must have gone easy on me during our previous sparring, Zhao Guangzhong grumbled again, referring to the constables. Upon his return to the Zhao residence, his mother, Madame Wang, awaited him at the door. already aware of the news and feeling a deep pang of heartache. Accompanied by Sun 11, Wei Xian, and Hu Di, they gazed in shock at Zhao Guangzhong, so thoroughly wrapped up. How dare they lay a hand on our Zhao family in Bu County? Sun 11 exclaimed furiously, her temperament as a warrior being quite forthright. Oh dear, are you all right? Madame Wang disregarded everyone else, her attention solely on her injured son. Such injuries are only reminiscent of the time we ambushed the front courtyard. Hurry, go beseech your second grandfather for a miraculous elixir, Madame Wang urged anxiously, knowing that a single pill could be life-saving. Wei Xian and Hu Di set off towards the small hill, while Madame Wang led Zhao Guangzhong back inside. On the way, they encountered Zhao Zhiyan, who advised them to return. There are no more elixirs. Let him endure. It is not life-threatening. Zhao Zhiyan waved his hand dismissively. Wei Xian hesitated, for after all, it was her husband who had been beaten. Summoning her courage, she asked, Second grandfather, Guangzhong has been attacked. This is a disgrace to our Zhao family. Stop, stop, Zhao Zhiyan interjected promptly, fully aware of Wei Xian's intentions. The Zhao family, though small, was already considered a prominent clan in Bu County, and to have a family member publicly assaulted necessitated a response. Otherwise, the family's dignity would suffer. Zhao Zhiyan understood this principle well, which is why he had arranged everything prior to instructing Captain Wang to discipline Zhao Guangzhong, regardless of the ordinary constables, the county magistrate, or the Wang family clinic. All participated wholeheartedly. Even if Zhao Guangzhong later learned the reasons behind it, it would matter little. The lesson imparted to him had already achieved its purpose. I have arranged everything regarding this matter. You need only to take care of the second son. Zhao Zhiyan departed, leaving Wei Xian somewhat disheartened, though fortunately, Hu Di was there to offer solace. Upon their return to the residence, Madame Wang also wore a look of disappointment. Without the elixir, her son's pain could only be endured. Amid Zhao Guangzhong's groans, Zhao Guangbua and Zhao Guangji hastened to arrive, both wearing expressions of concern, although a fleeting hint of mockery crossed Zhao Guangji's face. Serves you right for being overly arrogant. You've been taught a lesson by your second grandfather. He thought to himself. Knowing that Zhao Guangzhong was unharmed, everyone dispersed, leaving only Madame Wang, Wei Xian, and a few maidservants to attend to him. How could such a thing happen? Hu Di lamented, her tone tinged with melancholy as they walked back. She simply could not fathom how the second grandfather could stand by and watch his grandson be beaten. As a celestial master, does he not possess any sense of dignity? Although our Zhao family has only been established for a few months, with the standing of the second grandfather as a celestial master, who would dare provoke us in the vicinity? Zhao Guangji retorted, embracing Hu Di. I previously thought there was no one, but now. Hu Di pressed. Then tell me, who? Zhao Guangzhong had already reached the realm of a martial artist. Though he was often boastful, he possessed discernment, typically avoiding trouble with strangers and only mingling with familiar faces within the government office. Even the merchants and martial artists who passed by had seen the Zhao family striving to build a reputation, and the results had been promising. There was no reason for anyone to randomly assault the second brother. Why does your reasoning only serve to confuse me further? Hu Di queried, perplexed. Is it possible that the one pulling the strings is the second grandfather? Zhao Guangji's words struck true. This revelation startled Hu Di, leaving her incredulous. Why would that be? Of course, it is a reminder. A reminder that we must not grow complacent, that our family is still weak. A reminder that we lack the ability to protect ourselves. It merely seems that the second brother's performance was too poor, serving as a cautionary tale. If we consider your perspective, then the second grandfather's attitude becomes understandable. Hu Di nodded. Yet, his methods were rather harsh. The second brother may not be able to practice martial arts for months. Not necessarily. The second grandfather merely wished to issue a warning, and the second brother will recover quickly, Zhao Guangji assessed. In the days to come, we must encourage everyone to focus their energy on martial training. Zhao Guangji added. Chapter 30. The next generation and the Qian family in the following days. Whether it was Zhao Guangji and his brothers, or the Zhao family's guards and servants, all dedicated themselves to their training with renewed fervor. Zhao Zhiyan also exerted himself diligently, and after a month, his beautiful concubines, the Lu sisters, Zhao Wei and Zhao Yang, as well as the Sun family sisters, successively became pregnant. Thus, all 10 of his exquisite concubines were with child, with the earliest, Zhao Wang and Zhao Hu, nearing their time of delivery. Wang specifically invited the doctors from the Wang family medical hall to attend to them daily. The arrival of a child from Zhao Wang and Zhao Hu would truly signify the expansion of the Zhao family, an event of immense joy. Zhao Zhiyan felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, for after 2 lifetimes, he was finally about to have his own children. After a month of waiting, Zhao Wang and Zhao Hu successfully gave birth. Zhao Wang delivered a boy, the long-awaited first son of Zhao Zhiyan, though his wrinkled appearance left much to be desired. Yet, Zhao Zhiyan understood that such is the nature of newborns, and he remained optimistic. Zhao Hu, on the other hand, bore a girl, thus granting Zhao Zhiyan the delight of having both a son and a daughter. He named his son Zhao Zhiyan, hoping for a spirited and ambitious character, and his daughter Zhao Zijin, symbolizing elegance and wisdom. The arrival of these two new lives instantly filled the Zhao household with merriment. Zhao Zhiyan rewarded all the servants, sharing in the joyous atmosphere. Once everything was settled at home and the children had adjusted, he secretly drew a drop of blood from each and infused it into the spirit pearl. Previously, he had also collected blood from his brothers Zhao Guangji and the others. But alas, they lacked spiritual roots. This left Zhao Zhiyan somewhat disheartened. The blood of his own children, too, failed to elicit any change in the spirit pearl. There was no increase in his chances of resurrection, leading him to suspect either that his children lacked spiritual roots or that they were yet to mature. He naturally hoped for the latter, deciding to try again when they turned 6. Zhao Zhiyan arranged for wet nurses for his children and hosted a grand birth celebration, one even more boisterous than that for his brother's weddings. After all, this occasion featured a celestial master as the guest of honor, attracting many distinguished figures. Even the royal family of the Great Xia sent Lu Xian to present congratulatory gifts. Zhao Zhiyan welcomed Lu Xian and graciously accepted the gift box. "What a journey you've made, Brother Lu. Thank you for your efforts," Zhao Zhiyan expressed politely. The common folk outside were hardly worthy of his attention. It sufficed that his brothers were present. Lu Xian, unfazed by formalities, simply took a sip of tea. The birth of new children heralded the continuation of the Zhao lineage, a stark contrast to the previous situation, signifying that the Zhao family had taken root. Upon hearing the news, I hurried here without delay. The royal family of Great Xia asked me to select some gifts, and knowing your preference for practicality, I chose 100 low-grade spirit stones instead of trivial items. Lu Xian declared boldly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhiyan was overjoyed. Though somewhat mundane, it was undeniably substantial. 100 low-grade spirit stones. The generosity of Great Xia astonished him, and he felt an overwhelming gratitude toward Lu Xian. They drank together until midnight before parting ways. Back in his chamber, Zhao Zhiyan used his spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the wine before finally opening the gift box. Inside lay a dazzling array of spirit stones, radiant in their splendor. "How beautiful! Truly magnificent!" Zhao Zhiyan exclaimed with heartfelt appreciation. These spiritual stones possessed the potential to procure a substantial amount of cultivation resources. Previously, Yi Mei mentioned the existence of a nearby marketplace, presenting a perfect opportunity for a visit. Within a few days, the joyous atmosphere of the family had yet to dissipate. As the initial batch of brewed liquor was swiftly sold out, accompanied by a notably high repurchase rate, which further exhilarated the family. At last, they had established a reliable source of income, liberating themselves from external constraints. More significantly, the Zhao family could engage with various matters through the liquor business, gradually permeating into other industries. The liquor served as the foundation for the Zhao family, rather than the culmination of their endeavors. Beneath the small mountain, at the site of the spiritual vein, the azure-scaled creature coiled around Zhao Zhiyan's left arm, its cool scales providing an immense sense of comfort. The duo completed several cycles of cultivation, simultaneously opening their eyes. Gazing at the amassed spiritual stones nearby, Zhao Zhiyan smiled knowingly. With the spiritual stones in tow, Zhao Zhiyan embarked on his first journey away from the spiritual vein with the azure-scaled creature. This time, rather than returning to the estate, he directed his steps toward Lu Xian's residence in Bu County. Being a royal tribute, Lu Xian's abode was extravagantly adorned, with the imperial family of the Great Xia dynasty providing substantial funds to acquire numerous servants and maidens to attend to him. Upon witnessing such opulence, Zhao Zhiyan was astounded by the sheer luxury. Every movement of Lu Xian was attended by dedicated servants, exuding an air of indulgence. Choosing to serve the royal family was undoubtedly a pursuit of comfort. Otherwise, what would one seek in this spiritually barren region? Upon Zhao Zhiyan's arrival, Lu Xian naturally remarked, "The rigors of cultivation are not something all can endure. Brother Zhao's visit must surely be for a purpose. Please, do share." Several maidens meticulously attended to Lu Xian's attire, exhibiting great care and thoughtfulness, each possessing alluring features and beauty. Zhao Zhiyan made himself at home, seated in a chair, and accepted the tea offered by a servant, draining the cup in one go. It was then that Lu Xian noticed the azure scales adorning Zhao Zhiyan's arm. He hurriedly approached, bending close to Zhao Zhiyan's side, his eyes fixed on the scales. "What a remarkably spirited familiar. Brother Zhao, your fortune is indeed splendid. When did you forge this bond?" Lu Xian's eyes brimmed with envy. For a quality spiritual beast is a rare find, seldom encountered in the realm of mortals. Such creatures are primarily available in the realm of cultivation or must be captured personally. I have long since formed the contract, though the azure scales were previously in seclusion. Zhao Zhiyan casually remarked, for his visit was not one of ostentation. "Brother Zhao, I have heard of a marketplace established by a cultivation family located 1,000 miles to the southeast." Zhao Zhiyan articulated his purpose. Lu Xian, connecting the dots regarding Zhao Zhiyan's recent acquisition of 100 low-grade spiritual stones, immediately grasped his intent. Indeed, that cultivation family is the Qian family, which has established its roots in the territory of the Great Xia for many years and reigns as a local power. The Qian family possesses a spiritual vein at the borders of the Great Xia. The marketplace is situated at the tail end of that vein. However, it must be noted that their chosen locale far surpasses yours. The Qian family has evolved to the point where they no longer regard even the Great Xia. Lu Xian expressed some sarcasm, clearly having been there before. Zhao Zhiyan found himself at a loss for words. After all, wasn't it evident that all the places with spiritual veins had already been claimed? He continued his inquiry, asking about the market. How was it? Were there many cultivators? Was the supply sufficient? It was rather standard for a small market, predominantly consisting of wandering cultivators, along with resources provided by the Qian family. Essentially, all the usual supplies were available. "Are you interested in going?" Lu Xian pondered, expressing a need for resources, stating that he must procure some, otherwise his cultivation would remain stagnant. Zhao Zhiyan nodded in agreement and extended an invitation. "Would you care to join me for a visit?" Chapter 31. Qian Family Market. The Qian family differed significantly from the Zhao family. The Zhao family resided on the plains, within a territory that housed only a modest hill, whereas the Qian family was nestled within the Xiu mountain range. This range possessed spiritual veins and was rich in jade, leading to an abundance of spiritual energy that attracted wandering cultivators to its fringes. Were it not for the considerable distance from Qingyang's sect, the Qian family would not hold dominion over this area. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian noticed that many mortals lived in the vicinity. Occasionally, a few cultivators hurried past, evidently on their way to the market for trade. These villages were inhabited by the common folk of the Qian family. Having established themselves for several centuries, the Qian family boasted a population of hundreds of thousands, many of whom had entered the court of the Great Xia dynasty. As Lu Xian explained, entering the court of the Great Xia, Zhao Zhiyan inquired, intrigued, as he too harbored aspirations of sending more family members for examinations in the future. "Does the imperial family care?" "Care? How could they?" Lu Xian shook his head. The imperial examination system of the Great Xia was inherently meritocratic. The descendants of cultivators possessed innate advantages, both in intellect and physique, far surpassing those of ordinary mortals. Moreover, many cultivation families residing in the Great Xia shared this reality. Zhao Zhiyan felt reassured. With this understanding, the Zhao family could act with greater boldness. Observing the villages, life continued as it had for generations, with men tilling the land and women weaving, though some engaged in commerce as well. However, Zhao Zhiyan discerned that the cultivators of the Qian family seemed to regard these mortal inhabitants with little significance. Naturally, he understood that most cultivators did not consider mortals as kindred beings. In the world of cultivation, Zhao Zhiyan had even encountered the concept of Dan. In stark contrast to these individuals, Zhao Zhiyan carried the weight of 2 lifetimes' worth of aspirations, along with the spiritual pearl within him, fervently seeking longevity. Without mortals, how could there be cultivators? He mused internally. As they passed through these villages, the lowly houses revealed men, women, and children laboring in the earth for sustenance. The mortals of the Qian family appeared no different in essence from other common folk. Their lineage, having produced immortal masters, bore no relevance to their current existence. Of course, those who managed to ascend to official positions were exceptions, still under the jurisdiction of the Qian family. Simultaneously, these ordinary people remained unfazed by the presence of unfamiliar faces in their villages, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. The two soon ventured into the mountains, where the thin spiritual energy enveloped them, invigorating their beings like a long-awaited rain after a drought, providing immense comfort. Under the guidance of Lu Xian, they finally arrived at the marketplace. The marketplace, nestled within a canyon, boasted towering cliffs on either side, with a relatively spacious center. At the entrance, 2 members of the Qian family stood guard, and upon seeing Zhao Zhiyan and his companion, inquired whether they were there to buy or sell. "To buy," Lu Xian replied, presenting a low-grade spirit stone. "The entrance fee for purchasing is 1 low-grade spirit stone," Lu Xian explained. After Zhao Zhiyan similarly produced a low-grade spirit stone, the two entered. Upon entering the marketplace, Zhao Zhiyan felt as though he had stepped into another realm. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary canyon, but within, it was bustling with activity. At a glance, dozens of stalls lined the edges, with hundreds of cultivators engaged in commerce. As he turned back, Zhao Zhiyan discovered the presence of an illusionary barrier. "The Qian family's foundation is quite impressive," he muttered to himself. "Indeed, they have been established for several centuries. Those of lesser stature have long been consumed," Lu Xian teased. Zhao Zhiyan understood the unspoken implications regarding their own Zhao family, which, due to its location, lacked even a spiritual vein. If not for the fact that the small spiritual vein remained concealed, it would have turned into a protective talisman, Zhao Zhiyan resolved, deciding that some secrets must remain buried within his heart. There are advantages to being in a region devoid of spiritual energy. Notice how no one dares to covet our Zhao family's assets, Zhao Zhiyan boasted deliberately. His departure from the Qingyang sect to establish a cultivation family was a secret to mortals, but easily discernible among the cultivators of Qingyang sect. Thus, many matters could not be concealed. You certainly maintain a good attitude, Lu Xian remarked, exasperated. All right, since you suggested this outing, let us explore. We shall reconvene at the entrance after our purchases, he added. Zhao Zhiyan nodded. Though the marketplace was not large, the multitude of stalls made it impractical for them to traverse together. Splitting up was indeed the best approach. Zhao Zhiyan did not rush to the innermost part, but examined each stall starting from the first. A variety of common elixirs, talismans, spiritual materials, talisman paper, medicinal herbs, spiritual seeds, and numerous treasures whose names he could not recall were on display. Encountering these items again evoked in Zhao Zhiyan a sense of returning to the Qingyang sect. After nearly a year of mundane existence, he had almost forgotten what the world of cultivation was like. He inquired about prices one by one, comparing them to select the most cost-effective items. As Zhao Zhiyan engaged in price negotiations, several rogue cultivators approached, eager to purchase Qinglin. He resolutely declined their offers. Time passed slowly, and they perused all the stalls. Zhao Zhiyan gained a comprehensive understanding of the marketplace's offerings, including approximate prices. The elixirs he had brought back from the Qingyang sect for assistance in cultivation had all been consumed. He still had 8 healing elixirs left, which should suffice, and a dozen protective talismans that had remained untouched. The materials for arranging the formation include one essential item for establishing protective arrays. Since the family currently has no need for it, it shall remain in storage. As for the magical tools, there are silver needles, which can be utilized until the completion of the qi refinement stage. Unfortunately, the marketplace lacks any offerings related to techniques, spells, or the myriad arts of cultivation. Zhao Zhiyan pondered, with over 100 low-grade spirit stones still in his possession. Thus, he resolved to prioritize the purchase of elixirs that aid in cultivation, allowing both himself and Qinglin to advance swiftly. He also considered acquiring some spirit herb seeds to cultivate a medicinal garden beside a small spiritual vein. There was no need for talismans at this moment, as he had sufficient supplies. Zhao Zhiyan approached the stall with the most favorable price-to-quality ratio, drawn not merely by its affordability, but by the compatibility of the elixir's quality with their cost in his eyes. I would like 30 of the Peiyuan pills, Zhao Zhiyan stated directly. The Peiyuan pill is a commonly used elixir among late-stage qi refinement cultivators, serving as an excellent aid in their practice. Most importantly, this item is also consumable by spirit beasts. Given the relatively small size of the Qian family marketplace, there are no elixirs specifically designed for spirit beasts. Hence, Zhao Zhiyan opted for this one. The Peiyuan pills are priced at 2 low-grade spirit stones each, totaling 60 stones for 30 pills. Based on the efficiency of Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin, this supply would suffice for several months of cultivation. In addition to the Peiyuan pills, Zhao Zhiyan stumbled upon another valuable item, the Shisui pill. This elixir purges impurities from the body and enhances physical capabilities, making it an exceptional foundational supplement. However, Zhao Zhiyan had already consumed it before. This time, he purchased 20 Shisui pills for his family members. Priced at 1 low-grade spirit stone each, this was a worthwhile investment. Particularly for Zhao Guang, Ji, and the others, consuming the Shisui pill would significantly accelerate their martial arts training, making it quite probable for them to reach the martial master realm within a few years. Chapter 32. The Tribulation of Cultivation. Zhao Zhiyan had over 20 low-grade spirit stones remaining and proceeded to acquire some spirit rice seeds and spirit herb seeds. The spirit rice was intended solely for his own consumption, while the herbs would serve to lay a solid foundation for his children. Regardless of whether they would eventually develop spiritual roots, nurturing them with spirit herbs would undoubtedly yield endless benefits, allowing them to surpass ordinary individuals from a young age. With his last few spirit stones, he purchased half a portion of demon beast pork, intended as sustenance for Qinglin. This little creature had been bound by contract to Zhao Zhiyan for several months and had endured a lackluster diet. Having expended all his spirit stones, Zhao Zhiyan, carrying the pork, awaited at the entrance of the canyon, attracting curious glances from the scattered cultivators inside and out. Fortunately, having disguised himself beforehand, he felt a surge of delight knowing they could not recognize his true appearance. This was a customary practice for those embarking on long journeys. Typically, cultivators would not reveal their authentic visage. It serves as a method of self-protection. After over 70 years in the cultivation world, Zhao Zhiyan was well versed in the art of disguise. Even the disguise of Lu Xian was crafted by him. Not long after, Lu Xian returned, a satisfied expression on his face indicating a bountiful harvest. He placed half a slab of pork into Lu Xian's storage bag, and the two departed from the market. As they chatted, they made their way out of the Qian family territory. While walking, Zhao Zhiyan sensed something amiss. "Have you noticed it too?" Lu Xian murmured. Their pace unchanged from before. "It must be robbery," Zhao Zhiyan replied calmly. Such occurrences were far too common in the realm of cultivation. Various markets, cultivation cities, and the outskirts of secret realms were the most active areas for robbers. Zhao Zhiyan had even engaged in such activities in the past. The notions of ruthless violence and opportunism were deeply ingrained in the hearts of cultivators. The duo's quick detection of the robbers was due to their continuous vigilance. "There should be two of them," Zhao Zhiyan deduced. "I too have sensed only two presences, both at the 6th level of qi refinement, each sharing the spoils," Lu Xian suggested. This proposal was instantly approved by Zhao Zhiyan. If the assailants dared to rob them, they would certainly pay a price. Moreover, with their equal cultivation levels, Zhao Zhiyan was confident he would not be at a disadvantage in a confrontation. With over 70 years of cultivation and countless battles under his belt, Zhao Zhiyan was a master of ambush against the two robbers. The pair quickened their pace, infusing their talismans with spiritual energy and discarding them along the ground as they walked. The moment the talismans touched the earth, they seamlessly merged into the soil without detection. All of their talismans were employed in this manner, and within moments, a trap was set. Under Zhao Zhiyan's guidance, Lu Xian mimicked his actions, ensuring the two traps complemented each other. The duo hastened their steps, provoking the robbers into sensing something was off. Realizing they had been discovered, the robbers ceased their concealment, brandishing their flying swords and charging forward. Two talismans shot from the robbers' bodies, aimed at Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian. The two swiftly evaded as the robbers fell into the trap. Talismans from all directions were instantly activated. A blinding explosion enveloped the area, waves of heat washing over them, scorching their skin. Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian evaded the prior talismans and surged towards the center of the explosion. Silver needles whizzed through the air, swiftly piercing into the radiance. Lu Xian, wielding a battle blade, plunged into the light. The clash of weapons resonated, accompanied by bursts of sanguine splendor. Blood sprayed onto Zhao Zhiyan's hand, which he licked clean with ease. Under his command, the silver needles danced, relentlessly piercing the robber's acupoints. When Lu Xian emerged, his blade stained with blood, he wore a warm smile. "How did you manage that?" "Every needle struck a vital point. It's merely a matter of practice," Zhao Zhiyan replied. "You did well too. The robbers are in disarray." The two exchanged smiles. Meanwhile, they noticed a short distance away, a bewildered couple of mortals stood frozen. They had come to till the land, only to stumble upon such a scene. Before Zhao Zhiyan could utter a word, Lu Xian's battle blade had already soared through the air, severing the head of the witness. Although Zhao Zhiyan felt displeased, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "At this point, we have shared life and death," Lu Xian remarked with a smile. "Indeed, our bond has strengthened," Zhao Zhiyan concurred, hastily searching the bodies before their swift departure. They swiftly took all the belongings of the bandits, leaving no time for examination, and soon vanished from sight. The bodies of the bandits were consumed by flames, leaving not even ashes behind, which were scattered by the wind. After a frantic escape, they finally discovered a secluded corner where they began to inspect the spoils. It was evident that these two bandits had acted on a whim, carrying everything with them, ultimately benefiting the duo. Lu Xian laughed heartily, realizing that he could recoup his previous expenses from the market. They had a total of 37 low-grade spirit stones, 54 various pills, 2 first-tier flying swords, and 2 tokens. The tokens bore the large character for money, leaving the two in astonishment. "They are from the Qian family," Lu Xian said, somewhat taken aback by the revelation. However, it was inconsequential now. They had eliminated the threat and left no trace behind. Zhao Zhiyan cast a fireball spell to incinerate the tokens. They exchanged knowing smiles and began to divide the spoils, adhering to their prior agreement of sharing equally. Zhao Zhiyan received 19 low-grade spirit stones and 25 pills, a result of taking an additional spirit stone. The pills included 12 healing pills and 13 qi-gathering pills. Although the qi-gathering pills were of little use to Zhao Zhiyan, they would be beneficial for Qinglin. The dragon, still coiled around his arm, gazed intently at the qi-gathering pills, prompting Zhao Zhiyan to offer one to him. Additionally, Zhao Zhiyan held on to a first-tier flying sword, his very first magical weapon. Though its quality was merely average by continental standards, it thrilled him immensely. When he eventually found himself in need of spirit stones, he could opt to sell the sword, albeit not at the Qian family's market. Once the division of loot was complete, the two parted ways. Lu Xian intended to return to the Great Xia imperial capital to meet with the royal family, while Zhao Zhiyan planned to head back to his home in Buxian. As they bid farewell and ventured in different directions, Zhao Zhiyan lamented. It will take several days, covering a distance of 1,000 miles. Even for a cultivator moving at a leisurely pace, would require several days of walking. Fortunately, Zhao Zhiyan was not in a hurry. Whenever he reached a county town, he would rest and enjoy tea while observing the local culture and commerce. The Zhao family should not remain confined to Buxian. It was only a matter of time before they ventured out, as these towns could serve as potential targets for expansion. Zhao Zhiyan pondered. Each region had its prominent families, much like the 7 powerful clans in Buxian that could essentially dictate all affairs within the county. If the Zhao family sought to develop externally, these would pose considerable challenges. Chapter 33, Zhao Yushu. On his journey back, Zhao Zhiyan walked at a leisurely pace. During a meal, Zhao Zhiyan noticed the local constables of the county were posting notices. Upon glancing at one, he was taken aback. Had the Qian family discovered the incident so swiftly? Zhao Zhiyan was astonished. Not because his identity as one who had eliminated 2 members of the Qian family with Lu Xian had been revealed, but rather because the Qian family had unearthed the demise of their kin. Furthermore, they had leveraged their connections within the Great Xia to gather information throughout the dynasty. Those capable of slaying cultivators must themselves be cultivators. This was something the Qian family should have been aware of. While the proclamations of the mortal realm might seem futile, the Qian family had proceeded nonetheless, leaving Zhao Zhiyan perplexed. Soon, another piece of news from the Qian family emerged. The cultivator responsible for the harm inflicted upon their kin had been executed, garnering admiration from numerous mortals. No wonder they were a family of cultivators. Their methods were swift and ruthless. Who would dare provoke the Qian family? Sighs of agreement echoed around him. Zhao Zhiyan felt bewildered. He was still very much alive. Who had been executed? Surely it couldn't be Lu Xian. A sense of dread swept over Zhao Zhiyan. If Lu Xian were captured, how could he possibly remain silent about him? Despite their bond forged in life and death, Zhao Zhiyan had little faith that Lu Xian would keep his secret under duress. Moreover, Lu Xian was a vassal of the royal family of Great Xia. Even if captured by the Qian family, the royal family would intervene, making it improbable for him to be killed so soon. What if this were merely false news? Zhao Zhiyan pondered. This reminded him of a peculiar nation from his past life, the Great White Elephant Kingdom, renowned for proclaiming victories even after defeats, celebrating for 10 days. However, regardless of the veracity of the Qian family's actions, they had gained prestige among both mortals and cultivators within Great Xia. Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian could not refute this. Revealing their identities would invite relentless pursuit. I suspect they must be unable to find any leads on the assassin. Thus resorting to such tactics, Zhao Zhiyan contemplated, reflecting on the myriad of experiences that come with longevity. Just as Zhao Zhiyan arrived in Bu County, his appearance had already returned to normal. A burly man suddenly intercepted him, his expression grave. Zhao Zhiyan furrowed his brow. It was the first time someone dared to block his path in Bu County. A quick glance revealed that the man was, in fact, a cultivator of a comparable realm. What is your intention, friend? Zhao Zhiyan inquired. The man's demeanor was far from cordial, his grip tightening around the silver needle in his hand. Zhao Daoyu. I hail from the Qian family and wish to inquire about certain matters. I visited your Zhao residence previously but found you absent, hence I have been waiting here. The Qian family cultivator replied coldly. A shiver ran through Zhao Zhiyan. They had come looking for him. He had thought this matter concluded, yet it appeared there was more to unfold. However, reassured by the absence of any incriminating evidence against him, Zhao Zhiyan felt emboldened. If you wish to inquire, must you adopt such an attitude? I shall not entertain this, he declared, flicking his sleeve dismissively as he circumvented the man and continued on his way. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan felt a sense of relief as he parted ways with Lu Xian not long ago. He had arranged for a merchant caravan to return with half a slab of pork purchased from the Qian family market, concealing the confiscated flying sword within the meat. Otherwise, carrying the illicit item would draw too much attention. He wondered if the caravan had already reached Bu County. Zhao was concerned, given his leisurely pace. It should have arrived at the Zhao family residence by now. The Qian family cultivators, though somewhat incensed, refrained from expressing their anger directly and merely trailed behind Zhao Zhiyan, this time adopting a markedly more polite demeanor. Zhao, however, chose to remain indifferent. What could the Qian family do? Without evidence, even a confrontation would not favor them. The persistent Qian cultivators left Zhao in a state of exasperation. Ignoring them further only made him feel uneasy. They found a tea house and took a seat. Taoist Zhao, where have you been these past few days? One of them inquired. Must I report my whereabouts to your Qian family? Zhao Zhiyan retorted with a cold smile. You misunderstand. Taoist. The Qian cultivator quickly interjected. Recently, 2 of our family's cultivators were killed. I wonder if you have heard about it? Heard of it? The news has spread throughout the entire Great Xia. Zhao replied, his tone dripping with admiration. However, I must commend your Qian family, a venerable clan of centuries, for your remarkable efficiency in bringing the perpetrator to justice so swiftly. We at the Zhao family could certainly learn from you. Upon hearing this, the Qian cultivator's face flushed crimson. He could not possibly explain that they had yet to locate the murderer. That would be too embarrassing. Moreover, their visit was also to inquire if any nearby cultivators had clues, while subtly testing the waters. It is merely our family's solidarity. The Qian cultivator forced a smile. Yet, after some moments of awkward silence, he pressed Zhao Zhiyan about his recent whereabouts again. I was discussing cultivation insights with Lu Xian, a royal offering of the great Xia. If you have questions, you may verify with Lu Xian, Zhao Zhiyan replied, rising to leave. He was confident that he and Lu Xian shared a certain understanding. Their mutual departure from Bu County was not a secret. The Qian cultivators did not pursue him this time, and Zhao Zhiyan made his way back to the residence. Upon nearing his home, he noticed white silk ribbons hanging everywhere, and an ominous silence enveloped the place, sending a chill down his spine. Spotting a maid, he seized her and asked, "What has happened at home?" Fearing that the Qian family had acted recklessly in his absence, Zhao Zhiyan braced himself for retaliation. Fortunately, that was not the case. The maid, trembling at the sight of her ancestor, hurriedly explained, "It is the matriarch. She has given birth to a baby girl prematurely." Overwhelmed with joy and worry, she succumbed to a sudden illness. Zhao Zhiyan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by such circumstances. His niece-in-law had passed away so unexpectedly. One had hoped to extend the life of another and provide a better existence, yet it concluded in such a manner. Releasing the maid, Zhao Zhiyan hastened to the mourning hall. His brothers and their wives donned the traditional attire of mourning, a custom here. Moreover, with the birth of new life, the funeral was not overly extensive. Upon seeing Zhao Zhiyan's return, the others wept anew, rekindling their sorrow. Zhao Zhiyan consoled them while casting a glance at the newborn in his arms. It was a girl, named Zhao Yushu. Due to her premature birth, she was somewhat frail. However, thanks to Sun Wenwen's martial prowess, the child had developed quite well, and the early arrival did not significantly affect her. Have the Wang family's medical hall procure more prescriptions to replenish your vital essence. Both you and the child should partake, Zhao Zhiyan advised. As for the elixirs he possessed, they were to be distributed sparingly among the clan members. Meanwhile, the arrangements for the Wang family's funeral had been meticulously organized, with the rites concluding in just a few days. Chapter 34. The cleansing elixir in the depths of a small spiritual vein. Qinglin had dragged over half a slab of pork, alongside a first-tier flying sword. The pork was gradually consumed by Qinglin, while Zhao Zhiyan toyed with the flying sword in his hand. What a pity, he lamented, lacking the skills in swordplay or the art of flight. I can only wield it clumsily. Furthermore, it appeared that the Qian family had not relinquished their pursuit of the assailant and were pressing forward with vigor. Zhao Zhiyan remarked that this flying sword could not be displayed publicly for the time being and could only be handled discreetly. He then examined the other items he had procured. First were the seeds of spiritual rice and medicinal herbs. Zhao Zhiyan promptly established a small medicinal garden and rice field near the spiritual vein. The soil was sourced from the Zhao family's fertile land, and the water came from underground springs. Utilizing mirrors to refract light from the exit of Qinglin's cave ensured sufficient illumination. The underground medicinal garden and rice field were swiftly completed, with all the seeds planted. To guarantee successful germination, Zhao Zhiyan crushed a piece of low-grade spiritual stone and sprinkled it within, simultaneously initiating the growth process. Once these matters were settled, Zhao Zhiyan returned to the Zhao family residence to retrieve the cleansing elixirs. A total of 20 elixirs were at his disposal, and he altered his previous intentions. He decided against allowing any adult in the family to partake. Instead, he reserved them all for the newborns. Typically, a single cleansing elixir suffices for an individual to undergo transformation. However, due to the infant's small size, multiple doses would be necessary. Zhao Zhiyan crushed the elixirs and administered them in several doses to Zhao Ziyang, Zhao Ziqin, and Zhao Yushu. The already pure and flawless bodies of the infants became even more immaculate, and as 3 elixirs were consumed, the effects of the cleansing elixir were evident, making the 3 infants noticeably sturdier. Particularly, Zhao Yushu, as a premature baby, no longer exhibited any signs of weakness. The family rejoiced at the sight, and Zhao Zhiyan elucidated. This elixir is known as the cleansing elixir. It can refine the marrow and expel impurities from within the body, enhancing physical capabilities. It serves as an excellent foundation for the future. Regardless of whether the 3 children possess spiritual roots to cultivate or pursue martial arts, or even venture into the imperial examinations, they will undoubtedly excel beyond the ordinary. Originally, the intention was to bestow 1 elixir upon each of the 6 individuals. However, considering the prospect of future offspring, the supply of elixirs proved insufficient, thus necessitating a compromise for the adults. After all, it is the children who form the cornerstone of the family. Zhao Zhiyan's words were both enticing and merciless, uttered in hopes of gauging the reactions of those present. The outcome was, as expected, satisfactory to Zhao Zhiyan, for at the very least, the six understood that their current fortunes were attributable to him. Should he acquire more cleansing elixirs in the future, he vowed to distribute them accordingly. Zhao Zhiyan delineated a grand vision and entrusted the family's affairs to the six before returning to the spiritual vein to focus on his cultivation. Outside the Zhao residence, herds of cattle, horses, and sheep roamed, their presence not only producing an unpleasant odor but also creating a cacophony that disturbed the peace. Zhao Guangji and Mao Shan stepped outside, bewildered by the sight of countless livestock. A steward approached briskly, offering an explanation. "Master, this is the balance for the wine and spirits previously purchased from the merchants." Payment in livestock? Zhao Guangji was taken aback. He had indeed facilitated the sale, but the agreement had been for a monetary transaction. The Zhao family had even prepared a warehouse for silver storage. "It is as such, master. The merchants primarily engage in herding and are not only short on grain and salt, but also lack silver. Unable to provide currency, they delivered these herds and departed. The merchants are all martial artists, and we, mere servants, could not pursue them." The steward felt aggrieved, acknowledging the merchants' actions were indeed inappropriate. However, recognizing that the merchants would remain key trading partners for a considerable time, Zhao Guangji refrained from further complaints. They were not defaulting, merely altering the mode of settlement. Casting a glance towards the mountain, Zhao Guangji noted that Zhao Zhiyan had not intervened, implying this matter was to be resolved independently. "Can these cattle, horses, and sheep be sold?" he inquired. "Yes, the meat from cattle and sheep is one of the primary sources of sustenance in the Great Xia. So selling them is not a concern, though it may involve some complications," the steward replied. At that moment, Mao Shan interjected. "Master, if we merely sell the meat, it would be a waste, and the price would be too low. We could sell them separately." Zhao Guangji, intrigued, encouraged Mao Shan to elaborate. "Consider, master. We could categorize these cattle into draft oxen, transport oxen, beef cattle, breeding bulls, and dairy cows. Particularly, breeding bulls and draft oxen command prices several times higher than other types. The horses too can be divided into stallions, war horses, pack horses, and relay horses. Among these, war horses are in urgent demand within the Great Xia and fetch the highest prices. Given the limited number of war horses the merchants supply to the Great Xia each year, this presents a substantial opportunity. From my observations, about 10% of this batch could serve as war horses, potentially covering half of the outstanding balance. The remainder would be pure profit. The same rationale applies to the sheep. According to your assertion, we shall henceforth conduct our transactions with the merchants using cattle, sheep, and horses as currency," Zhao Guangji retorted. However, the Zhao family lacks individuals well-versed in equine matters. Zhao Zhiyan, on the other hand, did not mind the cumbersome process. After all, profit is profit, and a little inconvenience is of little concern. Yet, it is imperative that while livestock can be used for partial payment, it must not constitute the entirety of our transactions. Mao Shan shook his head, continuing to elucidate that an excess of livestock is beyond the Zhao family's capacity for consumption, and even the entirety of Buxian cannot accommodate such a surplus. We must clearly communicate this matter in our future dealings with the merchants, should they persist in this manner. We must devise strategies to mitigate the issue. "You shall be responsible for this task," Zhao Guangji concurred, then turned to the steward, instructing him to procure servants capable of discerning the quality of livestock and to sell them in accordance with Mao Shan's method. "Determine how many the family needs to retain, and consult my elder brother for his judgment." After the steward acknowledged the order, he departed. Outside the Zhao residence, herds of livestock were being driven away. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangbo was also troubled as he surveyed the multitude of livestock, realizing the enormity of the task at hand. The animals, being unresponsive to human commands, required significant effort to manage. The makeshift pens were barely adequate for their survival, prompting Zhao Guangbo to swiftly seek out the horse traders to purchase capable hands. Concurrently, other families in Buxian caught wind of the situation. They too had a need for such a substantial number of animals. The Liu family, in particular, with their caravan and escort agency, required a large quantity of quality pack horses and oxen for transportation. Other families needed them either for agricultural use or for meat. Upon returning from the horse traders, Zhao Guangbo begrudgingly acquiesced to their demands, recognizing that their interconnected interests made such concessions trivial. Chapter 35. Over 100,000 acres. The Zhao family had indeed underestimated the demand for cattle, sheep, and horses within the Great Xia. In an astonishingly brief period, an entire herd was sold out. This prompted the Zhao family to resolve to expand their enterprise from the liquor industry into the livestock sector. They decided to acquire extensive tracts of land stretching from the outskirts of Buxian to the coastal Qinghai County. In response, the magistrate of Buxian sought special permission from the Great Xia. Although the land was expansive, it lay on the periphery of Buxian, characterized by sparse settlements. Thus, Arable land was relatively scarce. Many of the more populous villages, akin to Qinghe village, relied primarily on fishing, with agriculture serving merely as a supplementary endeavor. Once purchased by the Zhao family, this land was earmarked for the raising of cattle and sheep. As for horses, particularly war horses, they require vast grasslands, which this area does not provide. The Zhao family planned to retain a sufficient number of breeding cattle and sheep, engaging in commerce with the merchants while simultaneously breeding their own stock. The offspring would serve for both agricultural work and meat. With plans laid out and the procurement of livestock attendants completed, they now awaited the approval from Great Xia. Such approval was unlikely to be denied. Mao Shan exuded confidence. The land along the borders was a mere waste if left untouched, and it would be far more prudent to exchange it for silver. Moreover, selling it entirely to the Zhao family would ensure their assistance in safeguarding the boundaries. Matters unfolded quite as Mao Shan had anticipated, with the approval documents arriving swiftly. The price for such vast expanses of land was remarkably low. From the fertile fields surrounding Bu County, extending to several coastal villages, including these small ports, the acquisition was extensive. Additionally, the fishermen who once inhabited these villages were reduced to servitude, becoming mere bonuses in the land transaction. This maneuver was not unfamiliar to the Zhao family, and thus elicited little surprise. Consequently, the Zhao family's holdings transformed from thousands of acres of fertile land to over 100,000, with the number of servants swelling to 10,000. This considerable estate stirred a sense of exhilaration in Zhao Guangji, the family patriarch. A year prior, Zhao Guangji had been a destitute fisherman unable to afford a bride. Yet now he stood as a bona fide landlord. Countless times he gazed towards the small mountain, fully aware of who had orchestrated this transformation. The family territory was now so vast that there was little need for further expansion for some time. Zhao Guangji convened the family. The primary concern for the Zhao family was still the lack of manpower. "We must restructure our roles," Zhao Guangji declared with gravity. "I will oversee the overall management. Hu Di will handle the financial accounts. My elder brother will be in charge of grain, pasture cultivation, and livestock rearing. My sister-in-law will manage the servants, particularly concerning family security and the brewing of wine. My second brother will maintain external relations with the Great Xia. My second sister-in-law will oversee business affairs. I will arrange for Mao Shan to assist me and my second sister-in-law. Additionally, I will assign each of you 2 servants to manage affairs and a cadre of junior aides. Everyone need only steer the direction and make significant decisions. Let the servants handle the minutiae. What of the concubines of our second grandfather?" Zhao Guangbua interjected. The 10 concubines hailed from prominent families and possessed intellect beyond the ordinary. However, Zhao Guangji shook his head. "Our second grandfather does not permit them to partake in family affairs. Have you not noticed that we do not refer to them as second grandmother?" Zhao Guangji had previously inquired about this matter, for the family was too small, and having another pair of hands would certainly be beneficial, especially 10. The second grandfather's stance was clear. Aside from their physical relations, there was little interaction, and their loyalty to the Zhao family was insufficient. At this point, Zhao Guangji glanced at Sun Wenwen and the others. "You 2 sisters-in-law, along with Hu Di, are different. Although we were all compelled by the family to marry, over this past year we have shared both joys and hardships, forging bonds of affection. Thus, you are involved in family matters." The group nodded in understanding. Time flew, and 3 months elapsed. Despite the Zhao family's busyness, everything progressed in an orderly fashion. The land was reallocated, with expansions in the cultivation of grains, pastures, vegetables, and fruits. A more extensive area has been designated for the grazing of cattle and sheep, with tents being erected one after another. The Zhao family found their number of servants insufficient and promptly began recruiting workers. Compared to the outright purchase of servants, hiring workers proved to be significantly less costly, albeit with diminished loyalty. However, the tasks at hand were merely arduous labor, rendering loyalty a trivial concern. Standing atop a small hill, Zhao Zhiyan witnessed this development, which, aside from cultivating his skills in matters of intimacy, was among his greatest pleasures. His descent from the mountain this time was prompted by the births of children to Wei Xian and Hu Di. Both women welcomed daughters, with Wei Xian naming her child Zhao Yuning, while Hu Di chose the name Zhao Yulin for hers. The family had once again expanded, marking a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. In accordance with his previous promise, Zhao Zhiyan produced 2 essence cleansing pills, administering them to the newborns in separate doses. This sight elicited smiles from all present. The first to partake in the essence cleansing pills were Zhao Ziyang and 2 other infants, and after several months of growth, it became evident to everyone that not only was their growth rate slightly faster than that of ordinary infants, but their physiques were also notably sturdier. Most importantly, they exhibited remarkable intelligence, engaging seamlessly with adults even at the tender age of crawling, which spoke volumes. With prior examples to validate the efficacy of the essence cleansing pills, The current situation brought immense joy. The anticipation of these infants growing to surpass their predecessors filled the air with laughter and merriment as everyone played with the babies. A grand banquet was organized to celebrate the full moon of the two newborns, simultaneously commemorating the full moon of Zhao Guanghua's daughter, Zhao Yushu. Zhao Zhiyan initially expected the guests to be the usual faces, yet he was somewhat mistaken this time. With the thriving business of cattle and horse trading, numerous merchants from both the Great Xia and Great Shang were eager to pay visits. However, what took Zhao Zhiyan by surprise was the arrival of congratulatory gifts from the Qin family. According to the family member responsible for delivering the gifts, this act was an apology from the Qin family to Zhao Zhiyan for their earlier inquiries, made with an inappropriate demeanor. It appeared they had sought confirmation from Lu Xian. That individual had shown some degree of understanding. Zhao Zhiyan chuckled, recognizing that if Lu Xian's account aligned with his own, the two would undoubtedly be in trouble. This development effectively dispelled any suspicions regarding the assassination of the Qian family as cultivators. Zhao Zhiyan hosted a feast for the cultivators from the Qian family responsible for the gifts, and once they departed, he eagerly unwrapped the gift box. How generous indeed! Zhao Zhiyan exclaimed in admiration. Within the box lay 30 essence cultivation pills and 10 travel talismans. The travel talismans were designed to significantly enhance speed and endurance, making them invaluable for long journeys. The timely arrival of the essence cultivation pills was fortuitous, perfectly aligning with his need for sustained, efficient training. Zhao Zhiyan had been pondering where to procure spirit stones and elixirs, only to find that they had been graciously provided to him. Chapter 36. Identity Bu County seemed to be even more bustling than before. As a vital outpost, it bore the dual responsibilities of defense and facilitating trade between the Great Xia and Great Shang. The number of travelers passing through Bu County had evidently multiplied several times in recent days. These additional mortals did not merely pass through Bu County like others. Instead, they chose to settle nearby. Within the entire town of Bu County and the surrounding villages, numerous homes have been rented by a multitude of mortals. These individuals have come in pursuit of employment opportunities offered by the Zhao family. Although the Zhao family has only recently established itself, they have consistently cultivated a benevolent reputation, particularly during the war between the great merchants and the Great Xia, where they sheltered many mortals, thereby enhancing their renown. Consequently, the Zhao family's recruitment efforts naturally attracted robust laborers from a 100-mile radius. Cultivating crops and raising livestock are tasks well suited to these agrarian men, who are familiar with the work and are drawn by the lucrative wages, making it unsurprising that so many have come. The Zhao family has expanded their land by over 100,000 acres, necessitating a substantial workforce, which explains the current situation. The Zhao family has also upheld their promises, hiring all eligible laborers. In a short time, the area has become devoid of available workers. The 7 powerful families, led by the Wei family, have grown anxious. Apart from their servants, they typically employ a considerable number of laborers annually to assist with their agricultural endeavors. However, now that they have all been recruited by the Zhao family, their plight has worsened. The heads of the 7 families, fearing the identity of Master Zhao Zhiyan as a celestial being, can only rely on the women who have married into the Zhao family to whisper in his ear. Zhao Zhiyan quickly learned of the situation, as he frequently spent nights in the chambers of his beautiful concubines. Such trivial matters were delegated to Zhao Guangji to manage, as Zhao Zhiyan remained indifferent. At present, what piqued Zhao Zhiyan's interest were only the matters of cultivation, offspring, and the nearby immortal families. Recently, he had been contemplating how to nurture the offspring born into the family. By the following morning, Zhao Zhiyan had come to a conclusion. He would first ensure that these offspring joyfully reached the age of 6. Between birth and 6 years, they would undergo medicinal baths to strengthen their bones. And given that they had already consumed the washing marrow pill, these baths would yield remarkable results. The recipe for the medicinal concoction had, of course, been acquired at great expense from the Wang family medical clinic. Although these powerful families could not pursue immortality, they were exceptionally skilled in cultivating martial artists. After reaching the age of 6, the path would be determined based on their spiritual roots. Those with spiritual roots would follow their own cultivation journey, while those without would consider their personal talents and choose between martial arts or the imperial examination. Given the current circumstances of the Zhao family, the development of mortals is crucial. For at least a century, they would be unable to progress without the assistance of their mortal kin. Zhao Zhiyan often observed the growth of infants, hence he spent more time returning to the estate. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family's reception hall, the county magistrate, representing the 7 powerful families, made another appearance. Zhao family head, we lack sufficient long-term and short-term laborers. Many tasks cannot be accomplished. The magistrate lamented. Merely relying on the servants is insufficient. The magistrate was nearly in tears, as the Wei family was also facing a labor shortage. Your Excellency, I cannot dictate where the common people choose to work. Zhao Guangji interjected. The hiring prices are evident. Why not simply raise your wages? Before the Zhao family employed workers. These powerful families kept labor costs exceedingly low. Now, with the Zhao family offering high wages, it serves as one of their strategies to attract laborers. Touching upon the interests of others inevitably stirs dissatisfaction. Yet due to the formidable presence of Zhao Zhiyan, no one dares to voice their grievances. Initially, the wage set by the Zhao family was identical to that of these families, but upon learning of this, Zhao Zhiyan vehemently reproached Zhao Guangji. The existence of a life akin to that of cattle in a past life was far inferior to the reality faced by actual cattle. The very thought of being exploited repulsed Zhao Zhiyan. Now, with the roles reversed, although he cannot grant ordinary mortals the authority to rise, providing them with a full meal is certainly within his means. Thus, the cost of labor has risen even further, yet it remains more economical than purchasing slaves. For a slave incurs not only the costs of sustenance, but also monthly wages, and in some families, arrangements for the servants' marriages as well. The county magistrate felt a twinge of bitterness. Urging these families to raise their hiring prices felt akin to inflicting harm upon them. Otherwise, he would not have sought them out. With negotiations at an impasse, Zhao Guangji excused himself, bidding farewell to the magistrate with tea in hand, who, recognizing the hint, departed promptly. Upon hearing that the magistrate might be promoted, the family head questioned whether he was not afraid of offending him. Mao Shan, emerging from behind a screen, reminded him of the magistrate's diminishing figure. Do you take my grandfather for a mere ornament? If we feared them, the Zhao family would never have flourished to this day. Zhao Guangji replied nonchalantly. Family head, what realm of martial artist is our ancestor? Could he be a terrestrial immortal? Mao Shan inquired, puzzled. Within the Zhao residence, aside from occasional glimpses of Zhao Ziyuan, no one dared to utter his name. As for the outside world, it continued to circulate that this was a family established by a merchant, with the ancestor merely a martial arts practitioner. Not at all, Zhao Guangji shook his head. He is a celestial master. His words resonated like thunder, illuminating Mao Shan's understanding. It all made sense. Protecting the common folk and developing rapidly, an ordinary terrestrial immortal would lack such capabilities. After all, there are some terrestrial immortals. The royal family could hardly be intimidated by them. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to collect your remains, Zhao Guangji warned, causing Mao Shan to shudder. Curious about the celestial master's methods, Mao Shan suddenly proposed, since our ancestor is a celestial master, why not simply absorb the 7 powerful families? His idea was bold, even somewhat reckless. Zhao Guangji swiftly silenced him with a glance. Such direct and brutal tactics had indeed crossed the Zhao family's mind. Yet the issue remained. Forcing the absorption of these families, regardless of the royal family's perspective, would overwhelm the Zhao family in management. The resulting chaos would be far more difficult to rectify. With the current pace of gradual development, progress feels considerably more secure. Zhao Guangji's simple explanation left Mao Shan feeling remorseful, realizing he had been momentarily blinded by folly. Family head, I have another thought. Mao Shan continued, pondering why they should not invest in some impoverished scholars, like himself. As long as one among them were to succeed, it would be a profitable venture for all. After all, the Zhao family currently possesses but one celestial master. And for a considerable duration, they would still rely on the development of mortals. Mao Shan's discerning eye swiftly captured the crux of the issue, simultaneously comprehending Zhao Zhiyan's predicament of marrying 10 concubines. Is happiness derived from having 10 concubines? Mao Shan could not say. But Zhao Zhiyan could certainly affirm that joy exists, provided one's health permits it. In Chapter 37, titled Treasure Chest, Zhao Zhiyan's concubines, the twins from the Zhong family, successfully gave birth. The eldest delivered a male infant, named Zhao Zmo, while the younger also bore a son, named Zhao Zihang. This news once again filled the hearts of many with elation, for the arrival of new life is a joyous occasion in any era. However, with even more descendants expected to follow, the Zhao family refrained from lavish celebrations this time. Zhao Zhiyan returned to see the children, his heart brimming with joy. The arrangements for the cleansing elixir continued, and it was discovered that the handmaidens of Zhao Guangji and his brothers were also expecting. These handmaidens, having grown up alongside their wives, were considered gifts upon their marriages. The simultaneous pregnancies of the 3 handmaidens were indeed a cause for celebration. Moreover, the brothers had not taken additional concubines, attributing this to the presence of the handmaidens. The household was filled with joy, yet the busyness of life could not be concealed. Each person, though weary, radiated happiness, infusing their lives with hope. Zhao Zhiyan returned to the spirit vein for cultivation. Noticing marked progress in the rice paddies and medicinal gardens established nearby, the spiritual herbs flourished abundantly, yet harvest would still require a few more years. The spiritual rice, however, had already begun to flower, a testament to Zhao Zhiyan's diligent care and nurturing. The cultivation of spiritual rice was limited, not only due to space constraints, but also due to the scarcity of seeds. Unfortunately, Zhao Zhiyan would not partake in the first harvest, as all must be reserved for planting. After tending to the rice paddies and medicinal gardens, Zhao Zhiyan resumed his cultivation. Together with Qing Lin, they each consumed a medicinal pill and began to meditate, channeling their energies. The spiritual essence flowed within them, relentlessly striving towards a higher realm. It appeared that breaking through to the 8th level of qi refinement would require considerable time. Although his bodily functions had returned to their peak, the innate talent of his 4 spiritual roots was woefully inadequate. With patience and persistent refinement, he mused, there would come a day when he could stand proudly above the world, achieving immortality. Zhao Zhiyan whispered to himself, hoping that these descendants would one day be born with spiritual roots. His heart yearned for this, yet time alone would reveal the truth. He glanced at Qing Lin beside him, noting its rapid growth, having increased in length by several centimeters. Currently, Zhao Zhiyan had mastered several first-tier spells, perfected through decades of practice. With no new spells to acquire, he resolved to delve into the legacy of the Beast Master. The legacy of the Spirit Plant Master was also nearing completion, yet the later stages proved increasingly challenging. Zhao Zhiyan continued to express his grievances. Acquiring other cultivation techniques and spells proves to be a formidable challenge. Although he managed to obtain basic and commonly practiced methods from the Qingyang sect that correspond to 5 types of spiritual roots, these techniques are only suitable for those in the qi refinement stage. Zhao Zhiyan, aspiring to broaden his horizons, recognizes the necessity of preparing foundational techniques for the foundation establishment stage. It seems that a return to the Qingyang sect is in order, where a few old acquaintances might lend a helping hand. However, this hinges on having something of equal value to exchange with them. Zhao Zhiyan fell into contemplation, realizing that under his current circumstances, he had little of worth to offer. As he pondered throughout the day without a definitive answer, dusk fell. As was customary, he returned to his residence for rest, only to discover Zhao Guangji waiting for him. Second uncle, have you found something else by the seaside? Zhao Guangji inquired directly. Zhao Zhiyan paused, intrigued. The last time he had stumbled upon azure scales by the shore, leading to the acquisition of a remarkable spirit beast. What might he encounter this time? His mind began to wander. What have you found? Zhao Zhiyan asked calmly. A deceased whale. It's enormous, Zhao Guangji replied, still shaken by the size of such a creature, which he had never seen before. Due to the whale's immense size, it was unclear how it had been washed ashore. Even dozens of people could not move it. By rough estimation, the dead whale measured around 100 meters in length. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhiyan felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Such a mundane creature held no value for him. Furthermore, whale meat was unpalatable, and the other parts of the whale were of no utility. In Zhao Zhiyan's eyes, it served no purpose whatsoever. Have your servants cut the whale up for compost in the fields, Zhao Zhiyan suggested dismissively. Yet, Zhao Guangji was unwilling to let it in there. Second uncle, the whale's skin is extraordinarily thick. Even martial artists find it difficult to cut through. We need your assistance. Very well, I shall go tomorrow morning. Have them prepare a few fine blades, Zhao Zhiyan acquiesced. The following day, Zhao Zhiyan, accompanied by Zhao Guangji and numerous servants, arrived at the location of the whale carcass by the sea. After a night of reflection, Zhao Zhiyan recalled some of the potential uses for whale products, such as ambergris, whale oil, baleen, and whale skin, each a treasure in its own right. Notably, ambergris, produced by sperm whales, might even exist in this world. However, upon witnessing the whale firsthand, Zhao Zhiyan realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. Setting aside the inability to identify the whale species, the state of decay of the carcass led him to abandon all notions of salvage. A nauseating stench permeated the air, forcing everyone to cover their mouths and noses. It was no wonder Zhao Guangji had insisted on his help. The presence of the whale carcass rendered the vicinity nearly uninhabitable. It appeared that the whale was destined to become fertilizer, perhaps its most fitting end. Grasping a fine blade, Zhao Zhiyan enveloped its surface with spiritual energy, the blade gleaming with a cold light in his hand as it effortlessly sliced into the thick whale skin. The neatness of the cut, the fluidity of his technique, and the clean efficiency of his blade work created a visually pleasing spectacle. A colossal whale carcass lay in disarray, as Zhao Zhiyan fervently dismembered it. Chunks of putrid flesh were severed into smaller pieces, along with the internal organs and bones. The Zhao family meticulously collected these remnants for compost, particularly valuing the pulverized whale bones as superb fertilizer. As Zhao Zhiyan was engrossed in his task, his blade unexpectedly struck something hard. Upon prying it free, he discovered it to be a treasure chest, evidently sewn into the whale's flesh, likely by a cultivator. He instructed Zhao Guangji to keep an eye on the chest while he resumed his dissection. While working on the whale's neck, he realized the creature had met its demise by choking. It was rather disheartening for such a massive being to perish in such a manner. Zhao Zhiyan extracted several equally gigantic squids, which had caused the whale's suffocation. In reality, there have been documented cases of whales choking. After spending half a day processing the whale, he departed with the treasure chest, leaving the remaining tasks to his servants. After a refreshing bath in the distant sea and 2 more thorough washes at home, he utilized spiritual energy to dispel the remaining filth, finally feeling clean. Within his spiritual vein, Zhao Zhiyan retrieved the chest, which caught the attention of the azure-scaled creature. The chest appeared ordinary on the outside, yet was crafted from rare second-tier spiritual wood, impervious to both water and fire, so much so that even Zhao Zhiyan could not damage it. As for the key, he was far from possessing it. Chapter 38. The artifact of the malevolent cultivator. Though he held the chest, it remained locked, a sensation of helplessness enveloping him. Zhao Zhiyan felt melancholic, akin to gazing at a stunningly beautiful woman just out of reach. It was disheartening. He was certain that the chest was left by a cultivator and held hopes of uncovering its contents. Just as he was mired in frustration, the azure-scaled creature approached him cautiously. It had witnessed Zhao Zhiyan's futile attempts to unlock the chest, employing every method to no avail. Picking the lock, attempting to destroy the chest, all in vain. The azure-scaled creature's little head whirred with thoughts, eager to assist its master. It spat towards the keyhole, producing a hissing sound. Intrigued by the noise, Zhao Zhiyan observed intently. The lock appeared to be corroded. Bewildered, he looked back at the azure-scaled creature and asked, "Are you a female serpent?" The azure-scaled python, as an adult male, was large and proficient in constricting its foes. The female, comparatively smaller, possessed venom. Zhao Zhiyan had previously overlooked the creature's gender, mainly due to its diminutive size. Typically, a female azure-scaled python would need to reach the 5th level of chi refinement for its venom glands to mature and gain the ability to produce venom. He had not anticipated that the azure-scaled creature had mastered this ability prematurely. Of course, there was also the possibility that it was merely close to reaching the 5th level of chi refinement. After caressing the head of the azure-scaled creature and offering praise, Zhao Zhiyan noted that the lock core had been entirely corroded away. "Ah, your poison is quite formidable," Zhao Zhiyan exclaimed with surprise. "This chest is crafted from second-tier spiritual wood, so the lock must surely be intricate. Yet, the fact that the green-scaled serpent's venom can corrode is even more intriguing." Deepening Zhao Zhiyan's curiosity about the green-scaled python clan. With a vigorous pry, the treasure chest opened effortlessly. Inside, there were no traps, merely 5 scrolls arranged within. As he unfurled each scroll, he discovered their sinister contents. The formula for human elixirs, a first-tier cultivation method titled Bloodslaughter technique. The crafting method for a first-tier soul banner, the crafting technique for a first-tier human bone shield artifact, and the design method for a first-tier soul extraction talisman. Goodness! These are all artifacts of dark cultivation. Zhao Zhiyan was left astounded. Without needing to delve into their specific effects, the very names revealed their malevolence. Each entwined with human lives. While ordinary cultivators also take lives, they adhere to certain moral boundaries, rarely engaging in mass slaughter or using humans as cultivation resources. As Zhao Zhiyan gazed upon these items, his heart yearned to destroy them. After all, during his time at Qingyang sect, he had not only heard of but also witnessed the cruelty of dark cultivators. For instance, regarding the human elixir, dark cultivators believed that humans, being the apex of all spirits, were the most suitable resources for cultivation, particularly children who had just awakened their spiritual roots, followed by other cultivators, with mortals being the least desirable. Yet, as capturing cultivators proved difficult, dark cultivators turned their sights on innocent mortals. Many villages and cities had been entirely decimated, and dark cultivators inevitably faced retribution from righteous cultivators. The only normal item acquired from this chest was the chest itself, now rendered compromised. Zhao Zhiyan felt utterly speechless. He had anticipated a delightful surprise, yet this was the outcome? Just as he contemplated completely destroying these items, he suddenly paused. Recollections of certain dark cultivators he had encountered resurfaced. If memory served, some dark cultivators could substitute beasts for human lives, albeit with diminished efficacy. Zhao Zhiyan recalled that if dark cultivators failed to claim enough mortal lives, they would resort to animals instead. This realization sparked an idea within him regarding the potential utilization of these items. First was the human elixir formula, which was irrefutable in its intent, and the necessary ingredients could not be substituted. With a decisive gesture, Zhao Zhiyan incinerated it. Then, regarding the first-tier soul extraction talisman design, its rationale mirrored that of the human elixir. It could not be permitted to remain. Furthermore, Zhao Zhiyan possessed neither the skills to concoct elixirs nor to inscribe talismans, so retaining them could lead to misunderstandings with other cultivators. Disposing of them brought him a sense of peace. As for the first-tier bloodslaughter technique, Zhao Zhiyan had previously learned that it was a popular method among dark cultivators, utilizing human blood to hasten their breakthroughs. However, its glaring drawback was that prolonged practice would strip the practitioner of their sanity. He had witnessed ordinary cultivators who practiced this technique using the blood of beasts or feral creatures, limiting its use to moments of breakthrough, which mitigated the adverse effects. Zhao Zhiyan was merely a practitioner with 4 spiritual roots, which inherently impeded his advancement. Encountering a bottleneck proved to be particularly vexing. Thus, he contemplated the cultivation of the blood slaughter technique. The blood required for this practice could be readily obtained, as the Zhao family raised numerous livestock. After all, it was not a primary cultivation method, so it would not significantly impact his progress. Ultimately, he possessed a first-tier soul banner and a first-tier bone shield artifact. Both were unequivocally instruments of the dark arts, yet they could serve as substitutes. Firstly, the soul banner required human skin and bones as materials, but these could be substituted with those of ape-like beasts. The souls contained within the banner could also be replaced with those of fierce beasts, creating a formidable force to protect the user, though the efficacy would be considerably diminished. Secondly, the bone shield could utilize bones from other creatures, similarly resulting in a reduction of power. However, for Zhao Zhiyan, addressing the issue of availability was paramount. Such artifacts were beyond his means while at the Qingyang sect. The only challenge lay in acquiring the necessary materials. Fortunately, he had already acquired the method of refinement. The soul banner could be set aside for now. He could commence with the blood slaughter technique and the bone shield at once. Given that his family raised an abundance of cattle, sheep, and horses, he resolved to utilize them. Zhao Zhiyan decided this was a necessary course of action, especially since there were no tigers or formidable beasts in the vicinity of Bu County. The practice of the blood slaughter technique progressed relatively smoothly. After all, it was merely a form of cultivation. With his extensive experience, Zhao Zhiyan quickly grasped the fundamentals. He chose cow's blood as the medium for his practice, which yielded comparatively mild effects, thereby enhancing his advancement speed. Zhao Zhiyan relished this sensation, and it was no wonder some individuals were inclined to embrace the path of the dark arts. However, after lengthy cultivation, a surge of ferocity erupted from the depths of his mind, nearly leading him to obliterate his own spiritual veins. This was untenable, having initiated the blood slaughter technique. Further practice was inadvisable. He resolved to harness it during future breakthroughs instead. Covered in a cold sweat, Zhao Zhiyan contemplated the dire consequences should his spiritual veins be irreparably damaged. Such a loss would be unbearable. After a brief respite, Zhao Zhiyan resolved to fabricate the bone shield. He would initially utilize the bones of cattle, sheep, and horses to hone his refining skills. Should he succeed, he could then pursue superior materials. The Zhao family, engaged in the trade of meat from cattle, horses, and sheep, had recently established a slaughterhouse. Many bones were discarded during the process, lying unceremoniously to the side. Although these bones could be sold, they commanded a meager price. Chapter 39. The Bone Shield. Following the instructions on the scroll, Zhao Zhiyan meticulously selected robust leg bones from an adult bull. These bones would be immersed in a specially formulated solution before being woven. Indeed, the formidable bull leg bones could be crafted into the shape of a shield within the solution. The subsequent refining process involved techniques passed down from certain artifact masters. Fortunately, the dark practitioners had simplified the crafting methods for this bone shield, enabling Zhao Zhiyan to learn swiftly. In seclusion at the spiritual vein, Zhao Zhiyan diligently forged shield after shield until, after 2 months, he successfully crafted a bone shield. The true power of the human bone shield was somewhat elusive to Zhao Zhiyan. However, through rigorous testing, he discovered that a shield made from ox bone could withstand multiple assaults from a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, which he equated to the prowess of a grandmaster in martial arts. While an ordinary ox bone shield capable of withstanding the fierce attacks of a grandmaster may not be particularly remarkable in the realm of cultivation, it was certainly impressive in the mortal world. After 2 months of practice, Zhao Zhiyan had mastered the crafting technique and could now produce these shields in bulk. The prospect of mass-producing such shields would undoubtedly capture the attention of the royal family of the Great Xia. Zhao Zhiyan was exceptionally confident that with these shields, he could forge an army with unparalleled defensive capabilities. He intended to reserve some for his family and their entourage while planning to sell the remainder, accepting only spirit stones as payment at a modest price of 2 low-grade spirit stones per shield, a bargain that could not be found elsewhere. The spirit stones earned would be entirely reinvested in his cultivation. With this idea in mind, Zhao Zhiyan began an unprecedented frenzy of crafting without a moment's pause. Simultaneously, he instructed Zhao Guangzhong to find a way to contact the royal family of the Great Xia to market these shields. A month passed with no response from the royal family. Zhao Zhiyan had since emerged from the spiritual vein, having detected a familiar aura. He hurried into the city of Bu County and, indeed, found Yimei wandering about. Why have you returned to Bu County? Zhao Zhiyan asked, tapping Yimei on the shoulder from behind and leading him away from the county. It was too perilous for him to remain in the city. You heartless wretch. Is it not to see you? Yimei teased. Having just exited the Dragon Transformation secret realm, he headed straight for Bu County. Is the Dragon Transformation secret realm resolved? Zhao Zhiyan inquired, genuinely curious about what chaos Yimei could have wrought within. With me involved, it was a near impossibility. I dismantled it with precision, Yimei boasted. Not merely boasting. This unfortunate soul had managed to turn his misfortune into an advantage, rendering the Dragon Transformation secret realm into mere ashes, incapable of causing harm any longer. Such a pity, if only it had not been tainted. There were indeed many treasures within, though most are now rendered useless, Yimei lamented, visibly distressed at the sight of the treasures being destroyed. What was it like inside? Zhao Zhiyan asked, intrigued. Regardless of what it was, it is now obliterated. Curb your insatiable curiosity, Yimei retorted. Are you not curious about my true purpose for returning? Zhao Zhiyan teased, yet he understood that serious matters were at hand. Speak. I am listening, Zhao Zhiyan replied, promptly adopting a more earnest demeanor. Upon emerging from the mysterious realm of Huajing, I received a message via the sect's communication talisman, announcing that in 6 months, a grand competition will be held at the grasslands of the great merchant dynasty. A considerable number of cultivators will pass through the county town of Bu, and the sect, aware of your establishment of a cultivation family here, yet unable to reach you, has dispatched me to inform you that you must provide the necessary logistical support for the sect disciples passing through this area. Providing supplies is not an issue, however. Look at my current state. Surely I cannot offer merely rice and plain water. Zhao Zhiyan lamented. Among mortals, he is indeed affluent, but among cultivators, he is but a pauper. The Qingyang sect's request to establish a supply point leaves Zhao Zhiyan feeling helpless. The necessary provisions will be swiftly delivered by the sect. You need only manage the distribution. Any surplus will be yours as remuneration. Zhiyan, this is an opportunity you must seize. If handled well, your cultivation family could ascend directly, saving you a century's worth of time, Yimei solemnly advised. This matter was originally not meant for you. It was intended for the Qian family, but for reasons unknown, the sect suddenly changed its mind. Therefore, you must also be wary of the Qian family. Yimei continued with caution. Are they aware of this? Zhao Zhiyan inquired. Currently, they do not know. The sect's grand competition is a serious affair, and it is difficult for outsiders to be informed. However, the Qian family possesses considerable resources, and it is not impossible that they have connections, Yimei elucidated. Just be prepared. Zhao Zhiyan nodded earnestly. This matter must be pursued. According to Yimei, if all goes smoothly, he stands to gain immensely. The two discussed further details, guiding Zhao Zhiyan on how to proceed, and soon reminisced about the glorious past. In the midst of conversation, Zhao Zhiyan suddenly recalled a matter, saying, I require some spiritual materials. Can you assist me in acquiring them? The spiritual materials he referred to were, of course, those needed for the 10,000 Souls banner and the bone shield. The 10,000 Souls banner requires the bones of primate demon beasts, while the bone shield necessitates stronger bones from demon beasts as well. Zhao Zhiyan found himself unable to procure demon beast bones. He certainly could not slay the Qinglin, and its small physique would not suffice. Yimei took the list and began to speculate. However, as these items were not the conventional sinister materials associated with the 10,000 Souls banner, she chose not to comment further. These items will be sent along with the supply provisions. Do not fret, Yimei agreed. And they will all be counted as your compensation for establishing the supply point. I will communicate with the sect regarding this. By the way, here, take this. At this point, Yimei suddenly produced a purplish-black orb. Our opportunities to meet will become increasingly scarce. This is my last assistance to you. Yimei spoke with a somber tone, yet Zhao Zhiyan was captivated by the purplish-black orb and did not register her words. Accepting the orb, Zhao Zhiyan found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude to Yimei. This purplish-black orb was imbued with the potent bloodline of the dragon clan. When consumed by a demon beast, it could enable the birth of a dragon lineage within. The presence of the leaf mold signifies that it is one of the few untainted resources within the Dragon Transformation secret realm. Zhao Zhiyan expressed his gratitude towards the leaf mold, yet felt a twinge of awkwardness as he had nothing to offer in return. Consequently, he swiftly returned to the spiritual vein and presented to the leaf mold the box containing items from the heretical cultivator, as well as the flying sword he had seized from a disciple of the Qin family. These objects could fetch a fair sum of spirit stones. I have no use for them, so sell them at your convenience and purchase some spirit wine to enjoy. Chapter 40. Supply point with the departure of the leaf mold. His visit primarily served to relay orders from the Qingyang sect. Zhao Zhiyan received these directives with a cheerful disposition. As he watched the figure of the leaf mold fade from view, he returned to his residence and sought out Zhao Guangji. Given the responsibility of managing the supply point, it was imperative to prepare numerous necessities in advance. Provisions for sustenance and cultivation must be ensured. The Qingyang sect would provide the specific items, but the location would be furnished by the Zhao family. Having participated in such grand tournaments before, they had merely been bystanders, and it was their duty to ensure the comfort of the participants. Reflecting on his past, Zhao Zhiyan recalled a time when he too had been an ambitious youth, though the edges of his spirit had been dulled over time. Since the competition was to be held on the vast plains of the Great Shang, this might well be the last supply point. After all, the Qingyang sect was quite distant, and it would be impractical to have sect disciples travel continuously. Though cultivators are not overly delicate, the primary concern was the potential encounter with heretical practitioners. The consequences of such an encounter in a weakened state could be dire. After contemplating these matters, Zhao Zhiyan noticed Zhao Guangji had approached him. The latter seemed eager to speak, but Zhao Zhiyan interrupted, prioritizing his own tasks. In the vicinity of Buxian, he designated a substantial area for the establishment of a relay station and several specialized buildings. I will provide the detailed blueprints shortly, Zhao Zhiyan commanded, with the specialized structures being cultivation rooms. He intended to replicate the architecture of the cultivation rooms found within the Qingyang sect. Additionally, the spirit gathering array previously arranged in the spiritual vein would need to be relocated, and its spiritual energy concentration enhanced with spirit stones. Furthermore, he would select a few nimble servants and maids to attend to the guests arriving in 6 months. As for the culinary staff, he would choose those skilled in diverse dishes, as he intended to personally instruct them in various recipes. Zhao Zhiyan issued these commands in succession, leaving Zhao Guangji bewildered. Zhao Guangji could discern that preparations were being made for esteemed guests, yet the scale of such arrangements surpassed even that of the great Xia royal family, indicating that only one possibility remained. The visitors must be celestial masters. All matters must remain confidential, and the surrounding areas are to be sealed off with strict prohibitions on entry. Zhao Zhiyan added. Zhao Guangji diligently took note, yet hesitated to voice his thoughts. Zhao Zhiyan, seeing through his reticence, inquired, "Does the great Xia wish to procure bone shields?" Zhao Guangji nodded, revealing their intent to purchase 100. How affluent is this mortal royal family? I had underestimated them far too much. The connection between these mortal royal families and the grand sects is far deeper than I had imagined, Zhao Zhiyan remarked, simultaneously responding that they must deliver within 3 years, with a prepayment of 50 low-grade spirit stones. The demand for 50 low-grade spirit stones as a deposit was intended for the construction of the cultivation chamber. Without sufficient spirit stones, the concentration of spiritual energy could not be accumulated. Zhao Guangji set about making arrangements while Zhao Zhiyan returned to draft the blueprints. Thus commenced the preparations for establishing the supply point. Once the blueprints were completed and handed over to Zhao Guangji, the family began their work as well. The surrounding area was completely sealed off to prevent prying eyes. All previously planted crops were uprooted, reserved solely for feeding livestock. Houses sprang up rapidly, their construction progressing at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan was troubled, contemplating how to guard against the Qin family. Currently, the Qin family was unaware of the developments. But once they learned that what once belonged to them had now become Zhao's, troubles would inevitably arise. Although this matter had little direct connection to the Zhao family, the reality was that, unable to confront the Qingyang sect, they would vent their frustrations upon the Zhao family. Such a monumental opportunity lost would infuriate anyone. After contemplating various strategies, Zhao Zhiyan found himself bereft of viable solutions. The Zhao family was simply too weak and lacked effective means. Consequently, he resolved to take proactive measures to disrupt the Qian family, diverting their attention from other matters. Just as Zhao Zhiyan planned to set his plans in motion, news arrived. A calamity had struck the Qian family's spiritual vein. Such an outrageous revelation made Zhao Zhiyan initially suspect it was a falsehood. Thus, he hurried to the vicinity of the Qian family and confirmed the truth. Indeed, the spiritual vein had collapsed. The Xiushan mountain range contained spiritual veins, yet the section near its tail had suddenly caved in, damaging the vein and instilling terror within the Qian family. The cultivators of the Qian family were preoccupied with the crisis at hand, leaving them no time to concern themselves with other matters. Zhao Zhiyan mingled with the crowd of onlookers, gazing from a distance. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Goodness! Such damage could only be caused by either a formidable cultivator or that unfortunate Yimei. Zhao Zhiyan mused. A powerful cultivator would not provoke the Qian family without cause, leaving only Yimei as the culprit. In that instant, Zhao Zhiyan grasped the entirety of the situation, feeling immense gratitude toward Yimei. Truly, a good friend, always thinking of me. With this newfound appreciation for Yimei, he no longer worried about the Qian family causing trouble and swiftly returned to his own family. He had to balance the construction of the supply point with the forging of bone shields. There was much to be done. A month later, 2 outer sect elders from the Qingyang sect arrived, responsible for delivering supplies. Zhao Zhiyan greeted them warmly, only to find their demeanor rather frigid. After depositing the contents of their storage bags, they departed without delay. He had hoped to extend a more cordial welcome, yet they left so abruptly. Zhao Zhiyan felt helpless. They looked down upon someone like him, who was striving to establish a cultivation family, yet he could not compel them otherwise. Moreover, the outer sect elder, at the very least, possesses a complete mastery of qi refinement and cannot be coerced. When Zhao Zhiyan's gaze fell upon the abundant supplies, a look of joy instantly illuminated his countenance. The provisions were plentiful, sufficient for the sustenance of 200 to 300 cultivators. Spiritual rice and beast meat constituted the essentials, and Zhao Zhiyan intended to prepare spiritual meals for the sect's disciples. Healing elixirs, energy restoration pills, travel talismans, and concealment charms were also among the offerings. While a portion of the spiritual rice and beast meat could be allocated to Zhao Zhiyan, the elixirs and talismans were distributed on a per capita basis, ensuring that each disciple of the Zhao clan who arrived would receive their share. Whether Zhao Zhiyan could partake depended on the attendance of others. There were also some rare treasures for recovery, items that even during his time at Qingyang sect, Zhao Zhiyan rarely encountered. The surplus of these goods belonged to the supply point itself, yet it was improbable that, as he may had suggested, they would circumvent several years of arduous trials. The primary treasure to consider next was the medium-grade spirit stones. Qingyang sect seemed aware of the thin spiritual energy in this area, thus prepared 20 medium-grade spirit stones to enhance the disciples' spiritual density. If these disciples were to remain for a short duration, the gathering formation would hardly consume such an abundance of spirit stones, and the remainder would belong to Zhao Zhiyan. Additionally, various miscellaneous items followed suit. If everything were to be meticulously organized, it could indeed enable Zhao Zhiyan to rapidly ascend and become a genuine family of cultivators. Almost forgotten were the beast bones Zhao Zhiyan had implored Yimei to help him procure. In a flurry of activity, the Zhao family received delightful news. The remaining concubines of Zhao Zhiyan, the Lu sisters, and the Wei, Yang, and Sun sisters, consecutively gave birth to infants. Among them, the eldest Lu sister bore a son, named Zhao Ziqian. The second Lu sister also welcomed a boy, but they were twins, named Zhao Ziping and Zhao Ziyan. The other births were all daughters, with Zhao Wei's daughter named Zhao Zitong, Zhao Yang's daughter named Zhao Zijing, Sun family's eldest daughter named Zhao Zishi, and the younger sister of Sun named Zhao Ziyun. In just a few days, the simultaneous arrival of so many infants filled Zhao Zhiyan with immense joy, dissipating all traces of fatigue from recent days. Furthermore, the violet-black orb gifted by Yi Mei was casually entrusted to Qinglin by Zhao Zhiyan upon her departure, allowing it to consume the orb. Now, Qinglin had fully digested it. Emerging from the ground and resting in the waters of the lake, Qinglin caught Zhao Zhiyan's attention. "Have you broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement?" Zhao Zhiyan exclaimed with excitement, for this enhancement in strength would better equip him to face future crises. "Oh, Qinglin, why does your head appear swollen? Have you grown horns?" Zhao Zhiyan gently stroked Qinglin's head, which felt soft, akin to cartilage. "It must be the horns, as you ingested the orb infused with dragon blood, which has already begun to affect you. To be precise, you are no longer a purebred azure-scaled python. You are evolving towards a dragon-blooded spirit beast. Should the horns upon your head sprout, and your limbs successfully transform, you shall metamorphose into a jiao." Zhao Zhiyan's eyes gleamed with fervor. A jiao is indeed formidable, a powerful beast in its own right. Should the azure-scaled python truly evolve into a jiao, Zhao Zhiyan would no longer fear the Qian family. The azure-scaled python flicked its tongue, its entire being radiating joy. Who would refuse the prospect of becoming stronger? It swam blissfully in the lake, while Zhao Zhiyan playfully accompanied it for a considerable time before departing. He had his own offspring to tend to, needing nourishment and cleansing elixirs, the crafting of bone shields, his own cultivation, overseeing the establishment of supply points, and the refinement of both the soul banner and the enhanced bone shields. The required spiritual materials for these last 2 items were delivered by 2 outer elders of the Qingyang sect. "Second granduncle, the number of visitors outside is increasing." Zhao Guangbo suddenly approached Zhao Zhiyan and remarked. The birth of a new child in the Zhao family was not something to conceal. However, many sought to seize this opportunity to pay a visit, including numerous unfamiliar faces, causing Zhao Zhiyan to adopt a more serious demeanor. It was not that he lacked compassion. Rather, he wished to avoid complications as the supply point neared completion. One concern was the potential infiltration of malevolent cultivators. Furthermore, most of these mortals had learned of the supply point and wished to meet the immortals. Regardless of the motive, it would disrupt the grand competition of the Qingyang sect, and Zhao Zhiyan could not acquiesce. The Qingyang sect had invested considerable resources to establish the supply point anew. If any issues arose, Zhao Zhiyan would bear the responsibility. Moreover, With so many mortals aware of the situation, the Qian family had no reason to remain oblivious. Their lack of interference could only signify that the troubles instigated by Yi Mei were substantial enough to keep the Qian family preoccupied. Contemplating this, Zhao Zhiyan felt an even stronger sense of misfortune for Yi Mei. Zhao Zhiyan dispatched Zhao Guangzhong to the county office to request the magistrate and constables assist in maintaining order. As for the influential individuals who sought to exert their power, Zhao Zhiyan covertly intervened, breaking their limbs as a deterrent. Notably, one boisterous duke of the Great Xia, who insisted on entering the supply point to await the arrival of the immortals, had been rendered a fool by the following morning. This incident caused quite a stir, but was swiftly quelled, for Lu Xian had arrived. Lu Xian came as a representative of the Great Xia royal family to negotiate with Zhao Zhiyan, particularly concerning the treatment of the injured. Treatment? How shall we treat them? Zhao Zhiyan retorted. If we do not teach them a lesson now, once the disciples of Qingyang's sect arrive, given their nature, none of these mortals will survive. You know well that many cultivators do not regard mortals as equals. Zhao Zhiyan implored earnestly, if it comes to that, have the Great Xia royal family report me to the Qingyang sect or send someone to attack. Either option is acceptable. Zhao Zhiyan exhibited remarkable tenacity. Handling matters concerning the Qingyang sect necessitated such resolve. Any delay in fulfilling the task would spell disaster for him. The fact that the Xia royal family had dispatched me indicated that negotiations were indeed possible, given the established rapport between us. Should you suffer losses, it would not only reflect poorly on you but also place considerable pressure on the royal family. It is essential to provide a satisfactory explanation to those beneath us. Lu Xian elucidated, acknowledging the challenges faced by all parties involved and advocating for mutual understanding. Zhao Zhiyan shifted his gaze and proposed, let us proceed thus. I shall extend a courtesy to the Xia royal family. I shall forego the final payment for the bone shields. However, the materials must be provided by the royal family. What materials? Lu Xian inquired, having heard of the Zhao family's dealings with the bone shields and eager to seize this opportunity to glean further insights. Tiger bones, specifically from adult male tigers, along with ginseng, deer antlers, bear paws, and dozens of other ingredients, Zhao Zhiyan replied. While others may not grasp the implications, Lu Xian, being a cultivator, was acutely aware of Zhao Zhiyan's intentions. Upon hearing this, he recognized that Zhao Zhiyan was attempting to leverage the situation. Let us share the profits equally. Whatever you can procure, we shall divide 50-50, Zhao Zhiyan promptly added. Await my good news. Lu Xian exclaimed cheerfully as he departed. Zhao Zhiyan too was elated. The items he sought were intended to bolster the health of his kin. With the recent addition of over a dozen new family members, these resources would be invaluable for their growth. Moreover, this arrangement scarcely constituted exploitation. It was merely a trade-off for the payment in spirit stones. Xia would not incur a loss. Simultaneously, Zhao Zhiyan's clandestine actions of inflicting harm were suppressed. Family matters progressed as normal. Yet the absence of a grand celebration for the children's first-month feast provoked discontent among many. Nonetheless, Zhao Zhiyan's word was law, and none dared to oppose him. As for the commoners outside seeking to exploit the situation for supplies, they were all confined within the vicinity of Bu County, awaiting the advent of an immortal teacher with utmost sincerity. As time elapsed, the construction of the supply point reached completion. The maids, servants, and cooks responsible for daily care were fully trained, patiently anticipating the arrival of the immortal teacher. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan remained in seclusion at the spirit vein, crafting his own magical artifacts. His first creation was the bone shield. With the assistance of Yi Mei, he procured the bones of a fully matured demonic beast. Following Zhao Zhiyan's meticulous refinement, the finished bone shield could withstand multiple assaults from late-stage qi refinement cultivators, proving far superior to those crafted from cow bones. Additionally, there was the Wan Hun banner, fashioned from the bones and fur of a fully matured ape-like demonic beast, resulting in a product akin to a flag. Immaculate in its entirety, Zhao Zhiyan placed it in the family slaughterhouse, allowing the Wan Hun banner to absorb the souls of cattle and sheep, thereby augmenting its power. Chapter 42. The eliminated cultivators. Lu Xian deftly orchestrated a significant gain for Zhao Zhiyan at the expense of the Xia royal family, bringing forth an abundance of medicinal materials. Concurrently, all the bone shields ordered by Xia were delivered ahead of schedule. Observing the bounty of materials Lu Xian had procured, the younger members of the family felt assured regarding their future resources. Time flew swiftly, leading to the anticipated juncture. The gathering of various dynasties, nobles, and dignitaries in Bu County has increased significantly, all eager to witness the prowess of the disciples of Qingyang's sect. Naturally, should they catch the favor of the immortal master, it would be a tremendous boon for them. Particularly, the disciples participating in the martial competition are distinctly different from the court's honored practitioners. They embody the true essence of cultivation, standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Zhao Zhiyan, 2. Felt a surge of curiosity. Although he had resided in Qingyang sect for over 70 years, most of that time was spent in the outer sect, rarely glimpsing the performance of the inner elders and core disciples, who seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm. Fortuitously, the Zhao family had the honor of hosting this event, which presented Zhao Zhiyan with a unique opportunity. Second granduncle, by my calculations, it is time for the immortal master to arrive. Why have we yet to see them? We have been waiting for several days. Zhao Guangji expressed his confusion, sharing an equal enthusiasm for the immortal master. Not only he, but the entire Zhao family, from the masters to the servants, awaited eagerly. The servants chosen to attend to the immortal master were particularly agitated. Although Zhao Zhiyan was indeed the immortal master, the Zhao family had limited understanding of that role. The journey from Qingyang sect to this location was not a short one. It constituted a significant part of the competition's evaluative criteria. The Zhao family served as the terminal for the first phase of assessment, allowing the arriving practitioners a moment to catch their breath. Zhao Zhiyan conveyed that he had only recently learned of this information. Just as he finished speaking, a spiritual vessel descended gracefully from the sky, hovering above the supply point. 18 practitioners disembarked in succession, prompting Zhao Zhiyan to hurriedly greet them. A few brief exchanges revealed that these 18 individuals were outer sect elders responsible for the assessment. Zhao Zhiyan intended to continue the conversation, but one of the outer sect elders interjected, "Fellow cultivator, we shall handle the remaining matters. Your preparations have been exceedingly thorough." A bitter smile crept onto Zhao Zhiyan's face. Indeed, upon leaving the sect, he felt a certain disregard. However, he bore no resentment and promptly withdrew, instructing the county magistrate to expand the security perimeter, particularly to disperse the common folk. With the arrival of these outer sect elders, the next day, the first Qingyang sect disciple arrived, weary and travel-worn. This individual appeared covered in dust, with tattered clothing and a grimy visage, starkly contrasting the anticipated image of an immortal master. As it seemed they had journeyed entirely on foot, many commoners watched in stunned silence, allowing the disciple to pass unhindered into the supply point. Evidently, they were constrained by time, and the journey had not been smooth. Zhao Zhiyan observed from a nearby hill. The path from Qingyang sect to Bu County held no inherent dangers, as he had traversed it himself. The current state of the Qingyang disciples could only imply that the sect had placed considerable obstacles along the way. I knew it. A competition could never be so straightforward. He mused as more disciples began to arrive in succession following the first. Some disciples, much like the first, resembled beggars, clad in garments as white as snow. They exuded an ethereal aura that left the mortals in awe. Yet, when a spell struck, the mouths of all the commoners were sealed, rendering them utterly silent. Many among them suffered broken limbs, yet not a sound escaped their lips. Terrified, the mortals fled back to the city of Bu County, too afraid to venture out again. Zhao Zhiyan observed this spectacle with a smile, reflecting, "When I expelled you, you cannot hold me accountable now. If the spells of the outer sect elders were permanent, you would surely weep in despair." He then glanced at the increasing number of disciples, noting their diminishing realms. All were in the chi refinement stage. The most accomplished among them had reached the peak of chi refinement, while the least had only attained the 5th level. Zhao Zhiyan felt a wave of nostalgia. How wonderful it would be to journey to the vast grasslands and witness the ensuing battles. That would be the true spectacle. This initial phase was merely a warm-up. As the number of appearing cultivators dwindled, an elder from the outer sect suddenly manifested, erecting a barrier that barred other disciples from entering. It became evident to all that the first phase had concluded, and those who had not arrived in time were eliminated. The eliminated disciples were afforded no chance for replenishment. They could only return to the Qingyang sect on foot. Zhao Zhiyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an excellent opportunity. Although he could not access the replenishment points, these eliminated cultivators were still a valuable resource. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, around 40 to 50. Zhao Zhiyan promptly returned to his residence, mobilizing his family and reserving several of the largest taverns in Bu County. He personally ventured out to host a banquet for the eliminated disciples. As former comrades, they were more than willing to accept his invitation. After all, they had endured a grueling journey and were in dire need of rest. Meanwhile, due to the earlier intervention of the outer sect elder, the commoners no longer dared to approach the cultivators. Within the tavern, a variety of delectable dishes were served. One by one, the eliminated cultivators completed their baths and feasted heartily. Zhao Zhiyan engaged in conversation with several of them. "We are immensely grateful to you, fellow cultivator. Without your assistance, we would have faced a miserable return," one female cultivator expressed, her gratitude evident. Throughout their journey, they had suffered greatly at the hands of the sect. Had it not been for the promise of a reward, none would have endured such hardship. "We are all disciples of the Qingyang sect. There is no need for such formality," Zhao Zhiyan replied with a smile. "Yet, you truly indulge in comfort. establishing a cultivating family while reveling in worldly riches. Remarked another cultivator. What riches are there? Zhao Zhiyan countered. If one truly seeks enjoyment, they might as well serve as offerings in the major mortal dynasties. This piqued the interest of many. Cultivators pursue longevity, yet the path to immortality is fraught with difficulties, and few succeed. Consequently, many low-ranking cultivators must contemplate their lives as they grow old. Those who have made significant contributions to the sect will receive favorable arrangements from the Qingyang sect. Some possess familial support, while others are without roots, akin to drifting weeds. They may establish their own families, much like Zhao Zhiyan, or choose to become offerings. The choices are myriad, and those rejected practitioners have already begun to contemplate their paths. As the conversation shifted to this topic, the crowd urged Zhao Zhiyan to assist with introductions. Zhao Zhiyan, without hesitation, divulged everything he knew, including the general process of founding a cultivation family. Among the present practitioners, having received a meal, who can predict whether future assistance may arise? Chapter 43. Rewards. 3 days later, the rejected practitioners, having recuperated, began to depart one after another. However, before their departure, none left empty-handed. Each contributed a few low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Zhiyan counted them, totaling 207. Delighted, he remarked that this was indeed the purpose of sheltering the rejected practitioners, yielding a significant return on investment. In the realm of cultivation, exchanges are made either through equitable trade, where effort begets reward, or through sheer dominance, where the strong reign supreme. As the rejected practitioners made their exits, those at the supply point departed even earlier. The place now lay deserted, and Zhao Zhiyan instructed his family's servants to guard it diligently against outsiders. Upon entering the supply point, disregarding its disarray, Zhao Zhiyan's gaze swiftly focused on the remaining provisions. These supplies represented his rewards, and he was keenly interested in the specifics. After organizing everything, he roughly estimated the inventory: 700 pounds of spirit rice, 300 pounds of beast meat, 27 healing pills, 19 energy restoration pills, and 7 rejuvenation pills. Additionally, there were 20 travel talismans, 30 concealment talismans, and 10 lightweight talismans. He also found 300-year-old spirit herbs, blood ginseng, 10,000 spirit flowers, and he Shou Wu. To his delight, 3 medium-grade spirit stones remained as well. With such an abundance, Zhao Zhiyan was in high spirits. He decided to reserve most of the 700 pounds of spirit rice for himself. Setting aside 50 pounds to make congee for the infants at home, a few grains daily would suffice for quite some time. The majority of the 300 pounds of beast meat would be allocated to Qinglin. Yet he still set aside 30 pounds for Zhao Guangji and the others to hasten their martial cultivation. The pills and talismans, being commonly used, Zhao Zhiyan kept close at hand, along with the 3 medium-grade spirit stones. The value of a single medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, making Zhao Zhiyan suddenly affluent. This wealth in spirit stones would sustain his cultivation for the forthcoming years. Furthermore, the 300-year-old spirit herbs, blood ginseng, 10,000 spirit flowers, and he Shou Wu would be given to Qinglin, as Zhao Zhiyan lacked the ability to concoct pills. The beast could directly refine these herbs to enhance its cultivation. Upon returning the items to the spiritual vein, Zhao Zhiyan relocated the spirit gathering array back to its original position. Additionally, he intended to repurpose the established supply point, transforming it into a tavern operated by others. He commanded that the servants who had attended to the cultivators continue to serve in this capacity. With the allure of cultivators, the tavern was bound to thrive, unstoppable in its success. While the servants busied themselves with the renovations, a delightful aroma wafted through the Zhao family residence. A small portion of spirit rice had been cooked into porridge, filling the entire courtyard with its enticing scent. Everyone involuntarily swallowed, their eyes brimming with longing. "This is celestial cuisine," a maid murmured, nearly drooling. Other maids divided the porridge into several portions, delivering them to different courtyards to feed the infants. The spirit rice, infused with spiritual energy, would enhance the infants' absorption and accelerate their growth. This was Zhao Zhiyan's intention. When there is something good, how could one not think of their own children? Unfortunately, the infants could only consume so much, and that would have to suffice. In addition to the fragrance of rice, the savory scent of meat soon permeated the air, even more intense than before. Zhao Guangji and the other 5 were ravenously devouring their meals. It was their first taste of the legendary beast meat, a delight that was chewy and possessed an indescribable flavor. As the beast meat was chewed and swallowed, a warm sensation enveloped them, quickly replenishing the deficiencies from years of martial training. While everyone indulged in their feast, Zhao Zhiyan made his way to the slaughterhouse. The soul banner had been in place for some time, absorbing the souls of the livestock daily, and its once pristine white fabric began to darken. This change in color indicated the gathering of souls. Once the banner reached an inky hue, it would rival a first-tier perfected magical artifact. If only he could collect a few cultivator's souls, the advancement speed would significantly increase, Zhao Zhiyan mused. The Soul Banner's offensive capabilities included soul collection, inflicting corpse poison upon enemies, and summoning the souls within to aid in battle. Each ability was intrinsically linked to souls, with their strength and quantity directly influencing the banner's power. However, due to the widespread disdain for evil cultivators, Zhao Zhiyan refrained from using human souls, unless faced with an enemy. The livestock, while the weakest, would have to suffice for now. Future opportunities could yield better alternatives. The Zhao family had yet to find tranquility, for the newly opened tavern was indeed thriving. Nobility from the Great Xia and Great Shang, along with formidable martial artists, flocked to experience the very place where cultivators had resided and the food they had consumed. In a brief span, the atmosphere in Bu County became electrifying, even surpassing the vitality present during the cultivators' time. Those who sought to purchase the tavern mysteriously vanished, and the matter was never mentioned again. Zhao Zhiyan glanced at the mundane affairs and returned to the spiritual vein, resuming his cultivation. 2 months passed. Zhao Guangji and his brothers, whose concubines had previously been pregnant, have now welcomed their offspring into the world. Among them, the eldest, Zhao Guangbua, has been blessed with twin sons, named Zhao Yonan and Zhao Yuyan. The second brother, Zhao Guangzhong, has a daughter, Zhao Yulan, born to his concubine. The youngest brother, Zhao Guangji, also received the joy of twin sons, Zhao Youquan and Zhao Yujing. Upon learning this news, Zhao Zhiyan felt a sense of satisfaction, as the arrival of new life represented the flourishing of their family lineage. After sending 5 soul-cleansing pills, Zhao Zhiyan discovered that only one remained. Not only had the pills diminished, but other resources were also running low. The century-old medicinal herbs, blood ginseng, universal flower, and he shou wu, had all been consumed, depleting their stock to 3 of each. The growth of the Qinglin, which had been voraciously consuming these resources, was evident, with signs of development even appearing on its horns. Coupled with the consumption of beast meat, Qinglin's growth accelerated dramatically. Furthermore, both the qi-gathering pills and the vitality cultivation pills had been entirely exhausted. In addition, the spiritual rice they had previously acquired, totaling 700 pounds, had dwindled to just 520 pounds after reserving a portion for the infants. Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin found themselves devoid of any further resources for cultivation. However, the consumption of these materials signified an elevation in strength, and Zhao Zhiyan could distinctly sense a shift in his realm. He beckoned to Qinglin, preparing to revisit the Qian family market to procure more resources, while also inspecting the state of the Qian family's spiritual vein. Given the time that had elapsed, it was likely nearing restoration, yet he decided it was best to personally assess the situation. Not long after Zhao Zhiyan's departure, Sun Wenwen joyfully approached Zhao Guangbua, exclaiming that she had entered the Master Realm. Attaining the martial arts Master Realm significantly enhanced her physical capabilities, rendering her immune to ailments and allowing her to live well beyond 100 years under normal circumstances, with combat prowess comparable to that of a third-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Sun Wenwen's breakthrough signified that the Zhao family, even without relying on Zhao Zhiyan, could possess a formidable level of self-defense within the mortal realm. Thus, her achievement was a momentous occasion for the Zhao family. Chapter 44. 5 Pseudo-Roots. In truth, it was not only Sun Wenwen who had made strides in her martial prowess. Other members of the family had also experienced significant progress. At the very least, the 3 brothers, Zhao Guangji, along with Wei Exine and Hu Di, had all ascended to the martial artist realm. Moreover, dozens of guards cultivated from a young age within the Zhao family were now hovering around the martial artist realm. This level of power positioned the Zhao family among the upper echelons in Bu County, a stark contrast to their previous standing. The current Zhao family was indeed transformed. Nevertheless, the excitement surrounding Sun Wenwen's achievement in the Master Realm led to a grand celebration within the Zhao residence. Amidst the lively festivities, Zhao Zhiyan, having donned his disguise, was en route to the Qian family market when he encountered trouble. While traversing the wilderness, he suddenly sensed an approaching figure and instinctively turned to defend himself, only to find that the assailant was incredibly swift, delivering a powerful blow from behind. Zhao Zhiyan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but his extensive experience allowed him to swiftly regain his composure. As the adversary entered his line of sight, Zhao Zhiyan discerned a man appearing to be in his 30s. His expression one of incredulity, seemingly astonished that Zhao could withstand the encounter. Zhao discreetly turned his hand, gently brushing against his back where a hard object concealed beneath his garment was a shield crafted from the bones of a demonic beast. To preempt ambushes during his journey, Zhao had positioned the shield at his back, adopting a hunched posture that belied his true age, thereby evading the attention of others. This guise also allowed him to play the part of the underestimated, luring in potential robbers. With little time to ponder the opponent's astonishment, Zhao activated his agility and concealment talismans, vanishing from sight. The enemy, having taken the initiative, was caught off guard by Zhao's decisive counterattack. The failure of the ambush seemed to leave the assailant in shock. As Zhao's form materialized, he identified his target, a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, and resolved to deliver a lethal blow. Channeling his spiritual energy into his palm, Zhao lunged for the opponent's neck. The adversary, sensing the impending danger, narrowly evaded several strikes, yet ultimately succumbed to Zhao's piercing grasp that penetrated his throat. Blood gushed forth, revealing Zhao's concealed silhouette. Despite the cultivator's demise, Zhao remained perplexed as to why the opponent had dared to confront him. After thoroughly surveying the vicinity and confirming the absence of allies, he began to search the corpse. It wouldn't be from the Qian family, would it? Zhao mused, contemplating the dire implications should that be the case. Fortunately, a thorough examination yielded no insignia from the Qian family. Instead, he discovered a map that struck a chord of familiarity. After some deliberation, Zhao recognized it as identical to the one previously brought by the wanderer Hefu. This map had led Zhao to a prime spiritual stone that catalyzed the Zhao family's ascent as a lineage of cultivators. Otherwise, the mere issue of a spiritual vein could have spelled their downfall. He recalled Hefu mentioning that the map had been retrieved from the uncorrupted body of a corpse deep within the mountains. Now that another map had surfaced, Zhao speculated whether there was a connection between the two. As for why the adversary did not seize the opportunity to search while Zhao departed, the death of the cultivator left that a mystery. Continuing his investigation, Zhao's conjectures were validated. Within the belongings of the deceased, he found a diary which detailed that the victim's master had once acquired an exquisite spiritual stone, but had buried it near Bu County while being pursued by enemies. Alongside a map he carried and another stored at home. It seemed these were indeed the two maps Zhao sought. He deduced that this unfamiliar cultivator had likely ventured out in search of his long-absent master. Taking everything from the corpse, he set it ablaze and swiftly departed. As he walked away, a cheerful demeanor graced his face. To his astonishment, he discovered a first-tier storage bag. Zhao Zhiyan was elated. Such an item was exceedingly valuable, indicating that this unfamiliar cultivator was quite affluent. Moreover, the diary revealed that both he and his master were loose cultivators. Thus Zhao Zhiyan harbored no fears of retribution. Upon opening the first-tier storage bag, he found its spatial capacity to be merely a cubic unit. However, despite its modest size, it contained a considerable number of treasures. 30 cultivation pills, evidently discarded by the stranger, along with 28 low-grade spirit stones. Lastly, there was a scroll, which piqued Zhao Zhiyan's interest the most. While pills could be purchased and spirit stones could be earned, the techniques contained within this scroll were exceedingly rare. Aside from a few techniques he had brought from his sect, Zhao Zhiyan had not acquired any others until now. The discovery filled him with delight. As he unfurled the scroll and perused its contents, his excitement intensified. It detailed a technique known as 5 pseudo-roots. Unlike traditional cultivation methods, this was designed for mortals. The creator understood the yearning of most mortals to seek immortality, yet find it unattainable. Thus, they aspired to pave a path for more individuals to embark on the journey of cultivation. In doing so, they established this technique to help mortals forge their innate spiritual roots. Was this not a forbidden text? Zhao Zhiyan was utterly astonished. He could only ponder the strength of the individual who could conceive such a technique, but it was evident that it had met with success. Whether the previous stranger had practiced it remained a mystery. Furthermore, Zhao Zhiyan referred to it as a forbidden text due to the increasingly scarce spiritual energy in the cultivation realm. Even the Qingyang sect had reduced the number of spirit root tests, which spoke volumes. A technique that contradicted the interests of major powers would inevitably be disallowed. While it might be unfriendly to the large factions, for a cultivator from a family like Zhao Zhiyan's, it was a remarkable skill. He suppressed his excitement, memorizing the entire content before incinerating the scroll. With the knowledge secured in his mind, he felt assured that it would remain undiscovered by outsiders. After committing the contents to memory, Zhao Zhiyan began to grasp the logic behind this technique. In essence, it involved selecting 5 types of spiritual materials of comparable quality: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and employing a unique method to infuse them into a mortal's dantian. Subsequently, special spiritual herbs would be concocted to seal the mortal's body, which leaked energy like a sieve. Once all was completed, a mortal could undergo a transformation into a pseudo-spiritual root, albeit one that could only approach the capabilities of a genuine spiritual root, resulting in a markedly slow cultivation speed. Typically, reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement was the utmost limit, with only a few exceptionally fortunate or talented individuals ascending to the 5th or 6th layers, after which further progress would be unattainable. Indeed, artificial spiritual roots would always come with limitations. Zhao Zhiyan had long suspected this to be the norm. However, For the Zhao family, this is quite auspicious, as it allows their kin to learn spells in conjunction with martial arts, thereby overpowering practitioners of the same realm and providing enhanced protection for the Zhao clan. Zhao Zhiyan's primary concern remains whether this pseudo-spiritual root blood can gain the recognition of the spiritual pearls. The purpose of establishing a cultivating family has never been forgotten. Chapter 45. Acquiring materials with the unexpected gain of the 5 pseudo-roots technique. Zhao Zhiyan's objective for visiting the Qian family's market has shifted. He intends to procure the necessary spiritual materials to allow his clan members to experiment. His pace quickens as he soon reaches the foothills of the Xiushan mountain range. At the base, the ordinary folk of the Qian family are present, but there are notably more patrolling cultivators. It seems they have learned a lesson from their previous misfortunes. Zhao Zhiyan muses inwardly. As he ascends the mountain, he encounters several inspections. As an ordinary cultivator out for procurement, he passes through smoothly while also keeping an eye on the condition of the collapsed spiritual vein. The Qian family has remained unusually compliant these past days, likely because the spiritual vein has not been adequately repaired, or perhaps cannot be repaired at all. This is a critical issue, and the Qian family cannot afford to be careless. When Zhao Zhiyan arrives near the site of the collapsed spiritual vein, he discovers it has been concealed. Indeed, it has yet to be restored. If it were repaired, there would be no need for such cover-ups. The primary concern is to prevent further damage from other cultivators. Zhao Zhiyan breathes a sigh of relief. With the matter of the spiritual vein at stake, the Qian family has little opportunity to provoke trouble. After paying an entrance fee of a low-grade spiritual stone, Zhao Zhiyan, much like his first visit, peruses each stall thoroughly. The prices remain relatively unchanged, though the number of stalls has diminished by half, likely a consequence of the collapsed spiritual vein. How could a cultivating family fail to protect their own spiritual vein, let alone safeguard the market? Zhao Zhiyan speculates this sentiment resonates with many cultivators. However, what they do not realize is that other cultivating families also struggle to protect their spiritual veins. After all, the misfortune of Yi Mei has been exceedingly pronounced. Among the remaining stalls, the goods are rather ordinary. Nonetheless, Zhao Zhiyan procures 10 sword energy talismans, each capable of unleashing sword-like attacks equivalent to those of late-stage Qi refinement practitioners for the cost of 2 low-grade spiritual stones. He also acquires 10 Earth Escape talismans, similarly priced, and 10 Golden Bell talismans, which can generate a protective barrier against attacks from consummate Qi refinement practitioners, each costing 4 low-grade spiritual stones. Furthermore, he purchases 173 marrow cleansing pills, depleting all of his low-grade spiritual stones. He is left with just 3 mid-grade spiritual stones, representing his last vestige of wealth. I truly do not wish to engage in trade with the Qian family, Zhao Zhiyan laments, knowing that conflict between the Qian family and the Zhao family is inevitable. Even if the Qian family does not instigate trouble, the Zhao family will take the initiative to expand. Engaging in business with them now is tantamount to aiding an adversary. Yet, with a dearth of resources for cultivation, there appear to be no better allies than the Qian family. The Qingyang sect is simply too far away. The Great Xia and the Great Shang royal families, after all, are mortal courts with limited resources. The Qian family has emerged as the sole trading power. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Zhiyan resolutely approached the Qian family's stall, determined to first establish his own strength. The subsequent matters would find their own resolution in due course. The Qian family's stall, situated in the heart of their marketplace, is managed by 3 cultivators from the family, offering a diverse array of resources cultivated over centuries. Zhao Zhiyan inquired about numerous items, including not only the spiritual materials and herbs required for the 5 pseudo-roots, but also Peiyuan pills, sealing talismans, and various elixirs that enhance vitality and improve physical constitution. Among these, he requested 50 Peiyuan pills for his own cultivation, intending to procure a larger quantity, this time along with Qinglen. He also ordered 10 sealing talismans, which are typically used in the cultivation world for confidentiality, priced at 5 low-grade spirit stones each. The remaining herbs were intended for his family members, to aid their growth and martial practice. The Qian cultivators meticulously recorded Zhao Zhiyan's requests and calculated the total, revealing that the items amounted to a considerable value of 500 low-grade spirit stones. For the 5 elemental spiritual materials needed for the 5 pseudo-roots, Zhao Zhiyan had selected common, yet durable materials that effectively conduct spiritual energy. However, he was taken aback by the exorbitant total. Gritting his teeth, he decided to purchase 6 sets. The Qian cultivator, momentarily taken aback, confirmed that 6 sets would cost 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Zhao Zhiyan's temper flared. He produced 3 medium-grade spirit stones as proof. Each medium-grade stone equates to 1,000 low-grade stones, instantly winning their respect. The Qian cultivators promptly began packaging his purchases, stating that due to the medium-grade payment, they would graciously include an additional 60 Peiyuan pills. They welcomed him to visit again. Surprised by this unexpected gain, Zhao Zhiyan gladly accepted the offer, swiftly stowing all items in his storage bag before making a hasty exit. Utilizing lightness talismans, journey talismans, concealment talismans, and earth-escaping talismans, he vanished in the blink of an eye. With his body laden with treasures, he was certain he had drawn the attention of potential robbers. Being ensnared would lead to significant losses. Zhao Zhiyan circled various locations repeatedly, ensuring that he was not being followed before finally returning to the main road and hastening back to his family. After a few days apart, he found no significant changes within the family. He entrusted the various vitality-enhancing elixirs for the mortals to Zhao Guangji, and then retrieved 6 Shisui pills. With a surplus of Shisui pills now available, he intended to distribute them equally. As for his 10 concubines, he pondered briefly before giving each of them one as well. Once everyone had consumed the Shisui pills, they all found themselves reeking. Mortals consume grains, leaving a considerable amount of impurities within their bodies. One Shisui pill can eliminate most of these impurities, facilitating a much easier path for subsequent cultivation and daily life. In this regard alone, the effects surpass those of infants. Observing Zhao Guangji and the others practicing martial arts, each exuding an air of vigor and enthusiasm, the excitement is palpable. Second granduncle, I feel on the verge of breaking through to the martial artist level, Zhao Guangzhong declared as he flexed his muscles, the latent power within him seemingly desperate for release. Zhao Zhiyan looked at the group, a smile gracing his features, while simultaneously pondering the intricacies of the 5 faux roots technique. The infusion of artificial spiritual roots into one's body, as described in the technique, is an excruciating experience. Ordinary mortals find it exceedingly difficult to endure. Hence the recommendation for martial artists to undertake it. Presently, the 6 family members are indeed qualified, although the higher the realm, the better. Naturally, Sun Wenwen possesses the highest realm, yet Zhao Zhiyan harbors reservations. Even though Sun Wenwen is loyal to the Zhao family, he does not intend to allow her to learn it first. His gaze swept across the group, ultimately resting on the second son, Zhao Guangzhou. Second son, are you afraid of pain? Zhao Ziyuan inquired. To the others, this question seemed perplexing. Not at all. I fear nothing, not even death. How could I fear pain? Zhao Guangzhou replied without hesitation, recalling how he had once relentlessly pursued enemies without a thought of the pain involved. Very well. You will accompany me in the coming days to assist with certain tasks. You all continue your training. Take advantage of the cleansing effects of the washing marrow pill to refine your martial arts and strive for an early breakthrough to the martial artist level. Wenwen, you will oversee their progress. Chapter 46. Becoming a cultivator, the underground spiritual vein. Zhao Guangzhong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It was his first time in such a place. Previously, he was aware that his second granduncle practiced here daily, yet he had not anticipated its transformation into such a beautiful locale. The abundant spiritual energy enveloped him in comfort, while the coiled green serpent nearby instilled a sense of trepidation. Though he had long been curious about this place, none dared to enter without Zhao Ziyuan's command. Now that his curiosity had been satisfied, he felt elated. Have you seen enough? Zhao Ziyuan prompted. Second granduncle, is this where you practice? There is even a rice field and a medicinal herb garden. How stunning! Zhao Guangzhong exclaimed, eyes gleaming, realizing the Zhao family's impressive heritage. I did not summon you here merely for a tour. I wish to ask if you would be willing to become a cultivator, Zhao Ziyuan stated directly. Initially, he intended to reserve these 6 sets of spiritual materials for the next generation. However, considering the years ahead and the need to experiment with the newly acquired 5 faux roots technique, he decided to engage this generation, allowing all 6 of them to experience it. By that time, Zhao Ziyuan would have mastered the technique, ready to pass it on to the next generation. Those without spiritual roots. Upon hearing the possibility of becoming a cultivator, Zhao Guangzhong seized Zhao Ziyuan's arm. In his limited understanding, he had never heard of an adult becoming a cultivator, let alone someone without spiritual roots. Now, with his second granduncle's affirmation, Zhao Guangzhong wholeheartedly believed. I am willing, he declared resolutely, fearing that his granduncle might change his mind. I must forewarn you that the process of transforming a mortal into an immortal practitioner is exceedingly agonizing. It demands immense endurance on your part. Should you falter, not only would you squander a significant amount of spiritual materials, but you would also incur harm upon yourself. Moreover, given the extraordinary nature of this method, it is imperative that you maintain utmost confidentiality. The exposure of the techniques of an immortal practitioner must be strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Zhiyan's tone was gravely serious, urging Zhao Guangji to contemplate this matter thoroughly, particularly the aspect of secrecy, as it would profoundly impact the future development of the Zhao clan. To be precise, The combat prowess of those at the 1st to 5th levels of chi refinement corresponds to that of martial artists to terrestrial immortals. The disparity is not insurmountable. Transforming clan members into immortal practitioners carries both advantages and disadvantages, and Zhao Zhiyan was now offering them a choice. With the opportunity to ascend to the status of an immortal master, one might forsake everything. Zhao Guangzhong harbored an intense envy for the immortal masters, a sentiment shared by all mortals. The allure of the unattained is indeed a universally applicable truth. Witnessing Zhao Guangzhong's resolute demeanor, Zhao Zhiyan encouraged him to adjust his mindset while he prepared the necessary spiritual materials. Following the prescribed steps of the 5 false roots technique, he selected spiritual materials of comparable quality from the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, conjoining them to form a yin-yang fish shape for future use. As he activated the technique, Zhao Zhiyan incrementally infused the materials into Zhao Guangzhong's dantian using a specialized method. The excruciating sensation of the foreign substance forcibly entering his body caused Zhao Guangzhong to scream in agony, drenched in sweat, repeatedly losing consciousness several times. This phase alone had consumed half a month. Observing Zhao Guangzhong in a state of near death, Zhao Zhiyan felt a sense of joy. Succeeding on the first attempt was indeed a cause for celebration. Concurrently, Zhao Zhiyan was concocting a special medicinal liquid to seal Zhao Guangzhong's body, which was leaking vital energy. Now that he possessed spiritual roots, he could draw energy into his body, but if his physical form allowed the energy to escape, all previous suffering would be in vain. As he prepared the medicinal liquid, he simultaneously instructed Zhao Guangzhong in the 5 false roots technique. Their cooperation was essential for ultimate success. I do not care what methods you employ. Remember every word I say, or all will be lost, and I shall not hesitate to end your existence, Zhao Zhiyan threatened. Zhao Guangzhong remained silent, his mind consumed by the operation of the technique. The methods of immortal practitioners differ significantly from those of mortal martial arts. The former encompasses all aspects, while the latter focuses solely on the physical form. Now, having cultivated the technique, Zhao Guangzhong instantly fell in love with the sensation it provided. Second uncle, when may I learn spells? Zhao Guangzhong weakly inquired. What is the rush? There is nothing lacking for you, Zhao Zhiyan replied. Once the special medicinal liquid was complete, Zhao Guangzhong was immersed in a bath, while a sealing talisman was inscribed into his mind. With the sealing talisman in place, matters concerning the 5 false roots would remain undisclosed. Remember, upon your departure, you must remain as you were. Nothing should change. If you wish to practice spells, come to the small mountain. I shall reserve a room for you within the cave dwelling, Zhao Zhiyan reminded him. While traversing the outside world, the use of spells is strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. In addition to enabling Zhao Guangzhong to learn spells for the protection of himself and his family, Zhao Zhiyan also intended to offer the choices of the Spirit Plant Master and Beast Tamer legacies. Given the difficulty in advancing in cultivation, it seems prudent to become a functional asset for the family. Regardless of which cultivation art is chosen, it will prove beneficial for the Zhao clan at this juncture. The same applies to the other 5 individuals involved. After a fortnight, Zhao Guangzhong emerged from the medicinal bath. The once potent aroma of spiritual herbs now diluted to the faintness of clear water. Having sealed most of the gaps within him, he completed the final step of his transformation. Zhao Guangzhong, still incredulous, could not shake off the remnants of the painful experience that lingered in his mind. He had now reached the first layer of chi refinement, and coupled with his martial prowess nearing the level of a martial master, he found himself capable of contending with true martial masters with relative ease. Once he grasps the basics of spellcasting, he will be able to face cultivators at the second layer of chi refinement. Zhao Zhiyan commanded him to seek out the spells in the nearby library and to select one of the 2 cultivation arts to study. Before you depart, leave behind a bowl of blood for me, he instructed. Zhao Guangzhong, consumed by an insatiable thirst for knowledge of spells, paid little heed to other matters. He sliced open his palm, offering 1,000 drops of blood, and hurried towards the library. His eagerness evoked memories for Zhao Zhiyan of his own early days in the Qingyang sect. There is nothing particularly special about cultivators, Zhao Zhiyan murmured to himself. Before taking the bowl of fresh blood and summoning the spiritual orb, he attempted to nourish the orb with the blood, yet felt no response. What a fruitless endeavor, he lamented, disappointed that the pseudo-spiritual root did not recognize the offering. Gazing at the long-awaited spiritual orb, he sighed, wondering when he might acquire additional lives. If he were to have more lives, he could dare to indulge in play without restraint. Zhao Guangji diligently noted down the selected spells and cultivation arts before returning to the family estate. After a month away, he found himself yearning for his wife, eager to return home. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan remained occupied, calling upon Zhao Guangji for the next task. As for managing the family affairs, he entrusted the responsibility to Hu Di and Zhao Guangzhong for the time being. There was no rush, given that a month had already passed. It is said that the offspring of cultivators are more likely to possess spiritual roots. One can only wonder about the efficacy of this pseudo-spiritual root. Chapter 47. Qi refinement at the 8th layer, and the spirit plant master. Half a year has elapsed. The 6 sets of spiritual materials purchased from the Qian family market have been entirely consumed. Zhao Guangji, along with his brothers and their wives, have all become cultivators, each reaching the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Only Sun Wenwen stands apart, having broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. The cave on the small mountain has also been opened to the group. However, Zhao Zhiyan has withheld various elixirs from them, as their cultivation levels are too low. Providing them with such resources would merely squander valuable supplies. The 6 individuals have also taken turns to cultivate at the spiritual vein location. As the 6 individuals embraced their identities as cultivators, their demeanor underwent a significant transformation, radiating an air of mysterious superiority. At this moment, Zhao Zhiyan stood alongside Qing Lin by the spiritual vein. While Qing Lin tirelessly devoted himself to cultivation, Zhao Zhiyan reflected on the intricate process of crafting false spiritual roots for the 6. With each of the 6 attempts culminating in success, Zhao Zhiyan amassed invaluable experience, laying a robust foundation for the eventual creation of false spiritual roots for his own progeny. During this journey, Zhao Zhiyan also unearthed numerous challenges, such as the optimal configuration of 5 types of spiritual materials and the perfect sealing of vulnerabilities within his own body. Moreover, a more audacious thought began to take root in his mind, the notion of cultivating the 5 false roots for himself, either to forge a new spiritual root or to refine the existing 4. Once such ideas took hold, they became difficult to suppress. However, Zhao Zhiyan remained rational, fully aware of the singularity of his life and cherishing it dearly. He resolved to explore these ambitions once he had secured a greater hold on his existence. As for the search for experimental subjects, he deemed it a formidable challenge. At present, the Zhao family had made remarkable strides, with all adults now being cultivators, marking a significant advancement on the path of a cultivation family. A year and a half later, the family welcomed new additions. Particularly, Zhao Guangji and his brothers saw their wives assist in the birth of offspring. The eldest, Zhao Guangbua, welcomed a daughter named Zhao Yoli, while the second brother, Zhao Guangzhong, finally had a son named Zhao Yuyan. The youngest brother, Zhao Guangji, also had a son, whom he named Zhao Yujian. Notably, Zhao Yoli was born a year earlier than the other 2. Zhao Zhiyan, not to be outdone, had 2 concubine servants from the Zhao family each give birth to a son, named Zhao Zi and Zhao Zihong, respectively. In addition to his affection for his 2 sons, Zhao Zhiyan took a keen interest in the offspring of his brothers. He sought to ascertain whether the progeny born of couples with false spiritual roots would possess a higher probability of developing genuine spiritual roots compared to those born to ordinary cultivators. After acquiring some blood samples, he discovered that the spiritual pearls showed no reaction. It appeared that he would have to wait until they were 6 years old. As the tranquil days of the family continued, they were soon disrupted. Mao Shan, with a countenance fluctuating between light and shadow, approached Zhao Guangji. As a figure akin to a strategist within the Zhao family, he was highly esteemed, having played a crucial role in the family's undertakings over the past 2 years. Zhao Zhiyan's stable operations were largely attributable to Mao Shan's contributions, and the family had reciprocated his loyalty with equal standing in all matters. Mao Shan took great pride in this arrangement. Yet today, he appeared troubled. "You seem uncharacteristically downcast," Zhao Guangji remarked, having noticed the abnormality. Since becoming a cultivator and practicing various health cultivation techniques, Zhao Guangji's previously gray hair had returned to its youthful hue. "Alas, I feel I have let the family head down," Mao Shan lamented with a heavy sigh. "Given our long acquaintance, speak plainly," Zhao Guangji commanded, reflecting their usual mode of interaction. Mao Shan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he replied, "All the scholars we invested in have failed to pass." At this point, his shame deepened, as it was he who had proposed the idea of supporting these scholars during their times of misfortune, with the hope that once they succeeded in the imperial examinations and entered the court, they would be able to aid the Zhao family. Now, facing setbacks from the very beginning, and with some personal interests leading him to include a few friends in the support list, he felt even more guilty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guangji chuckled heartily, thinking it was something of great significance, only to find it was merely this. Coming from a fisherman background, Zhao Guangji, despite having acquired considerable knowledge over the years, recognized that he was not on par with those who could participate in the imperial examinations. Nevertheless, he was quite pragmatic. In terms of investment, failure was commonplace, especially since the Zhao family could currently afford to absorb losses. Thus, he suggested continuing the investment. However, this time, he hoped that Brother Mao Shan would conduct a thorough review of the scholars being supported. At the very least, those who were ungrateful should not be included. Zhao Guangji's words elicited a look of gratitude from Mao Shan, who nodded deeply in appreciation. By the way, there is one more matter. Mao Shan adjusted his emotions and continued. The Emperor of the Great Xia intends to embark on a tour, and our county, being a border stronghold, may very well be one of the destinations. Where did this news come from? Zhao Guangji's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Even if the Emperor truly wished to tour the realm, the route would certainly be kept confidential. It would be impossible for such information to leak. It was just conveyed to me by the ancestor, instructing me to manage the servants properly, Mao Shan explained. At this, Zhao Guangji let out a sigh of relief, for he had received similar news moments earlier. Although the Zhao family resided within the territory of the Great Xia, as a family of cultivators, they were affiliated with the Qingyang sect and not directly subject to the jurisdiction of the Great Xia. Nevertheless, living on Xia territory required them to maintain a semblance of propriety. Now, Zhao Zhiyan had also received information from Lu Xian and needed to impose restrictions on the servants to uphold the dignity of the Great Xia Emperor. I am already aware of this matter. You may proceed with the arrangements, but do not disclose any details, Zhao Guangji added, trusting that with Mao Shan's intelligence, he would grasp the intricacies involved. Half a month later, near the spiritual vein, Zhao Zhiyan felt a surge of energy as he stepped into the 8th layer of qi refinement. Slowly opening his eyes, he gathered the azure scales into his embrace. He had finally broken through. However, the spiritual rice and nourishing pills he had consumed were entirely depleted, yet he had not yet earned any spiritual stones. A period of hardship awaited him. Amidst his excitement, there was a tinge of bitterness. Without a stable income of spiritual stones, the situation was indeed quite lamentable. On a brighter note, Zhao Guangji and his brothers, along with their wives, had all opted for the inheritance of spiritual farming and had enthusiastically joined the ranks. It is only natural for a family to prioritize sustenance. Regarding the family's numerous livestock, Zhao Zhiyan selectively chose cultivation techniques from the Beastmaster inheritance, focusing on cattle, horses, and sheep to impart to the family servants. After all, the Beastmaster inheritance primarily catered to magical beasts, and its practical application for ordinary livestock was rather limited. In regions where spiritual energy is scarce, the likelihood of encountering demonic beasts is exceedingly low. The appearance of the azure-scaled creature was merely an anomaly. Having achieved the 8th level of qi refinement, I have also added 6 more spiritual cultivators to my family, which will undoubtedly lead to a substantial increase in the yield of grains, vegetables, fruits, and herbs. This development enables our family to venture into these industries. What Zhao Zhiyan could conceive, others could naturally envision as well. With 6 individuals taking turns to nurture the crops, not only has the maturation speed accelerated, but the yield has also seen a significant increase. Chapter 48. The malevolent cultivator. The spiritual cultivators inherit minor spells such as the cloud and rain technique and the nurturing art, which assist in the growth of plants. To avoid revealing their identities, Uncle Zhao and the others perform their magic under the cover of night. With insect repellent spells, rain-inducing incantations, and the addition of fertilizer from their servants, the crops in the Zhao family's fertile fields flourish remarkably. As the yield of the Zhao family's crops continues to rise, particularly in fruits and grains, the quality has also improved, leading to an increased demand for their brewed beverages. Some discerning individuals have begun to notice the unusual prosperity, occasionally visiting the vicinity of the fields, only to be repelled each time. The members of the Zhao family gathered to discuss strategies. What should we do? Most of these intruding martial artists hail from other regions, including some masters of their craft. Sun Wenwen was deeply troubled. As the only master in the family at present, the responsibility of driving away these prying martial artists naturally fell upon her shoulders. This year's grain yield has been exceptionally high, drawing attention, which is only to be expected. Fortunately, our maternal family has not intervened, sparing us from greater complications, Wei Exine added. The 7 powerful families of Bu County are aware of some of the Zhao family's inner workings and would not dare to provoke them. Furthermore, these 7 families have openly invited the Zhao family to collaborate in the realms of grains and beverages. Initially, Zhao Guangji had consistently declined such offers. However, it now seems that further refusals may place the Zhao family in a precarious position. Perhaps we should consider collaboration with them? Before Zhao Guangji could voice his thoughts, Zhao Guangzhong had already spoken on his behalf. As the family's enterprises expand, it is wiser to pursue open collaboration rather than allow others to covet what we have. There is little need to conceal our grains, livestock, and beverages. Zhao Guangzhong continued, observe. The family has built its foundation on beverages, trading high-quality drinks for livestock from merchants, then reselling, raising, and slaughtering them. Grains and fruits also serve the purpose of enhancing our beverages. The superior quality of our drinks is attributed to the inherited skills of the spiritual cultivators. Other aspects, such as recipes and brewing techniques, are not secrets. The core of our family lies in the mass production of grains and fruits through the spiritual cultivator's legacy. They cannot steal our essential resources. Thus we might as well embrace openness. Let them deal with the minor inconveniences. When the family was first established, my great-uncle demanded that the 7 powerful families grant us a share. I am aware that this has secretly caused discontent among these families. And this situation provides an opportunity to quell such unrest. Sister-in-law, Wei Xian, and the third sister, along with the concubines of my great-uncle, all hail from the 7 powerful families. Essentially, we are already interrelated through our connections. The crowd fell into a profound silence, and after a considerable pause, Zhao Guangji turned his gaze towards Sun Wenwen and her companions. Sister-in-law, I kindly request that you return to your family home to gauge their sentiments regarding our proposed collaboration. Understanding both ourselves and our counterparts is the essence of strategy. Sun Wenwen nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to visit her parents as well. A week swiftly passed, and Sun Wenwen and her companions returned one after another. The 7 formidable families were indeed willing to collaborate, though they each expressed differing opinions on the distribution of profits. Zhao Guangji had anticipated this outcome. Since there was a mutual interest in cooperation, it would be prudent to arrange a meeting with the heads of each family. Thus, he resolved to forge a partnership, not merely a simple one. With the family's grain and fruit yields significantly increasing, it was essential to scale operations, enlisting these families to assist in brewing, transporting, selling, and providing protection. At that moment, Sun Wenwen interjected, "Third brother, let us not rush. In addition to the 7 families from Buxian, 2 more have approached us proactively." Curious, Zhao Guangji inquired, "Who are they?" Sun Wenwen replied, "The royal relatives of the Great Xia and the Great Shang, or rather, the imperial merchants." "Then let us extend an invitation to them." Zhao Guangji did not refuse, nor could he afford to. Expanding trade through the means of these 2 imperial merchants was undeniably essential. While Zhao Guangji was occupied with negotiations among the various families, Zhao Zhiyan arrived at the slaughterhouse. Within the Wanhun banner, countless animal souls had accumulated, transforming its hue into a deep black. The weighty texture indicated that the Wanhun banner had fully taken shape. Imagining the formidable spectacle of unleashing innumerable animal souls in battle was exhilarating. "I shall return for you when the time comes. For now, remain here in the slaughterhouse." Zhao Zhiyan gently caressed the Wanhun banner, recognizing it as his trump card. Just as Zhao Zhiyan was about to depart from the slaughterhouse, the Wanhun banner began to tremble inexplicably. His expression turned tense as he grasped it tightly once more. The Wanhun banner, a common artifact among malevolent practitioners, possessed a unique characteristic. It would resonate when encountering a similar artifact. This was one of the means through which practitioners of the dark arts connected, as they often had to remain hidden and could not meet openly. The tremor of the Wanhun banner alerted Zhao Zhiyan to the presence of another practitioner in this cursed place. Surprised, he realized that not only could he sense the other, but the other could sense him as well. He moved towards a nearby hill, summoning Qinglin and retrieving the bone shield. Zhao Zhiyan began to search the surroundings, aware that a hidden malevolent practitioner posed a significant threat. Concealing the Wanhun banner within his storage pouch and securing the bone shield beneath his garment, he wrapped Qinglin around his arm, ensuring it was hidden as well. With silver needles tucked between his fingers and talismans clutched tightly in his left hand, Zhao Zhiyan was prepared for the worst. He initially circled the vicinity of the residence, finding nothing amiss, and gradually expanded his search radius. Simultaneously, the trembling of the soul banner served as a means to gauge distance. Zhao Zhiyan gradually ventured deeper into the vast grasslands of the great merchant empire and stumbled upon a group of pastoralists. Herds of cattle and horses grazed peacefully while the herders sat gathered around a fire. As Zhao approached to request a drink, he discovered that these pastoralists had become mere husks. A gentle touch reduced them to ash. It seemed something was amiss nearby. The flames in the fire pit had not spilled over. Zhao concluded that the use of human souls as a resource for cultivation was the primary reason for the pursuit of these wicked cultivators. His gaze swept the surroundings, and he soon discerned a trace. A seemingly ordinary cultivator approached, dressed inconspicuously, yet bearing the ominous soul banner upon his back. Had it not been for that, everyone would have mistaken him for an ordinary man. Zhao's demeanor shifted as he recognized that this individual was on par with his own cultivation level. This could prove to be a formidable adversary. "Qinglin, stay alert," Zhao quietly cautioned. The malevolent cultivator halted 20 meters away, scrutinizing Zhao in return. Due to the nature of the soul banner, it was not uncommon for ordinary cultivators to masquerade as evil ones, leading to heightened caution even among genuine wicked cultivators when encountering one another. "You hardly seem like a wicked cultivator." Zhao initiated the confrontation. "Of course, if I looked the part, I would have been dispatched by other cultivators by now," the wicked cultivator retorted. Chapter 49. The Wicked Cultivator Master as Unfamiliar Cultivators. Mutual distrust was inevitable. Fortunately, Zhao had not anticipated gaining the wicked cultivator's trust. After a few exchanges, they inevitably clashed. During their skirmish, Zhao realized their strengths were evenly matched. Continuing this way would yield no victor. Nevertheless, Zhao directed the wicked cultivator away from the Zhao residence. Across the boundless grasslands, the two figures battled fiercely until exhaustion enveloped them both. They maintained a respectful distance, lying on the lush green grass while gazing at the sky. The sun shone brightly, unable to conceal the hostility in their eyes. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Zhao lamented internally. Their strengths were evenly matched. Even with the assistance of talismans and magical artifacts, they could not breach each other's defenses, depleting all their energy to the point where the will to fight had vanished. Gasping for breath, the wicked cultivator broke the silence. Did you not find a treasure chest on the back of a whale? Zhao's heart tightened as memories from a year or two prior resurfaced. There had indeed been a colossal whale washed ashore on the beach. Zhao had approached to segment the whale and prevent environmental pollution, only to accidentally uncover the treasure chest. The contents of that chest had greatly benefited him, including the method for creating the soul banner he now wielded. Additionally, the blood fiend technique was something he practiced regularly. Don't deny it. A respectable cultivator who practices the blood fiend technique and possesses knowledge of the human bone shield and the crafting of the soul banner. Where did all this come from? In my opinion, you might as well join the heretics. The heretic scoffed, grateful for the numerous secretive tactics at his disposal. Otherwise, he would have been annihilated moments ago. How dare you presume? You are nothing but a rabble. Zhao Zhiyan retorted disdainfully. Such heretics may be manipulated, but to join their ranks is utterly out of the question. The treasure chest you obtained was sewn into the body of a whale by my master. We possess the means to locate it. Did you not expect that? The heretic boasted. Upon hearing that his adversary had a master, Zhao Zhiyan became alarmed, fearing he might be captured and sacrificed. Fortunately, they were alone. Return my belongings, and I shall no longer pursue you, the heretic continued. What did you say? I do not comprehend. Zhao Zhiyan naturally would not concede. Spare me your drivel. Though the soul banner is quite common among heretics, each individual crafts theirs with distinct nuances. Your soul banner bears similarities to mine. Such a method can only be passed down from my master. I reiterate, return my belongings, or we shall not cease until one of us is dead, the heretic insisted. If I say it is not here, then it is not. If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you to the bitter end. Zhao Zhiyan was unyielding. Retreat? How could one retreat? The treasure chest has been sold, and half of its contents burned. Judging by the heretic's tone, should he discover the truth, he would undoubtedly fight to the death. Rather than struggle, it would be more prudent to find a way to eliminate him. The two exchanged insults until they regained a modicum of strength. Without a moment's hesitation, they resumed their fierce battle, this time delving deeper into the heart of the Great Shang. After half a month, their figures had appeared in various locations across the Great Shang grasslands, utterly exhausted. The intensity of their combat had taken its toll, even on seasoned cultivators. Their stocks of elixirs and talismans had dwindled significantly. As they collapsed once more from fatigue, a green-scaled creature, long hidden within Zhao Zhiyan's sleeve, emerged swiftly. In an instant, it sank its fangs into the heretic's arm, injecting venom, though it was subsequently flung away. You always claim that we heretics are wicked. Yet, you ordinary cultivators are even more insidious, the heretic spat, hastily swallowing an antidote and cursing under his breath. In dealing with enemies, one must indeed resort to any means necessary. Zhao Zhiyan, unfazed, forced himself to rise, preparing for a final strike. Upon observing the heretic's complexion, which had turned a shade of purple, it was evident that the antidote had little effect. Zhao Zhiyan and the green-scaled creature attacked in unison, but the heretic, gathering his strength, turned to flee. It appeared that the heretic had revealed his last resort, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. Zhao Zhiyan, bearing the soul banner, looked toward the green-scaled creature. Can you trace its scent? The creature nodded and proceeded in a particular direction. Zhao Zhiyan followed closely behind. This heretic must be eliminated, or it would jeopardize the safety of his family. Unbeknownst to him, they pursued for another half-month. The absence of the heretic's corpse stirred a sense of unease within Zhao Zhiyan. The creature's venom was potent, more than sufficient to deal with a heretic of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The fact that the adversary still lived suggested that he had likely encountered a powerful ally. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Zhiyan hesitated, feeling a reluctance to continue his search. The two adversaries were already at an impasse, and should there be additional assistance, Zhao might meet his demise here. Lacking a second life, he could not afford to take such risks. Just as he contemplated retreat, he noticed a figure in a black robe standing not far behind him. The figure clutched a soul banner as well, but to Zhao's astonishment, his own soul banner remained unaffected. It was only later that Zhao understood that some formidable practitioners could modify the soul banner. Qinglin, why did you not detect the presence of another? Zhao Zhiyan was drenched in cold sweat. The ability to silently approach from behind spoke volumes of the adversary's strength. Qinglin, concealed within the grass. Gradually crawled up Zhao's pant leg and coiled around his thigh. I never imagined you would dare to pursue me, Zhao remarked. This is fortuitous, as I require materials for alchemy, and here they are. The black-robed practitioner's excitement was palpable. Upon hearing the word pursue, Zhao realized this was indeed an accomplice of the malevolent practitioner, undoubtedly a true practitioner of darkness. Zhao unleashed a torrent of cattle and horses from his soul banner, their massive forms blotting out the sky as they charged towards the black-robed figure. Meanwhile, Zhao turned to flee, expending all remaining travel talismans, concealment talismans, agility talismans, and earth evasion talismans. Having depleted his talismans, he was left to rely solely on fate. As he sprinted away, once the talismans lost their efficacy, Zhao emerged from the ground, only to find the black-robed practitioner still before him. Zhao's pupils contracted in shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. A foundation-establishing evil practitioner? Zhao wrestled with his thoughts. If that were the case, even the notion of suicide would seem like a luxury. Quite skilled. No wonder you forced my disciple into a desperate flight. The black-robed practitioner chuckled ominously. At that moment, Zhao finally discerned the true identity of his foe. This is the vicinity of the Qingyang sect's grand tournament. How dare a mere evil practitioner show their face? Zhao threatened. Huh. The tournament concluded long ago. Do you think I would remain oblivious, isolated from the world? The black-robed practitioner sneered, then reached out with a large hand. Zhao Zhiyan decisively unleashed all his strength, instantly clashing with his opponent. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Zhao gauged the true power of the adversary, not a foundation-establishing calamity practitioner, but rather one who had perfected qi refinement, likely at the 10th level. With this revelation, Zhao felt a glimmer of hope. The fact that the opponent could catch up to him was most likely due to the efficacy of the talismans. Chapter 50. The Clash of the Heron and the Clam. In a state of near collapse, Zhao Zhiyan was captured. The fact that his life was spared was indeed a surprise. Although he bore severe injuries, Qing Lin remained undisclosed, and the black-robed practitioner was not unscathed either. Moreover, Zhao's storage bag had been confiscated. Carried by the black-robed practitioner, Zhao found himself entering a cave dwelling. The atmosphere within was thick with malevolence, sending involuntary shivers down his spine. Surrounding him were countless skeletons, evidently of human origin. Zhao Zhiyan was carelessly cast aside in a shadowy corner, scrutinizing everything in his vicinity. Debris, remnants, and more debris, a stone bed and an alchemical furnace lay before him. A spirit-gathering formation attracted the sparse spiritual energy, gradually mending Zhao Zhiyan's body. Just as he contemplated an escape, a familiar voice resonated. Ha ha ha, Master, you truly captured him. The evil cultivator we encountered before, despite being poisoned by the serpent, has indeed survived. Master, may I take him? I wish to refine him into a puppet, bound to obey my commands for eternity. The tone of the malevolent cultivator brimmed with madness. Step aside. This individual is of use to me, the black-robed evil cultivator replied coldly, silencing the other in an instant. The black-robed figure seemed to be preparing something, and after a considerable pause, approached Zhao Zhiyan once more. It appears you have discovered the treasure I concealed within the whale's body. Judging by your demeanor, it seems you haven't brought it with you. However, fret not. I will scour every place you have resided, inch by inch. As for you, you shall become a part of me. The black-robed cultivator revealed his gaunt, aged face from beneath the cloak. Stripping Zhao Zhiyan of his garments, he uncovered the azure scales entwined around his legs, along with a small serpent. The black-robed cultivator casually seized it, tangled it, and cast it into the alchemical furnace. Naked and vulnerable, Zhao Zhiyan found himself united with the azure scales within the furnace. Struggling to move, he managed to crawl to the scales and untangle them, discovering they too were gravely injured. At this moment, faced with imminent death, Zhao Zhiyan, who valued his life dearly, felt no trace of fear. His gaze was fiercely directed at the black-robed cultivator, who remained indifferent to Zhao Zhiyan's thoughts, continually tossing various spiritual materials into the furnace. Zhao Zhiyan, having observed the process, quickly deduced that the other intended to concoct a human pill, a formula he was quite familiar with from prior encounters. It was well known that living beings were optimal for this creation, which was precisely why he clung to life. Once the spiritual materials were exhausted, the furnace was sealed. Zhao Zhiyan, gazing at the chaotic assortment of materials, suddenly conceived a plan. He randomly seized a type of spiritual material and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it greedily. Simultaneously, he filled the azure scale's mouth as well. The man and the serpent indulged in their feast, despite the unpalatable nature of the materials, just as they stealthily consumed the spiritual materials. Sounds from outside the furnace caught Zhao Zhiyan's attention, yet did not diminish his appetite. Outside the furnace, the evil cultivator's disciple lay on the stone bed. His serpent poison just healed, though still somewhat weak. Suddenly, he noticed his master approaching, emanating a cackling laughter. The disciple hastily covered his backside and retreated, only to find himself cornered against the wall, with no escape. Master, I am your disciple. What do you intend to do? The disciple's voice wavered with panic. Having been taken in by his master since childhood, he had been guided into the realm of evil cultivation, always viewing his master as the most significant figure in his life. Yet today, for the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The dark-robed evil cultivator paid no heed to the inquiries of his disciple, resolutely stripping him of his garments. Their bare forms laid bare before one another as he scrutinized his apprentice from head to toe. You have accompanied me for so many years. It is time for you to repay me, the raspy voice of the dark-robed figure echoed. Master, I am willing to repay you in other ways. Please, do not proceed in this manner, the apprentice, overwhelmed with despair, implored. He was acutely aware that evil cultivators had long abandoned their humanity, yet he never anticipated such a complete disregard for it. Reflecting on his years of being an evil cultivator, he realized he still held traces of kindness within him. That cannot be. I require human essence to break through to the foundation establishment stage. After all these years of nurturing you, obediently allow me to refine you into human essence, becoming the vital resource I need for my breakthrough. The dark-robed cultivator's eyes gleamed with avarice. He had awaited this day for far too long. The contrasting forces of righteousness and evil, the human essence produced from such a discord would surely aid my ascension. The dark-robed cultivator grew ever more audacious. Upon hearing his master's decree, the apprentice momentarily fell silent, feeling both a sense of relief and profound despair. He had partaken of human essence before, yet he never envisioned that he would become one himself. Memories of the mortals he had witnessed being painfully transformed into essence surged back, causing him to tremble violently. Master, this cannot be allowed. The apprentice succumbed to utter despair. Casting aside all restraint, he erupted in fury, unleashing all his spells upon the dark-robed cultivator. Anticipating this move, the dark-robed figure swiftly countered, and a fierce battle ensued within the confines of the cave. However, the apprentice ultimately faltered, sustaining grave injuries and barely clinging to life. Observing his powerless disciple, the dark-robed cultivator finally relaxed. Ah, my obedient disciple, you are not the first to be consumed by me. Have you not always wondered where your senior brothers and sisters have gone? You have been able to see them all along. Look at these decorations of white bones. They are them. The remains of those mortals have long since been cast into the void. Do you truly believe I would covet such trifles as mortal remains? The dark-robed cultivator erupted into laughter. My dear disciple, it is thanks to you all that I have reached my current realm. At this revelation, not only was the apprentice bewildered, but so too was Zhao Zhiyan, trapped in the alchemical furnace. Goodness, I have encountered perversions before, but never such a degree of depravity. This dark-robed cultivator is truly exceptional, even among his ilk. Zhao Zhiyan felt nauseated, struggling to consume the spiritual materials, yet the azure-scaled creature continued to voraciously devour them. The materials capable of producing human essence were indeed of high quality, rare even for ordinary cultivators to gather. Oblivious to the furnace's escalating heat, Zhao Zhiyan listened intently to the sounds from outside. Silence enveloped the air for an indeterminate duration until a piercing scream shattered it. The dark-robed cultivator lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a large shrimp, drenched in cold sweat, clutching his belly, disbelief etched across his face. The parasitic insect, when did you refine it? You can even apply a curse upon me? I taught you. You did not grasp it at the time? Now, it was the dark-robed cultivator who was astonished, finally confronting the reality of his only remaining disciple. The nature of a master inevitably shapes that of their apprentice. If I do not hold back, I shall truly become your supplement. The malevolent apprentice remained motionless, too grievously injured to move. I am aware of many things. Hence I have prepared for contingencies. Master, I have inherited all that is yours. The malevolent disciple summoned all his strength, and from the dark-robed evil cultivator's abdomen emerged a pitch-black scorpion. Upon observing the dark-robed cultivator, it was evident that his internal organs had been devoured. Chapter 51. Escape. The dark-robed evil cultivator has fallen. The apprentice was gravely wounded and fell unconscious. Within the alchemical furnace, Zhao Zhiyan remained oblivious, only noticing that the furnace was growing increasingly cool. Though he lacked knowledge of alchemy, Zhao understood that under normal circumstances, once the process of refining began, it would not be halted recklessly. The extinguished flame could only indicate that something was amiss outside. There was not a sound to be heard. There was no basis for speculation, Zhao silently lamented. Upon glancing again, he discovered that the spiritual materials within the furnace had been entirely consumed by the azure-scaled creature. Zhao felt a twinge of bitterness. He had scarcely had his fill, and now it was all gone. There was no choice, being severely injured. He could only remain in place and slowly recuperate, hoping to endure a little longer. Beside him, the azure-scaled creature coiled its body as its physical wounds gradually healed. its aura visibly intensified. Zhao realized that the azure-scaled creature was on the verge of a breakthrough. It had already accumulated sufficient energy, and the recent spiritual herbs had directly aided in breaking through that barrier. Over the course of 3 days, Zhao endured with bated breath, but fortunately, all was relatively calm. After 3 days of cultivation, the azure-scaled creature's aura surged significantly, achieving the 5th level of qi refinement. Its injuries had mostly healed, regaining its vigor. Azure-scaled, venture out and assess the situation, but do so with utmost caution, Zhao commanded. With 3 days of tranquility, Zhao had begun to form suspicions. The azure-scaled creature moved its body, gradually prying open the lid of the alchemical furnace, revealing the chaos within the cave. It appeared as though a fierce battle had transpired. The dark-robed, evil cultivator lay with a deflated abdomen, devoid of internal organs, and a deceased scorpion rested upon him. Not far away, the malevolent apprentice remained unconscious but still breathed faintly. Using its tail, the azure-scaled creature lifted Zhao, placing him beside the alchemical furnace for a clearer view of the surroundings. The moment Zhao's eyes adjusted, joy surged within him. The exhilaration of finding hope amidst despair eased the pain of his injuries. After several careful observations and confirming the absence of other formidable foes, Zhao commanded, eliminate that malevolent apprentice swiftly and decisively. Inject him with venom and retreat promptly. The azure-scaled creature moved with the grace of a fish in water, swiftly reaching the side of the malevolent apprentice. Just as the azure-scaled creature prepared to strike, the malevolent apprentice stirred awake. Instinctively grasping the azure scale, its slick surface allowed it to slip effortlessly from the malevolent disciple's mouth and into his abdomen. Zhao Zhiyan had initially harbored concerns for the azure scale, but as he observed the disciple writhing in torment until his demise, he felt a profound sense of relief upon its return. Safety was restored. Zhao Zhiyan, drenched in cold sweat, recognized that his survival hinged solely on luck. Had the wicked disciple and his master not been embroiled in their struggle, he would have perished long ago. Henceforth, he resolved to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. Lying within the alchemical furnace, he soon discovered a healing elixir, which the azure scale adeptly retrieved and placed into Zhao Zhiyan's mouth. The azure scale consumed one as well, and together, they commenced their rapid cultivation. After 7 days, both had fully recuperated. Zhao Zhiyan began to mobilize his body, tidying up the treasures within his cave dwelling. The azure scale assisted in uncovering hidden items, their cooperation flawless. After much searching, they amassed a mountain of belongings. In addition to his own possessions, Zhao Zhiyan uncovered a storage ring with a spatial capacity of 10 cubic units, significantly larger than his previous storage pouch. Elated, he adorned his finger with it. He also collected 270 inferior spirit stones, along with 12 speed enhancement talismans, 7 meteorite talismans, 10 ghost summoning talismans, 11 identity alteration talismans, and 9 golden armored warrior talismans. Among the elixirs, he found 7 healing potions and 21 detoxification elixirs, alongside 8 poison-dispelling pills. Additionally, he came across a first-tier spirit gathering formation and 73 various century-old spiritual herbs. As Zhao Zhiyan cataloged his findings, he realized that apart from his original possessions, these were the items he could take with him. The other items belonging to the malevolent disciples, such as the soul banner and the human pill, he resolved to destroy along with the cave. Particularly, he had no intention of consuming the human pill. However, considering that the azure scale was a magical beast, he thought it might not be averse to it. Yet, upon offering it to the azure scale, he was met with a firm rejection. Rendered utterly useless, it was destined for destruction. With a fireball spell, he obliterated the cave, incinerating the remaining items within. Zhao Zhiyan hurried home with the azure scale. Along the way, he examined his spoils. The speed enhancement and meteorite talismans served their respective purposes, the former for swift travel, while the latter summoned meteorites for assault. The ghost summoning talismans called upon spectral entities to aid in battle, akin to spiritual beasts. Identity alteration talismans were common among cultivators, enabling instantaneous transformation of one's appearance. The golden armored warrior talisman, similar to the ghost summoning talisman, summoned a golden warrior capable of both labor and combat. Among the elixirs, the poison-dispelling pill piqued Zhao Zhiyan's interest, as it encased a parasitic insect that, when fed to an enemy, would burst forth and render them miserable, even allowing him to manipulate the enemy's actions based on the insect's activity. The various century-old spiritual herbs he examined had lost potency due to preservation issues, rendering them largely ineffective. He resolved to utilize them for soaking baths upon his return, intending to enhance the physical constitution of his kin. As one man and one serpent hastened along their path, at the Zhao family estate, Zhao Guangji summoned his 2 elder brothers. "Have you concluded the trade negotiations with the various families?" he inquired. "Indeed, all discussions have reached fruition. The roles are distinctly defined. and a consensus on profit distribution has been achieved, Zhao Guangbo replied, weary from the prolonged efforts. By the way, have you seen our second uncle these days? Zhao Guangji suddenly recalled that, although Zhao Zhiyan typically returned to the estate intermittently, it had been over a month since he last made an appearance. Curiously, they had also been cultivating at the spiritual vein, yet none had caught sight of Zhao Zhiyan. He is likely occupied with matters outside. This is not the first time. After all, he has navigated the realm of cultivation for many years without incident, Zhao Guangzhong remarked nonchalantly. Yet, I have been feeling increasingly unsettled, Zhao Guangji responded. I too experienced this sense of disquiet. Initially, I attributed it to the pressures of negotiation, but now I believe it is more than that, Zhao Guangbo echoed. Let us dispatch some servants to search for him. If necessary, I shall venture out myself, he added. Very well, elder brother, you shall organize the search. Should any issues arise, keep me informed, Zhao Guangji agreed. Second brother, instruct the estate staff to inquire in other counties if anyone has spotted our second uncle, he continued. Leave this matter to me, Zhao Guangzhong affirmed without hesitation. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Encounter. A fortnight later, Zhao Guangji sat in the upper seat, gazing towards Maoshan. Was it not mentioned that the emperor of the Great Xia planned to tour Bu County? Why have we received no news? He pondered with curiosity, for it seemed unlikely that there would be any deviation from the plan. The latest reports indicate that the emperor recently returned to the imperial capital after visiting the Qian family of cultivators, located 1,000 miles away, Maoshan replied. This event occurred some time ago, thus the information has naturally leaked. The Qian family of cultivators? Zhao Guangji nodded thoughtfully. Renowned throughout the realm, they were the closest sect to the Zhao family. After becoming a practitioner himself, Zhao Guangji had sent individuals to investigate the Qian family's situation, concluding that they were not to be trifled with. As for the emperor's motivations, Zhao Guangji could not fathom them and chose not to dwell on it. It is perhaps for the best that he does not come. It spares us considerable trouble. By the way, has my elder brother returned? Zhao Guangji continued his inquiry. Zhao Guangbo had been away for half a month, while the other dispatched servants had gradually returned, leaving only his elder brother's whereabouts shrouded in mystery. This left Zhao Guangji feeling anxious, as if something were amiss. Furthermore, the servants sent to search for their second uncle had brought back no information. There has been no news, and the first madam also ventured out a few days prior, Maoshan added. No updates from second brother S and either? Maoshan shook his head, indicating that Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Guangbo seemed to have vanished entirely. At that moment, Zhao Zhiyan was completely unaware that his family was desperately searching for him. After trudging through the vast steppe for a fortnight and passing numerous small tribes, I finally managed to discern my direction. However, the boundary of the Great Xia still lay far ahead, and I could only proceed step by step towards home. As I walked, I encountered a sprawling array of enormous felt tents, more than 1,000 in number, each one impressively grand. These tents were the abodes of nomadic tribes, a fact I was well aware of, particularly in the realm of the Great Shang, which, despite being a mortal nation, was composed of various tribes that did not settle permanently, but instead followed the rains in search of lush pastures. The sight of thousands of felt tents indicated the presence of a large tribe, and around the periphery, many robust men on horseback were herding cattle and sheep. A cursory glance revealed that this settlement could accommodate tens of thousands, though the majority were likely scattered across the plains tending to their flocks. As I ventured inside to inquire for directions, I was abruptly halted by a burly man who spoke a torrent of words, none of which I could comprehend. Swiftly evading the man, I pressed deeper into the heart of the encampment, where I noticed a grand flag soaring above the central tent. This flag was familiar. It was the same one I had seen during the battle on the outskirts of Bu County. Was this the residence of the Great Shang royal family, or that of a prominent tribal leader? Just then, a figure clad in attire from the Great Xia emerged. We locked gazes for a moment, and in unison, we exclaimed, "What brings you here?" The figure was none other than my friend Lu Xian, a venerated member of the Great Xia royal court. "What are you doing here?" I pressed further. At that moment, the burly man who had earlier blocked my path approached again, only to be dismissed by Lu Xian. I watched in bewilderment. Wasn't Lu Xian a vassal of the Great Xia? Without offering an immediate explanation, he led me into a tent adorned with opulence, where even the floor was laid with fine leather, clean and orderly, a clear indication of Lu Xian's quarters. Sitting on the ground, I awaited his elucidation. "I have been dispatched by the Great Xia royal family," Lu Xian began. "Recently, the presence of malevolent cultivators has surged, prompting both kingdoms to collaborate to expel them. But didn't these two nations recently engage in conflict?" I inquired, intrigued. "Between nations, it is merely a matter of interests. Now that the malevolent cultivators threaten both sides, cooperation is imperative," Lu Xian explained. "Currently, the Emperor of the Great Xia is touring extensively, personally visiting various cultivation families to solicit their assistance. So, he has even come to my Zhao family," I retorted, recalling prior news that he was to arrive at Bu County, now with newfound understanding. He did not come. Lu Xian shook his head. There were reports that you had left your family, and since you are the only cultivator in the Zhao family, what purpose would the emperor serve in visiting without you? Thus, he did not go. Zhao Zhiyan nodded, understanding the situation. The fact that Zhao Guangji and the others had become cultivators remained unknown to anyone. By the way, what brings you here? This is the heart of the vast grasslands. Lu Xian inquired, filled with curiosity. In Lu Xian's memory, Zhao Zhiyan was either cultivating or attending to family affairs, with the only exception being trips to the Qian family market. Don't mention it. I was abducted by an evil cultivator. By sheer luck, I escaped with my life. Zhao Zhiyan replied, reflecting on his narrow escape. He then selectively shared the details of his ordeal with Lu Xian. Be cautious. There have been numerous sightings of evil cultivators nearby, Lu Xian warned, expressing sympathy for Zhao Zhiyan's plight. Escaping from the clutches of an evil cultivator required considerable skill. Well, now that we are traveling together, we need not fear the evil cultivators, Zhao Zhiyan suggested. Encouraged by Zhao Zhiyan's experiences, Lu Xian felt a surge of confidence and readily agreed. With their discussions about collaborating with the Dashang concluded, it was time to return to the Great Xia. The two tidied up and set off, their journey now filled with merriment, alleviating the solitude they had previously endured. A month passed swiftly. Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian ambled along, nearing the borders of the Great Xia. Their pace was leisurely, allowing them to travel for such an extended period. Having just traversed a marshy expanse, they spotted signs of a magical duel on the horizon. Given the recent surge in evil cultivator activity and Zhao Zhiyan's deep-seated hatred for them, they immediately raced towards the commotion. Their speed was unprecedented for this journey. It seems there are quite a number of cultivators involved, Lu Xian assessed. Zhao Zhiyan sensed the tremors from the soul banner within his storage ring, confirming the presence of an evil cultivator, albeit only one. This bolstered their resolve. Regardless of who encountered the evil cultivator, they would lend assistance. As they hastened towards the scene, they finally witnessed the full spectacle. 5 cultivators were mercilessly beating a modestly dressed evil cultivator. If not for the maliciousness of the evil cultivator's spells, they might not have realized he was one of them. Without hesitation, Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian channeled their spiritual energy and launched an attack. The 5 cultivators made way, allowing Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian to join the fray. Exchanging grateful glances, like cats toying with a mouse, the 7 relentlessly tormented the evil cultivator until he was utterly devastated, finally delivering the fatal blow. Chapter 53. Collapse. The 5 unfamiliar cultivators busied themselves collecting the treasures from the fallen evil cultivator, showing no intention of sharing with Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian. After all, without their intervention, the evil cultivator would have been easily subdued. One by one, the treasures were gathered, leaving Lu Xian somewhat envious. Zhao Zhiyan, however, remained indifferent and politely inquired of the 5. May I ask where you esteemed friends hail from? It is indeed a stroke of fate to join forces in vanquishing an evil cultivator. There is no need for pleasantries. Eliminating evil cultivators is our duty, replied the tallest of the 5 cultivators. From time to time, his gaze drifted toward a nearby cave, its entrance ajar. It was evident that the malevolent cultivator had attempted to escape within, only to be intercepted. Might we have the opportunity to witness the lair of this nefarious practitioner? This would aid us in our pursuit of such fiends in the future, Zhao Zhiyan proposed. We shall claim not a single item from within. Lu Xian tugged at Zhao Zhiyan's sleeve, signaling his dissent. However, Zhao Zhiyan remained undeterred. Even if the 5 adversaries coveted the treasures of the sinister cave, they would ultimately be thwarted. Moreover, it was certain that the cave was laden with traps. The previous lair of the dark-robed cultivator had been rendered safe solely due to Zhao Zhiyan's internal sabotage, rendering it starkly different from the one before them. After a brief discussion, the 5 agreed. Once we have extracted the valuables from the cave, you may then enter. I am most grateful, Zhao Zhiyan replied in acceptance. Being situated so close to the borders of the Great Xia, it was alarming that a wicked cultivator could establish a lair here without detection. Zhao Zhiyan felt compelled to learn from this, so he could enhance his own abode upon returning, a matter of utmost importance. One must grow through learning. Among the 5 cultivators, 3 remained to watch over Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian, while the other 2 tentatively ventured inside. After a considerable wait, Lu Xian leaned close to Zhao Zhiyan and whispered, "Do you not find their attire rather familiar?" All earlier focus had been directed at the malevolent cultivator, leaving this detail unnoticed. Zhao Zhiyan, upon hearing this, cast a discerning glance, and memories surged forth. Could it be the Qian family? Zhao Zhiyan surmised. Had Lu Xian not prompted him, he might have overlooked this connection. Reflecting upon it now, only the Qian family possessed the capability to dispatch 5 cultivators simultaneously in this vicinity. Are you 3 from the Qian family? Zhao Zhiyan inquired after a moment's contemplation. Despite the fact that they were future competitors, even potential adversaries, the situation had not escalated to that level yet. Regarding the supply point, various factors had prevented them from causing him any trouble. As for the future, Zhao Zhiyan was uncertain. Have you recognized us? The three Qian family cultivators smiled, pride evident in their demeanor. They were quite fond of their lineage. Their warmth soon enveloped the conversation, their eyes sparkling with appreciation for the two of them. As they conversed, the two Qian family cultivators who had entered the cave emerged gradually. They bore little in terms of goods, yet their storage bags were already brimming. Additionally, some larger items were being carried out. Two specific objects garnered Zhao Zhiyan's attention. This vile cultivator deserves death. To have transformed a man and a woman into puppets, such precious lives wasted, lamented one Qian family cultivator, their voice filled with sorrow. This inhumane practice is far more repugnant than the creation of human pills. Others echoed their condemnation, denouncing the cruelty of the malevolent cultivator. Such a method of crafting living puppets was solely the domain of wicked practitioners. Zhao Zhiyan, drawn closer, examined the scene intently, nearly losing his footing. Beside him, Lu Xian was equally astonished, for he had encountered the man and woman a few times before. Brother Zhao, are they not descendants of your family? Lu Xian's words not only left Zhao Ziyuan staggered, but also drew the attention of the 5 members of the Qian family. What did you say? These two, turned into puppets, are of your bloodline? The 5 members of the Qian family suddenly felt a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox. They too had kin, yet none wished to witness such a fate. Zhao Ziyuan steadied his emotions, suppressing his grief, and gently caressed the faces of the 2 puppets. The icy touch was unmistakably real. Regaining his composure, Zhao Ziyuan declared, I am the elder of the Zhao clan from Buxian. These 2 are my eldest grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Indeed, they are Zhao Guanghua and Sun Wanwan, who had gone missing. No longer concealing his identity, Zhao Ziyuan resolved, upon seeing their lifeless forms, to amend the clan's regulations to include a decree that any encounter with evil cultivators must end in their demise. Ah, so you are the elder of the Zhao family, the one who transformed a newly established clan into a formidable force in the mortal realm within just a few years. We of the Qian family have frequently purchased your wines, remarked one cultivator, reflecting on their mutual recognition, albeit having never met. Take these 2 puppets with you. Under normal circumstances, they would need to be destroyed. Bringing them back allows your kin to find peace in the earth, added another cultivator from the Qian family. Zhao Ziyuan expressed his profound gratitude, astonished that this family, which would later become his rival, had extended such a significant kindness to him. This left him in a state of deep turmoil and conflict. The Qian family cultivators began to tidy up and prepare to leave, but then returned. The leader produced a spatial transfer talisman from his storage pouch and handed it to Zhao Ziyuan, saying, as a fellow cultivator, take this. We retrieved it from the lair of the evil cultivators. Whether you choose to seek vengeance is entirely up to you. Zhao Ziyuan bowed deeply as the Qian family cultivators departed, motivated solely by the value of that talisman. A spatial transfer talisman? This item only allows movement to a predetermined location. Since it was found in the lair of the evil cultivators, it is likely a contingency plan left behind by them. Perhaps even a gathering point for other malevolent beings. The Qian family cultivators offering it to him suggests they too were reluctant to take risks. Lu Xian discerned the talisman's purpose at a glance. Zhao Ziyuan was also aware of this. Yet the torment and downfall of his family's younger generation left him with an insatiable desire for retribution. Regardless of whether it was a trap, he resolved to investigate. However, I must make some preparations, Zhao Ziyuan declared, not allowing his thirst for vengeance to cloud his judgment. You must act quickly. If it is indeed a gathering place for evil cultivators, they may escape. Moreover, there is only one spatial transfer talisman, and I cannot accompany you, Lu Xian cautioned. Do you possess any talismans? Offensive ones. And any protective treasures, please lend them to me, Zhao Ziyuan implored. I do have some spirit stones, but as for other items, they are insufficient, Lu Xian admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, we are not far from Qianjiafeng Market. Let us hasten our pace and procure more talismans for future use, suggested Lu Xian. If you are in need of spirit stones, I have some to spare. Zhao Zhiyan nodded in agreement, and the two made their way towards Qianjiafeng Market. Along the journey, Zhao Zhiyan was preoccupied with contemplating the potential dangers that lay ahead. Chapter 54, Fixed-Point Teleportation Talismans. Zhao Zhiyan restored his outward appearance as he and Lu Xian swiftly arrived at Qianjiafeng Market. They headed directly to the central stall of the Qian family, where they were promptly recognized by the merchants, who recalled the significant aid Zhao Zhiyan had provided with 3 medium-grade spirit stones. Friend, you have returned, greeted the enthusiastic Qian family practitioner. Zhao Zhiyan, lacking time for pleasantries, stated coldly, I require talismans for both offense and defense, as well as poison pills. What means do you possess that can eliminate cultivators? The Qian family practitioner perceived the unusual intensity in Zhao Zhiyan's demeanor. In the realm of cultivation, enemies were numerous, and individuals like Zhao Zhiyan, who sought to eliminate fellow cultivators, were not uncommon. The talismans we frequently offer include the Sword Chi Talisman, Earth Escape Talisman, and Golden Bell Talisman, all of which you have purchased before. One for attack, one for defense, and one for evasion. You are aware of the prices. The Sword Chi Talisman is 2 low-grade spirit stones per piece. The Earth Escape Talisman is similarly priced. While the Golden Bell Talisman costs 4 low-grade spirit stones each, the Qian family practitioner elaborated. We also have poison pills capable of killing late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, priced at 3 low-grade spirit stones each. The practitioner displayed the talismans before Zhao Zhiyan. After rummaging through his storage bag, Zhao Zhiyan discovered he had 270 low-grade spirit stones, obtained previously from escaping an evil cultivator. He handed over the 270 spirit stones and instructed, I would like 10 Earth Escape talismans, 10 poison pills, and the remainder to be Sword Chi talismans. The Qian family practitioner accepted the spirit stones and provided him with 10 Earth Escape talismans, 10 poison pills, and 110 Sword Chi talismans. With such a substantial collection of Sword Chi talismans, Zhao Zhiyan's strategy was straightforward. If he encountered an adversary he could not defeat, he would overwhelm them with talismans. Just as Zhao Zhiyan was about to depart, Lu Xian stopped him and turned to inquire, does your family sell fixed-point teleportation talismans? As Zhao Zhiyan's friend, he wished to offer him an additional layer of security. Such talismans were indeed invaluable in times of peril. Yes, the first-tier fixed-point teleportation talismans are 50 low-grade spirit stones each, while the second-tier ones are 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, explained the Qian family practitioner. These are exceedingly difficult to refine, hence the higher cost is quite reasonable. The distinction between the 2 tiers primarily lies in the distance they cover. Lu Xian nodded, gritting his teeth, and handed over 100 low-grade spirit stones, requesting 2 first-tier fixed-point teleportation talismans. Once their purchases were complete, the pair departed. Once they had fully exited the Qian family's territory, Lu Xian presented the 2 fixed-point teleportation talismans to Zhao Zhiyan. I pondered for quite some time. If the fixed-point teleportation talismans in the possession of the evil cultivators are intended for escape, they should always be held at hand rather than stored in their dwellings. It is highly probable that their location is a stronghold for evil cultivators, and the situation remains uncertain. Exercise utmost caution. These 2 teleportation talismans are entrusted to you. Set your destination as you see fit. Should you encounter an insurmountable dark cultivator, flee swiftly and preserve your life. Revenge shall come in due time. Lu Xian spoke earnestly. For it is a rare treasure to find a friend in the realm of cultivation, and friendships are easily lost. After receiving the teleportation talisman, Zhao Zhiyan nodded gravely, yet still presented Lu Xian with an IOU. Friends are friends, but 100 lower-grade spirit stones is no trifling sum. If I do not return, take this note to Zhao Guangji, and he shall repay you. Zhao Zhiyan slipped the IOU into Lu Xian's hand. You should return and repay it yourself. Lu Xian accepted the note, waved his hand dismissively, and departed, knowing that he could not assist further in the matters to come. Zhao Zhiyan turned away from Lu Xian, carrying everything he needed, and first set a teleportation talisman marker at a nearby City S post station, allowing for direct activation to this location in the future. The other teleportation talisman was positioned on the vast grassland, facilitating his escape. Zhao Zhiyan also activated a disguised talisman, transforming his appearance to that of the dark cultivator he was simulating, and hoisted the Wand of Souls onto his shoulder, gently caressing the azure-scaled serpent coiled around his arm. He prepared himself. Are you ready for a fight? The serpent nudged Zhao Zhiyan's arm with its smooth scales, and the bond between man and serpent was understood by both. Activating the teleportation talisman obtained from the dark cultivator, Zhao Zhiyan vanished from his spot, with his nerves taut. When he next beheld his surroundings, he realized he had arrived in an underground cavern. No, it should more accurately be described as an underground ruin. A long corridor stretched before him, flanked by intricately carved stone statues of bizarre beasts. These statues were remarkably ancient, not of recent creation. Moreover, Zhao Zhiyan could not identify most of these creatures. It is important to note that Zhao Zhiyan was a cultivator who had inherited the legacy of a first-tier beastmaster, possessing a wealth of knowledge regarding common beasts. This realization imbued him with caution beyond his desire for vengeance. Faint flickers of candlelight adorned the walls, seemingly lit by human hands. In a daze, shadows danced vividly. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and Zhao Zhiyan could only tread carefully deeper into the ruin. However, the Wand of Souls soon began to vibrate in his grasp. Indeed, this was a gathering point for dark cultivators, and there were several present. Zhao Zhiyan surmised. He gripped his silver needles and sword chi talismans tightly, poised for action at any moment. Simultaneously, Zhao Zhiyan strode forward with his chest held high. Donned in the guise of a dark cultivator, he could not afford to be easily recognized. Furthermore, the Wand of Souls had already betrayed his presence. As he traversed the corridor, he quickly entered a spacious hall. 2 men and 1 woman, each bearing a Wand of Souls, stood to attention. "So, you have arrived. What news from outside?" The female dark cultivator inquired. "What can be said? It is no different from usual," Zhao Zhiyan replied. Striving to mimic their tone as closely as possible, relieved that they did not detect any anomaly. "Did they not say that the great merchant and the great Xia intend to drive us away?" A male evil cultivator responded. "The world is vast. Do they truly believe they can find us?" Scoffed another male evil cultivator, his derision palpable. The ruins they currently inhabited were virtually undiscoverable. Zhao Zhiyan, while cautiously managing the 3 individuals, was also keenly observing their circumstances. The 3 evil cultivators were of relatively low cultivation, around the 4th layer of qi refinement. Dealing with them was manageable, yet Zhao Zhiyan remained uncertain whether other evil cultivators might return. He awaited further developments while assessing the situation. Firstly, within this hall of ruins, the stone statues of monstrous beasts lining the walls were more numerous than before, each exuding a fierce and intimidating presence, entirely unfamiliar to him. At the center of the hall stood an altar adorned with numerous offerings, evidently placed there by the evil cultivators. This perplexed Zhao Zhiyan. Although the stone statues appeared fearsome, they were markedly different from the beasts under the command of the evil cultivators. These statues seemed to embody righteousness, lacking any malevolent traits. They were merely ferocious. Perhaps this was not the stronghold of the evil cultivators, but rather a genuine ruin they had stumbled upon, Zhao Zhiyan speculated. Chapter 55. Revenge. Zhao Zhiyan's thoughts raced. This was indeed a genuine ruin, untouched by destruction, and given the evil cultivators' offerings, he instantly conceived a possibility. These evil cultivators had not unlocked the entrance to the ruins. Or rather, they had yet to discover the means to do so. He casually examined the offerings, which included spiritual fruits and herbs, alongside beast meat and human limbs. Observing the 2 men and 1 woman before him, after a brief exchange, they resumed their cultivation. Judging by their demeanor, these 3 evil cultivators had been here for quite some time without managing to open the ruins, indicating significant difficulty. Nevertheless, the location was indeed clandestine. Zhao Zhiyan continued his survey, finding that aside from the entrance he had come through, there were no other exits in the hall. Besides the altar, there was nothing else within the chamber. Just as he contemplated how to enact his revenge on the evil cultivators, another one appeared. This was a male evil cultivator, noticeably older, with a cultivation level reaching the 5th layer of qi refinement. Upon seeing Zhao Zhiyan, he paused for a moment before stating, "Ah, you have arrived as well. Perfect, our numbers are complete. For now, we shall all remain here, abandoning our own lairs temporarily, as there are those outside relentlessly hunting us evil cultivators." The others nodded in agreement, yet the female evil cultivator suddenly challenged, "Lu Ji, did you not claim that the outside is the same as before?" Zhao Zhiyan instantly realized that the evil cultivator he was impersonating was Lu Ji, and thus replied, "My lair is located in an area with sparse spiritual energy, where even rats are scarce. Is that not different from the norm? Allow me to say this. The greatest concealment lies within the bustling city. We should head to the imperial capital of the mortal realm," one evil cultivator countered, clearly dismissive of Zhao Zhiyan's impersonation. "Why not go to Qingyang's sect? It's lively there." Someone retorted, "Do you think I am foolish?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Zhao Zhiyan joined in, inquiring, "Do you still possess any spatial relocation talismans?" "I have exhausted mine." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Zhiyan braced himself, prepared to act should his query provoke a negative response. After all, the elder of the malevolent cultivators had stated that their group was complete. The others remained unresponsive, save for the elder who handed over a spatial relocation talisman, remarking, "I do not have many left either. Let us conserve our usage. Spiritual materials are scarce, and we should refrain from venturing out unnecessarily." Zhao Zhiyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and accepted the talisman. The 5 individuals chose separate corners and began their cultivation. Zhao Zhiyan gently stroked the azure-scaled creature, urging it to crawl along the wall's stone statue in search of the weakest of the malevolent cultivators. He meticulously devised a strategy to ensure the remaining 3 could not escape, ideally incapacitating them for torment at his leisure. With 1 at the 5th level of qi refinement and 3 at the 4th, dispatching them would not be arduous. However, retaining them proved problematic. Each possessed a spatial relocation talisman, a source of considerable frustration for Zhao Zhiyan. As time lingered on, Zhao Zhiyan's greed intensified, unwilling to allow even one to flee. A sudden idea struck him. He crushed a poison pill and, while the others were engrossed in their cultivation, released the toxic powder into the air. The dimness of the ruins induced drowsiness, even among the cultivators. The poison powder dispersed gradually, while Zhao Zhiyan swallowed an antidote pill. A fortunate acquisition from a previous encounter with the malevolent cultivators. As for the azure-scaled creature, being a venomous serpent, it possessed a natural immunity to most toxins. As the toxic powder infiltrated every nook and cranny, the azure-scaled creature commenced its actions. Employing its stealthy movements, it meticulously searched the storage bags of the cultivators, retrieving all the spatial relocation talismans within. The three malevolent cultivators, perhaps lulled into a false sense of security, exhibited no suspicion. Just as the azure-scaled creature prepared to ambush the elder, he unexpectedly opened his eyes, sniffed the air, and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "This is bad. There is poison." The other three cultivators immediately became alert, prompting Zhao Zhiyan to launch the silver needle artifact in his hand. The silver needle penetrated the elder's eyes, eliciting a cry of agony. The azure-scaled creature lunged towards the elder, aiming for his hand that reached for the storage bag, sinking its fangs in and injecting a small amount of venom. Zhao Zhiyan's sudden assault incited the other three to retaliate fiercely, charging towards him. Summoning the myriad souls of cattle and horses from the soul banner to obstruct them, Zhao Zhiyan decisively targeted the elder first. He seized the elder's storage bag before delivering a powerful punch to his face. The azure-scaled creature leapt again, coiling its body around the elder's neck. Zhao Zhiyan moved with swiftness, swiftly breaking the elder's limbs while prying open his mouth to extract his tongue. Thus, with a mere flick of his wrist, Qinglin effortlessly subdued his adversary. Zhao Zhiyan turned his attention to the remaining three malevolent cultivators. The full force of his 8th layer Qi refinement realm erupted, leaving the trio momentarily stunned. "You are not Lu Ji. Who are you?" The female cultivator exclaimed in terror, as the 8th layer practitioner extinguished any desire for resistance within them. "You shall soon discover my identity," Zhao Zhiyan replied, exercising restraint and sparing their lives. Although he lacked the skills to craft puppets, he was more than capable of subjecting these wicked cultivators to prolonged torment and fear. After all, practitioners of the arcane arts possessed a far greater understanding of inflicting suffering than ordinary mortals. Despite their extended lifespans, practitioners could often find themselves in search of entertainment. The battle concluded swiftly. The three 4th layer cultivators found their limbs severed and suspended from a statue. The elder among them was barely clinging to life. One could not help but admire the resilience of such malevolent beings, managing to survive despite their grievous injuries, ensuring that they could all witness each other's plight. Zhao Zhiyan suspended the elder cultivator next to the others. "I possess 54 healing pills, and I intend to administer them sparingly. I hope you can endure until the last one is consumed." A cruel smile graced Zhao Zhiyan's lips. The true revenge was only just beginning. Regrettably, the mastermind behind it all would not experience Zhao Zhiyan's hand directly. For the following month, the ruins echoed with anguished cries. Even Qinglin, startled, curled up in a corner. Beside Qinglin lay 4 first-tier storage bags, belonging to the wicked cultivators. Qinglin raised its head slightly, as the cries of the malevolent beings had ceased. For skeletal remains, devoid of blood or flesh, Qinglin flicked its tongue, glancing toward Zhao Zhiyan. Over the course of a month, various forms of punishment had been employed, culminating in what could only be described as slow slicing in the realm of mortals. Qinglin began to form a vague understanding of the situation. At this moment, Zhao Zhiyan was tidying up the scene, offering everything as a tribute to the ruins. Chapter 56. Qinglin the Jiao in the center of the Hall of the Ruins. The altar had been set ablaze, consuming the original offerings. The remains of the malevolent cultivators were neatly arranged, still dripping with blood. Just as Zhao Zhiyan intended to inspect the 4 storage bags, the altar began to tremble. He swiftly retreated, clutching the storage bags and Qinglin, ready to depart with a teleportation talisman in hand. The altar swayed for a brief moment before a stone door gradually opened in the wall opposite the passageway. The door was remarkably thick, measuring at least 3 meters. Its mechanism was a mystery. Yet, Zhao Zhiyan understood that he had inadvertently activated the ruins. These wicked cultivators had likely been hiding here for quite some time, and despite their efforts, they had been unable to unlock the secrets of the ruins. Confusion clouded Zhao Zhiyan's mind as he pondered how he had achieved this feat. He gazed at the altar once more. Sacrificial offerings. Upon seeing that the stone door remained ajar, Zhao Zhiyan did not rush inside. The offerings provided by the malevolent cultivator were quite comprehensive, comprising beast flesh, humans, spiritual herbs, and more. Reflecting on this, Zhao Zhiyan cast his gaze once more upon the altar. At this moment, the altar was as pristine as ever, with all traces of blood that had previously seeped away completely vanished. Moreover, the flesh and blood of the malevolent cultivator had also disappeared. Hastily approaching, Zhao Zhiyan murmured to himself, the malevolent cultivator had previously offered humans as well, yet it was evidently futile. Could it be that only the flesh and blood of the malevolent cultivator would suffice? Out of the corner of his eye, he instinctively noticed the grotesque stone statues of beasts adorning the surrounding walls. Once fearsome, they now appeared unexpectedly benign. This revelation brought a flicker of joy to Zhao Zhiyan's heart, confirming his suspicion. It seemed the founder of this relic harbored a profound disdain for malevolent cultivators. What a commendable predecessor, Zhao Zhiyan praised, for in his eyes, any being that countered malevolent cultivators was a virtuous practitioner. Having pondered these matters, his gaze returned to the newly manifested grand door. Armed with a teleportation talisman, he felt no trepidation and decided to venture inside. Gently patting the head of the azure-scaled serpent, he strode forward with purpose, the pair entering the passageway together. Behind the heavy stone door lay a swaying bridge. Though precarious, it posed little threat to Zhao Zhiyan as he traversed it alone. Cautiously stepping onto the bridge, both he and the serpent instinctively glanced downward, where a massive accumulation of beast bones lay strewn beneath. Zhao Zhiyan deduced that these bones belonged to a colossal python, estimating its length to have been no less than 200 meters when alive. Such a creature could only have reached the golden core stage. Swallowing hard, he pressed onward quickly, while the azure serpent gazed on with envy. Being merely a few years hatched, the young serpent yearned for rapid growth. After crossing the bridge, they advanced another 100 meters. The azure serpent grew restless, prompting Zhao Zhiyan to attempt to soothe it, albeit with limited success. He released the serpent, closely following its lead. Before long, a grand formation came into view. However, time had eroded its spiritual essence, rendering it fragile and susceptible to collapse. With a resounding crash, it crumbled, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, two statues emerged, one depicting a 9-headed giant python, and the other a 9-clawed azure dragon. Standing side by side, they loomed over Zhao Zhiyan and the azure serpent, their overwhelming presence reminiscent of living beings. The azure serpent was filled with excitement, but also trepidation. After much contemplation, it mustered the courage to approach. Climbing onto the back of the 9-clawed azure dragon, it felt a natural affinity, as it was already in the process of evolving towards a dragon-like form. In due course, it would surely belong to the dragon lineage. Zhao Zhiyan, meanwhile, approached the statue of the 9-headed serpent. In his past life, the 9-headed serpent had been a formidable beast of ancient mythology, and encountering it in this foreign realm stirred a sense of wonder within him. As he examined the 9-headed serpent closely, he was met with unexpected discoveries. As he approached the Qilong sculpture, Zhao Zhiyan encountered yet another issue. Is this the inheritance of the 100 arts of cultivation? His excitement was palpable. Although the inscriptions were indecipherable, their essence gradually imprinted itself upon his mind. Upon absorbing all the knowledge, Zhao Zhiyan astonishingly realized that he had indeed acquired the ancient inheritance of beast masters. As for the ranks, it spanned the realms of Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. This meant that Zhao Zhiyan had obtained a complete 3-tiered ancient beast master inheritance. Such a level of cultivation arts was an absolute treasure in the outside world, and he felt he had struck gold. Instinctively, Zhao Zhiyan began to compare it to the modern beast master inheritance he possessed. In terms of the first-tier inheritance, the ancient texts were far more extensive. However, given that the modern beast master inheritance had evolved over the years, many concepts had undergone significant transformation. Coupled with the changes in spirit plants, there were indeed many advantages to be found. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the ancient beast master inheritance was without merit. On the contrary, it proved to be quite valuable. In addition to documenting several lost cultivation methods, Zhao Zhiyan conceived a potential path to elevate his family, though that was a matter for another time. Regardless, the emergence of the ancient 3-tier beast master inheritance had granted Zhao Zhiyan an immense windfall. After fully absorbing the knowledge, he noticed that Qinglin had coiled around the top of the Qilong sculpture, radiating a brilliant glow. Had he stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity? Zhao Zhiyan mused. The bond with Qinglin showed no signs of disturbance, indicating that Qinglin was willing. Upon examining the source of the light, Zhao Zhiyan became thoroughly convinced. To avenge Zhao Guangbua and his wife, he had unexpectedly gained such a reward, a delightful surprise indeed. He patiently awaited Qinglin for a full 7 days. As Qinglin's aura intensified, it predictably broke through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. It had not been long since the last breakthrough, and yet another one had come as a surprise. Not only that, but Qinglin's appearance had also undergone significant transformation. First and foremost, its size had surged to approximately 2.5 meters. The horns atop its head had begun to emerge, not lengthy, but distinctly pronounced. Its scales had hardened, and 4 bulges appeared on its abdomen, resembling claws that were on the verge of forming. Such transformations led Zhao Zhiyan to an immediate conclusion. Qinglin's bloodline had completed its metamorphosis. No longer was Qinglin merely the azure-scale giant python. It had evolved into the azure-scale flood dragon, a venomous beast of formidable repute. The joyous developments gradually dulled the sorrow of Zhao Guangbua and his wife's demise. Zhao Zhiyan quickly embraced Qing Lin, reveling in the sensation of the dragon's presence. It was undeniable that the now larger Qing Lin could no longer wrap around Zhao Zhiyan's arm. Occasionally coiling around his abdomen was manageable, however, with Qing Lin's enhanced strength. Its stealth had diminished, a trade-off that was both gainful and lossful. Qing Lin, too, was exhilarated, feeling an extraordinary surge of power. Every movement was imbued with strength. After a brief encounter with Zhao Zhiyan, the latter suddenly realized that the sculptures of the Hydra and the Azure Dragon, which should not belong to this ruin, were swaying, giving an impression of imminent collapse. Chapter 57, Home. The ruins seemed to have fulfilled their purpose, poised for complete disintegration. Zhao Zhiyan's initial exhilaration at claiming this place as his own dissipated into mere wisps of fantasy. He promptly retrieved his prepared teleportation talisman, allowing the azure-scaled serpent to coil around his waist, and decisively activated the talisman. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zhiyan found himself on the vast grasslands. Having consumed one of the 2 teleportation talismans he had prepared, he felt no regret. Lying on the expansive prairie, a sense of relaxation washed over him. After a brief respite, Zhao Zhiyan finally recalled that he had 4 storage bags yet to examine. These were spoils accumulated from the malevolent cultivators, now rightfully his. As he rummaged through the storage bags, numerous intriguing items caught his attention. 12 poisonous goo pills, 7 concealment talismans, 15 lightness talismans, 13 5-ghost talismans, 17 facade talismans, 23 vitality pills, and 373 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, he discovered various first-tier spiritual herbs, totaling 19. Beyond these, there were 4 soul banners and other artifacts belonging to the malevolent cultivators, which Zhao Zhiyan promptly destroyed. He was acutely aware that certain items could not be carried with him. As for his own soul banner, crafted from the bones of simian beasts, he had no fear of exposure. Zhao Zhiyan gazed at the final treasure, a teleportation talisman, and fell into contemplation. He had acquired a considerable number of teleportation talismans from the malevolent cultivators, 16 in total. Most of these talismans had become ineffective due to the ruin's destruction, but Zhao Zhiyan could repurpose them. Only 4 still retained functional teleportation locations, which filled him with exhilaration. For he surmised these must lead to the lairs of the 4 malevolent cultivators. Surely, they could not carry all their treasures with them. The contents of your lairs will also belong to me. Reactivating the teleportation talisman, Zhao Zhiyan vanished once more. The scenery that greeted him upon his arrival was a damp cavern, with a torrent cascading on one side and the cave itself on the other. Zhao Zhiyan felt a sense of wonder. It was remarkable that a cavern behind a waterfall could also be discovered by malevolent cultivators. Cautiously, Zhao Zhiyan and the Azure Serpent surveyed their surroundings to ensure they identified all potential traps before they began to meticulously scour the area. In the first malevolent cultivator's lair, the resources for cultivation were scarce, consisting mostly of various first-tier spiritual materials, primarily dismantled from formations. After collecting all the spiritual materials into his storage bag, Zhao Zhiyan, accompanied by the Azure Serpent, traversed the waterfall and stepped outside. Below lay a tranquil pool, surrounded by an expansive forest. The range of the first-tier teleportation talisman was limited. From the borders of the Great Xia to the ruins, and now to this place. He anticipated that locating the path through the forest and the waterfall would not pose a significant challenge. Zhao Zhiyan murmured to himself, lamenting the absence of a map, which made it difficult to discern his exact location. Moreover, the surrounding area was equally devoid of spiritual energy, apart from the intriguing position of the cave dwellings. There was little else of merit. This lack of interest propelled Zhao Zhiyan toward the second cave of the malevolent cultivators. Perhaps due to the relatively low realms of these dark practitioners, after exploring all 4 cave dwellings, Zhao Zhiyan managed to procure merely 4 materials for spirit gathering arrays, along with some first-tier spiritual materials. Upon meticulously matching these materials, he acquired resources sufficient to aid 5 clansmen in becoming cultivators through the 5 pseudo-roots technique. Additionally, he obtained 5 pounds of red iron, 7 pounds of fine iron, and 6 pounds of crystal iron, which were set aside for crafting magical artifacts. Furthermore, he acquired a first-tier talisman inheritance for fixed-point teleportation. Activating the previously anchored teleportation talisman, Zhao Zhiyan found himself in an inn. The inn's room had long been reserved, rendering it solely his domain. He promptly succumbed to slumber for 3 days and nights, indulging in a complete restoration of comfort. Upon regaining his vitality, Zhao Zhiyan, accompanied by the azure-scaled creature, returned home. 3 days later, at the Zhao family estate, Zhao Guangji and others rushed out, elated at the return of their long-missing second grandfather. However, upon seeing the azure-scaled creature, exceeding 2 meters in length, they were left in awe. They had encountered such creatures before, having cultivated near small spiritual veins. Yet the transformation over just a few months was astonishing. Zhao Zhiyan instructed the azure-scaled creature to return to the small spiritual vein while he entered the estate. As Zhao Guangji and the others scanned the vicinity, they noticed that their elder brother and sister-in-law had not yet returned. They intended to inquire with the second grandfather about their whereabouts, but discovered that he had already retreated into a room. As they followed him inside, Zhao Zhiyan commanded all the servants to leave. There was no need for explanations regarding my whereabouts. What I am about to divulge is something I hope you can bear. Zhao Zhiyan paused, taking in the silence and tension of the room, and declared, Guangbua and Wanwen have perished. They fell victim to the machinations of dark cultivators. But I have avenged them. He then presented the bodies, puppets, of the two, appearing indistinguishable from the living, yet chillingly cold to the touch. Zhao Zhiyan refrained from elaborating further, concerned that the revelation might be too distressing. According to custom, let us proceed with their burial. He gestured toward the mausoleum, indicating that a memorial tablet should be erected. The descendants of Guangbua will be under your care, he said, looking at Zhao Guangzhong and Zhao Guangji, who were now in tears. This was their own elder brother. How could they not be heartbroken? Moreover, for the subsequent sale of alcoholic beverages to the Xian family, let us extend a significant discount for the next decade, he added. If it were not for their intervention, discovering Guangbua and the others would have been exceedingly difficult, Zhao Zhiyan concluded. Once he had conveyed the essential details, the Zhao family commenced with the customary burial rites for Zhao Guangbua and Sun Wenwen. The Sun family, upon receiving the news, hastened to assist. After all, Sun Wenwen is indeed a direct descendant of the Sun family. Zhao Zhiyan observed everything with an inner calm that had long since taken root. His anger had been expended, and years of experience had granted him a newfound perspective. Half a month later, Lu Xian arrived. Zhao Zhiyan repaid the owed spiritual stones, and the two engaged in a lengthy discussion, especially regarding the matters of the malevolent cultivators. During this period, the great merchant and the great Xia had allied to expel the nearby evil practitioners, yielding commendable results. They had slain dozens and driven away hundreds. Lu Xian, as a royal acolyte, had access to comprehensive intelligence. Such a multitude of malevolent cultivators? Zhao Zhiyan expressed his surprise. This is a realm of mortals. The spiritual energy is sparse, yet it has attracted such a significant number of evil beings. Otherwise, in the realm of cultivation, the spiritual energy is abundant. But those practitioners obliterate evil cultivators upon encounter, instilling fear in them, Lu Xian lamented, clearly having witnessed troubling events recently. My purpose for coming here is to inquire whether you wish to participate in the expulsion of these malevolent beings. Yes, it is imperative, Zhao Zhiyan asserted with conviction. Very well, then you may arrange it as you see fit. Should you encounter a malevolent cultivator, sever their left ear or utilize a recording stone. You can later exchange these for rewards in either the Great Xia or the Great Merchant. Rewards as well, Zhao Zhiyan exclaimed, sensing he had overlooked something significant. In Chapter 58, the head of the Qian family, Lu Xian did not hasten to depart, but instead broached another subject with Zhao Zhiyan. The Qian family has been attacked by malevolent cultivators. Are you aware of this? Lu Xian wore a look of intrigue, recalling the shock he felt upon learning of the incident. Zhao Zhiyan, however, remained remarkably composed. The Qian family was attacked by malevolent cultivators? Zhao Zhiyan reconfirmed. Why? What else could it be? The Qian family has been particularly zealous in their efforts to expel evil practitioners, having accounted for a quarter of those eliminated, Lu Xian explained. They have received substantial rewards from both the Great Xia and the Great Merchant for their efforts. Lu Xian shrugged. The Qian family's excessive activity naturally made them a target for the malevolent cultivators. You do not seem surprised, Lu Xian remarked. The Qian family is not weak. These evil cultivators must be insane to dare assault them. Do you not know that these malevolent beings did not inflict any real damage on the Qian family? In fact, they were utterly annihilated, Zhao Zhiyan replied with a faint smile. What does an attack on the Qian family signify? I witnessed the siege of the Qingyang sect by evil cultivators firsthand when I was there. These beings will stop at nothing in their pursuit of power, driven to madness both physically and mentally. Their level of insanity extends far beyond this. It is entirely reasonable that they could not harm the Qin family. For those who can survive in a region of depleted air are hardly formidable. They would not dare establish a cultivation family to endure. 1 month after Lu Xian's departure, the Zhao family returned to tranquility. During this time, they refrained from hastily driving away the malevolent cultivators, for such matters cannot be rushed. Instead, he diligently organized the ancient Beastmaster legacy of the third tier that he had acquired. Upon thorough examination, he indeed discovered several effective cultivation methods. Zhao Zhiyan selected 3 of them, one of which focused on nurturing a dragon-like creature. He intended to apply this method to his contracted spirit beast, Qinglin, in order to expedite its growth. The advancement of Qinglin would, in turn, augment Zhao Zhiyan's own strength. The other two methods were designated for the development of his family. One involved the cultivation of canine spirit beasts, and the other pertained to avian spirit beasts. Both methods could transform ordinary livestock into spirit beasts, which was nothing short of miraculous. The canine spirit beasts could serve as guardians for the family, and also be contracted by family members. The avian spirit beasts, on the other hand, would prove advantageous as they could lay eggs while also providing meat, thus serving dual purposes. Should these two cultivations succeed, the Zhao family would undoubtedly take a significant step forward on the path of immortal cultivation. Zhao Zhiyan, drawing from the existing breeds of Dayong and Dashang, determined the types to cultivate. He planned to select a specific breed of dog known as the Shiqiao, not to be confused with a common dog. The Shiqiao is a large breed, standing approximately 75 centimeters at the shoulder and weighing around 30 kilograms. Characterized by a streamlined physique with a slender and powerful waist and well-developed limbs. Its temperament is marked by extreme loyalty and protectiveness, exhibiting a strong capacity for obedience and a high level of intelligence, capable of calm judgment in various situations. These numerous advantages led Zhao Zhiyan to choose this breed. This was merely the potential of an ordinary animal. Once imbued with spiritual energy and awakened intellect, he could scarcely fathom the extent of the Shiqiao's capabilities. For the avian spirit beast, Zhao Zhiyan opted for the Xinju chicken. A typical Xinju chicken can produce 200 to 250 eggs annually, which is considered a high yield. Additionally, they are small in size and easy to care for. Once cultivated into spirit chickens, their efficiency would increase significantly. After selecting the appropriate breeds, Zhao Zhiyan instructed his family to procure Shiqiao dogs and Xinju chickens from various sources. Given the decision to cultivate, the foundational population must not be scant, facilitating both reproduction and selection. Furthermore, the Zhao family restructured their livestock areas to include chicken coops and dog kennels, streamlining future operations. While the family was industriously engaged, Zhao Zhiyan was not idle either. With the spirit stones in his possession, he ventured once more to the Qian family market. To cultivate ordinary livestock into spirit beasts, the use of certain spiritual herbs was imperative. Lacking sufficient herbs, Zhao Zhiyan had no choice but to purchase them from the Qian family, while also formally expressing gratitude for their assistance in locating the bodies of Zhao Guanghua and Sun Wenwen. Due to the nature of the formal visit, Zhao Zhiyan presented his true self this time, entering through the main gate and offering a formal invitation. A cultivator from the Qian family escorted him into their ancestral grounds. To be candid, this formal visit served another purpose for Zhao Zhiyan, to observe how other immortal families developed. This knowledge was of great significance to him. Having previously resided in the Qingyang sect, he was familiar with its operational rules. However, he had little insight into the development of immortal families. In the present day, my family has transformed into a clan of cultivators. To outsiders, our development appears remarkably smooth. However, Zhao Zhiyan has been navigating treacherous waters, facing numerous challenges. Should he be able to glean insights from the Qian family, it would be nothing short of splendid. In Zhao Zhiyan's perspective, the source of strength is of little consequence as long as one can grow stronger. Accompanying the cultivators of the Qian family across their meticulously planned spiritual fields, medicinal gardens, breeding grounds, and training rooms fills Zhao Zhiyan with envy. The Qian family cultivators, though all at the qi refinement stage, exhibit an air of pride, evidently brimming with confidence in their lineage. Truly, a family possessing a substantial spiritual vein can allocate more land for development, allowing numerous clan members to cultivate simultaneously. Zhao Zhiyan reflects deeply, realizing the formidable competition that awaits him in the future. Swiftly, he arrives at the Qian family's reception hall. While seated, he sips tea, remarkably. It is spiritual tea, a rare delight he has not savored in quite some time. As he indulges, a voice beckons him to relish the Qian family's tea leaves. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with similarly graying hair enters, accompanied by a Qian family cultivator who serves as Zhao Zhiyan's guide. This is our clan leader, Qian Mingyi. The guide introduces. And this is the head of the Zhao family from Buxian, Zhao Zhiyan. They exchange polite greetings and take their seats, each subtly probing the other. Zhao Zhiyan finds it challenging to gauge Qian Mingyi's cultivation level, but it is apparent he is at least at the 10th layer of qi refinement. It is no wonder that a family with a history spanning hundreds of years possesses a perfected qi refinement cultivator. Such a feat is quite commonplace. As neighbors, it has been remiss of me not to visit you sooner. I hope you can forgive this intrusion, Zhao Zhiyan offers, presenting a gift box containing 6 pounds of crystal iron, which he had previously acquired from a malevolent cultivator. Having no use for it, he deems it appropriate to bestow it upon his host. Upon seeing the gift, the Qian clan leader's demeanor softens, despite his outward composure remaining unchanged. Subsequently, Zhao Zhiyan gradually reveals his intentions during their casual conversation. One topic concerns the reallocation of supply points by the Qingyang sect. which Zhao Zhiyan clarifies was merely a matter of task assignment, devoid of any intentions of usurpation. This explanation serves to placate the Qin family. As the current Zhao clan cannot afford a direct confrontation, such an act would be tantamount to courting disaster. The royal family of the Great Xia has already addressed this matter, and since it is now in the past, it is best left behind. After all, the remaining 3 mid-grade spirit stones from the supply points have indeed found their way to the Qin family. The clan leader's implication is clear. Zhao Zhiyan's mind races. It appears that the Qin family is already aware of his previous visit to their market. Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. How could a family that operates the only market in the vicinity lack a trump card? Underestimating others only invites peril. Chapter 59. Cultivation commences. Zhao Zhiyan responds with a cheerful demeanor, gradually seeking common ground in their discourse. At last, we have finally returned to the right path. Do you wish to procure some elixirs? This is easily arranged, as we are neighbors. And I have heard that your Zhao family offers discounts on beverages to our Qin family. It is only fair to reciprocate. I can extend some discounts on the elixirs as well, though not as substantial as those for the drinks, the head of the Qin family declared with a grand gesture. Zhao Zhiyan's willingness to concede brought great satisfaction to the head of the Qin family, and many matters began to fall into place seamlessly. Zhao Zhiyan then proposed a plan to purchase the Peiyuan Dan, promising to settle the payment with both the teleportation talisman and spirit stones. A trivial matter. Let my nephew accompany you, the head of the Qin family instructed, pointing to the cultivator who had previously guided them. Zhao Zhiyan followed the Qin cultivator, this time en route to the market. All of the Qin family's merchandise is located within the marketplace, necessitating a visit there for trade. Fortunately, the journey would take them through several regions of the Qin family, granting Zhao Zhiyan a deeper understanding of their layout. Along the way, he encountered numerous Qin cultivators, keenly observing every detail to refine his own Zhao family. As they passed the site of a collapsed spiritual vein, Zhao Zhiyan suddenly halted. He refrained from asking questions, suspecting that any inquiries would be met with silence. However, from within the Qin family's premises, one could glimpse the state of the collapsed vein. The surface soil had not been filled in, leaving a considerable gaping hole. The interior of the vein was faintly visible, though it appeared severed. Once again, Zhao Zhiyan marveled at Yi Mei's capabilities. To have befriended Yi Mei and to still be alive is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Zhao Zhiyan mused inwardly, wondering where this friend who had aided him so greatly might be now. Upon arriving at the Qin family marketplace, there was no entrance fee this time. Under the guidance of the Qin cultivators, they commenced their trading without delay. Following the ancient Beastmaster's legacy, Zhao Zhiyan listed a series of spiritual herbs. Since they were all first-tier herbs, he was able to procure them all within the Qin family marketplace, except for the higher-grade herbs prepared for the Qinglin, which cost 200 low-grade spirit stones. The other herbs intended for nurturing the fine hounds and Shinju chickens could be of average quality and age, primarily focused on quantity, amounting to another 200 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, Zhao Zhiyan purchased 150 Peiyuan Dan for his own cultivation, aiming to break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement and prepare for foundation establishment. He also acquired 80 Huanya Dan, a type of pill suitable for early-stage qi refinement, intended for Zhao Guangji and his companions, to enhance their strength so that they would not be easily captured by malevolent cultivators in the future. The total expenditure, aside from the 273 low-grade spirit stones he possessed, also included 2 teleportation talismans and 5 pounds of red iron to settle the account. Upon returning to the family with the goods, Zhao Zhiyan handed the Huanya Dan to Zhao Guangji and his companions, inquiring, "Were you able to purchase the fine hounds and Shinju chickens?" "Yes, we have," Zhao Guangji replied, instructing Hu Di to distribute the items among them, adding, "They have all been arranged in the doghouse and chicken coop." Among them, the slender hounds were mere puppies, recently weaned, numbering 100, evenly split between males and females. They exhibited fine conformation, promising to become excellent hunting dogs, which would significantly benefit the family once matured. Zhao Guangji believed these slender hounds were merely intended for the protection of the family. The Shinju chickens were procured in a quantity of 5,000, with 3,500 designated as laying hens and the remaining 500 for breeding. Additionally, there were 10,000 fertilized eggs, for which servants had already been assigned to incubate the chicks. I have researched and found that the egg-laying efficiency of Shinju chickens is commendable. My great-uncle has thus added another enterprise to our family. Zhao Zhiyan smiled, refraining from revealing the truth to Zhao Guangji, and commanded that the dog kennel be strictly off-limits to anyone except by his order. Daily feeding would simply involve placing food at the kennel's entrance. Once the fertilized eggs hatched, 500 chicks would be transferred to a separate chicken coop. Aside from feeding and cleaning, entry was also forbidden to all. After urging Zhao Guangji to diligently practice, Zhao Zhiyan proceeded alone to the kennel. The kennel was expansive, encircled by earthen walls, and its roof was thatched with straw to shield against the elements. The doghouses, lined up side by side, were also filled with straw. The 100 young slender hounds, having just arrived in this unfamiliar environment, felt somewhat anxious. They huddled together, their various howls creating a chaotic atmosphere within the kennel. Upon entering, Zhao Zhiyan noticed the puppy's trepidation and swiftly employed the calming techniques from the Beastmaster's legacy, quickly gaining their submission. Employing methods meant for dealing with monstrous beasts on ordinary livestock proved to be remarkably effortless. Observing the obedient hounds, Zhao Zhiyan began to focus on his breeding endeavors. He understood well that not all 100 slender hounds would evolve into spirit beasts. However, if even one were to succeed, it would simplify subsequent efforts considerably. It would take approximately a year and a half for the slender hounds to mature and breed, thus he realized it was imperative to act swiftly. Zhao Zhiyan murmured to himself, recognizing that only by having this batch of slender hounds transform into spirit beasts before reaching adulthood could they reproduce at an accelerated pace, saving the Zhao family a significant amount of time. Zhao Zhiyan busied himself with the cultivation of spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangji and the others were consuming Huang Yadan to enhance their training. The demise of Zhao Guangbua and his wife not only saddened them, but also made them acutely aware of the ever-present dangers facing the Zhao family. Their great-uncle was not the strongest, and to avoid being a burden, they resolved to train even harder. In addition to their own cultivation, they were also stringent in educating the next generation. Here, the next generation referred not only to their own children, but also to their younger uncles. These children, though quite young, were robust and remarkably intelligent due to the effects of the Shisui Dan. The Zhao family had initiated early education programs, with daily medicinal baths that had never ceased. Each child was as strong as a calf, brimming with vitality. In the tender years of childhood, a group of young ones has turned the courtyard of the Zhao family into a veritable whirlwind. At this moment, Zhao Guangji realizes that the courtyard, which supports such a large family, has become insufficient. During a brief respite from cultivation, he summoned Mao Shan and several stewards, instructing them to initiate an expansion of the Zhao residence, centering around the courtyard. Master, how extensive should the expansion be? You must provide a clear directive, Mao Shan inquired, emphasizing that any enlargement must be substantiated. At least another courtyard of the same size should be established to the left, right, and rear of the current residence. Discuss various plans among yourselves and draft a blueprint for review. As for the required funds, simply retrieve them from the family treasury, Zhao Guangji declared with a sweeping gesture, intent on ensuring ample space for the future. Chapter 60. The Spirit Chicken and Spirit Dog. Another year has passed. The Zhao family's residence has undergone a grand expansion, now encompassing an area 6 times larger than before. With the increased size of the estate and the abundance of rooms, everyone enjoys more space, bringing joy to all, particularly to the quartet of Zhao Guangji and his companions. After extensive cultivation, and with the elixirs and spiritual herbs provided by Zhao Zhiyan fully consumed, the 4 have each achieved a breakthrough in their cultivation levels. Zhao Guangzhong, Zhao Guangji, Wei Xian, and Hu Di have all reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. The void in family defense, caused by the fall of Sun Wanwen, has now been adequately addressed. Moreover, the 4 have significantly advanced in their mastery of the spiritual planting heritage, enabling them to tend to a larger expanse of fertile fields simultaneously. Unbeknownst to Zhao Zhiyan, the 4 have achieved their breakthroughs, as they have spent the past year primarily in the dog kennel and chicken coop, even neglecting their own cultivation to some extent. The 100 fine dogs have now become entirely obedient to Zhao Zhiyan's commands, as has a selected group of immortal chickens. After a year of nurturing, the dogs have matured considerably, each robust and unconditionally compliant with Zhao Zhiyan's orders. Zhao Zhiyan intends to discard 80 of these dogs, integrating them into the family's servant and guard teams for household protection. Initially, after just a month of raising the fine dogs, Zhao Zhiyan recognized the challenge. Not all could transform into spiritual beasts, necessitating the elimination of the majority. The discarded dogs would serve the family as ordinary guard dogs. Thus, 1 month into the nurturing process, Zhao Jifeng commanded the servants purchased by the Zhao family since childhood to assist in caring for the fine dogs, fostering a bond between the dogs and these servants. Once a dog is deemed unsuitable, the servants will be responsible for adopting and caring for it. In subsequent patrols of the family's territory, each servant, accompanied by a fine dog, would significantly enhance security. Now, with 80 dogs uniformly eliminated, the transition for these servants to assume responsibility for them is seamless. The remaining 20 fine dogs have been meticulously selected by Zhao Zhiyan, meeting the criteria for potential transformation into spiritual beasts. In comparison to the nurturing of the fine dogs, Zhao Zhiyan has been even more rigorous with the cultivation of the immortal chickens. From the moment of fertilization, a process of elimination began. Within a year, Only 17 exquisite Xianju chickens remained in Zhao Zhiyan's possession. These remarkable birds were noticeably larger than their counterparts, brimming with vitality. Even the most spirited hounds dared not provoke them. Perhaps it was the Xianju chicken that would first transform into a spiritual beast. Zhao Zhiyan surmised that their rapid growth offered him a glimmer of hope. Following the ancient methods passed down by beast tamers, he successfully nurtured one of the Xianju roosters, which visibly expanded until it reached the size of a human. Other than its size, there were no significant changes, yet this rooster radiated energy. And when it gazed at Zhao Zhiyan, a spark of intelligence flickered in its eyes. Zhao Zhiyan understood. He had succeeded after a full year of effort. He felt a surge of excitement, and he kept the method of transforming ordinary livestock into spiritual beasts a closely guarded secret. Even the servants who assisted in feeding had no inkling of his true endeavors, believing he simply harbored a fondness for animals. Whether such a method existed elsewhere remained unknown to Zhao Zhiyan, yet he was determined to keep the Zhao family's techniques confidential. Observing the newly transformed rooster, he took decisive action to test its abilities. After a few exchanges, he discerned its strength, estimating it to be at the first level of qi refinement. If released to protect the family, it would surely suffice. Soon, ordinary individuals would find themselves unable to contend even with a chicken, and in time, perhaps even with a dog, he jested. The coop for raising spiritual chickens had long been constructed, featuring reinforced walls and a double-layered rock structure that even a second-level qi refiner could not breach. This coop, which had remained vacant, was now ready for use. However, before putting it into operation, Zhao Zhiyan meticulously clipped the feathers of the Xianju chickens, particularly those of the wings, flattened their beaks, and broke their legs to prevent escape and potential harm. In the current state of the Zhao family, without such precautions, only Zhao Zhiyan and his immediate kin would dare to feed them, which would be far too time-consuming. With the completion of these tasks, the majority of the dangers posed by the spiritual chickens were mitigated, allowing for a safe and conducive environment for their living and breeding. He still needed to enlist the help of Guangji to select a group of absolutely loyal servants to assist in feeding, ensuring they possessed martial prowess or at least approached the realm of martial artists. As for the nourishment of the spiritual chickens, rice from the vicinity of spiritual veins mixed with ordinary chicken feed would suffice. The family required chickens capable of laying eggs, not those suited for combat. Thus, elevating the chicken's cultivation levels was unnecessary. Having arranged everything meticulously, Zhao Zhiyan would have preferred to forego even the spiritual rice had it not been essential for egg production. With the successful transformation of the first Xianju chicken, Zhao Zhiyan felt an even greater confidence for what lay ahead. The subsequent months did not disappoint him. Another 9 Xianju chickens completed their transformation, comprising both males and females. Thus, the subsequent propagation of the Xianju chicken can now be achieved through egg production, eliminating the previous complexities. However, the first generation of Xianju chickens may exhibit instability, resulting in the hatching of ordinary egg-laying chickens. According to the ancient records of the Beastmasters, everything will improve upon the emergence of the second or third generation of spiritual chickens. Just as Zhao Zhiyan was settling these spiritual chickens and instructing his servants on their care, a pure white slender dog tugged at Zhao Zhiyan's trouser leg. Upon turning around, Zhao Zhiyan smiled. The slender dog that nipped at his pants was none other than the king of all slender dogs. Dogs, being social creatures, select their leaders through a process that often involves combat, including the white slender dog before Zhao Zhiyan. In Zhao Zhiyan's recollections, this white slender dog was frail in its youth and frequently bullied. During its upbringing, Zhao Zhiyan even contemplated its elimination, but as time passed, the slender dog grew stronger. After countless battles in the kennel, it triumphed over 99 other slender dogs, ultimately claiming victory and becoming the kennel's king. Remarkably, despite its smaller stature compared to its peers, this white dog transformed into the strongest, earning Zhao Zhiyan's utmost admiration. Its status in the kennel even surpassed that of Zhao Zhiyan. Nevertheless, the dog king was exceedingly obedient to Zhao Zhiyan's commands. Failure to comply would have resulted in a rather unfortunate fate, as Zhao Zhiyan mused. As he stroked the dog king's head, Zhao Zhiyan sensed something extraordinary, or rather, a delightful surprise. Have you transformed into a spiritual beast? Chapter 61, Howling Sky. The slender dog had indeed undergone a transformation into a spiritual beast, and as the dog king, this news filled Zhao Zhiyan with joy. The dog king became more astute, capable of assisting Zhao Zhiyan in managing the other slender dogs. However, unlike the Xianju chickens, which grew larger, the slender dog's transformation did not exhibit any outward changes, save for its demeanor and subtle details. As a spiritual beast, the slender dog's intelligence rivaled that of ordinary mortals, a realization Zhao Zhiyan came to in the course of his future life. Zhao Zhiyan held a profound affection for the dog king. and now that it had become a spiritual beast, he promptly chose to form a contract with it. Soon, the contract was completed, and Zhao Zhiyan acquired his second spiritual beast, a slender dog at the first level of qi refinement. During their upbringing, these slender dogs had remained nameless, merely designated by the number 1100. With the Dog King now contracted, Zhao Zhiyan was inspired to bestow a name. In the mythological tales of his past life, there existed a divine beast modeled after these creatures, and thus, he decided to name it Howling Sky. The prototype of the Howling Sky dog was typically considered to be the slender dog. By naming it Howling Sky, Zhao Zhiyan hoped that his Howling Sky would be as formidable as the legendary creature. With a name, Howling Sky became even more exuberant, and their bond deepened, as they shared a profound understanding. You also have a good brother named Qing Lin, a blue-scaled dragon, who will teach you in your future cultivation. You need only to manage the remaining hounds diligently, Zhao Zhiyan advised. Indeed, it is imperative to find a swift means to elevate Xiaotian's realm. With the successful cultivation of the spirit fowl, the next step involves breeding and expanding the population. With Xiaotian overseeing the hounds, Zhao Zhiyan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he introduced his family members to Xiaotian one by one. The Zhao family was filled with joy due to Xiaotian's presence. However, within the county of Bu, a great fire erupted suddenly. The flames engulfed the sky, reducing the vicinity to ashes. This conflagration was not isolated. Multiple blazes ignited simultaneously. The county's constables hurriedly dispatched personnel to extinguish the flames, yet their efforts were in vain. The inferno was far too fierce to contend with. Zhao Guangzhong remarked to Captain Wang, noting that the simultaneous outbreaks were evidently acts of arson. Most of the fires broke out in warehouses. Whose warehouses are these? Zhao Guangzhong feigned curiosity, although, as the deputy captain, he was well aware of their ownership. He had thoroughly familiarized himself with every brick and tile in the county of Bu. They belonged to the Hu family. The Hu family's textile business was inherently flammable, and this inferno obliterated a century's legacy. Captain Wang lamented the loss. The powerful families of Bu County were beginning to falter, and the fabric consumed in this conflagration would have sufficed for the county's populace for 20 years. The Hu family? Zhao Guangzhong continued to feign surprise, pulling one of the constables aside, instructing him to promptly inform the Zhao residents. His own siblings were direct descendants of the Hu family. Delays would render everything futile. By the time Zhao Guangji and Hu Di arrived, everything had turned to ash. Furthermore, the Hu family residence had been completely destroyed, along with many nearby residents suffering from this unforeseen calamity. When the crowd reached the Hu estate, it was already the following day. Only after the flames had extinguished could they catch their breath. Efforts to combat the blaze had proven utterly futile. Gazing at the ruins, Hu Di fainted from despair. Zhao Guangzhong and Captain Wang sifted through the ashes for clues, but alas, all evidence had been consumed by the flames. In this tragic inferno, the entire Hu family was decimated, with only a steward managing to escape. All others perished, including a master of the Hu lineage. Captain Wang ordered the constables to retrieve the nearly charred bodies, which they meticulously unearthed piece by piece. An annihilation of a clan, Zhao Guangzhong gritted his teeth, uttering 2 words. This was indeed a massacre, and thus the Hu family had been utterly erased from Bu County. As for the perpetrator, there were no leads to pursue. The sole survivor, the Hu family steward, had been interrogated several times but revealed nothing. His survival was a miracle in itself. Hu Di, who had fallen unconscious, was revived. Though she had already married, as the last remaining member of the Hu family, she bore the responsibility of managing the aftermath. All that belonged to the Hu family would now rest upon her shoulders. At this moment, the Zhao family took the initiative to step forward, sheltering the Hu family from the storm and assisting Hu Di in managing all subsequent affairs. The process of sorting through the remaining assets, compensating neighbors, and arranging for family burials unfolded in an orderly manner. With the protection of the Zhao family, other clans were deterred from harboring any ambitions. Everything was completed smoothly, and the market belonging to the Hu family was also absorbed by the Zhao family, including the entire industrial chain of textile production, all taken in stride. Hu Di remained ensnared in her sorrow, yet Zhao Guangji, the head of the Zhao family and Hu Di's husband, experienced a blend of emotions. As the son-in-law of the Hu family, Zhao Guangji was deeply mournful, especially during moments spent with Hu Di, where he was overcome with grief. However, as the head of the Zhao family, the acquisition of an industrial chain was a source of undeniable excitement. Fortunately, Zhao Guangji managed to conceal his exhilaration. Later that night, in Zhao Guangzhong's chamber, Wei Xian had already retired for the night, leaving Zhao Guangzhong to drink alone in the guest room. He indulged in the strongest liquor brewed at home, gulping it down cup after cup. His face flushed from the alcohol without the aid of any spiritual energy to mitigate its effects. The peanuts and boiled beef remained untouched, as he focused solely on drinking. In a state of inebriation, The door swung open unexpectedly, revealing not his wife Wei Xian, but Zhao Zhiyan. The sudden appearance of Zhao Zhiyan startled Zhao Guangzhong, snapping him partially back to sobriety. It was unusual for Zhao Zhiyan to visit their quarters at such a late hour. Zhao Zhiyan scrutinized the flushed face of Zhao Guangzhong, his irritation palpable. Nevertheless, he inquired, "Have you cleaned yourself properly?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Guangzhong was fully awakened from his stupor. The fact that his act of setting fire to the Hu residence had come to the knowledge of his second uncle left him baffled, as he believed he had been exceedingly discreet. Stammering, Zhao Guangzhong replied, "It should be clean enough. Ever since I broke through to the second level of qi refinement, there are hardly any who can detect my presence in the entire Bu County. Moreover, I set the fire at night while wearing dark clothing. Oh, besides you, second uncle. No one else should have noticed." Originally brimming with confidence, Zhao Guangzhong now felt a twinge of anxiety. "Remember, no matter who asks or how they inquire, you must deny any connection between you and the Hu family fire," Zhao Zhiyan cautioned. "Second uncle, you aren't going to punish me?" Zhao Guangzhong was incredulous, believing Zhao Zhiyan had come to reprimand him, considering the gravity of such actions that could tarnish one's moral standing. Besides, the Hu family was related by marriage, being the family of his fourth brother's wife. Zhao Zhiyan cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Guangzhong, realizing that punishing him now would serve little purpose. He then glanced towards the inner room and declared, "Second sister-in-law, you have heard nothing today, understand?" As his words fell, the sound of snoring resonated from within the room. "Originally, I did not intend to write it this way, but since there are few readers, I allowed myself some freedom." Chapter 62. A year and a half. Regardless of whether Zhao Guangzhong's actions were right or wrong, they served as a reminder to Zhao Zhiyan. To ensure the continued development of the Zhao family, it is essential to first gain control over the entire Bu County, subsequently expanding outward gradually. Currently, the land possessed by the Zhao family has been fully developed, leaving no room for further expansion. With internal saturation, it is only natural to look beyond. Moreover, Zhao Zhiyan refrained from punishing Zhao Guangzhong for another reason. The family currently requires Zhao Guangzhong's assistance. The remaining affluent families must also be gradually assimilated. Ultimately, Zhao Zhiyan resolved that the more unsavory tasks would henceforth be entrusted to Zhao Guangzhong. In response to the investigation into the extermination of the Hu family, officials from Bu County and even from the Daxiao realm have been dispatched to conduct inquiries. Additionally, several other families have not ceased their activities. Such events, being exceedingly heinous, evoke a sense of sorrow akin to that of rabbits mourning the fox. As Zhao Guangzhong remarked, he executed his actions with remarkable cleanliness. Within a month, no one had uncovered any evidence of wrongdoing. During this period, the family welcomed 3 more minor dogs into the realm of spirit beasts, prompting Zhao Zhiyan to swiftly contract Zhao Guangzhong, Zhao Guangji, and Wei Xian. At the Zhao family's spiritual vein, Qinglin is presently instructing Zhao Zhiyan in cultivation. Spirit beasts, much like humanity, possess the ability to elevate their realms through cultivation. However, spirit beasts possess a remarkable ability to autonomously advance their realms based on their bloodlines during their growth. Their training can expedite this process, allowing them to swiftly transcend their juvenile and weaker phases. Zhao Zhiyan, having undergone natural transformation into a spirit beast, is already of adult age and can now only enhance himself through cultivation. Nevertheless, as the canine sovereign, Zhao Yan's innate aptitude is somewhat extraordinary, astonishing even Zhao Zhiyan. At the very least, Zhao Yan's talent surpasses that of Zhao Zhiyan by a considerable margin. Under Qinglin's guidance, coupled with the use of nourishing essence pills, Zhao Zhiyan has ascended to the second tier of qi refinement within just over a month. Such a rate of advancement would be deemed exceptional even within the Qingyang sect. Zhao Zhiyan, filled with delight, mused that in a few years, Zhao Yan's realm would likely catch up to theirs. He remarked to Qinglin that, as it stands, it is difficult to ascertain Zhao Yan's precise bloodline, as he was previously merely an ordinary minor dog. Should he encounter a fortuitous opportunity akin to that of Qinglin, a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage would be well within reach. Once a foundation establishment expert is secured, the Zhao family would wield significant influence in the vicinity without the looming threat of malevolent practitioners. As the family continued its operations as before, Zhao Zhiyan engaged in cultivation alongside Qinglin and Zhao Zhiyan. The nourishing essence pills were consumed voraciously, and once depleted, they would procure more from the Qian family. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half slipped by. Zhao Zhiyan fulfilled expectations by breaking through to the 4th tier of qi refinement. Zhao Zhiyan emerged from his cultivation state, calculating that the time had come. Accompanied by Zhao Zhiyan, he exited the spiritual vein while Qinglin remained to guard the area. Upon returning to the Zhao family residence, he was met with a cacophony of noise. The next generation of the family had reached the age of 6, a time when their antics could become quite bothersome. The other ordinary minor dogs raised by the family were overwhelmed by the children's exuberance. Each one adorned with various paints, transformed into a riotous spectacle. Several spirited hounds have long since vanished, for they have always sought to evade these mischievous children. After all, provoking their ire could lead to dire consequences, as one might find themselves on the menu for a hot pot. The household servants have also suffered, enduring incessant harassment from these youngsters, yet they can only bear it in silence. Observing the harmonious scene within his family, Zhao Zhiyan could not help but smile. The only lamentation was that none of the young pups born in the past 2 years have shown any signs of being spirit beasts. It appears that the cultivation and expansion of these spirit hounds will require a considerable amount of time. However, the spirit fowl, surprisingly, have shown a high egg production rate. Although the probability of birthing spirit chickens is low, with enough quantity, a few do emerge. Currently, the Zhao family's spirit chicken farm boasts dozens of spirit chickens, and Zhao Zhiyan has consumed quite a few of their precious eggs. These spirit chicken eggs are invaluable, and the Zhao family has no intention of selling them, remaining unknown to outsiders. In the courtyard, everyone sat together, engaged in lively conversation. A group of children frolicked and played with the young hounds. As Zhao Zhiyan approached, the gathering rose in unison. Observing them, he noticed their auras had indeed strengthened, indicating that their cultivation had not faltered. Second brother, fourth brother. It seems there have been no new births in the family these past 2 years. You two are quite remiss. Shall I arrange for you to take a few concubines? Zhao Zhiyan inquired, for while the family had a fair number of children, he felt the count was still insufficient. Second uncle. Haven't you also failed to provide us with uncles and aunts in these 2 years? Zhao Guangji retorted. Are you comparing yourselves to me? I've been preoccupied with my cultivation. Zhao Zhiyan responded without jest, feeling that a breakthrough was imminent. After this exchange, silence enveloped the group. Moments later, Zhao Guangji suddenly realized and asked, Second uncle, why have you returned during the day instead of cultivating? Is there something significant afoot? Zhao Zhiyan chuckled, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, there is something monumental, a matter of great importance to our Zhao family. I have awaited this day for 6 long years. The family was established 7 years ago, with the first batch of newborns arriving 6 years prior. According to the common practices of the cultivation world, these children are now eligible for spirit root testing. When they were born, their blood was tested against a spirit pearl, but there was no response. Zhao Zhiyan speculated that their spirit roots had yet to form, thus eluding the pearl's detection. Today, however, would reveal the truth. If even one child demonstrates a spirit root, I will gain a new lease on life. Allowing me to act with greater confidence, Zhao Zhiyan felt a mix of trepidation and yearning within. Curiosity piqued among the others. Zhao Zhiyan openly declared, We shall test the spirit roots of the children. He had previously conducted tests for children from other families, charging a fee, which everyone was aware of. Now that it was finally time for his own children, who could possibly contain their excitement? With eager anticipation in their eyes, Zhao Zhiyan began to recite the names. First were his own children, Zhao Ziyang, Zhao Zijin, Zhao Zimo, Zhao Ziheng, Zhao Ziqian, Zhao Ziping, Zhao Ziyan, Zhao Zitong, Zhao Zijin, Zhao Z11, and Zhao Ziyun. Zhao Zhiyan's 11 offspring immediately lined up, spirited and robust, like little bears. Some had runny noses, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Following them were Zhao Guangbu's child, Zhao Yushu, Zhao Guangzhong's child, Zhao Yuning, and Zhao Guangji's child, Zhao Yulin. With fewer wives and concubines, their progeny were naturally limited. However, when the 3 children stood behind their respective grandfathers, they appeared much more subdued. These youngsters were aware of the trials that lay ahead. Their gazes filled with eager anticipation as they looked at Zhao Zhiyan. It was evident that they were not strangers to the concept of cultivating immortality. They had even been imparted with some fundamental knowledge. Chapter 63. Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijin. Observing the multitude of children before him, Zhao Zhiyan felt an overwhelming joy, his impatience mounting. You shall each enter the room for your spiritual root assessment, he commanded. Let us begin with Ziyang. As the eldest, you must lead by example. Zhao Ziyang nodded eagerly, torn between admiration and trepidation for his father, whom he seldom saw. Yet, the prospect of discovering his spiritual root ignited his enthusiasm. Following Zhao Zhiyan into the chamber, Zhao Ziyang was instructed to prick his finger to draw a drop of blood, a necessary step for the assessment. Zhao Zhiyan then presented the spiritual stone for him to touch. The stone remained inert, causing Zhao Zhiyan to feel a twinge of disappointment. You may leave now. Let Zijin come in, he ordered. Zhao Ziyang, with tears welling in his eyes, sensed the implications of the simple test. His destiny had already been determined. Cultivating immortality. Even at such a tender age, he understood the significance, yet it seemed his journey had ended before it even began. One by one, the children entered the room until it was Zhao Ziqian's turn, at which point the spiritual stone finally radiated a brilliant light. The hues displayed were fivefold, leaving Zhao Zhiyan in stunned silence. Zhao Zhiyan sighed in relief. At last, a child with a spiritual root had emerged. This also confirmed that newborns could not undergo the assessment, for even the spiritual pearls in their minds proved ineffective. As for Zhao Zhiyan, Zhao Zhiyan looked upon him with a fond gaze. He was the child of Lu's elder twin sister, one of Zhao Zhiyan's concubines, and the fifth son. The previous 3 sons and 1 daughter had all shown no spiritual root. Go find Xiaodian and wait by its side, Zhao Zhiyan commanded. Upon Zhao Zhiyan's departure, Zhao Zhiyan erupted into hearty laughter. 5 spiritual roots, though the weakest of the 5, it was nonetheless a promising beginning. Zhao Zhiyan was elated. At this moment, the family of cultivators was truly embarking on their journey. Naturally, Zhao Zhiyan's emergence drew the attention of all present. His mother wished to inquire further, yet discovered that Zhao Zhiyan had walked over to stand beside Xiaodian, who, sensing the unspoken bond, instinctively shielded Zhao Zhiyan. The distinctiveness of their interaction was not lost on the onlookers, eliciting a mixture of joy and jealousy among them. Regardless of their thoughts, the testing continued unabated. Soon, the spirit testing stone glowed anew, and the hand resting upon it belonged to Zhao Zhiyan's 9th son, Zhao Zhiyan, whose mother was the concubine, Zhao Yang. Zhao Zhiyan's talent mirrored that of Zhao Zhiyan, as he too possessed 5 spiritual roots, a revelation that did not surprise Zhao Zhiyan. The remaining children, however, were devoid of spiritual roots, their spirits visibly dampened. Zhao Zhiyan gathered everyone once more and, addressing them, declared that the matter was settled. There was no need for sorrow over the lack of spiritual roots. The family's development was paramount, and mortals held their own significance. Henceforth, these children would intensify their studies in both cultural education and martial arts until the age of 12, at which point their individual talents would dictate their paths. Those suited for the imperial examinations would enter the service of the Xia dynasty, while those inclined towards martial pursuits would devote themselves to rigorous training. Should they prove inadequate in either realm, they would return home to assist in the family business. Zhao Zhiyan's words established a clear direction for all, leaving no room for dissent. As for Zhiyan and Zhiyan, they would continue their cultural education together during the day, with Zhao Zhiyan personally guiding their cultivation in the evenings. At this juncture, Zhao Guangzhong felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself unable to voice it. Understanding the unspoken concern regarding the potential for cultivating spiritual roots through the 5 pseudo-roots, Zhao Zhiyan recognized the constraints imposed by the sealing talisman that rendered Zhao Guangzhong mute. I have my considerations, Zhao Zhiyan replied. The family had grown in number. Yet the materials needed for cultivating spiritual roots were scarce. The question of whom to allocate them to was a dilemma. Thus, Zhao Zhiyan had much to ponder. Observing the disappointed relatives disperse, he felt a pang of discontent, yet acknowledged the harsh reality that some were destined to serve as the family's laborers. After dispersing the crowd, Zhao Zhiyan led Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Zhiyan to the spirit vein location. They had officially entered the core of the Zhao family, and numerous matters required clarification. Zhao Zhiyan refrained from elaborating on basic cultivation knowledge, as they had already gleaned some from their mothers and Zhao Guangji, presenting several cultivation techniques acquired from the Qingyang sect. He laid them before the two, stating, choose from these techniques: Xianjin technique, Zhimu technique, Kanyu technique, Lihua technique, and Jina technique. These 5 techniques represented the sole offerings of the Zhao family, aside from the 5 pseudo-roots technique. And Zhao Zhiyan's personal cultivation method remained undisclosed due to the Qingyang sect's restrictions. Even these 5 techniques were selected by Zhao Zhiyan during his descent from the mountains, characterized by their high adaptability, suitable for any spiritual root, albeit with slight preferences. For instance, the fire manipulation technique emphasizes the development of the fire spiritual root, making it one of the 5 preferred cultivation methods among many disciples of the Qingyang sect and practitioners from immortal families. Zhao Zhiyan was drawn to this for a reason. With these 5 techniques, family members in the qi refining stage would be sufficiently equipped for their endeavors. Each of the 5 techniques focuses on a specific spiritual root, allowing you to select the corresponding cultivation method based on which root you wish to develop. Zhao Zhiyan elaborated further. Take the golden spiritual root as an example. It is particularly suited for the cultivation of offensive spells, boasting formidable attack power capable of swiftly breaching defenses. Practitioners of the golden spiritual root excel in combat, and may choose to become sword cultivators or blade masters, both of which are excellent paths. They may also pursue careers as artifact refiners, puppet masters, and other diverse arts of immortality. The wood spiritual root is an exceptional choice for cultivating healing spells, as wood symbolizes life and prosperity, endowed with a robust vitality and recovery capabilities, primarily serving supportive roles. Most herbalists are practitioners of the wood spiritual root. Additionally, renowned alchemists and talisman masters predominantly belong to this category. Next is the water spiritual root, which excels in control-type spells, akin to a drowning person unable to escape. And certain water-based techniques possess healing properties, making it a rather versatile spiritual root. Following this is the fire spiritual root, which, like the golden spiritual root, focuses on offensive spells but is characterized by a more volatile nature, making it an unequivocal choice for aggressive cultivators, with almost all learnable spells being offensive. Practitioners of the fire spiritual root can inherit roles as alchemists or artifact refiners, making them highly sought after in the realm of cultivation. Lastly, the earth spiritual root, akin to the vastness of the earth, is solid and stable, excelling in defensive spells and proving to be quite resilient. Professions such as spiritual vein masters and/or seekers align well with this root. Moreover, the earth spiritual root can shield allies from harm, rendering it highly favored among peers. You are encouraged to make your selections based on your aspirations. The family also possesses a collection of corresponding spells. Indeed, in addition to the techniques, Zhao Zhiyan has brought back several tomes of corresponding spells from the Qingyang sect. Chapter 64. 2 lives. Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Ziqin fell into contemplation. Although they were young, their intellect far surpassed that of their peers, thanks to the aid of the marrow-cleansing elixir. They recognized the significance of everything Zhao Zhiyan had conveyed and felt grateful for the opportunities bestowed upon them by their father. After a brief moment of reflection, they inquired, "Father, what should our family prioritize?" Zhao Zhiyan was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from his children, yet he smiled with pride. A family that cannot unite in purpose, regardless of its size, is destined for decline. Zhao Zhiyan contemplated that the 5 pseudo-roots could shape spiritual roots. Although these roots may be looked down upon by practitioners, they still allow for the cultivation of various immortal arts, just like Zhao Guangji and others. The herbalists had made commendable progress, and the family enjoyed bountiful harvests year after year. Another art of cultivation the family had mastered was the beast master inheritance. Presently, he alone possessed this knowledge, yet it could also be imparted to those cultivators with shaped spiritual roots. The family's foundational survival was assured. What remained was the need for formidable strength to safeguard it. However, both Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Ziqin possess 5 spiritual roots, making rapid advancement impossible, which presents a contradiction. I suggest that you focus on either the earth or fire spiritual roots, Zhao Zhiyan ultimately advised. Opting for the earth spiritual root would not only assist the family in maintaining their spiritual veins, but also aid in the construction and organization of fertile lands. Boasting the strongest defense, in the event of danger, there would be a significant chance of enduring until Zhao Zhiyan arrives for rescue. As for emphasizing the fire spiritual root, it is essential for the cultivation of alchemists, artifact masters, and other primary legacies. Although the family currently lacks these lineages, opportunities to acquire them still exist. Coupled with explosive offensive capabilities, the duo might achieve unexpected results through collaboration. While other spiritual roots hold importance at present, Zhao Zhiyan perceives the family's most pressing need lies with the 2 of them. Then I shall heed father's advice. I choose the earth technique, Zhao Ziqian cheerfully declared. And I shall select the fire technique, Zhao Ziqin added. Zhao Ziqian gently patted both of their heads, feeling immensely gratified. Over the following days, Zhao Zhiyan consistently guided their training until they reached the first level of qi refinement. Once they entered this stage, they could cultivate independently. As for other spells, there was no need to rush their learning. Leaving them to their own devices, Zhao Zhiyan finally had time for himself. He retrieved the blood he had prepared in advance and poured it onto the spiritual orb. The blood was absorbed, and the orb displayed 2 horizontal lines. Zhao Zhiyan understood that each line represented a life. Now, with 2 lines, it indicated he had gained 2 additional lifetimes. With his current qi refinement level at the 8th stage, 1 life could last over a century, thus 2 lives afforded him an added 200 years. The long-anticipated event had finally come to fruition, filling Zhao Zhiyan with exhilaration. Departing from the spiritual vein, he returned to the Zhao family estate to indulge in the company of his cherished concubine. The following morning, as Zhao Zhiyan stretched and stepped out of his chamber, he was met with alarming news. The Liu family's caravan had encountered misfortune. The Liu family of Buxian, primarily engaged in escort and caravan services, was pivotal for the transportation of goods in the vicinity. Their martial prowess was unmatched, boasting the strongest warriors in the area. Within the Liu family, possessing martial artists was a prerequisite for escorting, with even 3 great masters among them. Zhao Zhiyan was familiar with the Liu family, as one of his concubines was a cousin from that clan, including Zhao Ziqian's mother. Thus, he was taken aback to hear of their troubles. Zhao Zhiyan seized a servant who was discussing the matter to inquire further. The servant immediately knelt in fear, responding, "Ancestor, we too have heard from others that last night only a few members of the Liu family's caravan returned, and all were severely injured. Some say they encountered an immortal master, angering him and were thus annihilated. They even claimed that all of the Liu family's experts perished. Zhao Zhiyan waved his hand, dismissing the servant, and proceeded towards the family hall. On the way to the hall, Zhao Zhiyan's first instinct was that this incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by his second brother, Zhao Guangzhong. This fellow acted with ruthless audacity, showing no regard for kin. Although Zhao Zhiyan intended to assign him some unsavory tasks, he had not yet had the opportunity to do so. Upon arriving at the hall, he found Zhao Guangzhong and Zhao Guangji engaged in discussion. Zhao Zhiyan, being perceptive, naturally overheard their conversation regarding the matter at hand. "Do you possess any credible information?" Zhao Zhiyan inquired directly, as he had only received vague rumors from a servant, which he could not ascertain the veracity of. The two men, upon noticing Zhao Zhiyan's arrival, hurriedly paid their respects. "Not yet. The family has dispatched numerous individuals to gather intelligence, but no definitive details have emerged. It has been reported that the Liu family is not receiving any visitors, and the only information we have is from a witness who saw something last night." Zhao Guangji responded, "You should visit the Liu family in your capacity as the head of the Zhao clan. They should not deny you entry out of respect for my standing." Zhao Zhiyan suggested to Zhao Guangji, "Should the Liu family indeed be finished, such a vast market would become available, and the Zhao clan intended to seize it. Furthermore, if it were indeed the work of cultivators, Zhao Zhiyan needed to prepare for any potential threats." Watching Zhao Guangji hastily depart, Zhao Zhiyan turned his attention to Zhao Guangzhong. Zhao Guangzhong trembled slightly and quickly explained, "Second uncle, I assure you, this time it was not my doing. I did contemplate eliminating a few rival families to establish our Zhao clan as the supreme power, but I had not yet taken action." Zhao Zhiyan remained silent, for he knew Zhao Guangzhong was not lying. The annihilation of the Liu family's caravan was likely the doing of cultivators. If it had been martial artists, it would either have been a powerful terrestrial deity or a multitude of warriors overwhelming them. Select some fine cattle and horses and recruit a contingent of martial artists. Starting with martial masters, Zhao Zhiyan commanded. The Zhao clan no longer feared formidable martial artists, as they were capable of suppressing them. "In the future, if there are any plans, inform me in advance," Zhao Zhiyan added. Zhao Guangzhong wiped the sweat from his brow and promptly set about his tasks. Time swiftly passed until noon, when Zhao Guangji returned to the estate and immediately sought out Zhao Zhiyan. "Second uncle, the rumors circulating outside are true. The Liu family is finished. The caravan we sent previously, with the escorting martial artists, accounted for the majority of the Liu family's forces, and several of their direct descendants were among them. According to their accounts, they encountered malevolent cultivators who slaughtered them. Only a few heavily injured individuals managed to escape, and they have been rendered completely incapacitated. Moreover, much of our family's liquor among the caravan's cargo has been utterly destroyed. Additionally, the Liu family has requested our assistance in avenging them, offering to enter servitude in return for our help." Zhao Zhiyan was somewhat taken aback. Entering servitude signified complete integration into the Zhao family, with all that the Liu family had amassed essentially surrendered without struggle. Chapter 65. Qi refining at the seventh layer. Zhao family's choice was driven by a desire for vengeance, a sentiment Zhao Zhiyan could comprehend. The formidable members of the Liu family and the hired warriors have all but perished, even if they were to endure. The Liu family would find it impossible to maintain their standing. Given such choices, it somewhat makes sense. "Have you inquired about the situation regarding the malevolent practitioners?" Zhao Zhiyan turned his gaze towards Zhao Guangji. The presence of malevolent practitioners is hardly surprising. Although the Great Xia and Great Shang had previously driven away many, these practitioners are akin to cockroaches, always finding a crevice to infiltrate. They slaughter mortals, some for the sake of cultivation, while others simply relish the act of killing. As for the matter of the Liu family being enslaved, Zhao Zhiyan indeed harbored a certain eagerness. Furthermore, a considerable portion of the cargo being transported by the Liu family belonged to the Zhao family, given the relationship between the two families. Even without the Liu family's plea, Zhao Zhiyan would devise a means to deal with the malevolent practitioners. According to the few surviving members of the Liu family, that malevolent practitioner had used 5 strikes to slay a grandmaster warrior. 5 strikes? Zhao Zhiyan contemplated. The fact that a cultivator did not annihilate a warrior in a single blow merely indicates that their strengths had not reached a level of overwhelming dominance. A grandmaster's power is comparable to that of a 4th-level Qi refinement, which implies that the malevolent practitioner's cultivation could barely reach the 6th level of Qi refinement. Had they attained the 7th level and entered the latter stage of Qi refinement, they would possess overwhelming strength. Where did the attack occur? Zhao Zhiyan continued to inquire. Zhao Guangji replied, "Within approximately 50 miles inside the Great Shang territory. I shall handle this matter." Zhao Zhiyan nodded. "You take care of the Liu family. Ensure that no other families intervene, and consider how to arrange their future. After all, there are scarcely a few members left in the Liu family, and not a single direct descendant remains. You will have to manage it as you see fit. Regarding the malevolent practitioners, I will take Zhao Zhiyan with me. There is danger within the clan. Go seek out the Qinglin at the spiritual vein. Zhao Guangji promptly responded. Zhao Zhiyan then sped away with Zhao Zhiyan. Upon finally reaching the site of the Liu family's caravan that had been attacked, they discovered the remaining bones had been scattered and gnawed upon by wild wolves. After driving away the wolves, Zhao Zhiyan could sense the pungent scent of the malevolent practitioner. Zhao Zhiyan, it's up to you now. Just find the general direction. The events unfolded within a day's time. They could not have fled far. Zhao Zhiyan did not bark, but diligently sniffed around. As a canine spirit beast, Zhao Zhiyan possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, capable of detecting scents lingering from many days prior. After a moment, Zhao Zhiyan began to howl in one direction, prompting Zhao Zhiyan to pursue that path. Throughout the chase of the malevolent practitioner, Zhao Zhiyan's wandering soul's banner did not quiver in the slightest, indicating that this practitioner was a destitute individual lacking even a wandering soul's banner. Especially upon catching up to the adversary and delivering the fatal blow, the corpse confirmed everything. This is the most impoverished malevolent practitioner I have ever encountered, Zhao Zhiyan remarked, as the body bore only a small amount of human blood, devoid of any elixirs or talismans. Fortunately, Zhao Zhiyan was not pursuing this practitioner for plunder, otherwise he would have been thoroughly disappointed. Returning with the head of the malevolent practitioner, he instructed Zhao Guangji to present it to the Liu family for identification. Without unexpected complications, vengeance was successfully achieved. The Liu family, adhering to their promise, has relegated the remaining collateral relatives to a status of servitude, joining the Zhao family along with their amassed wealth. Second uncle. The cattle and horses you instructed second brother to select are now prepared and a caravan has been organized. However, the recruited warriors have yet to arrive, which will require some time. Furthermore, I intend to have the Liu family members, who have joined us, oversee the caravan operations, given their extensive experience. Additionally, regarding the Zhao family's acquisition of the Liu family, several other families have expressed dissatisfaction, as reported by Zhao Guangji. Handle the earlier matters yourself, Zhao Zhiyan remarked nonchalantly. As for the final issue, inquire who is dissatisfied? I shall speak with them personally. He added, also, you and Guangzhong should continue to take concubines. Our family lacks sufficient population. Zhao Zhiyan had resumed his efforts in these recent days. 3 months later, the Zhao family formally established a security agency and caravan. The delay was primarily due to the time-consuming recruitment of martial artists and masters. Fortunately, the Zhao family's sincerity and competitive offers facilitated a smooth process. The injured collateral members of the Liu family have now fully recovered and are assisting Zhao Guangzhong in managing the security agency and caravan. As for the other families that initially contemplated resistance, they acquiesced after Zhao Zhiyan personally visited each one. Zhao Guangji was elated, as they would no longer be constrained by others in selling liquor and other goods, and could even exert influence over other families. Meanwhile, during these 3 months, matchmakers from Buxian arranged for Zhao Guangzhong and Zhao Guangji to each take 5 concubines. These 10 concubines were not from Buxian, but from surrounding cities. Zhao Zhiyan, unable to celebrate with Zhao Guangji and his brother at that moment, was focused intently on Qinglin at the spiritual vein. You have actually broken through again, Zhao Zhiyan exclaimed. Qinglin was approaching a realm surpassing even Zhao Zhiyan's own. As the spiritual beast's level drew closer to Zhao Zhiyan's, the feedback from the beast's breakthrough became increasingly apparent. This is one of the advantages of a contract. When the master and spiritual beast are at similar levels, the beast's breakthroughs can provide energy feedback to the master, accelerating their cultivation speed. Conversely, if the spiritual beast's level exceeds that of the master, it can hinder the master's progress. This is also a reason why cultivators favor spiritual beasts, although finding and taming suitable ones proves challenging, preventing them from becoming overly prevalent in the cultivation world. Qinglin's breakthrough has begun to catalyze Zhao Zhiyan's progress. Truly, a descendant of the dragon, Zhao Zhiyan mused happily, feeling that his own breakthrough was also imminent. Of course, Qinglin's rapid advancement was aided by the ancient 3-tiered beast master legacy. Xiao Tian, you must strive as well. Now, Qinglin is hastening my breakthrough speed, while you seem to be impeding it. Zhao Ziyuan suddenly patted the sprawled Xiao Tian beside him. This fellow possesses considerable talent, yet has been a spirit beast for far too short a time. Xiao Tian howled in protest, expressing discontent. How could one possibly compare a dog to a dragon? It is simply unfair. Zhao Ziyuan, understanding Xiao Yan's sentiments, chuckled and proposed, if you cannot surpass in speed, let us compete in progeny instead. With so many female hounds in the family, they shall all be yours. Within a year, 25 litters of pups should not prove too burdensome for you. Xiao Tian continued to protest vociferously. Although he is indeed a male dog, he is also one who understands the principles of sustainable development. Chapter 66. Ninth layer of qi refinement. At the end of the year 595 of the Great Xia calendar, 6 months had elapsed since Qinglin's breakthrough. With the tumult of spiritual energy within Zhao Zhiyan, he too successfully achieved his breakthrough, reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement. The final minor realm of the later stages of qi refinement had been attained. Continuing to advance would lead to the 10th to 12th layers, culminating in the perfection of qi refinement. Upon achieving this completion, considerations for the foundation establishment would arise. However, both the foundation establishment technique and the foundational elixir remain elusive. It appears that an opportunity to return to the Qingyang sect is necessary, Zhao Zhiyan mused. The only place where one might obtain the foundational elixir is indeed the Qingyang sect, and now it is merely a matter of finding the right moment. Moreover, once Zhao Zhiyan achieves foundation establishment, the Zhao family will undergo a profound transformation. Not only will their strength be significantly enhanced, but their standing within the Qingyang sect will also become incomparable. Look at the present. The Zhao family is merely an ordinary qi refinement clan, deemed dispensable by the Qingyang sect. Once a foundation establishment cultivator emerges, numerous benefits will follow, and the Qingyang sect will seek them out. This is the essence of strength. Having stabilized his realm, Zhao Zhiyan returned alone to his residence. More than half a year had passed since the assessment of spiritual roots, and he decided it was time to evaluate the academic progress of his children. Both cultural studies and martial arts would be assessed one by one. They must not be allowed to become complacent. Just as Zhao Zhiyan stepped through the door, Zhao Guangzhong hurriedly rushed back from outside. Zhao Zhiyan intercepted him, questioning, "At your age, why are you still so rash?" Upon recognizing that it was his second uncle who had stopped him, Zhao Guangzhong took a deep breath and replied, "Second uncle, the Wang family has been annihilated along with their 9 clans." Zhao Zhiyan stared at Zhao Guangzhong, his mind in disarray. What is the meaning of this? The Lu family had just been eradicated, and now the Wang family has met the same fate? Furthermore, the Wang family operated a medical clinic and engaged in the medicinal herb trade, logically speaking. Their social standing and profession should have shielded them from the ire of the Great Xia royal family. The sudden annihilation of their 9 clans is indeed unexpected. Elaborate, if you will, Zhao Zhiyan inquired. It was reported that several members of the Wang family served as imperial physicians within the Great Xia royal court, and recently, they had inadvertently caused the death of the emperor's most favored concubine during treatment, which led to their devastating punishment. In the county of Bu, the Wang family faces an unmerited calamity. Currently, officials from the Great Xia dynasty have come to apprehend individuals, including the Wang daughters who have married out and have not escaped this fate. Zhao Guangzhong is presenting the situation when several martial artists from the Great Xia approach the Zhao family residence, coincidentally encountering Zhao Zhiyan and another. Among Zhao Zhiyan's concubines is a Wang family daughter, who is also the mother of Zhao Zhiyan's eldest son, Zhao Ziyang. Although the visiting martial artists do not recognize Zhao Zhiyan, they have learned from the royal court that this is a family of cultivators, prompting them to adopt a respectful demeanor. Observing the martial artists, Zhao Zhiyan quips, "What is this? Do you intend to capture members of our esteemed cultivation family in your mundane kingdom?" Sensing Zhao Zhiyan's distinguished status, the martial artists quickly clasped their fists in respect, stating, "Zhao Xianshi, you misunderstand. We have come at the behest of the Great Xia royal family, and we hope you will not interfere with our efforts to apprehend the criminals. After all, a nation has its laws and a family its rules. As for the Wang daughter who has married into the Zhao family, she is now a part of the Zhao lineage, no longer belonging to the Wang clan. It must be said that the Great Xia royal family has shown considerable deference." Zhao Zhiyan, not wishing to overstep, merely waved his hand and replied, "Let the Great Xia refrain from troubling our Zhao family, and we shall not meddle in your affairs." With that, he instructed Zhao Guangji to close the gates. The news of the Wang family's downfall swiftly reached Zhao Wangshi, Zhao Zhiyan's wife. In tears, she approached Zhao Zhiyan and fell to her knees with a thud, pleading for his aid to save her family members. Her cries began to grate on Zhao Zhiyan's nerves. Yet, considering the contributions of Zhao Wangshi to the Zhao family, he ultimately decided to extend his assistance. "You are merely a collateral branch of the Wang family. I can only help save your parents and siblings," Zhao Zhiyan articulated clearly. "It is impossible for me to offend the entire Great Xia for the sake of a concubine. Your family shall, in time, become akin to the Lu family, servants of the Zhao." In this final statement, Zhao Zhiyan revealed his true nature. The rescue of the Wang family members, beyond personal sentiment, must also yield some advantage. The Wang family has been engaged in medicine for generations, possessing countless remedies, which Zhao Zhiyan has long coveted. Rather than allow the Great Xia royal family to seize them, it would be reasonable to copy them for himself, under the pretense of aiding his own concubine. Initially, Zhao Zhiyan was conflicted, but Zhao Wangshi's plea solidified his resolve. However, the rescue would not resemble a mere raid on a gallows. Zhao Zhiyan first penned a letter and then departed with several items in tow. Meanwhile, within the Wang residence. A group of constables was conducting a search. Numerous members of the Wang family and their servants were being loaded onto prison carts, destined for the imperial capital. To have caused the death of the emperor's favored consort, the punishment of extermination of the 9 clans is not unjust. As the Wang family members on the prison cart caught sight of Zhao Zhiyan, several high-ranking Wang family members, led by the family patriarch, called out in desperation, "Zhao Zhiyan, save us! Save the Wang family, I beseech you. The Wang family is willing to serve as slaves and servants." The cries echoed, capturing the attention of several constables. Yet Zhao Zhiyan remained utterly unmoved. Naturally, the general in charge of apprehending the Wang family also heard the commotion. "Did you not claim that Master Zhao had agreed not to interfere with the capture?" The general inquired, his face stern and exuding an air of intimidation. A martial artist, one of those previously encountered at the Zhao residence, cautiously replied, "We visited the Zhao family, and they indeed agreed not to intervene. However, we are uncertain as to why Master Zhao has appeared." The general cast a sidelong glance at the martial artist, then strode purposefully towards Zhao Zhiyan, a smile spreading across his face. "I have long admired the esteemed name of Master Zhao. Who would have thought we would meet under such circumstances?" the general said courteously. After exchanging respectful gestures, the two proceeded to the reception hall of the Wang family, while the others were ushered out. "Please do not misunderstand, General. I have come to request your assistance in delivering a letter," Zhao Zhiyan stated as he produced a pre-written letter and handed it to the general. "Along with 100 taels of silver. I have heard that the Wang family members are to be escorted back to the imperial capital. I kindly ask you to assist in this matter." The general did not take the silver, but instead noticed the name Brother Lu Xian inscribed on the envelope, causing his hands to tremble slightly. In the Great Xia dynasty, it was not unusual to be unfamiliar with Zhao Zhiyan, but to be unaware of Lu Xian was another matter entirely. Lu Xian was one of the esteemed patrons of the imperial court, effortlessly capable of overpowering mortals of the highest realms. The general cautiously asked, "I did not expect Master Zhao to share such a close relationship with Patron Lu." "Ah, we are all cultivators, merely exchanging insights on our practices," Zhao Zhiyan replied nonchalantly. Chapter 67. Rescuing People, clarifying his relationship with Lu Xian. Zhao Zhiyan sensed a shift in the general's regard towards him. What had once been mere respect, envy, and fear from an ordinary man towards a cultivator now bore the weight of hierarchical pressure. The significance of an imperial patron far surpassed that of a mere general. The general tucked the letter away and replied with confidence, "Rest assured, Master Zhao, the letter will be delivered without fail. In that case, please do accept this silver." Zhao Zhiyan insisted, pushing the silver towards the general. Simultaneously, he retrieved several corpses of commoners from his storage pouch, all of which had been prepared in advance. "General, these corpses are of collateral relatives of the Wang family. I encountered them outside and intended to capture them alive, but unfortunately, they met an untimely demise. I did not realize mortals were so fragile. This should not pose a problem, right?" Zhao Zhiyan inquired amiably, albeit with a slight emphasis on the term collateral relatives. These corpses were procured by servants from a graveyard, and they could not possibly be related to the Wang family. The general glanced at the corpses, initially interpreting Zhao Zhiyan's words as a warning. However, upon meeting Zhao Zhiyan's gaze again, he sensed something amiss. "Is this not a warning?" The general pondered, internally conflicted, as he found such indirect communication particularly vexing for a leader. A sudden realization struck the general, leading to a profound epiphany. He recalled that the concubine of Master Zhao, bearing the surname Wang, was a member of the Wang family's collateral line. The general comprehended the implications. Observing the number of corpses, everything began to align. This was a ruse, using the pretext of sending letters to facilitate a rescue. The general grasped the entirety of the situation, yet a shadow of concern crossed his face. The decree from the emperor of the Great Xia mandated the extermination of 9 clans. He dared not engage in favoritism. Otherwise, his own clan might meet their demise before the Wang family did. He expressed gratitude to Master Zhao for aiding in the capture of the criminals. Yet it appeared the Wang family had no shortage of members. The general spoke slowly, reluctant to provoke Zhao Zhiyan, yet compelled by the gravity of the situation. Zhao Zhiyan understood the general's apprehensions. Residing within the Great Xia, it was evidently untenable to disregard its laws, especially with personal entanglements at stake. Zhao Zhiyan remained calm and collected, discreetly producing 30,000 taels in silver notes, presenting them quietly. "General, please verify the identities carefully. If a mistake is made, it could lead to the wrongful accusation of innocent individuals," he cautioned. The general pushed the notes back. While they were indeed valuable, he valued his life far more than wealth. Zhao Zhiyan persisted, suggesting, "The general may peruse the correspondence I have for Taoist Lu Xian before making a decision." The general, caught off guard, regarded the documents with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. His expression shifted as he wrestled with his choices. The letter to Lu Xian merely requested assistance in safeguarding a few individuals or concealing their identities. For a celestial master honored by the royal family, such a task was trivial, especially considering the collateral criminals involved. There is no need for concern, for with Taoist Lu Xian's protection, the Emperor of the Great Xia shall not hold you accountable nor take notice of your actions, Zhao Zhiyan added reassuringly. After much internal conflict, the general ultimately accepted the silver notes. He had witnessed the influence wielded by the royal family's patronage, which bolstered his trust. As for the relationship between Zhao Zhiyan and Lu Xian, the general harbored no doubts. How could an ordinary mortal comprehend the realm of celestial beings? The corpses were taken away by the general, while a cart, containing the parents and siblings of the Zhao Wang clan, was discreetly removed. When the cart returned, it was filled with lifeless bodies. Just as the general believed all matters were resolved, Zhao Zhiyan interjected once more. I would like to examine some of the Wang family's books. With a smile, he added, for the general, this is but a minor request, yet I implore you, Master Zhao, to allow me to view them without taking them away. Furthermore, the Wang family's assets had already been thoroughly searched. Within 2 hours, we must depart. So please expedite the process. Rest assured, I shall not delay your affairs, Zhao Zhiyan assured him, as he swiftly sought various medicinal formulas. Harnessing the formidable memory and writing speed of a cultivator, Zhao Zhiyan began to furiously document. With these formulas and several members of the Wang family's collateral line, the Zhao family would no longer lack physicians, and could even establish a medical clinic anew. Just before the prison cart was about to depart, Zhao Zhiyan once again appeared before the members of the Wang family. There was no way around it. He had already been seen upon his arrival. To prevent these individuals from spreading rumors in the capital, Zhao Zhiyan chose to make an appearance, hoping to provoke them a little. Upon seeing the Wang family once more, their eyes were red with grief, frequently glancing towards the cart containing the deceased. Zhao Zhiyan, you are truly ruthless. The patriarch of the Wang family gritted his teeth, blaming Zhao for the fall of several collateral relatives. Zhao Zhiyan had no choice. They were the parents and siblings of his concubine. Rather than suffer on the road, filled with fear and anxiety, or endure humiliation and abuse in the capital, it was better to transcend early. How could you bring yourself to do this? The patriarch continued to interrogate. Patriarch, you know too little about cultivators. To us, cultivators and mortals are not of the same kind. Would you hesitate or feel sorrow over the death of an ant? Zhao Zhiyan smiled, though to the Wang family, this smile appeared exceptionally sinister and terrifying. He added, considering our familial ties, if anyone wishes to depart early, I can assist. Zhao Zhiyan was aware that they were collateral damage. Yet many matters were simply beyond one's control. Given the Wang family's reputable standing, he vowed to construct graves for them as a tribute. The Wang family had indeed maintained a commendable reputation through their long-standing medical practice, a fact beyond dispute. Even upon learning that the Wang family had been annihilated, many mortals from Buxian and surrounding areas petitioned and gathered nearby. The Wang family members, filled with hatred towards Zhao Zhiyan, could only grit their teeth in silence. As Zhao Zhiyan watched them being taken away, he returned to the Wang family residence. You do not hate me? If your minds were clear, wouldn't certain truths become apparent? Zhao Zhiyan murmured to himself, intentionally provoking them to ensure the Wang family believed that several collateral members had indeed perished. Noticing the remaining constables, he circumvented them and took away several collateral relatives hidden within the residence by the general. Upon returning to the Zhao household and meeting with the Zhao Wang clan, everyone burst into tears. The individuals expressed their gratitude to Zhao Zhiyan, who, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, from now on, you shall change your names and surnames. The Wang family has been utterly eradicated, and there is no longer a Wang family in Buxian. You are now members of the Zhao family, the newly acquired medical practitioners of the Zhao household. Zhao Zhiyan instructed, simultaneously sending the recorded prescriptions back to the family for future reference. Chapter 68. Peering in the assessment for the next generation had finally commenced. Zhao Zhiyan drew inspiration from the examination methods of his previous life, employing written tests to evaluate cultural knowledge and engaging in sparring to assess martial prowess, ensuring that each child could be clearly seen. The children wore bitter expressions, yet faced with Zhao Zhiyan's imposing authority, they dared not provoke him. With faces resembling that of bitter gourds, they could only earnestly comply. During the assessment process, Zhao Zhiyan gained a general understanding of each individual's capabilities, and he became increasingly aware that, like the dragon's 9 offspring, each possesses distinct attributes. As he observed the children undergoing evaluation, Zhao Guangji fell into deep contemplation. As the head of the family, he faced numerous considerations. The Zhao family had already expanded significantly, yet it remained confined to the vicinity of Bu County. Despite having absorbed 3 other clans, they found themselves lacking in talent. While there were many servants, exceptional individuals, akin to those from Maoshan, were scarce. The Zhao family yearned for talented personnel, but was at a loss for how to proceed. They had contemplated adopting the imperial examination system of the Great Xia. Yet the specifics had never been fully developed. However, witnessing the next generation being evaluated sparked in Zhao Guangji a vision for a more comprehensive recruitment strategy. The imperial examination was too simplistic, it would not suffice. Assessments needed to be targeted. For those requiring arithmetic skills, mathematical proficiency should be tested. For those needing protection, martial prowess must be evaluated. Zhao Guangji continuously refined the method, even engaging in discussions with other family members. Zhao Zhiyan observed this process of refinement and casually remarked on the inclusion of written examinations, interviews, physical examinations, and background checks. He proposed that the assessment system from his previous life, adopted by nations of his time, was indicative of its superiority. Any flaws could be overlooked. Zhao Zhiyan's insights immediately illuminated the minds of those present. As long as the family offered sufficient incentives, they could attract ample talent for selection. In fact, written examinations could be tailored to different skill sets. For instance, as previously mentioned, recruiting accountants would necessitate tests in arithmetic. For bodyguards or escorts, martial arts proficiency would be assessed. Interviews could be straightforward, with family representatives engaging candidates to pose questions, evaluating responses to determine alignment with the family's needs. Physical examinations spoke for themselves. Those wishing to join the family must be free of ailments. Finally, background checks would provide a more holistic understanding of an individual through the perspectives of others. After thorough consideration, most candidates would likely be deemed acceptable, Zhao Zhiyan elaborated. He urged them to deliberate on the finer details and commence the recruitment process. The family must continue to expand, as the current members alone were insufficient. Even if these children grew, it would take a decade or more. Zhao Zhiyan felt a sense of helplessness after observing the assessment. He recognized that not all were suited for management, making the recruitment of outsiders a necessary course of action. He added a crucial point regarding the loyalty of recruits, emphasizing that it must not be compromised. Upon returning to the spiritual vein, Zhao Zhiyan stealthily emerged, tasked by Zhao Zhiyan to produce 25 litters of puppies within a year. It was determined to complete this mission promptly. Moreover, Zhao Zhiyan occasionally solicited funds from Zhao Guangji and others to purchase provisions in Bu County, indulging in a little culinary enterprise of its own. As a spiritual hound, Zhao Zhiyan exhibited remarkable intelligence, having already forged friendships with many vendors throughout the streets and alleys of Bu County. As usual, Zhao Zhiyan was in the corner, savoring cooked beef, deliberately leaving some aside to take back to his companions. While he indulged in his meal, his keen nose twitched slightly, detecting a peculiar scent amidst the rich aroma of meat. Instantly, his instincts were set ablaze, and he raised his head to gaze into the distance. At the entrance of Bu County, a woman clad in a bright red robe was gradually making her way inside, sensing a familiar essence akin to that of her master. Zhao Zhiyan's intuition confirmed that the woman before him was a cultivator. Although the Zhao family had a presence in Bu County, the visits from cultivators were infrequent, at least in Zhao Zhiyan's experience. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar cultivator naturally piqued his interest. Instead of following her directly, he summoned a few ordinary hounds to trail her discreetly. As a common breed within the Great Xia dynasty, these ordinary hounds would attract no undue attention. Zhao Zhiyan maintained a distant watch, overseeing everything. However, as he followed, he sensed something amiss. After the woman had meandered around Bu County, she headed straight for the outskirts of the Zhao family estate. With a few agile leaps, she entered the Zhao household in broad daylight without anyone taking notice. Zhao Zhiyan instructed the hounds to guard the entrance while he swiftly pursued her inside, only to find her standing outside a classroom, scrutinizing the children within. He called upon several ordinary hounds and a spiritual beast hound, ordering the latter to locate Zhao Zhiyan while the ordinary hounds barked frantically. At the sound of the barking, the woman glanced back and decisively retreated. Zhao Zhiyan found himself unable to keep pace and lost sight of her. Zhao Zhiyan soon arrived, inquiring about the situation. Was she an evil cultivator? He asked. Zhao Zhiyan shook his head, having detected no scent of human blood on the woman, which was uncommon among evil cultivators. Thus, he concluded that she was not one of them. Zhao Zhiyan fell into a contemplative silence. The Zhao family's affairs were likely known to nearby cultivation families and rogue cultivators, and it was evident that the woman had come with intentions directed at the Zhao family. Moreover, her immediate interest in the younger generation instilled an inexplicable sense of urgency within Zhao Zhiyan. Was she assessing whether the Zhao family would thrive? He pondered. If that were the case, it could not be the work of rogue cultivators, as they had no motive to do so. In other words, it must be a nearby cultivation family. The closest cultivation family to the Zhao family was undoubtedly the Qin family, though others existed further afield. The boldness of their approach suggested that they did not regard the Zhao family as a significant threat. Zhao Zhiyan continued to speculate. If they considered the Zhao family inconsequential, Then at the very least, they must be a foundational family. The Qian family. Zhao Zhiyan had a target in mind. His recent retreat had yielded little impact. He mused to himself. The dynamics between cultivators clearly favored those with overwhelming strength. It remains uncertain whether the other party has noticed the presence of Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Ziqing. Zhao Zhiyan indeed felt a sense of crisis, prompting him to confine both Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Ziqing to the spiritual vein area, strictly prohibiting their departure. As for the internal patrols of the residents, he instructed Zhao Guangji to reorganize them, deploying dozens of agile dogs to patrol incessantly, 24 hours a day. Xiao Tian, for the next few days, you shall remain in the residence with several spirit dogs. Should any situation arise, contact me immediately, Zhao Zhiyan commanded. Initially, Zhao Zhiyan intended to gather intelligence from the Qian family, but upon reflection, he decided to postpone that endeavor for a while. A few days later, Zhao Zhiyan discovered that among his concubines, Zhao Hu, the eldest of the Lu sisters, along with Zhao Wei and Zhao Yang, were all expecting. Notably, due to the births of Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Ziqing, Zhao Zhiyan had invested considerable effort into the two, hoping that their future offspring would also possess spiritual roots. The pregnancies of the other two were unexpected delights. Furthermore, Zhao Guangzhong and Zhao Guangji's concubines were also gradually becoming pregnant, with Zhao Guangzhong's concubines expecting 2 children and Zhao Guangji's 3. The signs of new additions to the family naturally brought much joy, alleviating concerns regarding the Qian family's watchful eyes, perhaps due to the increased patrols by the Zhao family. No cultivators appeared in the vicinity of Bu County for the next few months. As the new year approached March, the landscape blossomed with life and vitality. The family busily worked to solidify their recruitment of talent. Zhao Guangji and others toiled until midnight each day, yielding significant results. The first batch of recruited talents had already been placed in various sectors of the family, with a few even signing contracts of servitude. Naturally, the Zhao family would continue to assess these recruits during actual use to avoid any potential betrayals. Simultaneously, Zhao Zhiyan once again summoned children of appropriate age to prepare for the annual spiritual root test. This year, none of Zhao Zhiyan's own offspring were of age. Rather, several children from Zhao Guanghua, Zhao Guangzhong, and Zhao Guangji were eligible. Among them were Zhao Guanghua's children, Zhao Younan and Zhao Yuyan, Zhao Guangzhong's child, Zhao Yulan, and Zhao Guangji's children, Zhao Youquan and Zhao Yuzheng. All 5 were born of maidservants. As Zhao Zhiyan gazed upon the 5 little ones, each appeared quite anxious. He gently stroked their hair, offering comfort. Younan, you shall go first, Zhao Zhiyan said, taking Zhao Younan's hand and leading him into the room. Similar to the previous year, he first drew some blood before allowing the child to touch the spirit testing stone. However, this year seemed exceptionally fortuitous, as the first child revealed spiritual roots. 5 spiritual roots. Splendid, Zhao Zhiyan praised. Thus, it appeared that Zhao Guangbo would have a worthy successor. The testing continued, and Zhao Yuyan was found to possess no spiritual roots. As Zhao Youlan's hands made contact with the spirit testing stone, it emitted an extraordinary brilliance, dazzling in its luminescence, which sent Zhao Ziyuan into a euphoric state. The discovery of 3 spiritual roots, gold, wood, and water, filled Zhao Ziyuan's heart with elation, as it signified that the Zhao family had been favored by the heavens this year. Such exceptional aptitude would be regarded highly even within the Qingyang sect, and with proper nurturing, Zhao Yulan had the potential to transcend the foundational stage. After ensuring Zhao Youlan's well-being, the testing continued. Regrettably, Zhao Youquan and Zhao Yuzheng, the brothers, were found to possess no spiritual roots. In contrast to the previous year, the surge in the likelihood of spiritual roots manifesting this year left Zhao Ziyuan immensely satisfied. Dispelling the other clan members, he led the 2 back to the family estate. He promptly infused 2 vials of blood into the spirit pearl, which now bore 2 additional strokes, symbolizing the successful augmentation of Zhao Ziyuan's vitality. In a state of joyous anticipation, Zhao Ziyuan retrieved the 5 volumes of techniques: Qianjin technique, Zhimu technique, Kanshui technique, Lihua technique, and Ganta technique. He pondered the potential of having Zhao Yulan cultivate such techniques, lamenting that it might be a waste of her prodigious talent. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances of the family, there were no superior alternatives available. Zhao Younan and Zhao Yulan turned their gazes toward Zhao Ziyuan, awaiting his elucidation. As he had done the previous year, Zhao Ziyuan embarked on a thorough analysis. Can one practice these techniques with 5 spiritual roots? Zhao Yulan inquired, her voice soft and melodic. Any spiritual root can engage in cultivation, which is the universal applicability of these 5 techniques, Zhao Ziyuan responded. Previously, Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing had each chosen to specialize in wood and fire roots, respectively. Thus, Zhao Ziyuan recommended the water-oriented technique, Kanshui technique, to Zhao Younan. This choice would not only diversify their capabilities, but also address the current climatic conditions. although the vicinity of Buxian remained vibrant. It had been some time since the last rainfall. The family's fertile fields depended on the cloud and rain technique for sustenance, and in more distant areas, the flora had begun to wither. Zhao Zhiyan feared an impending drought. The family's prospects would be greatly enhanced with an additional practitioner specializing in water roots. Furthermore, water roots could master control and healing spells, and given their proximity to the sea, the potential for development was promising. I choose the Kanshui technique, Zhao Younan declared resolutely. Subsequently, Zhao Zhiyan assigned Zhao Ziqian to instruct him, as the two were only a year apart in age, making communication more effortless. Next, Zhao Zhiyan turned his attention to Zhao Yulan. I suggest you study the Qianjin technique. Focusing on offensive capabilities, he advised. You are different from the others. With your 3 spiritual roots, your cultivation speed will be accelerated, and you have the opportunity to break through to foundational practitioner status. The family currently lacks combat strength for protection, so I hope you will devote all your efforts to enhancing your combat prowess. This includes training in sword and blade techniques. I will assist you in finding suitable resources. Zhao Yulan nodded decisively, seemingly recognizing that there were no better options available. With their respective paths established, the two naturally committed themselves to rigorous cultivation. With Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing leading the way, Zhao Ziyuan found himself considerably relieved. In the subsequent days, the group diligently immersed themselves in cultivation within the spiritual veins. The previously serene underground realm was suddenly interrupted by the playful yelps of young pups. Zhao Zhiyan slowly opened his eyes to see Xiaodian bounding in, accompanied by several spiritual hounds from his family, each carrying a few lively pups in their mouths, tails wagging with excitement. Zhao Zhiyan's gaze sharpened, and a smile spread across his face. Previously, he had tasked Xiaodian with the duty of procreation, and it appeared that the task had been executed with remarkable thoroughness, resulting in a notable increase in the family's puppy population. Zhao Zhiyan was fully aware of this development. However, now, as he observed the 7 spirited pups being carried, he noted their vibrancy, which set them apart from ordinary young dogs. They were spiritual beasts. Zhao Zhiyan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Following the successful breeding of the spirit rooster, the spiritual hound had also finally succeeded. The 7 spiritual hound pups were perfectly suited to be companions for Zhao Ziqian and his 3 companions, with the remaining 3 entrusted to Zhao Guangji for his arrangement. Each of Zhao Ziqian's group selected a pup with great joy, cradling them gently in their arms, knowing these would be their lifelong partners, worthy of their trust and even their lives. As the last 3 pups were sent off, Zhao Zhiyan's expression grew serious. You are fortunate, he began, to have recently tested your spiritual roots and now have the opportunity to contract a spiritual beast. However, I must caution you. If you choose to form a contract, you must also accept the accompanying responsibilities, just as you will contribute to our family in the future. The spiritual beast will trust you unconditionally, yet it is imperative that you do not betray that trust. Zhao Zhiyan spoke with utmost sincerity, emphasizing that the reliability of one's spiritual beast far surpasses that of familiar kin. Chapter 70. Xiaoyan's breakthrough to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Zhao Zhiyan observed the delight of Zhao Ziqian and his companions as they interacted with the pups. Within a mere hour of contact, they had already engaged in playful antics together. However, one must consider that they were still children at heart. Over the next 7 days, Zhao Zhiyan taught the 4 the methods of nurturing their hounds, imparting some of the Beastmaster's legacy, while also assisting them in completing their contracts. With the companionship of their contracted spiritual beasts, the monotony of cultivation was significantly alleviated. Soon, Zhao Younan and Zhao Yulan gradually sensed their qi and broke through to the 1st layer of qi refinement. Yet, what brought Zhao Zhiyan even greater joy was that Xiaodian had also achieved a breakthrough to the 5th layer of qi refinement. It had taken Xiaodian a year to ascend from the 4th to the 5th layer. Zhao Zhiyan could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Xiaodian truly was the king of dogs, with remarkable innate talent. Zhao Zhiyan was both jealous and envious. Such talent was unmatched even by Zhao Yulan. Just as Xiaodian celebrated his newfound prowess, he suddenly leapt up and dashed towards the outer realm of the spiritual vein. Noticing something amiss, Zhao Zhiyan commanded, Qinglin, stay close to them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Zhiyan's figure vanished from sight. Outside the small mountain, the landscape had flourished over the years, with trees growing densely. Xiaodian continued to weave through the foliage, racing down the slope, while Zhao Zhiyan closely followed, anxious not to lose sight of him. Having just descended the small hill, Zhao Zhiyan perceived a faint silhouette materializing before him, which soon solidified, allowing him to discern its features. He exhaled in relief. Yet Xiaodian showed no signs of halting, baring its gaping maw and lunging forward. The suddenly revealed Lu Xian was taken aback, swiftly turning to evade. Fortunately, his cultivation level surpassed that of Xiaodian, or else losing a piece of flesh would have been inevitable. Goodness. Retract it at once. Are you truly going to unleash your hound upon me? Lu Xian bellowed. Aware that this was Zhao Zhiyan's spirit hound, and realizing he could not strike with lethal force, Zhao Zhiyan quickly grasped the situation. He had not anticipated Lu Xian's sudden arrival at the Zhao residence and promptly summoned Xiao Dian back. Xiao Dian, baring its teeth, continued to warn Lu Xian. Zhao Zhiyan then took the initiative to embrace Lu Xian, guiding him toward the Zhao family estate. Xiao Dian, you may return now, Zhao Zhiyan commanded. Simultaneously, through his bond with Xiao Dian, he gleaned a general understanding. In essence, after Xiao Dian had broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement, its perceptive abilities had surged, thus detecting Lu Xian, who had long been concealed. As for how long Lu Xian had been hiding, only he was privy to that information. Upon entering the family's reception hall, Zhao Zhiyan exhibited a disgruntled expression. I always believed that our relationship was amicable. How is it that you come to my Zhao family, yet remain so secretive? Internally, Zhao Zhiyan felt a twinge of trepidation. His cultivation level was evidently higher than Lu Xian's, yet he had failed to notice the latter's presence, indicating that Lu Xian possessed an artifact that concealed his aura. Should he harbor ill intent toward the Zhao family, the consequences would be dire. Stop with the sarcasm, Lu Xian retorted. If our relationship were truly poor, would I have been able to rescue someone from the clutches of the execution of the 9 clans merely with a letter from you? He continued. I have come here with a mission. A mission? What sort of mission? Zhao Zhiyan inquired, intrigued. The 33rd prince of the great Xia royal family has gone missing, Lu Xian announced, startling Zhao Zhiyan to the point of nearly stumbling. Is this Lu Xian truly so forthright? Wait, you just told me without hesitation? What sort of relationship do we have? Lu Xian replied again, but upon noticing Zhao Zhiyan's altered expression, he hastily clarified. I have been observing your family for several days and can confirm that this matter does not concern you. Moreover, news of the prince's disappearance will soon circulate. Whether you are informed or not makes little difference. Zhao Zhiyan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xian, sensing that matters were indeed more complicated than they appeared. His curiosity piqued. He pondered how a prince, under stringent protection, could disappear. Fortunately, Lu Xian did not keep Zhao Zhiyan in suspense for long. Quickly providing an explanation, the 33rd prince was due for a test of his spiritual root this year. Wait, Zhao Zhiyan instinctively felt something amiss and urgently interjected. I no longer wish to know. Please refrain from elaborating. He sensed that continuing to listen could lead to a significant pitfall and promptly sought to curtail Lu Xian's discourse. However, Lu Xian was undeterred. Having come to enlist Zhao Zhiyan's assistance, he was resolute in his purpose. The 33rd prince possesses dual spiritual roots. The day after the assessment of these roots, he inexplicably vanished. Zhao Zhiyan expressed his frustrations. Lu Xian, with a grin, inquired if he could assist in analyzing the situation. Zhao Zhiyan felt despondent. Was this truly something he could engage in? The royal family of the great Xia housed numerous cultivators, far beyond his capacity to confront. Now they were all at a loss. Could he possibly devise a solution? He replied with a simple, I don't know. There's no need for you to take action. Just provide some analysis, Lu Xian insisted. Yet it was curious how the prince had vanished without a trace. Based on our observations, it appeared that a cultivator had infiltrated the royal palace. Most of the royal cultivators had been dispatched, but no leads had emerged. Lu Xian continued to chatter on, while Zhao Zhiyan remained silent, his mind occupied with thoughts of the 33rd prince. Lu Xian, undeterred, continued to speak incessantly, buzzing like a persistent mosquito. After listening intently, Zhao Zhiyan instinctively asked, Don't you already have a suspect? Why come to me? Indeed, the royal cultivators had narrowed their suspicions to a certain cultivation family, which was the true reason for Lu Xian's visit. Not only Lu Xian, but other royal cultivators were also investigating nearby cultivation families. It's too slow, Lu Xian lamented. The 33rd prince, possessing dual spiritual roots, could become a formidable force, even if he does not inherit the throne. Our future livelihoods depend on him. Lu Xian was deeply troubled. If they failed to locate the prince, their prospects as royal cultivators would be jeopardized. Such a cultivator with dual spiritual roots was a rarity, not merely a once-in-a-century occurrence, but certainly not seen every decade. Zhao Zhiyan understood Lu Xian's concerns and replied, If you all are certain that a cultivation family has abducted him, then the only course is to investigate each family one by one. There are no other viable options. He expressed his apologies, feeling powerless to assist. However, there were only a limited number of cultivation families residing within the Great Xia territory. The cultivators capable of stealthily infiltrating the royal palace and abducting the 33rd prince were likely few in number. The least among them should be at the foundation establishment stage. Zhao Zhiyan added, By filtering based on their strength, you can narrow down the possibilities. Is it really that simple? Lu Xian retorted, raising his hands in exasperation. Do you have any idea how deeply these cultivation families conceal their trump cards? Take your Zhao family as an example. Is the strength you reveal the entirety of your capabilities? Is the realm you present to the outside world the truth? Many matters are understood implicitly among those in the know. Thus, every cultivation family could potentially be involved. Furthermore, not long ago, the Qian family claimed that their foundation establishment ancestor was on the brink of demise. Only a fool would believe such a statement. Chapter 71. Speculation suddenly. Zhao Zhiyan became alert to Lu Xian's last remark. There was no specific reason for his anxiety. It was simply an unsettling discomfort. Did you say the Qian family's foundation establishment ancestor is about to fall? Zhao Zhiyan confirmed once more, his heart racing. It was merely a rumor. But who could discern its veracity? Yet, he suspected that the Qian family was merely fishing for information. Lu Xian elaborated, stating that such news had circulated before, resulting in several malevolent cultivators being eliminated upon their arrival. Zhao Zhiyan sensed that the situation was far from straightforward and instinctively recalled the incident involving the mysterious female cultivator who had been observing the children of his family. How much time had passed? Had even the royal progeny been lost? The connections in Zhao Zhiyan's mind spiraled, leading to a growing unease. However, lacking evidence to substantiate any correlation, he was left to feign ignorance. How many families have you visited? Zhao Zhiyan inquired. Yours was the first, Lu Xian replied earnestly. Since my family is in the clear, let us investigate the Qian family. Zhao Zhiyan suggested. What do you mean by that? Don't overthink it. I merely advise you to hasten your inquiries with the other families, lest you jeopardize your position, Zhao Zhiyan clarified. Nevertheless, he was intrigued to see if Lu Xian could uncover any information from the Qian family to validate his suspicions. Do not rush, lend me a spirit dog, he said. They will not heed your commands. Do not entertain such notions. Zhao Zhiyan expressed his helplessness. The spirit hounds were generally averse to strangers unless forcibly bonded. Lu Xian lamented. Having grown fond of the spirit hounds after observing the Zhao family over the past few days, when they have pups, do sell me one. Hurry to the Qian family. Zhao Zhiyan urged as he bid Lu Xian farewell, his own heart laden with uncertainty. In the ensuing days, Lu Xian remained silent. However, the Zhao estate had been intruded upon several times. Zhao Zhiyan sensed something amiss and decided to remain vigilant at the estate. Yet the small mountain had suffered an attack by bandits. Fortunately, Qinglin was there to guard, injecting venom directly into the assailants, though they managed to flee. Clad in dark garments with their faces obscured, their identities were unclear, yet it was evident they were cultivators. Upon their intrusion, their target was unmistakably Yulan, Zhao Ziqian recalled. Indeed, they aimed directly for her, Zhao Ziqian added. Zhao Zhiyan's pupils contracted in shock. Had the family's secret of birthing a three-spirit root cultivator been divulged? This was disastrous. Alarm coursed through his mind. They had approached the spiritual vein. Under no circumstances could they be allowed to escape, for this was a confidential matter for the Zhao family. In comparison, the revelation of the three-spirit root was of lesser importance. Qinglin, stay here, Zhao Zhiyan. Come with me, Zhao Zhiyan commanded. Swiftly activating the teleportation talisman and hastening into pursuit with Zhao Zhiyan in his arms. Zhao Zhiyan, sniffing the air, continuously guided Zhao Zhiyan along the path. Fortunately, the bandit had not fled far and lay collapsed upon the grasslands, cloaked in darkness. Zhao Zhiyan cautiously approached to confirm the assailant's demise. Qinglin's poison proves quite effective. He sighed in relief, hoping fervently that no one else had uncovered the Zhao family's secret. As he lifted the black cloth obscuring the assailant's face, Zhao Zhiyan discovered the figure was already mottled with a purplish-black hue, a foul stench assailing his senses. Upon closer inspection of the face, Zhao Zhiyan immediately recognized her as the female cultivator who had previously infiltrated the Zhao estate. Previously, there was speculation that the deceased belonged to the Qian family of cultivators. However, now that the person has perished, all leads have vanished. There is nothing on the body to verify their identity. It appears that, in an effort to maintain secrecy, they carried nothing with them. Zhao Zhiyan committed the visage of the individual to memory, intending to seek an opportunity to confirm their identity near the Qian residence. After searching the vicinity for a considerable time, he found no other cultivators. Yet, Zhao Zhiyan remained uneasy and decided to employ a disguised talisman, planning to visit the Qian family ahead of time. For safety's sake, this visit would not involve ascending the mountain, but rather gathering information in the nearby mundane village of the Qian family. Xiao Tian, you should return, Zhao Zhiyan commanded. For having Xiao Tian by his side risked exposing his identity. Concurrently, he established an anchor point for a fixed-point teleportation talisman to avert any unforeseen incidents. Upon arriving near the Qian residence, Zhao Zhiyan observed numerous cultivators hastening from various directions. These cultivators seemed to be heading to the market for transactions, each one climbing the mountain in a flurry of excitement upon their faces. Zhao Zhiyan blended into the crowd, his gaze continually flitting about. In the village at the foot of Shoshan Mountain, Zhao Zhiyan navigated cautiously, listening intently to the discussions among the arriving cultivators and the idle chatter of the Qian family's mundane folk. Over the span of 3 days, he gleaned some information from these snippets of gossip. The Zhao family is seeking to procure resurrection grass. Zhao Zhiyan recalled the news of the impending demise of the Qian family's foundational ancestor. However, resurrection grass does not truly resurrect beings. It is merely one of the principal ingredients in longevity elixirs. It seems the foundational ancestor of the Qian family is indeed on the verge of passing. Zhao Zhiyan murmured to himself, though perhaps this is a fortuitous turn of events. It would diminish the Qian family's influence, which could ultimately be beneficial for them. Yet, Zhao Zhiyan's attention was soon diverted by the idle conversation of 2 Qian cultivators who were lazily lounging in the village. What do you think the family has dispatched them for? One queried. I don't know, but they sent out 7 or 8 people. And after more than half a month, only one has returned. No news from the others, the other replied. I've heard that those sent out are all skilled, and the rewards for completing tasks are substantial. When will it be my turn? A tone of envy accompanied this remark. Just you? A second-layer chi refinement cultivator who can't even catch a spirit chicken, and yet you think you can? Ha ha ha, came the teasing response. That was a mistake. A mistake. Their voices gradually faded away, leaving Zhao Zhiyan with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. According to the 2 idle Qian family members, the cultivators sent out numbered 7 or 8, and by calculating the time, it seemed the poisoned female cultivator must have been among them. If the female cultivator poisoned by the Qinglin was indeed a member of the Qian family, then she had not returned. This implies that the Zhao family's secrets remain concealed. Even the trivialities she encountered during her initial intrusion into the Zhao family estate months ago were inconsequential. This female cultivator has been fixated on the Zhao family for quite some time, Zhao Zhiyan remarked, simultaneously concluding that aside from the final instance in which he was reassigned, the foreign female cultivator could not possibly have discovered the family's secrets when she intruded into the spirit vein location. Regarding the spiritual roots of Zhao Yonan and Zhao Yulan, it is highly probable that they were informed by their wives and concubines. If this is indeed the case, the Qian family has set their sights not only on the Zhao clan, but also on other families. Zhao Zhiyan found himself in a state of bewilderment. What could the Qian family possibly be after? What if the 33rd prince was also taken by the Qian family? These children possess spiritual roots. No. They are children endowed with exceptional spiritual talents. Zhao Zhiyan's bold imagination ran wild. The absence of evidence does not preclude speculation. By connecting the dots of what he knew, he naturally arrived at this conclusion. The pressing question remained, what does the Qian family intend to do with these spiritually gifted children? Zhao Zhiyan was utterly at a loss. His gaze drifted toward the direction of Xioshan, where an increasing number of rogue cultivators were gathering. Zhao Zhiyan intended to retrieve a transformation talisman to alter his appearance, but mistakenly took a teleportation talisman instead. His mind was awash with various speculations. Completely unaware of the mix-up, once infused with spiritual energy, the talisman activated decisively, and Zhao Zhiyan vanished. What on earth? How did I activate the teleportation talisman? By the time Zhao Zhiyan realized what had happened, he found himself at the anchor point, not far from his family. He lacked the enthusiasm to return to the Qian family. If the heavens have no intention of allowing me to go there, then I shall follow the will of fate. Zhao Zhiyan returned to his family on his own accord. Chapter 72. Arranging the formation and adoption concerning matters related to the Qian family. Zhao Zhiyan decided to await news from Lucian. After all, he had ventured there once, and his heart was stirred. Sometimes one must acknowledge that certain inner guidance might indeed save one's life. Since I was inadvertently transported back due to the wrong talisman, I might as well devote more attention to my family. Zhao Zhiyan quickly returned to his clan. Upon his arrival, he reassessed the arrangements for the family. It is utterly unacceptable for a cultivation family to be perpetually invaded. Fortunately, over the past few years, the spiritual vein had gradually expanded, which should suffice for the deployment of some formations. Zhao Zhiyan retrieved a considerable amount of spiritual materials from his storage bag, all intended for the establishment of defensive formations. These materials included those initially brought from Qingyang's sect, which had not been utilized due to insufficient spiritual energy, as well as those seized from rogue cultivators. By combining the two, he could construct a defensive formation to safeguard the family estate without significant difficulty. Even if it could not withstand the onslaught of exceedingly powerful cultivators, it would certainly deter ordinary intruders from entering at will. Furthermore, even late-stage qi refinement experts would be promptly detected and delayed for a time. The spiritual energy required for the formation, Zhao Zhiyan planned to connect with the spiritual vein. After all, the Zhao family estate is not far from the spiritual vein, merely a few kilometers away. The defensive formation Zhao Zhiyan set up, known as the 5-light array, primarily serves as a warning mechanism. Should anyone dare to intrude, it would unleash a burst of five-colored radiance to alert the clan members. Simultaneously, it would temporarily blind the intruders and create a surrounding bubble to obstruct them. Once the five-light array was completed, Zhao Zhiyan entrusted the method of controlling the formation to Zhao Guangji, instructing him on the specific usage of the five-light array. Moreover, this formation is specifically designed for cultivators and does not interfere with the daily lives of ordinary people. Additionally, Zhao Zhiyan has established a first-tier spirit gathering array within the periphery of the estate, allowing the faint spiritual energy to gradually enhance the constitution of the clan members. With the completion of these two formations, the Zhao family truly resembles a cultivation family on the surface, simultaneously announcing their identity as a lineage of cultivators to the world. Even the common folk are now fully aware of it. As the days passed, the Zhao family finally returned to a semblance of tranquility. One night, Zhao Guangji had just descended from Huti. Huti wore a look of melancholy, not due to any dissatisfaction with Zhao Guangji's prowess. For both were cultivators whose bodies had been nurtured by spiritual energy, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Instead, Huti's concerns were solely for her child. Ever since her family was annihilated, all her thoughts had been devoted to her offspring. Regrettably, her daughter Zhao Yulin lacked the innate talent for cultivation. Even the two children born to Zhao Guangji's concubine, Zhao Youquan and Zhao Yuzheng, were devoid of spiritual roots. In stark contrast to Zhao Ziyuan, Zhao Guangzhou, and Zhao Guangbua, whose descendants possessed spiritual roots, Huti was consumed with jealousy. Presently, among her children, only Zhao Yujian had yet to undergo the spiritual root test, which would still take 2 more years. Coupled with Zhao Guangji taking 5 concubines, some of whom were already pregnant, this urgency constantly weighed on her mind. Thus, in recent days, Huti has been persistently urging Zhao Guangji to conceive again. After all, owing to the benefits of the family, she had previously secured her position as the primary wife, but now the situation had drastically changed. Zhao Guangji, perceptive of Huti's worries, repeatedly assured her of his unwavering affection. Yet Huti remained skeptical. He could only acquiesce, often visiting Huti's quarters. "I recall you mentioned having a third brother named Zhao Guangshu?" Huti suddenly inquired. Indeed, Zhao Guangji's mood noticeably dimmed. Although only a few years had elapsed, it felt as though it were just yesterday. Had Zhao Ziyuan not emerged, the survival of the Zhao family would have been primarily attributed to his second and third brothers. Such profound gratitude was not something Zhao Guangji could easily forget. "You mentioned that your third brother left unmarried and had no children. I propose that we adopt Youquan and Yuzheng as his children. They will still be raised by us. But in name, they will belong to your brother. Thus, all 4 of you brothers will have your bloodline continued," Huti suggested, while secretly calculating her own interests. The concubines who bore Youquan and Yuzheng had no authority to interfere, for they were merely under Huti's maternal title. "We are both still young, and you have several concubines. There is still time for you to father more children." Huti continued to persuade him. Zhao Guangji did not rebut, for he found some merit in her argument. Truth be told, he did not hold particular affection for the children of the 2 concubines, especially Zhao Guangji, who is genuinely youthful. He himself is uncertain about how many children he will have in the future. Furthermore, due to his constant dedication to the family, he seldom communicates, leading to a shallow emotional bond with his children. Regarding this matter, I shall confer with second uncle tomorrow. If he consents, I suspect second brother will also adopt a child for third brother. Zhao Guangji contemplated. Upon hearing this, Huti's face brightened, and she promptly inquired whether second uncle had revealed the method capable of transforming ordinary individuals into cultivators, and which descendant he intended to assist. Huti's words instantly enlightened Zhao Guangji to her intentions, yet he refrained from exposing her motives. After all, one must prioritize their own interests. The heavens will not forgive otherwise. Moreover, Huti's desire is for her own child to have the opportunity to become a cultivator. Second uncle has his own offspring, and quite a multitude at that. Even if the spiritual materials are sufficient, by the time our children are considered, it would be ages away. So do not covet this matter. If second uncle grants it, we shall accept. If not, do not inquire further, Zhao Guangji promptly reminded her. Both were acutely aware that their current circumstances were fundamentally built upon Zhao Zhiyan's foundation. Huti, disheartened, nodded and covered her head with the quilt, quickly drifting into slumber. The following day, when Zhao Guangji encountered Zhao Zhiyan, he broached the subject of adoption. Zhao Zhiyan, rather indifferent, replied that as long as the couples consented, there was no issue since they were all children of the 4 brothers. Ensuring Guangshu has descendants is not a bad thing. If an adoption is to take place, let it be a grand affair with a formal ceremony. Zhao Guangji's spirit soared, and he relayed this matter to Zhao Guangzhong as well. Upon hearing that the 4th brother was to adopt 2 sons for the 3rd brother, Zhao Guangzhong could hardly contain his excitement and decided to adopt his eldest daughter, Zhao Yuning, to the 3rd brother, ensuring he would have both sons and daughters. The sole distinction was that Zhao Yuning was the legitimate daughter of Wei Xian, while Zhao Youquan and Zhao Yuzheng were born of concubines. 10 days later, the adoption ceremony proceeded smoothly. Notable figures from nearby attended to witness this momentous occasion. Thus, the 4 Zhao brothers each acquired their own progeny. Chapter 73. Has the ancestor of the Wei and Qian families resurrected? Zhao Zhiyan was taken aback. His initial reaction was that the Qian family had successfully refined a longevity elixir using resurrection grass. Could it be related to the recent acquisition of resurrection grass by the Qian family? Zhao Zhiyan inquired, considering the multitude of loose cultivators who had engaged in trade. Surely they must have gained something substantial. Lu Xian, seated opposite Zhao Zhiyan, had just returned from investigating several cultivation families. Indeed, it is related. A few compatible plants of resurrection grass were obtained, but the alchemist responsible for refining the longevity elixir is not from the Qian family, Lu Xian replied. It is a second-tier alchemist from the Qingyang sect. After all, as an ancestor of the foundation establishment stage, if I were from Qingyang sect, I would not wish to witness such a pivotal force perish. Zhao Zhiyan instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. The Qian family, a vassal of the Qingyang sect, has been established for several centuries and has undoubtedly contributed significantly to the sect. Generally, the Qingyang sect is not stingy with those who have rendered meritorious service, especially considering that the main ingredient, the resurrection herb, was acquired by the Qian family itself. However, the longevity granted to the Qian family's elder is not particularly advantageous for the Zhao family. What about the 33rd prince? Have you found any leads? Zhao Zhiyan inquired with a hint of curiosity. Given the extensive time elapsed and the royal family's diligent searches, there must be some trace of him. We have thoroughly investigated the nearby cultivation families and powerful rogue cultivators, yet we have uncovered no clues, sighed Lu Xian. Not even from the Qian family. Zhao Zhiyan expressed disbelief, wondering if his assumptions were entirely erroneous. Lu Xian, suddenly aware, asked, "Do you know something?" Zhao Zhiyan shook his head. All that resided in his heart were mere speculations, neither to be articulated nor divulged. "I just find it suspicious," Zhao Zhiyan stated plainly. "Will you continue searching then?" "Certainly. I have been dispatched to the Great Shang to seek him out. Should you possess any information, please contact the Great Xia royal family directly, as that would be a great assistance to me," Lu Xian implored. "Would you sell me one of your spirit hounds? I wish to forcibly bind a contract with it." Lu Xian spoke once more, having been previously rebuffed by Zhao Zhiyan. This time, his tone was more earnest. Zhao Zhiyan pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Adult spirit hounds cannot be sold, as they are already bound by contract. However, I believe there are still 1 or 2 juvenile spirit hounds unbound. Zhao Zhiyan recalled what Zhao Guangji had once reported. Juvenile spirit hounds will suffice. How many spirit stones? Lu Xian responded decisively. Yet, Zhao Zhiyan found himself in a quandary. He had never sold a spirit beast before. How to set a price? Furthermore, the two shared a good relationship. Noticing Zhao Zhiyan's hesitation, Lu Xian produced all the spirit stones he had on him, stating, "Here are 200 inferior spirit stones. If this is insufficient, I will make up the difference upon my return." Zhao Zhiyan was taken aback by Lu Xian's apparent wealth. 200 inferior spirit stones could purchase a considerable number of cultivation pills. "Very well, you may proceed with your tasks," Zhao Zhiyan consented, instructing Zhao Guangji to fetch a juvenile spirit hound. The remaining juvenile spirit hounds all possess average talents. The young hound cowered, somewhat fearful of strangers. Nevertheless, for Lu Xian, this was a most satisfactory outcome, as he now possessed a spirit beast. After finalizing the contract with the Zhao family, Lu Xian hastened deeper into the Great Shang. In the Zhao family estate, within Zhao Guangzhong's chamber, "I do not wish to continue our quarrel over this matter." Zhao Guangzhong expressed his agitation. "You unilaterally adopted Yuning, and I am not allowed to voice my objections?" Wei Xian countered, her fury palpable. The decision to adopt Zhao Yuning, the daughter of the deceased Zhao Guangxiu, was solely orchestrated by Zhao Guangzhong, and by the time she learned of it, it was already irrevocable. The late third uncle had sacrificed himself for the family's decline. Leaving no wife or children, what difference does it make to adopt Yuning? Moreover, is she not still under our care? Zhao Guangzhong defended himself. "But it is not the same. Yuning is my biological daughter," Wei Xian retorted, her eyes ablaze with anger. "I understand now. It is precisely because our Wei family is departing from Bu County that you have developed a penchant for the affluent." Wei Xian was resolute in her assertion. The Wei family of Bu County is, in fact, a branch of the prominent Wei family from the imperial capital. As the imperial Wei family gained influence, they required some of their kin to assist them. Thus, several branches, including the Wei family of Bu County, were urgently summoned back. The Zhao family had only recently learned of this matter, and Zhao Guangzhong had even represented the Zhao family by offering gifts of congratulations. Indeed, these gifts were tokens of celebration. To the ordinary observer, this was a fortuitous event, an opportunity for the branch to reunite with the main lineage. However, for Wei Xian, it spelled misfortune. Once the family departed, she would be left utterly alone. The only companion remaining would be Zhao Zhiyan's concubine, Zhao Weishi. Additionally, with the Wang family having been eradicated, the position of chief constable was smoothly inherited by Zhao Guangzhong, intensifying Wei Xian's sense of crisis. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Guangzhong retorted. He harbored no such intentions. His mind was solely occupied with the position of county magistrate. Once the Wei family departed, the previous Wei magistrate would also be reassigned. The vacancy for the magistrate's position was coveted by many. Although it was highly probable that a new magistrate would be sent from the Great Xia dynasty, if managed adeptly, Zhao Guangzhong might still have a chance. It is essential to note that Bu County is a vital frontier stronghold, and due to the Zhao family's presence, it remains exceedingly secure. The Daishang dynasty would no longer dare to provoke it easily. Just this fact alone could be leveraged against the Great Xia. Moreover, Bu County's tax revenues were quite substantial, and should a member of the Zhao family assume the magistrate's role, it would greatly benefit the family's future development. Zhao Guangzhong deftly managed Wei Xian's concerns and quickly extricated himself to consult Zhao Guangji about specific strategies. Over the years, numerous officials had sought the assistance of the second grandfather in assessing the spiritual roots of their descendants, allowing the family to establish many connections through this opportunity. These officials may or may not be of help, Zhao Guangji pondered. Why not ask the second grandfather for a few medicinal pills and visit each household to pay respects at their mountain gates? Zhao Guangji proposed. Isn't relying on the second grandfather's influence insufficient? Zhao Guangzhong countered. There are so many officials in the Great Xia. Have you ever encountered a cultivator? Zhao Guangji elucidated. I suspect that cultivators disdain involvement in mundane affairs, perhaps at most serving as royal offerings, indulging in worldly pleasures. This included the Qian family. Most of their mundane members entered the officialdom through the imperial examination. Zhao Guangzhong was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated the Qian family to be so earnest in this matter. Perhaps it was indeed as Zhao Guangji had suggested, that cultivators scorned participation in such earthly matters. Very well, I shall seek out the second grandfather. Zhao Guangzhong promptly made his way to the spiritual vein. Zhao Zhiyan was instructing the younger generation in their cultivation. Zhao Guangzhong wasted no time with pleasantries and directly conveyed his purpose. Zhao Zhiyan was generous, recognizing that this was also for the family's advancement. I will provide you with 10 detoxification pills and 10 energy recovery pills. The rest is up to you. Zhao Zhiyan handed over the pills. Second grandfather, do you have any healing pills? Chapter 74. The art of spells. The Wei family has departed, leaving Wei Xian in tears. Her sorrow as profound as the rain-soaked pear blossoms. After bidding farewell to the Wei family, Zhao Guangzhong turned his attention to his own pursuits. At the spiritual vein, Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing, having devoted over a year to their cultivation, successfully advanced to the second level of qi refinement. Compared to their previous state at the first level, their current stage allows for a greater reservoir of spiritual energy within their bodies. With a year of familiarizing themselves with the art of cultivation, Zhao Zhiyan resolved to instruct them in spells, thereby endowing them with a measure of combat capability. Much like the 5 fundamental techniques, Qianjin technique, Zhimu technique, Qianshui technique, Lihua technique, and Ganta technique, Zhao Zhiyan possessed spells derived from the Qingyang sect. These ordinary yet effective spells are tailored for practitioners at the qi refinement stage, ensuring the family's sustained development over a considerable duration. Furthermore, the variety of spells is extensive, encompassing 10 distinct types. Among those suitable for cultivation by metal spiritual roots are the sharp metal technique and the golden bell protection. The sharp metal technique allows the conjuration of razor-sharp blades of metal capable of slicing and piercing adversaries. The golden bell protection forms a protective barrier of condensed metallic spiritual power, capable of withstanding various assaults. For those with spiritual roots, the spells include the greenwood charm and the rejuvenation technique. The greenwood charm accelerates the growth of plants, enabling them to entangle foes in combat. The rejuvenation technique harnesses the abundant life force of the wood element to expedite healing and bodily restoration. Water spiritual root spells comprise the water dragon technique and the ice prison technique. The water dragon technique summons a water dragon to breach enemy defenses and manipulate nearby water currents. The ice prison technique, a control-type spell, crystallizes surrounding water elements into ice, immobilizing foes. Fire spiritual root spells consist of the fireball technique and the flame explosion technique. The fireball technique can conjure fireballs from thin air, inflicting burns upon opponents. The flame explosion technique serves as an advanced version of the fireball technique, triggering violent explosions that cause significant damage to all adversaries within range. Lastly, the earth spiritual root spells include the earth wall technique and the ground collapse technique. The earth wall technique utilizes nearby earth and rock to form a defensive barrier against incoming attacks. The ground collapse technique causes the ground to give way, ensnaring enemies below and restricting their movement. Upon learning that they could practice spells and understanding the family's 10 foundational techniques, Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Zijing's smiles became unceasing. The opportunity to learn spells signifies their true emergence as cultivators, warriors endowed with power. Zhao Zhiyan continued to elaborate, stating that the family's 10 foundational techniques are common and practical, capable of aiding them until they reach complete qi refinement. Moreover, due to their possession of 5 spiritual roots, both of them, in principle, could cultivate all 10 spells. However, he advised them to focus on spells corresponding to their currently emphasized spiritual roots, as they would be easier to master and would enable them to acquire combat prowess sooner. For instance, Ziqian, if you focus on the earth element, you should first cultivate the earth wall technique and the ground collapse technique. Once you master both, you may then consider other spells. The same applies to Ziqian. If you emphasize the fire element, then you ought to practice the fireball technique and the flame burst technique, as they share a common origin. You may find that your progress exceeds that of Ziqian. This advice holds true not only for you, but also for the other children in the family who possess spiritual roots, as Zhao Zhiyan elaborated. Human energy is limited. It is implausible to proficiently cultivate multiple spells at once. Even cultivators with 5 spiritual roots may find it excessive to practice 2 spells simultaneously. Specialization in one is advisable. Even if you opt to focus on 2 spells that align with your spiritual roots, I still recommend prioritizing one while casually practicing the other, Zhao Zhiyan added. Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing cautiously examined these spells, and after reviewing each one, they resolved to heed Zhao Zhiyan's counsel. After all, having a seasoned elder to guide them is undoubtedly more beneficial than stumbling about aimlessly. Once their decision was made, Zhao Zhiyan reminded them to imprint the contents of the spells in their minds within 3 days, after which the spells should be returned to him. Once you have committed everything to memory, I will personally instruct you in your studies. When you have mastered them, you may then teach Zhao Guangji and the others. Zhao Zhiyan meticulously planned the forthcoming months. The reason Zhao Guangji and the others had not yet learned spells was simple. They had been diligently honing their spiritual plant inheritance, leaving them no other energy for pursuits. After Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing agreed to the plan, they found a quiet corner to begin their memorization. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulan and Zhao Yonan gazed earnestly at Zhao Zhiyan. Great-grandfather, we wish to learn as well. Zhao Zhiyan smiled at the two and replied, come back to me once you both break through to the second layer of qi refinement. However, Yulan should achieve this soon, while Yonan may require another year. Although those at the first layer of qi refinement are capable of learning spells, their spiritual energy is sparse, making advancement challenging. In the following days, Zhao Zhiyan indeed began hands-on teaching, personally demonstrating the techniques to expedite their initiation. Great-grandfather, do you know all 10 of these spells? Zhao Ziqian inquired with curiosity. Zhao Zhiyan shook his head and responded, I only know a portion. Based on my experiences with other spells, I can guide you through the basics without issue. The subsequent advancement will depend on your own efforts. The family also possesses the spiritual plan inheritance and beastmaster inheritance, which you may pursue once you have a foundational understanding of spells. Zhao Zhiyan viewed these descendants with 5 spiritual roots as the cornerstone, laying a foundation for the next generation. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months later, Zhao Yulan, with his remarkable talent, successfully broke through to the second layer of qi refinement. Under Zhao Zhiyan's guidance, he began to study spells. However, Zhao Yulan chose to learn the sharp metal technique and the golden bell shield first. With 1 offensive and 1 defensive spell, Zhao Yulan was destined to become a formidable guardian of the Zhao family in the future. You are unlike them, Yulan. Both in your realm and in your mastery of spells, you surpass your kin. Therefore, you may delve deeper into the family's arcane arts and heritage. However, remember to focus on 1 or 2 spells as your core. Do not be overly ambitious. Zhao Zhiyan advised, as he typically assumed the role of a mentor. Concurrently, at the Bu County Magistrate's office, a cadre of officials was receiving edicts from the Great Xia. Zhao Guangzhong stood proudly at the forefront, holding the decree. After 3 months of negotiations and the exchange of 20 elixirs, he had finally secured the trifling position of county magistrate. As the new chief of Bu County, Zhao Guangzhong felt it imperative to initiate reforms and reorganize the county's affairs. Upon returning home and sharing this news with the Zhao family, joy illuminated their faces. What this entailed was evident. What were the next steps? Zhao Guangzhong inquired of Zhao Guangji. Chapter 75. The great drought. The sun blazed high in the sky, scorching the earth. Before one knew it, September had arrived. Within the Zhao household, Zhao Hushi and the Lu sisters, along with Zhao Weishi and Zhao Yangshi, were nearing their due dates. The atmosphere within the family became one of caution and vigilance. Given the Zhao family's inherent affluence, life continued as usual. However, beyond their borders, the season that should have ushered in the rains had yielded not a single drop for over half a year. The earth cracked, and many crops withered and perished, prompting the common folk to kneel in despair. In stark contrast, the Zhao estate flourished, verdant and bountiful. This was a testament to the diligence of the family's 4 spiritual cultivators who had employed the technique of spiritual rain to ensure a bountiful harvest. Many ordinary people gazed enviously at the Zhao family's thriving crops, yet the vigilant Zhao guard, accompanied by their hounds, patrolled day and night, thwarting any ulterior motives. Nonetheless, the drought posed a considerable challenge for Zhao Guangzhong, who bore the weight of responsibility as the county magistrate. Sir, the drought has rendered the surrounding populace destitute, leading to numerous fatalities from thirst and starvation. Moreover, there are already signs of an impending locust plague, the clerk warned. Swarms of locusts had begun to congregate, feasting on the remnants of vegetation. Zhao Guangzhong felt overwhelmed. It had only been a short while since his appointment, and already he was faced with such formidable challenges. The potential outbreak of a locust plague could indeed serve as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. What of deepening the wells? Zhao Guangzhong inquired, referencing a directive he had previously issued to utilize martial practitioners for the excavation of deeper wells. Initially, they had encountered some water, but the clerk did not continue his report. In truth, at the onset of the drought, Zhao Guangzhong had attempted to summon rain through spiritual techniques. But the vast expanse surrounding Bu County was simply too great. The Zhao territory occupied only a fraction of the area, and the needs of the common folk for drinking water and irrigation far exceeded what the Zhao family could provide alone. Later, a command was issued to excavate deep wells. In addition, the Zhao family and a few other prominent clans, in pursuit of reputation, had been organizing soup distributions for the populace. However, the other families soon faltered under the pressure. Now, only the Zhao family continued the benevolent effort. Yet even that was insufficient to meet the demands of the entire county of Bu and its surrounding communities. The steward trembled as he spoke. Is there anything else? Zhao Guangzhong replied with a hint of impatience, for his mind had been burdened of late. The Zhong family has been robbed, the steward finally revealed. What? Zhao Guangzhong exclaimed, realizing that since assuming this position, he had been laden with responsibilities. Now, yet another calamity had befallen him. The Zhong family has been robbed, the steward reiterated. The starving populace had become desperate, and a throng had violently breached the defenses of the Zhong family's warriors, plundering their granary and tavern until nothing remained. By the time the constables arrived, the granary stood empty. The crowd had dispersed, leaving only the lifeless bodies of those who perished in the chaos. The steward swallowed hard. The Zhong family has lost decades of accumulated wealth in a single day, he added. As for why other families were not targeted for robbery, it was well known that the Zhong family engaged in grain trade. Although the Zhao family was also a significant grain producer, they had garnered considerable goodwill through their soup distributions. Furthermore, a family of cultivators was not something common folk dared to provoke. Additionally, the Zhao family's grain was primarily allocated for brewing, leaving little in reserve. In stark contrast, the Zhong family had monopolized grain prices during the dry season, severing the last lifeline for many. If not them, who else would be robbed? Zhao Guangzhong felt a wave of despair wash over him, as a multitude of crises continued to emerge, draining his spirit. In ordinary times, such a significant incident would be easily managed. However, under the current drought, many would even pray to be apprehended, if only to receive a bowl of gruel each day in the confines of a cell. Dispatch constables to comfort the Zhong family and the people, and incinerate the corpses to prevent a plague, Zhao Guangzhong commanded. What about the robbery? The steward ventured cautiously. To hell with it. Even if we capture them, will they be confined in your home? Right now, they would welcome arrest. Zhao Guangzhong retorted angrily, instructing the constables to intensify their patrols. As for addressing the issues of water sources and locust plagues, I shall devise a solution. With a wave of his hand, he urged the steward to act swiftly. In a frantic rush, Zhao Guangzhong returned to his family, seeking Zhao Zhiyan's assistance. He did not find him at the spiritual vein, but was informed by a servant that Zhao Zhiyan had gone to the seaside. Zhao Guangzhong hastened there. Upon arrival, he discovered Zhao Zhiyan leading Zhao Zhiyan and others in processing seawater. Beside them were countless ceramic jars filled with potable fresh water. Zhao Guangzhong was taken aback and turned to Zhao Zhiyan with a question. With a slight smile, Zhao Zhiyan replied, "It is merely the desalination of seawater. In my past life, we relied on science. Now, we employ magic, even swifter than science." It simultaneously enhances Zhao Zhiyan and his companion's proficiency in the manipulation of spiritual energy and spells. The multitude of jars scattered across the ground represents the fruits of their labor over these many days. "Granduncle, may I take these?" Zhao Guangzhong inquired, his excitement palpable. Although this fresh water cannot revive the seedlings of other mortals' fields, it can sustain daily water needs for a considerable time. You may take it. But how do you intend to use it? Zhao Zhiyan questioned. How to use it? Naturally, it should be distributed to aid those in need first, Zhao Guangzhong replied. That cannot be done, Zhao Zhiyan countered. One must remember, a favor given in grains can lead to resentment when it comes to a fight over sustenance. If it were not for dire circumstances, I would have ceased this charity altogether. Zhao Guangzhong stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. Doesn't Zhao Ziyuan already possess locusts? We could have everyone catch locusts in exchange for water and rice. Are you suggesting to use labor in lieu of direct aid? Zhao Ziyuan affirmed. Hasn't the Daxia court allocated funds to Buxian? The silver sent to the Zhao family can be seen as the Zhao family facilitating the implementation of labor as relief. And it also counts as Daxia purchasing fresh water. In these times, fresh water is far more valuable than silver. Zhao Guangzhong nodded, recognizing that if labor were to substitute for relief, other tasks could also be undertaken, such as constructing city walls and repairing roads. At the same time, Zhao Guangzhong encountered another dilemma. Granduncle, what benefit do the locusts provide to the family? They can feed the chickens, which, if well fed, will lay eggs, Zhao Ziyuan replied. If not for the fear of the chickens escaping, he would have released them directly to simplify matters. I nearly overlooked that, Zhao Guangzhong chuckled. By the way, granduncle, the Zhong family has been attacked, he added, recalling that among Zhao Ziyuan's concubines were 2 sisters from the Zhong family. Chapter 76. Spiritual Artifacts. What has become of the Zhong family? Zhao Ziyuan inquired. In these desperate times, people are capable of anything to survive. They have suffered greatly. This group of refugees has looted and wreaked havoc upon the Zhong family, resulting in the death of half its members, with the majority of the remainder gravely injured. Their food supplies and even some silver have been entirely plundered, Zhao Guangzhong responded, just as he was preparing to seek Zhao Ziyuan's assistance. A constable arrived to convey the news. It appears the Zhong family has indeed sustained significant losses, Zhao Ziyuan remarked with a sigh. Have Guangji send someone to offer condolences. Zhao Guangzhong nodded, acknowledging he had much to attend to. Since they had resolved to utilize labor as relief, the first order of business was for Zhao Guangzhong to instruct the manager to organize the refugees. They would be tasked with constructing city walls, repairing roads, improving the parched riverbeds, capturing locusts, and other such endeavors, each detail meticulously outlined and arranged. Moreover, under the guise of Daxia's disaster relief, they promised the people fresh water and a portion of food. The source of this food would naturally come from the Zhao family's cessation of brewing, allowing for savings. Do not think the Zhao family suffers a loss. In addition to the excellent reputation gained and the disaster relief funds flowing into their coffers, some nearby wastelands were also incorporated into the Zhao family's domain. Additionally, a series of maneuvers served to stabilize the populace, ensuring that Zhao Guangzhong's official hat would not be hastily removed upon being donned. As the days unfolded, the surroundings of Bu County were gradually improving, particularly the roads, which had long been trampled upon, now smoothed out. Meanwhile, the impending locust plague loomed, compelling the women, children, and the elderly, those unable to engage in strenuous labor, to spend their days capturing locusts in exchange for fresh water. During this period, the Xianzhu chickens were also well fed, as these locusts were dried, ground into powder, and added to porridge. Suddenly, Zhao Zhiyan arrived at the porridge distribution site, issuing orders. Second uncle, I have heard that swarms of locusts may be toxic. The flesh should not be consumed, reminded Wei Xian, who was responsible for the porridge distribution. With the family's grain supply dwindling and the drought expected to persist for some time, mere survival was already a blessing, and a little toxicity was inconsequential. Additionally, the green plants from the family fields were also turned into a mush to be shared among everyone. Zhao Zhiyan felt helpless, as a series of measures taken by Bu County and the Zhao family attracted nearby commoners, swelling the population. Indeed, the Zhao family's reserves were limited. Wei Xian, unable to refute, complied with the orders. Furthermore, Zhao Zhiyan sought out Zhao Guangji, gesturing towards the throngs of refugees. Does the family still need more hands? With the increasing numbers, we could select some and inquire if they would be willing to enter servitude. The arrangement is simple, provisions for food, shelter, and drink. I shall make the arrangements, Zhao Guangji replied. Zhao Zhiyan gazed skyward, the sun scorching the earth. Even the efficacy of the spirit rain technique had diminished. This drought had begun to affect the lives of the cultivators. Exiting the Zhao family lands, Zhao Zhiyan surveyed the boundless prairie, now devoid of withered grass. It had either been devoured by locusts or excavated by refugees. The parched earth lay cracked under the relentless sun. Something felt amiss to Zhao Zhiyan. This area, near the sea, typically enjoyed abundant rainfall in previous years, yet this year was markedly different. Even the shoreline had receded by a fraction. Beside him, Zhao Zhiyan sniffed the air, barking incessantly in one direction. Are there cultivators over there? Zhao Zhiyan inquired. Zhao Zhiyan nodded vigorously. Zhao Zhiyan promptly activated 2 concealment talismans and 2 earth escape talismans, leading Zhao Zhiyan towards their objective. After traveling several dozen miles, they found the land ravaged. Many animals native to the prairie had perished from hunger and thirst, their bodies sun-dried into mummies. A vast swarm of locusts continued to accumulate. The locusts formed a dense cloud, blotting out the sun, and Zhao Zhiyan understood that the true plague of locusts was imminent. However, at this moment, Zhao Zhiyan was more concerned with identifying the nearby cultivators. Under Zhao Zhiyan's guidance, Zhao Zhiyan finally spotted the target. He dared not approach, halting 2 miles away underground, sensing that they had been noticed. Yet the other party seemed reluctant to depart for some reason. Zhao Zhiyan retreated a few more miles, ensuring he could escape at any moment before settling his mind. His appearance resembled that of a child, Zhao Zhiyan remarked. The cultivators within his line of sight bore a youthful visage, with delicate features, yet their prowess was utterly terrifying. Zhao Zhiyan instinctively retreated several miles, feeling himself no match for the childlike figure. Fortunately, the vast grasslands around him were barren, allowing him to maintain a clear view of the individual despite the distance. While some cultivators possessed the ability to alter their appearances, heights, and even ages, he had encountered those indifferent to their looks as well as others who transformed themselves into striking beauties. However, the childlike cultivator before him perplexed Zhao Zhiyan. Simultaneously, he discerned several concealed cultivators lurking nearby. Alarmed, he quickly withdrew. He decided to relocate to a different area to properly anchor his teleportation talisman before returning. This precaution ensured his genuine safety. He merely needed to exercise caution to avoid any accidental activations. The congregation of so many cultivators suggested an underlying mystery. This time, Zhao Zhiyan chose a more distant hiding spot. From afar, he noticed an aspect he had previously overlooked. The location of the childlike cultivator exuded an intense aridity, indicating it was the source of the drought. Such an uncanny revelation widened his eyes as he grasped a significant truth, the emergence of a spiritual entity. Could it be that this drought stemmed from this very entity? Moreover, it was alarmingly close to his family's territory, and he had failed to notice it. Zhao Zhiyan felt a gnawing frustration, lamenting that he was not destined to possess this treasure. The ramifications of the drought were extensive, and he surmised that this spiritual entity must be at least of the second rank. The childlike cultivator was undoubtedly its guardian, accompanied by an unknown number of concealed cultivators in the vicinity. As the spiritual entity gestated, everyone awaited its optimal maturation. Zhao Zhiyan, however, was not waiting for the entity itself. He surmised that such a high-stakes confrontation was likely beyond his capabilities, opting instead to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. He bided his time, intending to scavenge the remains after the inevitable clash. If a battle were to ensue, it should be fierce. They were all formidable cultivators, and any triviality akin to childish play would be utterly uninteresting. Zhao Zhiyan secretly wished for their complete annihilation, envisioning himself as the beneficiary of their downfall. The imminent emergence of the spiritual entity had everyone on edge. He retreated a few more miles, dispatching Zhao Zhiyan to inform his family to activate their defensive formations and summon Qinglin. As for his kin, those with spiritual roots were purifying freshwater by the sea, unaffected by the chaos that would soon unfold. Zhao Zhiyan felt assured of their safety. Chapter 77. The beneficiary of the fisherman. Half a month passed. The underground, gestating spiritual entity erupted with immense force, causing the earth to tremble violently. The already cracked ground split further, and numerous desiccated corpses tumbled into the chasms. Yet, no one paid heed to these grim remnants. Zhao Zhiyan and his companions fixed their gaze upon the shimmering pearl that danced in the sky. This orb, a hue reminiscent of earthy yellow, was imbued with an abundant force of soil elements. The sheer potency of this elemental energy ignited a sense of avarice within Zhao Zhiyan and the nearby cultivators. The nearest young cultivator leaped forth in an instant, seizing the spirit pearl in his grasp. Concurrently, he cast a derisive glance, challenging the other hidden cultivators. Some, enticed by greed, surged forward, while others, incensed by the provocation, ignited their fury. Yet, all were swiftly subdued by the young cultivator's deft maneuvers. Zhao Zhiyan's eyes widened in astonishment. He discerned that the cultivator who had rushed out first was no novice, having perfected the qi refinement stage, yet he was effortlessly vanquished. This young cultivator was, astonishingly, a foundation establishment powerhouse. A shiver coursed through Zhao Zhiyan, compelling him to reconsider his earlier intentions. At that moment, a cadre of cultivators, who had long been lying in wait, erupted forth, each bearing triumphant smiles. What could a foundation establishment practitioner accomplish against us? They seemed to think, as they rallied with the conviction that many ants can bring down an elephant from the earth and the clouds. Fearless cultivators fixed their eyes on the spirit pearl held by the young cultivator. How dare you presume to challenge us? The young cultivator scoffed. exuding an air of pride and superiority that was almost infuriating. Dozens of cultivators surged towards him, employing various tactics to assault him. Initially, the young cultivator intended to confront them head-on, but soon felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, prompting him to employ evasive maneuvers. There were even Foundation establishment practitioners among them, masquerading as innocuous. The young cultivator cursed inwardly and resolved to proceed with utmost caution. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan continued to retreat. Recognizing that the battlefield was escalating in intensity, charging in now would be tantamount to courting death. He hoped fervently that they would annihilate one another without encroaching upon the Zhao family's lands. As he observed the desperate struggle, cultivators fell one after another. In the heavens above, only two figures remained, the young cultivator and a man resembling a youthful scholar. They simultaneously turned their attention towards Zhao Zhiyan's direction, with the scholarly cultivator speaking first. "Friend, will you join the fray or withdraw?" "I will withdraw. I shall depart at once," Zhao Zhiyan replied, activating his teleportation talisman and vanishing from sight. The two were undoubtedly formidable Foundation establishment experts, far beyond the capabilities of a mere chi refinement practitioner like Zhao Zhiyan. Moreover, he had already harbored intentions of retreating, and they too did not wish for him to gain any advantage. Reappearing at his anchor point, Zhao Zhiyan exhaled deeply, glancing at Qinglin. "You should return and guard the spirit vein," he instructed. Turning to Zhao Zhiyan, he asked, "Can you detect the scent from there?" They were situated at least 50 miles from the spirit pearl's emergence, yet Zhao Zhiyan was eager to inquire, knowing Xiao Yan's keen sense of smell. With a gentle sniff, Zhao Zhiyan discerned the faint whiff of blood, identical to what they had previously encountered. Nodding decisively, Zhao Zhiyan acknowledged that while the two events were indeed correlated, the distance would create a temporal delay. Zhao Zhiyan's spirits lifted, and he sought a suitable spot to settle down. The distance of nearly 50 miles rendered even foundation-building cultivators incapable of probing so far, leaving Zhao Zhiyan in a state of relative safety. "If the scent of the two foundation builders diminishes, alert me, and we shall investigate further," Zhao Zhiyan instructed Zhao Zhiyan. As they waited, a full day elapsed. Zhao Zhiyan nudged Zhao Zhiyan with its nose, rousing him from his meditative state. "Has the scent vanished?" Zhao Zhiyan inquired, to which Zhao Zhiyan shook its head. "Has it weakened?" Zhao Zhiyan pressed, knowing Zhao Zhiyan would not call out without cause. After calculating the time, he reasoned that even the most resilient Foundation cultivators would have concluded a battle within a day. Equipped with two each of the Spirit Movement Talisman, Concealment Talisman, and Earth Escape Talisman, Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Zhiyan returned to the site of the spiritual item's emergence. The ground was littered with corpses, nearly baked by the sun, and the presence of the child cultivators had completely vanished. The scholar cultivator lay sprawled in the dirt, his body drenched in blood, perhaps due to the drought. Even flies were nearly invisible. After a brief wait, noticing the surrounding silence, Zhao Zhiyan instructed Zhao Zhiyan to remain underground while he cautiously emerged. The multitude of corpses lay untouched, leaving Zhao Zhiyan to his fortune. "No wonder they are Foundation cultivators. They disdain such trifles, leaving them to me," Zhao Zhiyan mused joyfully, gathering everything into his storage bag. Upon reaching the final corpse of the scholar cultivator, the lifeless body, devoid of any signs of life, suddenly formed a hand seal, and a beam of light pierced Zhao Zhiyan's mind. Lifeless, he collapsed. Zhao Zhiyan, hidden underground, was instantaneously overwhelmed and fell unconscious. The once dead scholar cultivator gradually rose, gazing at the fallen Zhao Zhiyan. "It is a stroke of luck to regain a shred of vitality. Had you arrived an hour earlier, you might have truly benefited," he gasped, having expended considerable energy in his battle with the child cultivator, leaving him severely injured. Fortunately, he had seized the spirit pearl, which allowed him to escape just as the child cultivator sought to escape. After resting briefly, the scholar cultivator resolved to strip Zhao Zhiyan of his storage bag, filled with resources from over a dozen individuals, a considerable sum indeed. As he bent down to retrieve it, a silver needle pierced his brain. Blood flowed from his 5 orifices as he fell once more. Soon, several more silver needles emerged, wreaking havoc within his body, confirming the scholar cultivator's true demise. Zhao Zhiyan slowly opened his eyes. "Having wasted a life, I hope this harvest proves worthy of my sacrifice," he reflected. Stripping the scholar cultivator bare, he ignited a great fire, incinerating the entire site. After meticulously ensuring no trace remained, Zhao Zhiyan hoisted Zhao Zhiyan and took a circuitous route back to his family. Having recently experienced a brush with death, both Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin, bound by contract to him, would inevitably suffer backlash. Yet, he was hopeful that with some time to recuperate, all would be well again. Hastily returning to the family's spiritual vein nestled in the mountains, Zhao Zhiyan resolved to commence the organization of his recent acquisitions. His primary focus was the personal belongings of a dozen chi refinement cultivators, alongside the scholar's storage bag and spirit pearls. Indeed, During his examination of the deceased scholar, Zhao Zhiyan had already discerned the existence of the spirit pearl. He decided to first inspect the items of the qi refinement practitioners, curious to uncover any treasures within. Rubbing his hands together, he wore an expression of anticipation. Initially, he encountered a collection of tokens, emblems from various cultivation families, including the Qingyang sect. Had representatives from several prominent families of the Great Xia and Great Shang truly gathered? Such a sight was rare indeed, a first for such a neat assembly. Zhao Zhiyan jested, yet his gaze swept over the scene, realizing that the Qian family, the closest in proximity, had notably not appeared. Continuing to tally his findings, Zhao Zhiyan discovered 537 low-grade spirit stones and an assortment of spiritual materials, sufficient to assemble 3 sets of materials for cultivating the 5 false roots. He also found 47 Peiyuan pills, perfectly timed as his previous supply had been exhausted, allowing his cultivation to resume. His spirits soared at the prospect. Moreover, he acquired 3 sets of materials and formation diagrams for first-tier formations, the blazing fire formation, the explosive burst formation, and the flowing wind formation. Zhao Zhiyan treasured these immensely. With these formations, the family's security would be significantly enhanced, particularly with the diagrams in hand, as long as he possessed the corresponding spiritual materials. The Zhao family could continually establish these formations. He also found 7 first-tier flying swords, 2 first-tier cleavers, and a first-tier warhammer. Zhao Zhiyan cherished these artifacts greatly. Years prior, during an ambush on the Qian family alongside Lu Xian, he had obtained a flying sword, but fearing exposure, he had entrusted Lu Xian to sell it. Now, with such an abundance of magical tools, the family would be well equipped. The former owners of these artifacts hailed from families distant from the Zhao clan, alleviating concerns of exposure. Additionally, there were miscellaneous items such as rejuvenation pills and healing elixirs from the early stages of qi refinement, which Zhao Zhiyan intended to reserve for his fellow clansmen. After cataloging the belongings of the qi refinement practitioners, only the scholar's storage bag remained. With determination, Zhao Zhiyan forcefully breached the first-tier storage bag. Given the owner's demise, the restrictions on the bag were indeed easily dismantled. A smile illuminated Zhao Zhiyan's face as he opened the bag. The first item to catch his eye was, of course, the spirit pearl, an orb of earthy hue that transformed into a stream of light upon his touch, entering his consciousness. In that moment, Zhao Zhiyan recognized its striking resemblance to the pearl within his mind that had the power to revive him. The only distinction lay in their elemental properties. This pearl was of the earth element, while the one in his mind was of the wood element. If the wood spirit pearl could resurrect him, what then of the earth spirit pearl? Closing his eyes, Zhao Zhiyan instinctively grasped the function of the earth spirit pearl. Much like the wood spirit pearl, it required the blood of a clan member possessing spiritual roots to activate its power. However, a clan member could only nourish one spirit pearl, necessitating a choice between the wood and earth spirit pearls. The essence of exchange lies in nurturing. It has the capacity to foster spiritual roots, spiritual veins, life itself, and likewise to cultivate flora and fauna. In short, everything can be brought forth. However, the energy required for the gestation of different entities varies, necessitating differing amounts of the clan's blood for irrigation. For instance, the cultivation of ordinary life, or even a common infant, requires but a single irrigation. Conversely, to nurture an infant with 5 spiritual roots demands 2 irrigations, while the cultivation of a singularly gifted infant with a heavenly spiritual root necessitates 6. Zhao Zhiyan's eyes widened in astonishment, for he had not anticipated the emergence of such a remarkable spiritual entity. Compared to the resurrection facilitated by the wood spirit pearl, the nurturing capacity of the earth spirit pearl was far more conducive to the development of a cultivation family. More importantly, the offspring with spiritual roots that emerged from the earth spirit pearl could also irrigate the spiritual pearl with their blood. The 2 processes seemed to complement each other harmoniously. Henceforth, whether the clan possessed individuals with spiritual roots or spiritual veins, they would never be in want. Zhao Zhiyan was immensely exhilarated. With the wood spirit pearl and the earth spirit pearl at his disposal, he pondered whether other elemental spirit pearls existed. He speculated that if he were to acquire all 5 elemental spirit pearls, he could hardly fathom what he might become. Regrettably, the few clan members who possessed spiritual roots had already expended their blood to irrigate the wood spirit pearl, enhancing their chances of resurrection. Future offspring, should they be born with spiritual roots, would require careful distribution of resources, Zhao Zhiyan contemplated. Moreover, the cultivation of the next generation endowed with spiritual roots appeared to be a matter that would be postponed for quite some time. Even though the prospect of descendants with heavenly spiritual roots was incredibly enticing, it was beyond his current means. Delving deeper into the matter of the spiritual pearls, Zhao Zhiyan continued to rummage through the scholar's storage bag. He discovered 210 low-grade spirit stones. While devoid of talismans, It contained medicinal pills, 7 second-tier concentration pills, essential for cultivating one's spiritual consciousness, which distinguishes foundational cultivators from those in the Qi refinement stage. Additionally, there were 13 second-tier foundation establishment pills, intended for foundational cultivators training, and a second-tier magical artifact, the Judge's Pen. He also found the second-tier spell, Ink Sea Barrier Technique. Although the scholar's resources were scant, their quality was exceptionally high. Second-tier resources were difficult to acquire under normal circumstances, especially the second-tier magical artifact, the Judge's Pen, along with the accompanying second-tier spell, Ink Sea Barrier Technique, both of which Zhao Zhiyan had long yearned for. Although he lacked the corresponding cultivation methods, acquiring the spells was still a significant boon. Zhao Zhiyan was thoroughly satisfied. While employing a first-tier cultivation method to activate a second-tier spell would be challenging, it was not impossible. He gathered all the items, intending to distribute some miscellaneous goods among his companions. However, upon stepping outside, he was met with a torrential downpour. Raindrops cascaded in sheets, and the parched earth, having accumulated a thick layer of rainwater, was unable to absorb it in time. The nascent locust plague was washed away by the deluge, leaving its destination uncertain. Countless individuals are rejoicing in the rain, celebrating the end of a prolonged drought. This drought, lasting several months due to the influence of the Earth Spirit Pearl, was so severe that it rivaled the droughts experienced in other regions lasting for years. The devastation it wrought is beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. With the emergence of the Earth Spirit Pearl, the drought has naturally come to an end. Zhao Zhiyan smiles with relief, knowing that his family can once again function normally. He calls upon the people, distributing a portion of provisions before allowing them to disperse. Rather than retreating indoors, Zhao Zhiyan continues to gaze at the torrential rain, which shows no signs of abating. The drought has just concluded. Let there not be another disaster in the form of flooding. Zhao Zhiyan feels a twinge of concern. Fortunately, the labor for relief efforts during the drought have thoroughly repaired the riverbanks and farmland around Bu County, ensuring that even the heaviest of rains will not adversely affect ordinary folk. As for the fertile lands of the Zhao family, Zhao Guangji and the others have employed the rain spirit technique to redirect the rainfall to other areas. Chapter 79. Landslide. The relentless downpour has persisted for nearly 10 days, showing no intention of ceasing. As far as the eye can see, the landscape has transformed into a vast ocean. Water spills from the riverbanks, inundating the roads. Thankfully, the facilities in Bu County are well maintained, averting any disaster. However, other regions have succumbed to flooding. Zhao Zhiyan has received updates, particularly as his escort agency has only just managed to return through the deluge. The family's fertile lands have also been somewhat affected, and currently, Zhao Guangji and others are leading the servants in addressing the situation. Zhao Zhiyan relaxes in his residence, attempting to ease his body after the busyness of recent days. He has diligently completed the arrangements for the fire array, explosion array, and wind flow array acquired from the corpse collection. The wind flow array has been set up in the Zhao family estate, while the fire and explosion arrays have been established on a nearby hill. With these three formations in place, the family's safety is greatly enhanced. Simultaneously, Zhao Zhiyan remains vigilant, as his concubines, who became pregnant earlier in the year, are now in labor. Among them are Zhao Hu, the eldest of the Lu sisters, Zhao Wei, and Zhao Yang. In the past few days, all have welcomed newborns. Zhao Hu has given birth to a son, named Zhao Zili. The eldest Lu sister has also welcomed a son, named Zhao Ziwei. Zhao Wei and Zhao Yang each have born twin daughters. Zhao Wei's daughters are named Zhao Zishuan and Zhao Ziki, while Zhao Yang's twins are Zhao Ziruan and Zhao Zihuai. Zhao Guangzhong's 2 concubines and Zhao Guangji's 3 concubines have also produced sons, totaling 5. Zhao Guangzhong's sons are named Zhao Yuqing and Zhao Yugong, while Zhao Guangji's 3 sons are Zhao Yucheng, Zhao Youqi, and Zhao Yozong. While the arrival of new family members is typically a joyous occasion, the deluge has left little room for celebration. After distributing the cleansing elixirs to the newborns, Zhao Zhiyan turned his gaze back to the relentless downpour. Several days passed, yet the rain showed no signs of abating. It was then that Zhao received news of the collapse of the Sun family's mine. The Sun family, engaged in coal mining and various other mineral enterprises, owned several mines in the vicinity. The incessant rain had led to the catastrophic collapse. Fortunately, the family members remained unscathed. However, the servants and hired hands underground were completely lost. The collapse of the Sun family's primary industry resulted in the sudden death of the family patriarch. Such misfortune strikes like a deluge upon a leaky roof. Zhao Zhiyan mused, acknowledging that even if mining were to resume in the future, the Sun family would be left severely weakened. Moreover, it would be interesting to observe the resolve of the new family head. Rather than visiting personally, Zhao sent his steward to offer his regards. Upon the steward's return, he informed Zhao, "Master, the former patriarch of the Sun family has fallen, and the remaining branches of the family have already begun to squabble over the inheritance." Should we extend our assistance? After all, the late matriarch was of direct lineage to the Sun family. The steward, a loyal servant of Zhao's for several years, was well known to him. The heavens bring rain, and mothers must marry. Such matters cannot be halted. If the Sun family wishes to divide their estate, so be it. Inquire further if there are any willing to accept the protection of the Zhao family. We can help them preserve their lineage, Zhao replied. This decision was made with consideration for the late Sun Wanwan, who had perished while seeking her connection with Zhao Guanghua. As for those unwilling to submit to the Zhao family, let them fend for themselves. Zhao waved his hand, instructing the steward to act swiftly. Shortly thereafter, the head of the Yang family arrived unbidden. Upon seeing Zhao Zhiyan, he immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Master Zhao, I implore you to spare our Yang family. As long as we do not face death, we are willing to become vassals of the Zhao family." The sincerity in the Yang patriarch's voice and the earnestness in his eyes left Zhao momentarily taken aback. What was the meaning of this? In the realm of Bu County, if one were to identify the most powerful family, it would not be the Wei family, known for its official connections, nor the Wang family, recognized for its extensive network in the medical field, but rather the relatively obscure Yang family. Engaged in the tooth trade and pottery industry, the Yang family's influence was evident. The tooth trade, which involved the sale and transportation of slaves, indicated their substantial power. Their ability to source numerous servants without incident surpassed that of most factions. The Yang patriarch's unexpected approach left Zhao Zhiyan astonished, especially considering their previous peaceful coexistence and multifaceted cooperation. "What is your intention, Yang family head?" Zhao inquired, helping the man to his feet, filled with curiosity. The Yang patriarch, sensing Zhao's bewilderment, felt an even deeper dread. "Master Zhao, your family has only been in Bu County for a few years. Look at the Hu family, consumed by flames, and the Lu family, annihilated by malevolent cultivators. The Wang family has been exterminated to the 9th degree. The Wei family has been relocated. The Zhong family has been raided. Now, the Sun family is submerged. We, the Yang family, do not wish to follow in their tragic footsteps. We beseech Master Zhao to spare us." The head of the Yang family lamented continuously. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhiyan was taken aback. Indeed, it was true. Aside from the demise of the Hu family, which was instigated by Zhao Guangzhong's reckless decisions, the other families' fates were largely unrelated to the Zhao clan. However, most of the remnants of these families ended up enriching the Zhao family. The head of the Yang family's suspicions were, therefore, entirely reasonable. The Zhao family, despite their eloquence, could not clarify their position. With this in mind, Zhao Zhiyan resolved to take advantage of the situation and inquired, "Did you just say that the Yang family is willing to become my vassal?" The head of the Yang family nodded immediately. Becoming a vassal was certainly preferable to total annihilation. Zhao Zhiyan invited him to sit down and continued, "Since you have made this decision, there is no issue. From now on, the Zhao family will be responsible for the safety of the Yang family. I will have Guangji reach out to you regarding the specifics. However, I am quite curious. Where does your Yang family acquire so many servants? Your family is strong, yet capturing servants requires a place, does it not?" At this juncture, the head of the Yang family chose not to conceal any further and explained, "Families like ours are actually branches of a larger clan. For instance, the Wei family, the main branch, calls upon us, and we, the Yang family, are in a similar situation. However, there are differences. The branches of our Yang family are spread across several nearby mortal kingdoms, all responsible for the sale of servants, remitting a fixed quota to the main branch each year. The source of these servants is managed by the main branch. I have heard that these servants comprise family members of criminals, captives from battle, and some sold by cultivators. In summary, their sources are varied, and the trade is legal within these mortal realms. Since you have a main branch, will there be no trouble now that you have become a vassal?" Zhao Zhiyan inquired with curiosity. "There will be none, as long as the annual quota is met," the head of the Yang family clarified. Chapter 80. Cultivating Spiritual Roots, and 3 years due to the Yang family's proactive allegiance. Zhao Zhiyan summoned Zhao Guangji back to handle the specific matters, while simultaneously continuing to manage the pawnshop and pottery business under the Yang family's name. As for the Sun family, following their internal strife, they had completed their division and chose to remain in Buchan, accepting the protection of the Zhao family. The remaining branches, meanwhile, braved the torrential rain to relocate within the Great Xia dynasty. Buchan, from the officials to the common folk, had become dominated by the Zhao family. With this, the Zhao family had established themselves as the unrivaled power in the vicinity of Buchan. As the rain ceased, a rainbow appeared in the sky. Buchan gradually returned to normalcy, and so did the Zhao family. A month later, the Zhao family successfully consolidated Buchan, firmly establishing themselves as the local hegemon. After another month of cultivation, Zhao Zhiyan intended to once again assess the descendants lacking spiritual roots. In contrast to last year's assessment, this year's event was somewhat advanced, yet it came with rewards. I managed to gather 8 sets of spiritual materials for cultivating the 5 false roots. Zhao Zhiyan intends to assist those who performed well in this assessment, aiding them in becoming cultivators. This initiative is particularly crucial as the family is currently lacking manpower, especially in the fields of spirit plant cultivation and beast taming. After all, the county has effectively fallen under the control of the Zhao family, allowing them to claim vast tracts of fertile land. As for the common folk who rely on farming for their livelihood, the Zhao family can transform them into servants, continuing to cultivate the land, albeit now for the Zhao family. Even so, the conditions afforded to Zhao family servants far exceed those of their free counterparts. When Zhao Zhiyan announced the assessment, there was widespread lamentation among the participants. However, upon hearing of the rewards, everyone was immediately invigorated, as if they had been infused with newfound energy. Following the same assessment method as last year, the process unfolded, ultimately selecting 8 individuals. Among them, 6 were children of Zhao Zhiyan: Zhao Ziyang, Zhao Zijing, Zhao Zimo, Zhao Ziping, Zhao Zitong, and Zhao Zishi. Additionally, there was Zhao Yulin, the eldest daughter of Zhao Guangji, and Zhao Youkoan, the son adopted by the third brother, Zhao Guangshu. Zhao Zhiyan then dedicated 2 additional months to cultivate their spiritual roots. Thanks to the cleansing elixirs and their relentless daily training, they were able to endure the agony of root cultivation. Zhao Zhiyan remarked on the necessity of the assessment, as children with frail bodies could not withstand such trials. Zhao Ziyang, Zhao Zijing, Zhao Zimo, and Zhao Ziping began receiving teachings from Zhao Zhiyan, embarking on their journey to learn the inheritance of beast taming. Meanwhile, Zhao Zitong, Zhao Zishi, Zhao Yulin, and Zhao Youkoan focused on the inheritance of spirit plant cultivation. With these 8 cultivators joining the family, life would undoubtedly become more manageable in the coming years. Father, do we not need to elevate our realms? Zhao Ziyang inquired. Over the past 2 months, they had mastered the 5 false roots and various techniques of cultivation, yet they remained oblivious as to how to advance their realms. Although they had visited the underground spiritual vein, witnessing Zhao Ziqian and others in their practice, their experiences were entirely distinct. Naturally, elevation of their realms was essential. Zhao Zhiyan gently stroked the children's hair, expressing concern that their newly formed spiritual roots possessed inadequate talent, indicating that their progress would be exceedingly slow. Do not be anxious. The specifics of channeling energy into your bodies and advancing your realms will be taught to you hands-on by Ziqian. Additionally, each of you shall forge a pact with a spirit hound. However, I hope you prioritize learning the various techniques of cultivation, for the family is in need. Zhao Zhiyan reassured them. He assigned Zhao Ziqian the responsibility of instructing these individuals while he himself retreated to cultivate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this period, Zhao Zhiyan found himself somewhat disheartened. In the span of 3 years, all descendants who reached the appropriate age, including Zhao Zi, Zhao Zihong, Zhao Yoli, Zhao Yuyan, and Zhao Yujian, failed to manifest spiritual roots. Although this was the norm, it was still a source of frustration. Zhao Zhiyan lamented. In the recesses of the mind, 2 spiritual orbs await nourishment from the blood of kin possessing spiritual roots. Without the emergence of such roots, the orbs hold no significance. Moreover, during the past 3 years, Zhao Guangzhong and Zhao Guangji have been preoccupied with managing the family affairs, while Zhao Zhiyan has devoted himself fervently to his cultivation, resulting in his wives and concubines remaining barren, which has only added to his frustration. Nonetheless, some positive developments have emerged within the Zhao family. Xiaodian has broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Zhao Yulan has attained the 4th level, and Qinglin has reached the 8th level. Zhao Zhiyan has even achieved the consummate state of qi refinement, attaining the 10th level. As for others, each has made varying strides, though their progress shall remain unmentioned for now. In addition, the number of spiritual hounds has surged, ensuring that each cultivator within the clan can form a contract with one. The Zhao family has also exchanged some lower-quality pups with other cultivation families for resources. Through this, the Zhao family not only acquired a substantial amount of provisions, but also established connections with distant cultivation clans. The population of spiritual chickens has exploded, with an abundance of spiritual chicken eggs that have become too numerous to consume. Like the spiritual hound pups, these eggs have begun to be sold externally, and spiritual chicken meat has found its way to the Zhao family table. Furthermore, the family has obtained a wealth of seeds for spiritual plants and medicines. Yet due to the inadequacy of their spiritual veins, cultivation remains unfeasible. The family has also fully controlled several cities near Buxian, resulting in a significant increase in their power. Seated beside the spiritual vein, Zhao Yulan approached with intent. As a cultivator of 3 spiritual roots who reached the 4th level of qi refinement at the age of 10, he is considered quite remarkable, though within the Zhao family, this is already seen as extraordinary. Zhao Zhiyan looked up and inquired about his purpose. Over the years of interaction, Zhao Zhiyan has developed a fondness for these descendants with spiritual roots that surpasses that of ordinary mortals. In particular, Zhao Yulan has often received hands-on guidance from him. Now, Zhao Yulan's mastery of spells is formidable, even capable of overwhelming most cultivators of the same realm in practical combat. Great-grandfather, I have obtained a golden leaf, Zhao Yulan declared as he presented the leaf. Its appearance was indistinguishable from an ordinary leaf, with intricate patterns clearly visible. However, it was composed of pure gold infused with spiritual energy. Zhao Zhiyan took the golden leaf and examined it closely, suddenly recalling events from many years prior at Qingyang sect. He then asked, "From where did this golden leaf originate?" "It floated down from the sky, landing precisely in my hand," Zhao Yulan replied. With this, Zhao Zhiyan became even more convinced of his memories. "This is a ticket to a secret realm," he stated with astonishment. Zhao Yulan appeared somewhat bewildered. "I previously encountered some exceptionally gifted cultivators at Qingyang sect who received such golden leaves to enter a nameless secret realm. This realm appears at random. And you are indeed fortunate." Zhao Zhiyan spoke with an envious tone, unaware of his own emotions. "Am I to enter this nameless secret realm?" Zhao Yulan questioned hesitantly, as he had always remained within the confines of his family and had never ventured beyond. "Great-grandfather, why not take this golden leaf? You may enter the unknown secret realm." Zhao Zhiyan shook his head, returning the golden leaf to Zhao Yulan's hand. "My innate talent is too poor. I cannot enter this nameless secret realm. Moreover, you cannot evade this. The golden leaf serves as an invitation that cannot be declined. Although I am unaware of the treasures within the secret realm, I vaguely recall that the cultivators from Qingyang sect who emerged alive had significantly enhanced their cultivation levels." Chapter 81. The Nameless Secret Realm. The nameless secret realm is shrouded in mystery. According to Zhao Zhiyan's recollection, those talented individuals from Qingyang sect who returned alive had also lost their memories concerning the experience. The only evidence of their passage through the secret realm lies in their rapid advancement in cultivation and the demise of their companions. Thus, Zhao Yulan's opportunity is a double-edged sword. Zhao Yulan appeared visibly anxious. She is merely 10 years old. In the world of cultivators, 10 is no longer a tender age. One must learn to be independent. Zhao Zhiyan patted Zhao Yulan's shoulder. "If you cannot avoid it, face it with courage. Before you enter, I will help you prepare some provisions and means of protection," he reassured her. Zhao Yulan represents the genius and future of the Zhao family. Zhao Zhiyan would never allow her to fall easily. Although the nameless secret realm is enigmatic, Qingyang sect has indeed delineated some rules. For instance, aside from the cultivators who possess golden leaves, they may also bring in a considerable amount of provisions. Even spirit beasts may accompany them. The spirit beasts do not need to be contracted. Mere physical contact suffices. Qingyang sect has utilized this rule to safeguard many talented lives. Zhao Zhiyan intended to proceed accordingly. He said to Zhao Yulan, "Leave your small spirit beast at home. Its cultivation level is too low and may become a burden. I will have Qing Lin and Xiao Tian accompany you. The three of you can look out for one another." Zhao Yulan nodded eagerly, feeling reassured with her great-grandfather's 2 spirit beasts for protection. Zhao Zhiyan notified Xiao Tian and Qing Lin while removing a storage pouch from his person, presenting it to Zhao Yulan. He divided his talismans and elixirs, handing half to her. "Upon entering the secret realm, your first priority is survival. Second, enhance your strength. Third, endeavor to bring back as many treasures as possible," Zhao Zhiyan advised, emphasizing that the first point is paramount. Zhao Yulan nodded fervently, simultaneously sensing the pull from the void. Without further ado, she grasped Xiao Tian and Qing Lin, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. "May fortune smile upon you," Zhao Zhiyan prayed, hoping that Zhao Yulan would manage to bring back treasures. A single artifact from the nameless secret realm could potentially aid him in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. If so, he would not need to risk venturing into Qingyang sect to explore. With Zhao Yulan gone, the area around the spirit vein fell silent once more. Zhao Zhiyan, having recently achieved perfection in qi refinement, felt no desire to continue cultivating and planned to visit the Qian family's marketplace to procure elixirs suitable for those at the qi refinement completion stage. This time, Zhao Ziyuan did not venture alone. Instead, he brought along Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Ziqing. The recent panic exhibited by Zhao Yulan lingered vividly in Zhao Ziyuan's memory, a testament to how well he had protected them. Consequently, he made a spontaneous decision to alter their course. Within the family, cultivators who have reached the age of 10 may gradually be introduced to the outside world, even participating in family affairs. After years of education, while it is easy to perceive these children as innocent, one must not mistake them for foolishness or assume their ignorance. After all, having lived 2 lives, Zhao Ziyuan holds a clear perspective. Unlike the unruly children of his past life, the youth of this world exhibit a remarkable maturity, particularly those on the path of cultivation, who should never be underestimated. by bringing Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Ziqin to the Qin family market. Zhao Zhiyan aimed to broaden their horizons and gradually expose other descendants to the vicissitudes of life. Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Ziqin were filled with joy, for this marked their first excursion beyond the confines of their family, their inaugural glimpse of the outside world. Under Zhao Zhiyan's careful guidance, their appearances transformed significantly as they walked beside him, displaying great curiosity about everything they encountered. Zhao Zhiyan patiently explained various sights to them, and soon the trio arrived at the Shou mountain range. The vast Shou mountain range was rich in spiritual energy, teeming with cultivators, leaving Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Ziqin in awe. Upon entering the market, they closely followed Zhao Zhiyan, their eyes dazzled by the myriad of cultivation resources, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As he inquired about prices, Zhao Zhiyan provided explanations, turning the outing into an unconventional lesson. The family had accrued considerable spirit stones through the sale of spiritual chicken eggs and spirit puppy offspring over the past 2 years. If there is anything you two desire, feel free to point it out. Our family is currently not lacking in spirit stones, Zhao Zhiyan proclaimed with great enthusiasm. Indeed, the family had ample spirit stones, with the sale of spiritual chicken eggs alone generating nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones annually. These stones were sufficient to support the cultivation needs of all family members, excluding Zhao Zhiyan himself, as the cost of early-stage qi refining elixirs and similar items were quite modest. Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Ziqin shook their heads simultaneously, expressing that they lacked for nothing, especially given the excellent resources provided by the family. Zhao Zhiyan did not press the matter further. Instead, he took the initiative to make purchases. He ordered 1,000 elixirs intended for early-stage qi refining. With the large number of early-stage cultivators in the family, even dividing them would result in less than 100 per person. For cultivators with 5 spiritual roots, these elixirs would be barely adequate. With spirit stones piled up, you must allocate the majority of them for advancing to the mid-stage of qi refining, Zhao Zhiyan murmured softly. This consideration was primarily for the sake of the family's development. Once cultivators reach the mid-stage of qi refining, their combat capabilities significantly increase, and their ability to utilize various cultivation arts extends manifold. This is of paramount importance to the Zhao family. The current investment would undoubtedly yield returns in due time. Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Ziqin felt deeply moved, drawing closer to Zhao Zhiyan in their hearts. Zhao Zhiyan subsequently procured a batch of elixirs suitable for perfecting qi cultivation. After depleting his spiritual stones, he prepared to depart. As he exited the Qin family market, Zhao Zhiyan held in his hand a seed of a spiritual gourd, a gift from the Qin family for his substantial purchases. He presented the seed to Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Zijing, stating, "This gourd seed I entrust to you both. Plant it beside the spiritual vein upon your return, and the harvest of spiritual gourds shall belong to you as your private property." Zhao Ziyan received it as if it were a treasure and inquired, "Can this gourd be used to forge magical tools?" Indeed, Zhao Zhiyan nodded, albeit lamenting the absence of a blacksmithing lineage within his family. The duo felt a momentary disappointment, but soon regained their spirits. Having something of their own was indeed a cause for celebration. The trio strolled leisurely towards their clan when Zhao Zhiyan suddenly broke into a smile. "Ah, we are encountering bandits again. These pests are more bothersome than flies." A fleeting concern for his children crossed his mind. Yet he recalled that the purpose of this outing was to expose them to the world. Moreover, as a perfected qi cultivator, he had little to fear. "In a while, you too shall witness bloodshed," Zhao Zhiyan cautioned. With a flick of his wrist, several silver needles flew forth unnoticed. The cries of the bandits echoed as they collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Zhao Zhiyan, along with Zhao Ziqin and Zhao Zijing, approached the scene, witnessing the dire state of the bandits. He handed them a knife, saying, "Try your hand at this. In the realm of cultivation, such encounters are inevitable." Chapter 82. The harbor beside the family's spiritual vein. Zhao Ziqin and Zhao Zijing worked in tandem to plant the spiritual gourd seed, tending to it with meticulous care. Following their first taste of blood, their temperaments underwent a transformation, particularly in their interactions with other clan members. As the first to discover their spiritual roots, they became strict and began to discipline those who shirked their duties. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan distributed the provisions he had acquired and dedicated himself to rigorous cultivation. Although he had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, the distinction between breaking through to the foundational stage from the 10th and the 12th levels of qi was fundamentally significant, one he was unwilling to overlook. As for devising a plan to procure foundational spiritual materials from the Qingyang sect, that could only be addressed upon Zhao Yulan's return. By the seaside, the area had long since been claimed by the Zhao family. The once quaint harbor of Qinghe village had undergone a complete transformation. The dock, breakwater, bridges, walkways, and warehouses had all been constructed, designs conceived from Zhao Zhiyan's recollections of his past life and later refined by skilled craftsmen. Today's Qinghe village had evolved into a vast harbor, bustling with numerous vessels. These ships were acquired through purchase. For shipbuilding was not a task accomplished in a span of mere years. Since assimilating the Yang family as a subordinate clan, Zhao Guangji had seized the opportunity to gather a wealth of servants, particularly craftsmen, alongside a few martial masters and warriors. Among the artisans, the majority are craftsmen in construction and shipbuilding, which led Zhao Guangji to contemplate venturing into the sea. However, the pivotal reason behind Zhao Guangji's decision to embark on this maritime journey lies in the fact that the land has already been thoroughly dominated by intricate power dynamics. To foster the Zhao family's development, they must take an unconventional path. Perhaps due to the ocean's inherent dangers, few mortals are willing to traverse both land and sea. Only a handful of mortal kingdoms have established fleets to safeguard their territories. Additionally, some desperate souls have turned to piracy, seizing control of various islands. Seizing this opportunity, the Zhao family invested a considerable amount of silver and resolved to engage in maritime trade, a suggestion initially posited by Zhao Zhiyan, given the remarkably low shipping costs in his previous life. With the Zhao family's established caravans and escort services, venturing into sea transport aligns seamlessly with their expertise. Gazing at the vessels in the harbor, Zhao Guangzhong felt a twinge of apprehension. The sea is tumultuous, and the waves are formidable. Could they truly succeed? Let us not forget their father, who perished at sea. For Zhao Guangzhong, certain memories are indelible. I dispatched servants to assess the situation. And if we navigate along the coastline, the likelihood of encountering severe storms diminishes significantly, ensuring greater safety. The Great Xia boasts numerous ports, all of which we have successfully accessed through various means, permitting our vessels to dock. Setting aside the prospect of earning fees by transporting goods for other factions, the family's own coal, liquor, and mutton could recoup their investments within a decade. Evidently, Zhao Guangji had comprehensively grasped the situation. He continued, moreover, the ships we have procured are substantial and well-suited for ocean navigation, purchased at a premium from the Great Xia royal family. The two scrutinized the vessels at the port, looking up and unable to discern the very tops of the ships. Zhao Zhiyan had also visited upon the arrival of the cargo. As a cultivator who has lived 2 lives and spent over 90 years in this realm, Zhao Zhiyan was astonished that the craftsmen of this world could construct vessels of such caliber. The treasure ships of the Ming dynasty would scarcely be able to rival them. Furthermore, the Great Xia offers a diverse array of ships, suitable for transporting goods, ferrying people, and engaging in warfare. The Zhao family has acquired a selection of each type. In addition, all the servants operating these vessels will be martial artists, further ensuring their safety. It can be said that Zhao Guangji has taken every aspect into account. Beyond the typical freight operations to generate revenue for the family, our second uncle has also tasked us with surveying the nearby islands and charting the seas, particularly focusing on resource-rich islands for direct occupation. As for the pirates, they shall be captured and turned into servants to be sold to the Yang family, Zhao Guangji added. Islands. What treasures could they possibly hold? The Great Xia deems those insignificant patches of land unworthy of their attention, Zhao Guangzhong scoffed. As an official of the Great Xia, he was well aware of many matters concerning the realm, particularly the coastal counties' attitudes towards maritime territories, which he understood all too well. Those islands are regarded as inconsequential. One reason is the limited geographical area, and another is the inherent dangers of the sea. The Zhao family, however, remains largely unconcerned, primarily due to the realities of their development, as well as Zhao Zhiyan's perspective. Zhao Zhiyan is acutely aware of the immense value the ocean holds. His uncle certainly has his rationale. The family's prosperous growth over the years is not unconnected to his identity as a cultivator providing protection, Zhao Guangji remarked. The cultivation families do not wish to provoke de Xia, and de Xia, in turn, has no desire to antagonize the cultivation families. Otherwise, even the issue of the harbor would remain unresolved. Today, the two brothers appeared at the port simultaneously because the fleet was set to embark for the first time. The vessels were laden with goods from the Zhao family, which would serve as a tangible declaration to other factions that maritime trade posed no issues. As the ships sounded their horns, they departed the dock in an orderly fashion, escorted by Mao Shan and several martial masters from the family. These individuals were fiercely loyal to the Zhao family, providing them with peace of mind. We ought to enlist some masters or grandmasters. I feel the fleet's defenses could use bolstering, Zhao Guangzhong mused as he watched the fleet vanish into the horizon. His voice, though soft, did not escape Zhao Guangji's ears. We are already in the process of recruitment, but we have yet to find suitable candidates, Zhao Guangji explained. The two turned simultaneously to leave, intending to discuss the establishment of a shipyard. In the family's fertile fields, Zhao Zitong and others tended to the crops. Ever since they had their spiritual roots shaped and learned the legacy of the spiritual cultivators, Most of their energy had been devoted to the fields. However, the ability to manipulate the weather had captivated these children, aged around 10, drawing them deeper into the craft. Although their realms had not increased, their proficiency as spiritual cultivators was visibly advancing. Some servants looked on with envy, admiring the family's ability to alter the weather. This only fueled Zhao Zitong's pride and diligence. The rice seedlings were lush and had begun to ear, and under the encouragement of the spiritual cultivators, the Zhao family's crops were harvested well ahead of the usual seasons. With multiple harvests in a year, their grain production had surged, enabling not only the brewing of alcoholic beverages, but also trade with outsiders. Not far from Zhao Zidong and the others, Zhao Zhiyan and his companions, having learned the legacy of beast tamers, were relegated to tending to the spirit chickens in the coop. The chickens had their wings clipped and beaks dulled, rendering them non-aggressive. Thus, apart from the lingering odor of chicken droppings, the area was quite safe. Zhao Ziyang and his peers spent their days feeding the chickens and collecting eggs, while the cleaning duties were left to the servants. Chapter 83. Entering the secret realm. Different destinies among siblings are unavoidable. While Zhao Ziqian and others labored tirelessly in their cultivation, Zhao Zitong and his companions were equally diligent in their tasks. The underlying reason lies in the nature of their spiritual roots. Those born with spiritual roots, even with 5 attributes, retain a glimmer of hope for reaching the latter stages of qi refinement. In contrast, the artificially shaped pseudo-spiritual roots may at best achieve the mid-stages of qi refinement, revealing a significant disparity. Even so, they are still superior to those mortal siblings who can only toil away at their studies or desperately hone their martial arts. The comfort of spirit energy entering the body and the myriad benefits enjoyed by cultivators are entirely beyond their reach. In the nameless secret realm, in a moment of distraction, Zhao Yulan found herself seated upon the damp earth, which brought her back to reality. Beside her, Xiaodian and Qinglin swiftly shielded her in the center, their vigilant eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. They discovered that she was indeed situated within a rainforest. Compared to the grasslands of Buxian County, this rainforest was utterly alien to her and the 2 spirit beasts, growing increasingly strange. Xiaodian, bearing the petite Zhao Yulan upon his back, understood the necessity of fulfilling his master's command to protect her. Meanwhile, Qinglin flicked its tongue, akin to Xiaoyan's nose, surveying the vicinity for any lurking dangers within several dozen miles. Simultaneously, Zhao Yulan recalled Zhao Zhiyan's words, urging her to confront her fears courageously. Resting atop Xiaodian, she meticulously examined her surroundings. Towering trees, too large for several people to embrace, were abundant here, their canopies lush and dense, obscuring the sunlight and casting the area below into shadowy dampness. Snakes, insects, and rodents scuttled about, rustling the leaves with incessant squeaks. From a distance, the more pronounced roars of beasts echoed, imbued with a fierce aura. It was uncertain whether these ferocious creatures were invaders or native inhabitants. Having gained a general understanding of her environment, the trio began to move cautiously. Xiaodian trod carefully with Zhao Yulan on his back, while Qinglin ascended to the treetops, stealthily advancing. The concentration of spirit energy here was remarkable. If she could cultivate in such a place for an extended period, she would surely attain the pinnacle of qi refinement within a decade or so. Zhao Yulan inhaled deeply, reveling in the unparalleled comfort of this environment, which far surpassed her family's modest spiritual vein. Xiaodian and Qinglin also felt the profound effects of their surroundings. Living amidst such rich spirit energy was a natural aspiration for spirit beasts like them. Fortunately, they retained their sense of purpose and understood the gravity of their current situation. They carefully ventured forth, even discovering a plethora of spirit herbs. While Zhao Yulan could not identify most of the varieties, she was able to discern their ranks based on their aura. These were all spirit herbs suitable for the later stages of qi refinement, a veritable treasure trove of resources. Zhao Yulan marveled at the sheer richness of this exceptional locale, one she had scarcely encountered even in books. "We have struck gold," she exclaimed repeatedly. If only she could bring these spirit herbs back home, they would suffice for her family's needs for quite some time. Alas, she had only brought a small storage bag, far too limited for such a bounty, and she was uncertain when she might find her way out. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Yulan continued to harvest spirit herbs, discarding the lower-ranked ones whenever she discovered those of superior quality, reminiscent of a bear clumsily attempting to gather corn. Xiaodian, Qinglin, can you two refine these spirit herbs? If so, please do so as much as possible. It would be a shame to waste them, Zhao Yulan suddenly contemplated. Regarding the addressing of the 2 spirit beasts, it is naturally because both are contracted spirit beasts of Zhao Zhiyan, and the members of the family regard them as elders. In truth, there was no need for Zhao Yulan to remind them. Xiaodian and Qinglin were already in the process of refining the spiritual herbs. They relied entirely on their instinct as spirit beasts to discern the toxicity of the herbs. Unlike humans, who depend on knowledge recorded in books, these creatures possess an innate ability to distinguish wild spiritual plants, a trait that has allowed them to endure through the ages. For Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin, whether it be spiritual herbs or fruits, all that are non-toxic are refined without hesitation. Qinglin even tossed down some spiritual fruits from the tree for Zhao Yulan to sample. Knowing they would not harm her, Zhao Yulan decisively picked up a fruit and took a bite. Some were bitter, some sweet, and others were bursting with juice. After consuming several, her belly was already quite full. How satisfying! The spiritual energy within her became somewhat agitated, and she called out, "Assist me, I must refine them." These spiritual fruits were immensely beneficial to Zhao Yulan, comparable to ingesting numerous elixirs. Zhao Zhiyan stood guard nearby while Qinglin continued with the refining process. Shortly after Zhao Yulan settled into a meditative position, the treetops not far away began to tremble, indicating the approach of a beast. Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin had long been aware and were on high alert. Suddenly, over 30 monkeys with red faces and white rumps appeared, shouting incessantly at the sight of the human and the two beasts, seemingly attempting to scare them away with their cries. Qinglin signaled for Zhao Zhiyan to carry Zhao Yulan away. Now was not the time for confrontation. As the trio departed, the monkeys surged into the orchard. Indeed, the place where Zhao Yulan and her companions had just lingered was a wild fruit orchard. Otherwise, how could there be such an abundance of spiritual fruits to consume? Dragging Zhao Yulan away from the monkey horde, they soon found themselves near a cluster of bird nests. These nests hung upside down from the trees, with numerous avian beasts flitting in and out. It became clear to them that within this nameless secret realm, each region had its own rulers. These natives, though not necessarily powerful, certainly numbered in great abundance, much like the earlier monkey troop and the current flock of birds. The birds, about the size of a palm, were entirely white, with red beaks and black eyes, their calls melodious and pleasing to the ear. Most possessed a cultivation level around the mid-stage of qi refinement. As Qinglin approached, she was quickly detected, and once again, the trio faced expulsion. Continuing their escape, they arrived at the lakeside. The lake was vast, stretching beyond the horizon, but the shores were lined with reeds, providing a habitat for many spirit beasts. Zhao Zhiyan sought a hiding spot, waiting for Zhao Yulan to complete her refining. As for Qinglin, entering this watery domain felt akin to returning home. Her slender body slipped beneath the surface, swiftly vanishing from sight. Qinglin meandered through the water, weaving between the reeds, moving further away from Zhao Zhiyan's position before daring to truly act. Searching the vicinity, she soon discovered a nest of bird eggs. One by one, they were swallowed whole. When the avian beast's parents discovered it, not a single egg remained in the nest. Numerous aquatic beasts also fell prey to the enormous maw of the azure-scaled creature. As a dragon, its diet was remarkably diverse. In pursuit of elevation in its realm, it could consume anything. The azure-scaled beast was indulging heartily, while the other, known as Zhao Zhiyan, maintained a more composed demeanor, quietly accompanying Zhao Yulan. When Zhao Yulan completed her refinement and opened her eyes to survey her surroundings, the azure-scaled beast returned, bringing with it a 3-meter-long giant fish. Without hesitation, Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Yulan began to feast. These were superior supplements, unattainable in their home, particularly after refining the spiritual fruit. Zhao Yulan noticed a slight enhancement in her realm. Her physique had grown significantly stronger, akin to 6 months of rigorous physical training. In the days that followed, Zhao Yulan experienced unparalleled comfort. An abundance of spiritual fruits and meats flowed in, not only causing her realm to loosen, but also noticeably increasing her physical strength. She explored the vicinity of the lake thoroughly, collecting numerous spiritual herbs. Just as the trio indulged in their bounty, the earth suddenly trembled, snapping many trees and sending countless beasts fleeing, abandoning their lairs in panic. Zhao Yulan, observing the throngs of beasts, felt a shiver run down her spine. She had never anticipated such a multitude of creatures lurking nearby. The azure-scaled beast and Zhao Zhiyan sensed the disturbance, hoisting Zhao Yulan and fleeing with the fleeing horde. Zhao Yulan, still dazed, suddenly caught a whiff of something charred while seated atop Zhao Zhiyan. Scanning her surroundings, she soon spotted a raging inferno on the horizon. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the slower beasts in its fiery embrace. Zhao Yulan trembled. The fact that these beasts could be consumed by flames indicated the fire was no ordinary blaze. A typical forest fire would never instill such fear in the beasts. If it could devour them, it could surely incinerate her as well. Zhao Yulan immediately clung tightly to Zhao Zhiyan and activated the divine movement talisman for both Zhao Zhiyan and the azure-scaled beast. They had to run. There was no way they could be caught by the flames. Zhao Yulan had no desire to become a roasted chicken, for that would be an exceptionally humiliating end. Zhao Zhiyan and the azure-scaled beast comprehended the urgency of the situation and reached their maximum speed, deftly weaving through the chaotic stampede of beasts. Zhao Yulan occasionally glanced back, noticing the fire drawing closer. The flames that once flickered on the horizon were now shrouded in thick smoke. She also spotted figures of several cultivators, likely invited geniuses by the golden leaves. Be cautious. There are other cultivators nearby, Zhao Yulan warned. During her time with her family, Zhao Zhiyan had taught her that in the realm of cultivation, cultivators posed the greatest danger, a lesson Zhao Yulan recalled vividly. Thus, she felt compelled to caution against unfamiliar cultivators. An increasing number of beasts surged into the tide of escape, and a multitude of cultivators began to reveal themselves. The location of their former lake had succumbed to the flames, with the water rapidly evaporating. Zhao Yulan exhaled in relief, grateful that she had not chosen to plunge into the lake, for otherwise, she would surely have perished. The fire was peculiarly intense, causing them to flee in a daze. Ultimately, some of the slower cultivators were engulfed in the flames, reduced to ashes, thereby accelerating the inferno's veracity. The sight of these cultivators struggling amidst the blaze was vividly etched in her mind, compelling Zhao Yulan to adapt to this brutal reality. The acrid scent of roasting flesh made her swallow hard, only to be followed by a wave of nausea. Thus, the relentless escape continued, with cultivators and demonic beasts alike succumbing to the fiery abyss for dozens of hours. The original large group had suffered a staggering loss of 3/4 of its members, a truly harrowing scene. When they finally emerged from the forest into a vast stony desert, the absence of vegetation allowed the flames to gradually subside. The group exchanged glances, realizing that the demonic beasts which had once fled alongside them were now dissipating into starlight, vanishing from sight. Only the cultivators remained, along with the spirit beasts and puppets they had brought along. Zhao Yulan's mind raced as she suddenly recognized a crucial point. This conflagration seemed to act as a sieve, culling those who could not escape. The native demonic beasts transformed into flickering starlight served as irrefutable evidence of this. These creatures were merely there to enhance the atmosphere. Their deaths under the searing flames or through trampling rendered unervingly real. The other surviving cultivators quickly grasped the situation as well, scrutinizing one another and retreating to a safe distance. Given that this was the first selection, it was only natural that a second would follow, necessitating utmost caution. Zhao Yulan articulated her conjecture while her gaze swept across the unfamiliar stony expanse. The desert was a laying of sand and gravel, with a few green plants punctuating the landscape amidst the swirling dust. The once wary group was instantly captivated by the greenery, for they discovered that these plants were, astonishingly, second-tier spiritual herbs. The discovery of such herbs within the nameless secret realm stirred envy in every heart. Without regard for anything else, the cultivators rushed forward. At that moment, a massive tail barb erupted from the ground, piercing through the two nearest cultivators. Subsequently, a colossal black scorpion emerged, brandishing its formidable pincers. This fearsome demonic beast, with its 2 rows of compound eyes, was a sight to behold, and its perfected chi refinement realm caused many cultivators to take a step back. However, among the gifted individuals invited into the secret realm, there were cultivators of varying levels, including those in the foundation establishment stage. A few spells were unleashed, and the giant scorpion was obliterated along with its shell. A childlike cultivator swaggered forward, intent on harvesting the second-tier spiritual herbs. Just as he reached out, several more giant scorpions charged forth. Nevertheless, the chi refinement beast stood no chance against the foundation establishment experts. With a few more spells, the scorpions were eradicated, allowing the young cultivator to finally collect the coveted herbs. How long until we possess such strength? Zhao Yulan, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, felt an overwhelming sense of envy. The foundation-building cultivator possesses an inherent confidence. No sooner had these words been uttered than a multitude of colossal scorpions emerged from the desert expanse, each one at the late stage of chi refinement. The foundation-building cultivator remained unperturbed, deftly vanishing in the blink of an eye. The remaining cultivators, however, were stricken with pallor, for trouble had now befallen them. Zhao Yulan felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the formidable scorpions possessed considerable prowess, and confronting them head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Will we be able to escape? Zhao Yulan inquired, gazing at the encroaching scorpions. Woof woof. Zhao Zhiyan nodded in affirmation. The giant scorpions, with their massive bodies and armored exoskeletons, exuded strength, enhanced defense, and formidable combat capabilities, yet their speed was significantly hampered. Even though the scorpions were at the late stage of chi refinement, they could not hope to catch up with Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin. Many cultivators recognized this and employed various methods to flee, while those lacking swiftness could only rely on their strength to carve a bloody path or perish in the fray. Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin, agile as ever, were undeterred by Zhao Yulan's presence. They navigated beneath the scorpions' bellies, with Qinglin occasionally sinking its fangs into the scorpions' joints, injecting venom. The toxin permeated the scorpions' bodies, rendering them incapacitated. At that moment, Zhao Yulan's understanding of Qinglin deepened further. However, the sheer number of scorpions continued to surge from the sands, seemingly engulfing the entirety of the desert. Some cultivators, exhausted and slowing, found themselves ensnared and fatally crushed by the scorpions. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yulan collected the storage bags from the fallen cultivators, draping them over herself. With an increase in her storage capacity, she could now bring back even more treasures. "This is splendid," Zhao Yulan exclaimed, reassured by the presence of Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin amidst the looming peril. "Let us gather the spiritual herbs along the way," she advised. Chapter 85. The single-humped camel. As Zhao Yulan deftly maneuvered beneath the scorpions' abdomens, she filled her storage bags to the brim with second-tier spiritual herbs. Her actions caught the attention of several fleeing cultivators nearby, who, emboldened, began to launch attacks against her. "Hey, if you want the spiritual herbs, you should collect them yourself," Zhao Yulan retorted angrily, taken aback by their audacity. She realized the wisdom imparted by Zhao Zhiyan was indeed profound. At the same time, she signaled to Qinglin, who revealed its venomous fangs and began to unleash a cloud of toxic mist. In an instant, the vicinity was shrouded in the noxious haze. Zhao Zhiyan swiftly maneuvered out of the toxic cloud, while Qinglin slowed down to block the surrounding cultivators. Some attempted to consume antidotes, yet still succumbed, blood streaming from their orifices. At this juncture, the gazes directed at Qinglin were rife with terror. Utilizing the toxic mist, the trio distanced themselves from the other cultivators, escaping into solitude. The seemingly endless swarm of scorpions continued to navigate rapidly around them. As the spiritual flora dwindled across the desert, the sands began to encroach further. With a vigorous kick, Zhao Zhiyan plunged his foot into the sand, sinking halfway. Fortunately, the giant scorpions had vanished. The other cultivators were also flung aside. Before them lay an endless expanse of sandy sea. Zhao Yulan felt a surge of excitement. Is this the desert? A realm she had only encountered in books now piqued her interest immensely. The heat here was more intense, and she could almost perceive the air shimmering in the sweltering atmosphere. However, after a while, the omnipresent yellow sand became rather monotonous. Zhao Yulan opened her storage bag and presented it before Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin, saying, "Here are some spiritual herbs. See if you can make use of them. These are second-tier spiritual herbs, a rarity in the outside world." Both Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin retrieved a leaf each, chewing thoughtfully. The potency of second-tier herbs was overwhelming. Consuming them whole would be unmanageable, especially in a secret realm. The trio took a moment to recuperate, contemplating their next move. Retreat was out of the question. The very essence of a secret realm is to challenge. One must forge ahead without hesitation. Turning back unexpectedly could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, continuing forward in this limitless desert, devoid of any water source, posed the risk of dehydration, even for cultivators. How wonderful it would be to be a foundation establishment cultivator, capable of abstaining from food and surviving in the desert. Zhao Yulan recalled the young-looking cultivator she had encountered earlier, just as she was lost in thought. Zhao Zhiyan barked several times, drawing the attention of both Zhao Yulan and Qinglin. To their dismay, at the edge of the desert, countless single-humped camel beasts were frothing at the mouth, staggering towards them. The state of these camels was unmistakably menacing. As the trio attempted to turn and flee, they discovered their retreat had inexplicably been cut off. Indeed, the rocky expanse that once lay behind them had transformed into an unfathomable abyss, instilling a deep sense of dread. Before them loomed a sea of single-humped camels, their bizarre demeanor even more alarming. Zhao Yulan promptly activated 3 earth escape talismans, enabling them to burrow underground. Thank goodness for the ample provisions prepared by grandfather, or they would surely be doomed, Zhao Yulan mused. While Zhao Yulan and her companions managed to evade this round of elimination, the other invitees faced varying degrees of fortune. Some factions were well aware of the nameless secret realm and had come well prepared. Conversely, those who had entered without knowledge of the nameless secret realm found themselves utterly unarmed. Having narrowly escaped the first 2 eliminations, they began to comprehend the true essence of terror and despair as the multitude of single-humped camels approached. These camels, in a frenzied state, were driven to madness by the roars of cultivators who, in their desperation, resorted to self-detonation rather than endure humiliation at the hands of the beasts. Beneath the surface, Zhao Yulan and her companions pressed onward, only to discover countless tunnels woven through the sandy soil. The shifting sand seemed stabilized, preventing any collapse. It resembled the work of earthworms, but could there truly be earthworms in the desert? Zhao Yulan inquired. Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin shook their heads in disbelief. After all, they were merely spirit beasts. How could a turtle possibly discern the distribution of demon beasts? Moreover, the tunnels were astonishingly vast. Zhao Yulan stood in the center of the tunnel, which was so wide that it could easily accommodate 4 or 5 of her combined. Just as Zhao Yulan pondered the identity of the demon beast that excavated such a cavernous tunnel, Zhao Zhiyan abruptly snatched her away, retreating swiftly into the nearby sand. Shortly thereafter, a colossal worm, reminiscent of an earthworm but of a gargantuan size, emerged, filling the tunnel entirely. Its head featured a massive maw adorned with jagged, spike-like teeth. Neither Zhao Yulan nor the two beasts could identify this demon beast, yet they instinctively stilled their breaths. Once the 100-meter-long worm vanished from sight, they dared to resume their normal breathing. A demon beast of the Foundation establishment stage. It must have detected our presence, Zhao Yulan surmised with certainty. The worm, however, paid them no heed, evidently preoccupied with matters of greater significance. Aside from a select few demon beasts, those capable of breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage typically possessed considerable intelligence, and this worm was no exception. The fact that it abandoned 3 chi refining stage meals to hasten towards something else undoubtedly signified the presence of something extraordinary. Yet, what good was it to know that it was a treasure? What did it matter to yearn for it? Zhao Yulan and her companions dared not intrude upon the commotion. Let us depart quickly. We must traverse the desert first, Zhao Yulan urged, recalling their prior experiences, as there should be other regions awaiting them beyond the desert. The trio hastened onwards, only to encounter further complications. The frenzied, single-humped camels still roamed the surface, and they dared not reveal themselves recklessly, while the subterranean world remained tumultuous. The enormous worms they had previously seen were now congregating ahead. Zhao Yulan was not the only one utilizing underground escape talismans. Other cultivators were present as well. Their reunion was prompted by the fact that they were all trapped in this predicament. Zhao Yulan clutched Zhao Zhiyan tightly, resolved to circumvent this area. However, Qing Lin charged toward the direction of the worms. Zhao Zhiyan sensed Qing Lin drifting further away, but, in his determination to protect Zhao Yulan, could not attend to anything else. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulan remained oblivious to Qing Lin's peculiar behavior, which was far from arbitrary. Qing Lin had sensed something that would greatly benefit him, which was precisely why the worms had gathered. With his diminutive form, especially in comparison to the gigantic worms, Qing Lin cautiously navigated among them, and soon discovered a fruit nestled within the earth. The fruit was a vibrant crimson, adorned with patterns resembling dragon scales. Its aura was faint, indicating it was not yet ripe. However, the moment Qing Lin laid eyes upon it, he was entranced, his mind consumed with thoughts of the fruit. Like the multitude of worms, Qing Lin patiently awaited his opportunity. After an indeterminate passage of time, the fruit began to emit an alluring fragrance, instantly inciting a frenzy among the worms. The once tranquil creatures surged towards the fruit, devoid of any rational thought. Chapter 86. The great turtle Zhao Zhiyan arrived at the edge of the desert with Zhao Yulan, yet the traces of Qing Lin had long since vanished. Only Zhao Zhiyan, with a faint sense, perceived that the other party was still alive. A few reassuring barks calmed Zhao Yulan. Without ample time to ponder, the desert suddenly disappeared, revealing a celestial spirit plant before them. The plant resembled a vine, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, while its tendrils reached towards the heavens. The vine was crisp, adorned with large leaves and yellow flowers. The leaves were enormous, comparable in size to an entire county. This leaf felt strikingly familiar, Zhao Yulan instinctively remarked, recalling the golden leaf that had invited her, which bore an uncanny resemblance. As fluctuations rippled through the space, Zhao Yulan noticed several cultivators materializing not far away. These individuals had already positioned themselves atop the lowest layer of the vine's leaves. Are we to ascend? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a colossal beetle began to crawl up from the roots. The aura emanating from the beetle was overwhelmingly potent, causing involuntary tremors among all present. What realm does this beetle belong to? Zhao Yulan felt her legs weaken. Such a formidable presence was unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Even foundational cultivators were utterly incomparable. The only solace was that the beetle moved at a sluggish pace, seemingly granting everyone a chance to escape. The cultivators understood this instinctively, steeling themselves as they began to climb the vine. Zhao Zhiyan, true to his title as the Canine King, grasped Zhao Yulan and also commenced the ascent. The vine was thick, akin to a thoroughfare, making the climb relatively effortless. However, upon reaching a cluster of yellow flowers, the fragrant nectar wafted through the air, inciting covetousness among the crowd. Several cultivators instantly clashed, while others lost their grip and fell from the vine, only to be consumed by the beetle. A flying sword plummeted from above, slicing into Zhao Yulan's arm, restoring her clarity. She immediately seized Zhao Tian's ear, tugging firmly as she urged, Zhao Tian, we must not be entranced. The pain in Zhao Tian's ear jolted him from his greed. At that moment, both the human and beast witnessed a cultivator breach the yellow flowers, only to be instantly enveloped and transformed into a viscous slurry. Quickly, they evaded the battlefield and continued their ascent. With every leaf they traversed, Zhao Yulan discerned the full extent of their surroundings, realizing that life, thrived even here. Time slipped by unmeasured until a droplet of water fell from the sky, enveloping both the human and beast and sending them plummeting downward. A gentle breeze altered the droplet's trajectory, landing it upon a leaf. With a resounding thud, they struck the leaf, causing pain to radiate throughout their bodies. Unbeknownst to them, the water began to seep into their forms, fervently transforming their very beings. The initial agony swiftly dissipated, soon giving way to an unsettling realization. This was no ordinary water. Zhao Yulan took a lick, and suddenly felt invigorated, as the strength of her flesh gradually increased. This single mouthful of water surpasses 7 days of my martial arts training, resulting in a slight enhancement of physical strength. Zhao Yulan was filled with exhilaration, and Zhao Zhiyan seized the opportunity to savor the liquid as well. Indeed, this water proved beneficial for Zhao Zhiyan too. The duo, a human and a beast, drank fervently, soon consuming the entirety of the precious liquid. Both felt a sense of comfort wash over them, accompanied by a subtle elevation in their realms of cultivation. After finishing the water, they remembered to be vigilant of their surroundings. Enormous leaves sheltered numerous insect-like demon beasts. Each of these creatures sparkled with a translucent sheen, their mouths wielding straw-like appendages that penetrated the leaves, voraciously siphoning sustenance. Zhao Zhiyan discerned that these insect demon beasts possessed low realms and lacked any semblance of combat prowess, prompting him to bite into one, tearing away large chunks of flesh. The burst of flavor was exquisite. Even when bitten, the insect demon beasts offered no resistance, as if nothing had transpired. As Zhao Zhiyan swallowed the flesh, he was surprised to find it bore the effects of a spiritual herb, causing a subtle increase in his internal spiritual energy. He promptly signaled Zhao Yulan to join him in feasting, though she felt a tinge of apprehension. She trusted Zhao Zhiyan and closed her eyes, beginning to partake in the meal. The taste of the flesh surged through her senses, igniting a newfound fondness for it, compelling her to consume it with abandon. Had we known such demon beasts existed, we should have lingered on the lower leaves, Zhao Yulan remarked. The nameless secret realm was fraught with peril, yet opportunities abounded, contingent upon one's fortune. Some cultivators gradually approached, influenced by the yellow flowers, now hesitant to touch anything carelessly. Upon witnessing the duo devouring the demon beasts, their curiosity was piqued, and they sought out leaves to engage in similar activities. The beetles pursuing them drew nearer, their formidable presence alerting everyone to the imminent danger. Zhao Yulan tore off a leg from an insect demon beast, hoisting it onto her shoulder as she and Zhao Zhiyan continued their ascent, occasionally biting into the meat, which brought immense satisfaction. They both experienced breakthroughs. Zhao Zhiyan ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement, while Zhao Yulan reached the 5th layer. Zhao Zhiyan, it hasn't been long since our last breakthroughs. This sudden advancement must be due to our abundant consumption along the way, Zhao Yulan speculated. Zhao Zhiyan wholeheartedly agreed, offering no further explanations. Concern washed over Zhao Yulan as she wondered about Qinglin's well-being. Woof woof. Zhao Zhiyan reassured her, sensing through their bond that Qinglin was thriving, and even experiencing a rise in cultivation. As they chatted amiably, the human and beast unknowingly ascended to a towering height. From this vantage point, they beheld much of the nameless secret realm sprawled before them, while their pursuers had vanished from sight, along with the shadows of other cultivators. Zhao Yulan and Zhao Zhiyan stood at the edge of the leaf, gazing in awe at the entirety of the secret realm. Zhao Zhiyan, look over there. Is that forest our point of arrival? And the Gobian desert? At that moment, Zhao Yulan realized that all the regions genuinely existed. The earlier instances of disappearance must have been mere illusions. Furthermore, as their vision expanded outward, they found themselves surrounded by an expanse of void, obscuring all clarity. The nameless secret realm seemed to drift within this emptiness. However, Zhao Yulan soon noticed something amiss. Although the nameless secret realm appeared to be in motion from their vantage point, there seemed to be an object beneath it. After observing for a considerable time, both the human and the beast ultimately discerned that it was an enormous turtle, so colossal it was almost unfathomable, carrying the nameless secret realm as it floated in the void. Everything within the nameless secret realm was built upon the back of this turtle, rendering all other beings insignificantly small in its presence. Chapter 87. Ascending the heavenly ladder, the turtle's realm was inscrutable, as if it did not exist at all. This was what astonished Zhao Yulan the most. Indeed, the world of cultivation was replete with surprises. Moreover, the celestial spirit plant occasionally shrank some of its leaves, transforming them into golden leaves that drifted toward the outer realms, likely in search of other prodigies. If possessing 3 spiritual roots qualifies one as a genius, then the number of such talents in the cultivation world must be considerable, given the vast base from which they arise. Yet, Zhao Yulan pondered, have we encountered even 100 cultivators on our journey? Now situated in a secure location, the human and beast found leisure to converse. Zhao Zhiyan nodded, noting that the count of cultivators they had encountered exceeded 100. However, most were quite young. As they continued to observe the entirety of the nameless secret realm, they soon witnessed the yellow flowers near the celestial spirit plant rapidly withering before their eyes, giving way to mature fruit. The yellow flowers were substantial, yet the fruits they bore were merely the size of a palm, reminiscent of apples, but exuding an enticing fragrance. Recalling the scene of the yellow flowers devouring beings, Zhao Yulan instinctively recoiled, wishing to distance herself from the fruit. Zhao Zhiyan, emboldened, approached to sniff the fruit. Upon lightly prodding it, the fruit fell to the ground. After determining that the fruit was non-toxic, Zhao Zhiyan did not hastily consume it, but instead offered it to Zhao Yulan, encouraging her to store it in her spatial pouch. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Yulan chose to trust Zhao Zhiyan and placed the fruit into her pouch. Just as she secured the fruit, Zhao Yulan noticed a multitude of cultivators arriving one after another. They stood upon the same leaf, their eyes intently fixed above. Following their gaze, Zhao Yulan realized, to her astonishment, that she had unwittingly ascended to the top of the celestial spirit plant. At the summit were tender green leaves, seemingly still in the process of growth. Moreover, a portal of void had opened amidst these tender leaves, emanating an alluring aura. The fragrance was utterly captivating, compelling everyone to yearn to enter. However, those who have arrived at this juncture are resolute individuals, and soon enough, they manage to suppress their greed. They exchanged glances, seeking the first among them who would dare to venture forth. This grand portal could potentially lead to their escape. Zhao Yulan murmured softly, for it seemed they had no other means of departing from the nameless secret realm. Others appeared to share this suspicion, and a daring adventurer was the first to boldly step inside. The cultivator vanished into the door without a trace, leaving the onlookers even more perplexed. This nameless secret realm did not seem as enigmatic as the tale suggested. After being pursued relentlessly, their only gain had been a few spiritual herbs. Great-grandfather had said that any cultivator who managed to survive the nameless secret realm would experience a significant enhancement in their strength. Yet, you and I have merely advanced one level in our cultivation, Zhao Yulan pondered. Could it be that the ultimate secret lies beyond this door? Unbeknownst to her, she found herself walking towards the entrance. Some cultivators, lost in deeper contemplation, entered before her and subsequently vanished from sight. The number of those who had reached this point was dwindling unbeknownst to them. As time flowed slowly by, Zhao Yulan approached the threshold. Just as she lifted a foot to step inside, a cultivator suddenly appeared from behind, grasping her long robe and forcefully casting her aside, before entering without a second thought. The abrupt fall jolted Zhao Yulan from her reverie. Upon regaining her composure, she hurriedly rushed to drag Zhao Zhiyan back with her. Even in her deep thoughts, she had glimpsed the scene within the door moments ago. It was not a passage home, but rather a portal to another world. The ground was strewn with the bones of those who had come before. Furthermore, above the door, Zhao Yulan discerned 3 words: ascend the heavenly ladder. Ascend to the heavens? What a farce. Zhao Yulan was naturally skeptical. Even if they were cultivators, she had learned through her training that even the mightiest cannot attain immortality. As for the heavens, merely a material concept enveloping their existence. The notion of ascending to the heavens struck Zhao Yulan as a jest. Even if ascending were possible, it would require one to be a master at a higher realm. How could a mere passage dare to claim such a title? Zhao Yulan scoffed. She cared not for what lay on the other side of the passage, nor did she wish to find out. Zhao Zhiyan, whom Zhao Yulan had pulled back, stepped forward once more, scrutinizing the words on the door. He too expressed disdain at the sight. The duo, no longer curious, turned their attention to the remaining cultivators, observing whether they would choose to enter. After all, everyone was lost in contemplation, no longer clear-headed. Zhao Yulan retrieved a second-tier spiritual herb from her storage and shared it with Zhao Zhiyan, taking turns to refine it. Due to the nature of the second-tier herb, the refining process was slow. Time slipped away unnoticed. Once again, the pair achieved a breakthrough, with Zhao Zhiyan reaching the 8th layer of qi refinement. Zhao Yulan broke through to the 6th level of qi refinement, with half of the spiritual herbs remaining in her storage bag. They had no intention of continuing the refining process. Zhao Tian, do you not feel that the pace of cultivation here is swifter? Zhao Tian nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Simultaneously, glancing in another direction, only a dozen cultivators remained. The rest had either entered the Grand Gate or retreated the way they came. The remaining few were also engrossed in their cultivation. Looking towards the gate atop the heavenly spirit plant, it had now been entirely shut. How are we to exit? Zhao Yulan lamented. Surely we are not meant to reside here indefinitely. Yet, she recalled that others had managed to leave earlier. Unwilling to accept her fate, Zhao Yulan began to search for an exit. Zhao Tian accompanied her as they retraced their steps along the stem and leaves. The beetles that had previously pursued them had vanished, but transparent insect beasts still roamed freely. Together, the duo sought a way out while feasting on these insect beasts to augment their physical prowess. After an indeterminate distance, Zhao Yulan spotted a familiar figure on a leaf. "Qinglin, you are alive. How splendid," she exclaimed, rushing over. At this moment, Qinglin had undergone significant changes in appearance. Firstly, its size had expanded from approximately 2.5 meters to nearly 20, clearly becoming a colossal creature. The horns atop its head had fully developed, resembling those of a deer. Its shimmering scales appeared remarkably sturdy, undoubtedly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Beneath its abdomen, the 4 protrusions that had once appeared had now completed their metamorphosis into claws. These claws were sharp, akin to oversized eagle talons, yet more robust. A dorsal fin reminiscent of a mountain peak had emerged on its back, while its tail remained slender. Qinglin had reached the 10th level of qi refinement, achieving a state of consummate qi refinement. "Is this a dragon?" Zhao Yulan gasped in astonishment. Qinglin shook its head. Its bloodline had undergone transformation, yet it had not attained the purity of a true dragon. It remained a Qinglin flood dragon. Chapter 88, Gourdvine. Its exterior bore a striking resemblance to the dragon clan, which significantly bolstered Qinglin's confidence and combat prowess. Although it was currently merely at the 10th level of qi refinement, Qinglin was certain of its invincibility in this realm. The reunion of the trio, comprising 1 human and 2 beasts, was marked by palpable excitement. Concurrently, Zhao Yulan and Xiao Tian were curious about how Qinglin had survived, given the numerous colossal worms, many of which had reached the foundation establishment stage. It was indeed surprising that Qinglin had endured. Qinglin waved its tail, inscribing its experiences on the leaf. Indeed, both Qinglin and Xiao Tian could read. As spirit beasts endowed with intelligence, they had occasionally eavesdropped while Zhao's family members studied culture. Over time, they had naturally grasped much of it. Zhao Yulan attentively observed Qinglin's writing, suddenly filled with admiration for it. "How perilous it is," Zhao Yulan exclaimed. According to the account penned by Qinglin, the initial confrontation with numerous worms in the underground realm resulted in a resounding defeat. Not only did he fail, but he also sustained grave injuries. With no other recourse, Qinglin was compelled to retreat to the depths below to recuperate. However, fate was not entirely unkind. He stumbled upon the lair of a colossal worm. In a bold move, Qinglin consumed the eggs of the giant worm and took refuge within the eggshell, only to discover the adult giant worm returning. Expecting certain death, he was astonished to observe the adult worm entering a cocoon, rendered immobile. At that moment, Qinglin recognized that this cocooning giant worm was the very one that had successfully claimed the treasure in their previous encounter. Summoning his courage, he ventured into the cocoon, seizing the opportunity to drain the creature of its vitality, along with the unspent treasures, transforming them into sustenance for himself. What transpired next was relatively straightforward. Qinglin harnessed the essence of the giant worm to safely refine everything, also mending his wounds. Following this, he sought out the means to sense their surroundings. A few lines of text were completed, but to Zhao Yulan, they were nothing short of heart-pounding. Had luck been less favorable, Qinglin might have perished in that moment. The trio, comprising 1 person and 2 beasts, engaged in extensive discussions before steering the conversation back to the main topic. "Qinglin, how do we escape? We won't be trapped here forever, will we?" Zhao Yulan's voice quavered, betraying her youthful vulnerability. Qinglin raised his head high, scanning the surroundings, and soon took the lead. Zhao Yulan and Xiao Tian followed closely behind, swiftly returning to the pinnacle of the celestial spirit plant. The colossal worm that Qinglin had once devoured was the sovereign among worms. From this, he gleaned fragments of memory, one of which revealed the method to exit the nameless secret realm. It could be said that the means of departure varied across different regions. For instance, from the apex of the celestial spirit plant, one needed to leap downwards. With a flick of his tail, Qinglin exchanged incredulous glances with Zhao Yulan and Xiao Tian. Their bodies plummeted rapidly, the immense force rendering them speechless. Qinglin followed suit, allowing himself to fall freely. During the descent, all 3 felt certain memories fade, particularly those related to the nameless secret realm. Upon landing, Zhao Yulan found herself seated on the ground, utterly bewildered. "How did I end up here?" she wondered, glancing around to see both Xiao Tian and Qinglin present. Moreover, they were now at the seaside of the Zhao family estate. Xiao Tian and Qinglin shared her bewilderment, uncertain of the events that had transpired. Instinctively, Zhao Yulan examined herself, discovering several storage bags, which contained a plethora of second-tier spiritual herbs. Hastily covering the bags, she leaped onto Xiao Tian's back. "Let us return home," she urged. After a long-awaited return to the family, upon encountering Zhao Zhiyan, the group began to recount their experiences, gradually recalling most of the events. Yet, the occurrences within the nameless secret realm remained shrouded in forgetfulness. "So, we have spent an entire year within the nameless secret realm?" Zhao Yulan could hardly believe it. It felt like no time had passed at all. The storage bags and spiritual herbs adorning her were undoubtedly brought forth from the nameless secret realm. The changes in her cultivation level mirrored this as well. Zhao Zhiyan confirmed her suspicions. It was common for cultivators to forget the events that transpired within the nameless secret realm, a fact Zhao Zhiyan was well aware of. The three of you have contributed immensely to the family by retrieving such a plethora of second-tier spiritual herbs. Now, rest well and continue your cultivation. Zhao Zhiyan instructed them to return to the spirit vein to recuperate, as all pertinent matters had already been thoroughly discussed. He then laid out all the spiritual herbs to examine their specific types. Most of the herbs were of a supportive nature, particularly the primary ingredients for refining pills suitable for foundational cultivators. These herbs could be consumed directly, albeit with slightly diminished effects. They were perfectly timed for the imminent preparation for advancement to the foundational level. As Zhao Zhiyan stored the herbs away, he stumbled upon a fruit resembling an apple. Had Zhao Yulan been present, she would have undoubtedly informed him that this was the fruit of the heavenly spirit plant, which Xiaotian had instructed to be kept. Zhao Zhiyan noticed that the quality of the fruit was somewhat indistinct as he leaned in for a closer inspection. The fruit unexpectedly slipped from his grasp and burrowed into the roots of the spiritual gourd vine cultivated by Zhao Zhiyan and Zhao Zijing. The gourd vine, which had already grown several meters, visibly surged with growth, swiftly enveloping the vicinity of the spirit vein. A dozen gourd flowers suddenly bloomed in an astonishing display. Zhao Zhiyan was taken aback. It appeared there existed a spirit fruit even more remarkable than the spirit plant cultivation technique. Why had he never heard of such a spirit fruit before? Not only that, the spiritual gourd vine seemed to have undergone a transformation, appearing as if it were on the verge of an upgrade. Originally a first-tier gourd vine, it was poised to ascend to the second tier, merely requiring a few days to fully absorb the spirit fruit for this advancement to be inevitable. This gourd vine had been a gift from the Qian family market, which Zhao Ziyuan had subsequently passed on to Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing. If several second-tier spiritual gourds were indeed to sprout, the family's future needs for magical artifacts would be assured. Zhao Ziyuan was immensely exhilarated. In the days to follow, he even took over the care of the gourd vine from Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing. As a spiritual plant, the growth rate of the gourd vine was somewhat slow, and it would require quite some time for the gourds to mature. The incident of Zhao Yulan entering the nameless secret realm was known to very few, allowing the Zhao family to remain undisturbed, with life continuing in serene tranquility. Throughout the year that Zhao Yulan spent within the nameless secret realm, the family did not welcome any newborns, nor did any children meet the requirements to test their spiritual roots. Furthermore, the family's maritime trade flourished. The inaugural shipment was exceedingly successful, delivering a substantial quantity of goods at low cost and garnering considerable renown. Not only did the number of individuals seeking Zhao family transport services increase, but numerous factions also began to take an interest in maritime trade. Some even formed their own fleets, while many more sought to collaborate with the Zhao family to reap the benefits. The Zhao family naturally rejected any threats. Yet there were those audacious enough to dare challenge them. The consequences were inevitable. The forces that dared to threaten the Zhao family, including their representatives and clan leaders, all perished. Zhao Guangzhong gazed at the severed heads delivered by the earthly immortals he had employed, his heart racing with exhilaration. Chapter 89. The Wolf Pack and the Eight Gourds' second brother. Are you not concerned about being discovered as you incessantly hire assassins? Zhao Guangji questioned. Not out of fear of retaliation, but rather out of disdain for the ensuing troubles. Some of these competitors were undeniably arrogant. Yet Zhao Guangji had not anticipated his brother's extreme measures. Rest assured, Zhao Guangzhong replied. I have thoroughly investigated the families targeted for assassination. They are mere mortals without any connection to cultivators. If any ties were to be drawn, it would only be to the royal family of the Great Xia. Families without the backing of cultivators are not worthy of consideration. Zhao Guangzhong remained unperturbed. Over the years, the Zhao family had developed a reputation in the realm of cultivation, gradually becoming known to ordinary mortals. Especially among martial artists, their name had become synonymous with renown. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Guangzhong could afford to hire earthly immortals as enforcers. This wave of assassinations indeed instilled fear in many families, granting the Zhao family a semblance of tranquility. By the way, our second uncle has instructed us not to focus solely on maritime endeavors, but also to explore further afield. Into deeper waters, Zhao Guangji shifted the topic. Some events had already transpired, and discussing them further would be futile. Then let us organize an expedition team, Zhao Guangzhong shrugged, suggesting the hiring of martial artists with generous remuneration to navigate the depths of the sea. The allure of wealth would surely entice willing participants. Thus, the future of the family was settled with but a few exchanges between the two. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan was engrossed in his cultivation. Xiaotian, restless and unable to rest, summoned the other spirit hounds of the family and dashed into the vast grasslands of the Great Shang. The plains were expansive and flat, ideal for the hounds to run freely. As a breed known for their agility, they would run themselves if not taken out by their master. A pack of hounds raced unrestrained, quickly distancing themselves from the Zhao family's territory and venturing deep into the grasslands. Before long, a pungent scent of blood filled the air, heightening the hounds' alertness. As the king of dogs, Zhao Zhiyan was the first to surge ahead, only to discover a multitude of cattle and sheep ravaged by some unknown beast. Zhao Zhiyan sniffed the air, seemingly detecting something. With a series of barks, he led the hounds in a frenzied sprint towards a particular direction. After an indeterminate period of running, a row of caves emerged on the broad grasslands. Beside the caverns lay a pack of tawny wild wolves. The vigilant wolves quickly caught scent of Zhao Zhiyan and his companions, baring their teeth in a menacing display. Zhao Zhiyan stood at the forefront, disdainfully observing the wild wolves. The pack numbered over 100, and it was uncertain when they had made their presence known. Most notably, among these wolves, there were 7 or 8 beastly creatures. The wild wolf demons are not of high rank, merely at the 2nd or 3rd level of chi refinement. Yet in the vicinity, they have established their dominance. Upon revealing the aura of the 8th level of chi refinement, Zhao Zhiyan instantly intimidated the pack of wild wolves. When Zhao Zhiyan heard the commotion, 100 wild wolves, including their pups, were brought back. Gazing at the throng, Zhao Zhiyan swallowed hard. So, this horde of prairie wolves was all captured by you? Zhao Zhiyan inquired. Even a single ordinary adult prairie wolf is not something an average person can contend with, let alone 100, among which are 7 or 8 demon beasts. Most importantly, wild wolf packs are notoriously difficult to tame. Otherwise, the term white-eyed wolf would not exist. Additionally, Zhao Zhiyan suddenly recalled that in his previous life, research indicated that it took tens of thousands of years for wolves to evolve into dogs. However, this is a world of cultivation. By contracting the Wolf King, one could tame the entire pack. Halfway through his thoughts, Zhao Zhiyan's gaze shifted to Zhao Zhiyan. Zhao Zhiyan is the king of dogs. Allowing it to thoroughly conquer this pack of prairie wolves would suffice, eliminating unnecessary complications. If any prairie wolves turn into white-eyed wolves, they could simply be skinned for clothing. With this thought, Zhao Zhiyan looked at Zhao Zhiyan and commanded, "Train this pack of prairie wolves to be more obedient than those ordinary hounds, and then integrate them into the hound group for family patrol duties." Zhao Zhiyan nodded in agreement. Zhao Zhiyan then took out a second-tier spirit herb and tossed it to Zhao Zhiyan as a reward. As Zhao Zhiyan began to refine the second-tier spirit herb, Zhao Zhiyan was pulled away by Zhao Zhiyan. "Father, the gourd vine has produced a small gourd," Zhao Zhiyan exclaimed, guiding Zhao Zhiyan to the gourd vine. The original gourd flowers had withered, giving rise to 8 small gourds, each the size of a fingernail. The gourd vine had now advanced to a second-tier spiritual plant. In fact, much of the spiritual energy from the surrounding small spiritual vein had been absorbed by the gourd vine. Zhao Zhiyan paid no mind to the depletion of spiritual energy. After all, the gourd vine would wither once the gourds matured, which would not take long. Presently, Zhao Zhiyan's focus was solely on the 8 small gourds on the vine. Gather more spirit stones regularly to cover the roots of the gourd vine, accelerating its growth. Zhao Zhiyan commanded, his eyes drawn ever closer to the small gourds, sensing their aura. Second tier, indeed. Zhao Zhiyan's heart swelled with excitement. The family had successfully cultivated a second-tier spiritual plant. Moreover, a unique second-tier spiritual plant like the gourd, even without being refined into a magical artifact, possesses special qualities. Of course, refining it into a magical artifact would be the optimal choice. Zhao Zhiyan was now filled with anticipation. "Father, what shall we do once these gourds mature?" At that moment, Zhao Zhiyan approached. The gourd seeds were initially gifted to the two of them, but subsequent events had left them feeling anxious. "Save one for me. The rest you two can divide among yourselves." However, after some contemplation, Zhao Zhiyan added, "I wish to take them to Qingyang's sect and seek a craftsman to assist with their refinement. That would be more beneficial for you both." Due to Zhao Zhiyan's failure to procure any treasures from the nameless secret realm that could assist in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Zhao Zhiyan resolved to return once more, seeking an opportunity to acquire foundation establishment pills or even techniques. After all, having mingled within the Qingyang sect for over 70 years. Aside from his unfortunate friend Yimei, Zhao Zhiyan did have a few confidants. Seeking their assistance might truly yield results. Moreover, the Zhao clan now possessed considerable strength. Even in a mutually beneficial exchange, those trusted friends would not sever ties with him. Additionally, he planned to take the 8 gourds along, seeking a reliable craftsman to forge them into a treasured artifact for the Zhao family. Could they truly be forged? Zhao Zhiyan and his companion felt a surge of excitement. These were second-tier gourds. If successfully crafted, they would become second-tier magical instruments, an immense allure for them. It can be forged. But I must first break through to foundation establishment. Otherwise, we cannot safeguard these gourds. Should the gourds ripen before I do not reveal anything and await my instructions. Also, remind the other clan members to keep their mouths shut, Zhao Zhiyan commanded. By the way, I shall give you all my cleansing pills. From now on, if anyone in the family requires one, you may distribute it to them, Zhao Zhiyan said, handing the cleansing pills to Zhao Zhiyan. Chapter 90. The Archipelago 3 months later. The Zhao family's adventurers formed a team, equipped with a treasure ship, and set sail into the depths of the ocean. After another 3 months, the adventurers returned with news of an archipelago. The archipelago consisted of 2 large islands surrounded by countless smaller isles. The adventurers initially intended to land on the islands, but were driven away by the creatures inhabiting them. Upon reporting their findings, this caught the attention of Zhao Zhiyan and others. To embark on deep-sea exploration, the Zhao clan had invested significantly, recruiting sailors who were all martial artists at the very least, with masters and grandmasters forming the core, even including earthly immortals stationed there. Such a formidable assembly being unable to land indicated the likely presence of formidable beasts on the islands. The emergence of beasts on an overseas island strongly suggested the existence of spiritual veins. Otherwise, such transformations or daily life would not be feasible. Zhao Zhiyan immediately recognized the significance of the matter and inquired, "How far is the archipelago from us?" "Approximately a month's journey, already classified as deep sea." The adventurers also floated at sea for over a month before discovering the archipelago. "There are no traces of humanity there, making it a veritable paradise," Zhao Guangji explained, as he had gleaned all information from the adventurers. "How large is the archipelago?" Zhao Zhiyan continued his questioning. "Roughly the size of several dozen families' farmlands, encompassing nearly 2 million acres, including the smaller islands," Zhao Guangji replied, elaborating that the islands were densely vegetated and the surrounding waters teemed with fish. By the way, according to the adventurers' observations, the 2 large islands within the archipelago are distinctly divided into 2 parts. Each part hosts different dominant species of animals. One side is inhabited by various serpents, which the adventurers have dubbed Snake Island. On one side lies an island teeming with various avian species, aptly named Bird Island. Conversely, Snake Island is predominantly inhabited by venomous serpents, exhibiting an extraordinary degree of ferocity. Yet, the birds on the opposite side display not a trace of fear. Zhao Zhiyan nodded and elucidated that there must be mystical beasts providing protection, resulting in a parity of strength between the 2 factions. Despite the serpents being natural adversaries to the birds, they are rendered powerless against them. "Are there any additional pieces of information?" Zhao Zhiyan inquired further. Zhao Guangji had nothing more to offer. Both the avian and serpent inhabitants there displayed considerable aggression, and the adventurer team had been repelled, leaving markers before their departure. Zhao Zhiyan's gaze flickered with excitement. He was enamored with such islands. An overseas isle capable of birthing mystical beasts undoubtedly harbors spiritual veins. If the Zhao family could seize control, it would provide a stable and unassailable stronghold for their development. Moreover, the archipelago's vastness could comfortably support millions, rendering it an idyllic domain for their lineage. However, the precise strength of the inhabitants remains unknown. Should there be foundational mystical beasts, it would pose a significant threat. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhiyan commanded, "Guangzhong, take ample spirit stones to the Qian family marketplace to procure detoxification pills, healing elixirs, and various offensive talismans. The more, the better. Guangji, you are to acquire a treasure ship while urging our family's shipyard to expedite its completion. Wei Xin, continue recruiting warriors, this time with a minimum requirement of master-level cultivation, with an appropriate increase in compensation. As for Hoodie, prepare the logistical supplies. We shall set sail. Resolute." Zhao Zhiyan determined to undertake the journey personally. This region, which could provide a reliable foundation for the Zhao family and hold immense significance for future development, warranted his direct inspection. Most importantly, the adventurer team's initial expedition had yielded such remarkable discoveries, meriting significant recognition. "Rewards shall be granted," Zhao Zhiyan proclaimed, seizing the opportunity to convey to both servants and hired hands that the Zhao family maintains a clear system of rewards and punishments. The quartet, comprising Zhao Guangji and the others, hastened to their tasks, while Zhao Zhiyan meticulously selected his companions for the voyage. He would undoubtedly accompany them. Next was Qing Lin, who, having transformed from the azure-scaled python into the azure-scaled flood dragon, possessed a natural superiority in bloodline when confronting both serpentine and avian mystical beasts. With Qing Lin's considerable cultivation level, he would serve as an invaluable ally, instilling Zhao Zhiyan with confidence. As for Zhao Zhiyan, he would remain to guard the family. The pack of fine hounds and the prairie wolves required his suppression, along with the formidable responsibility of protecting the family, rendering his departure unwise. Zhao Zhiyan intended to take 3 or 4 additional fine hound spirit beasts, as their keen sense of smell would prove advantageous in critical moments. Furthermore, The prairie wolf mystical beasts could not be left to starve. They needed engagement in some capacity. Additionally, Hoodie would accompany them to manage the logistics of the fleet. Zhao Yulan would stay behind to keep Xiaodian company. Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing would join the expedition, allowing them to broaden their horizons. A few more descendants practicing the five foe routes would also be selected to accompany them. The remaining recruits would total in the thousands to ensure a sufficient force. A formidable fleet was assembled to explore the secrets of the archipelago. Should circumstances prove unfavorable, Zhao Zhiyan would not insist. A timely retreat would suffice. After all, the most that would be lost would be some time and silver, which the Zhao family could readily accept. However, should success be achieved, it would yield bountiful rewards. A few days later, Zhao Guangzhong returned from Qianjiafang market, burdened with several large bundles of elixirs and talismans, which he promptly laid before Zhao Zhiyan. Staring in astonishment at the impressive array of goods, Zhao Zhiyan inquired, "How much have you procured?" "Second uncle, did you not say that more is always better?" Zhao Guangzhong grinned widely as he began to unwrap the bundles. One by one, jade vials and sheets of talismans were revealed, leaving Zhao Zhiyan momentarily speechless. There were 5,000 sword chi talismans, 50 golden bell talismans, 100 water crossing talismans, 500 healing pills, and 1,000 detoxification pills. I spent all the spirit stones we had saved at home. It couldn't be helped. I traded a considerable number of spirit chicken eggs. And the Qian family offered a discount, which allowed me to acquire such a bounty. Surely this is sufficient? Zhao Guangzhong boasted. Especially impressive were the 5,000 sword chi talismans, enough to vanquish any foundation establishment, formidable foe. Zhao Zhiyan felt a mix of frustration and joy. He was irritated that Zhao Guangzhong had left the family with no reserve spirit stones, yet elated that they could now contend with foundation establishment beasts. With 5,000 sword chi talismans at their disposal, they could obliterate any such creature. Zhao Zhiyan dismissed Zhao Guangzhong, urging him to attend to official business at the county office before he began to organize their newfound treasures and prepare for the next steps. In order to seize the archipelago, Zhao Zhiyan planned to significantly expand the fleet, aiming for at least 20 treasure ships and over 100 auxiliary vessels. Such an extensive endeavor would undoubtedly require considerable expenditure. Fortunately, the Zhao family was not short on funds. They could simply place an order with the shipyard of the Great Xia dynasty and pay extra for expedited service. However, Zhao Zhiyan was taken aback to discover that the Great Xia did not construct new ships, but rather refurbished vessels from the military before delivering them to the Zhao family. From order to delivery, a mere 6 months had elapsed. When Zhao Zhiyan personally boarded the ships for inspection, he noted that the vessels had been treated with new anti-corrosive materials and key components replaced with new ones. Once the family shipyard was established, they could utilize spiritual materials to reinforce critical areas, ensuring even greater stability. Zhao Zhiyan mused upon these refurbished ships, confident in their quality, and prepared to set sail. As for any disputes with the Great Xia, he would leave that to Zhao Guangji. Chapter 91. Departure before embarking. Zhao Zhiyan had one final task to attend to, the assessment of spiritual roots. The youngest batch of children in the family had reached the age for testing, and there were quite a number of them. Among them were Zhao Zhiyan's offspring, including Zhao Husher's son, Zhao Zili, the son of Lu family's eldest, Zhao Ziwei, Zhao Weisher's daughters, Zhao Zishuan and Zhao Ziki, Zhao Yangsher's daughters, Zhao Ziruan and Zhao Zihua, as well as Zhao Guangzhong's concubines' children, Zhao Yuqing and Zhao Yukong. Zhao Guangji's concubine bore Zhao Yucheng, Zhao Youqi, and Zhao Yozong, totaling 10 offspring. Following customary practice, Zhao Zhiyan meticulously extracted their blood for the purpose of testing their spiritual roots. One by one, each attempt brought disappointment, yet hope remained intact. Zhao Ziwei and Zhao Ziruan both exhibited 4 spiritual roots. Zhao Ziwei possessed the roots of wood, water, fire, and earth, while Zhao Ziruan embodied the roots of gold, wood, water, and fire. Their blood was infused into earth attribute spiritual pearls, granting 2 opportunities for nurturing. Zhao Zhiyan, who could resurrect 3 times, felt less urgency regarding longevity, and he wished to seize the chance to test his nurturing abilities. It seemed he must wait until his return to fully experience the prowess of his golden fingers. With a sigh, Zhao Zhiyan entrusted Zhao Ziwei and Zhao Ziruan to Zhao Guangji, instructing him to arrange for the clan members to guide the 2 in absorbing qi into their bodies. You 2, hurry and produce a few more. If it proves too difficult, consider taking additional concubines, Zhao Zhiyan suddenly recalled, addressing Zhao Guangzhong and Zhao Guangji. As the family's children had all undergone spiritual root testing, and with no successors in sight, Zhao Zhiyan was determined to urge his grandsons onward. Having concluded matters regarding the spiritual roots, Zhao Zhiyan prepared to embark. The treasure ship and auxiliary vessels were ready, manned by over 1,000 sailors recruited by the clan, primarily at the martial artist level. With masters and grandmasters forming the backbone, alongside 7 formidable warriors of terrestrial deity ranked to ensure their safety. Furthermore, 5,000 novice martial practitioners were assigned to handle daily tasks and labor, potentially even serving as provisions. The Zhao clan members accompanying him included Zhao Zhiyan and Qing Lin, along with Zhao Guangji and his wife Hudi, and Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing. Lastly, there were Zhao Ziyang, Zhao Zijing, Zhao Zimo, and Zhao Ziping, who were well versed in the art of beast taming. Thus, this vast flotilla set sail with great momentum, soon vanishing beneath the horizon. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zhao Zhiyan gazed out at the deep blue sea, a sight he had never encountered before. In contrast, Qing Lin was exhilarated by the ocean, frequently leaping into the water to accompany the fleet. Various fish from the sea were occasionally tossed onto the ship, providing sustenance for the crew. Beside Zhao Zhiyan stood 7 terrestrial deity warriors, perched at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, yet bowing humbly before him. Among them were also members from the previous expedition team, tasked with guiding the way. After gleaning detailed information from them, Zhao Zhiyan felt a sense of assurance. The creatures inhabiting the islands capable of driving them away must possess a cultivation level of at least 6 layers of qi refinement. It was highly unlikely that foundational beasts were present, otherwise, their return would be impossible. Whether foundational beasts existed became irrelevant, as thousands of talismans were more than sufficient to threaten their lives. Zhao Zhiyan felt an exhilarating thrill within, and reflecting on Zhao Guangzhong's reckless nature, he suddenly found it rather agreeable. The voyage across the ocean is rather monotonous, particularly in the realm of cultivation where electronic devices are non-existent. The unchanging scenery from dawn until dusk quickly leads many of the servants into a state of melancholy. However, Zhao Zhiyan remains indifferent, for servants possess no rights. Yet, monotony corresponds to rare sights, which in this case manifests as the myriad of fish inhabiting the vast sea. After spending over a month navigating by compass, they finally sighted an archipelago. As reported by the expedition team, the islands are indeed vast, so expansive that the edges are obscured from view. Particularly prominent are 2 large islands at the center, surrounded by countless smaller isles, resembling stars encircling the moon. The distinction between these islands is stark, especially noticeable in the avian and serpentine creatures that inhabit them, which are easily identifiable. The fleet anchored several miles away, and numerous birds began to approach, defecating upon the vessels. These brazen creatures would undoubtedly leave one in a foul state, prompting Zhao Zhiyan to take refuge in the ship's hold to avoid soiling himself. Meanwhile, the servants bore the brunt of the misfortune, becoming quite filthy. I observe that the smaller islands are populated by ordinary animals, Zhao Zhiyan suddenly proclaimed. A terrestrial immortal warrior promptly responded, Master Zhao, we were initially assaulted after landing on those 2 large islands. Both Bird Island and Serpent Island easily overwhelmed us, resulting in the demise of several martial artists. Zhao Zhiyan inquired further. So, you were not attacked when you landed on the smaller islands? Correct, there was no assault, came the reply. With this revelation, Zhao Zhiyan's gaze swept over the scattered isles, and he quickly came to a decision. He pointed to the largest of the outer islands and commanded, You 7 terrestrial immortal warriors, along with the other martial artists, are to occupy that island and eradicate all serpentine creatures residing there. The chosen island, belonging to the domain of Serpent Island, was indeed home to a plethora of snakes. The rationale behind selecting Serpent Island was twofold. First, Qing Lin's bloodline exerted a suppressive influence over the serpents. Second, serpents do not possess the ability to fly, making them easier to exterminate compared to birds. The 7 terrestrial immortal warriors, realizing it was their moment to shine, rallied the other martial artists and rushed forth. A group of warriors, honed through decades of cultivation, dispatched the ordinary snakes with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. The small island was swiftly cleared, and Zhao Zhiyan intended to use it as a springboard to gradually encroach upon the 2 largest islands. He then commanded that several nearby isles be cleansed before allowing the servants to land and establish a camp. Zhao Zhiyan also accompanied them onto the small island. Upon truly stepping onto the land, his gaze turned toward the distant large island, where he discerned a massive serpentine beast observing him. Although aware that snakes have nearly non-existent vision, Zhao Zhiyan understood that they had already been marked as targets. Qing Lin slithered beside him, returning the gaze defiantly. Can you assert control over these ordinary serpents? Zhao Zhiyan inquired. Given that Qing Lin had evolved from a serpentine beast to a dragon, the bloodline's suppressive effect should be formidable. However, Qing Lin shook her head, and with her tail, inscribed a line upon the ground. Ordinary serpents lack intelligence and cannot be controlled, yet they can be rendered immobile. Zhao Zhiyan felt a surge of joy. This would certainly alleviate many of their burdens. At the very least, dealing with ordinary serpents would be far easier for their group. Chapter 92. Subjugation. The inability to control ordinary serpents stems from their lack of intellect. However, regarding serpentine beasts, Qinglin can exert a degree of influence over them under sufficient pressure. This holds significant advantages for their dominion over Snake Island. Nevertheless, for the time being, Zhao Zhiyan continued to instruct the warriors to advance gradually, employing a leapfrog strategy to clear each small island systematically. As numerous warriors and servants successively landed on the islands, various facilities on the isles were rapidly enhanced. Zhao Zhiyan glanced back at the fleet. While their preparations for this expedition had been relatively thorough, the reality revealed that it was still insufficient. It appeared that more trips would be required to transport supplies. Ideally, they could source materials locally. Even if they were to completely occupy the archipelago, the completion of construction would take several years, if not a decade or more. Zhao Zhiyan felt a sense of helplessness. This was a necessary phase in the development of the family, requiring substantial time to accumulate progress. The archipelago lay a month's voyage from the Zhao family, which was the most time-consuming aspect. Zhao Zhiyan then surveyed the islands and patted Qinglin. Let us explore Snake Island. If we can capture the leader, it would expedite our progress. Zhao Zhiyan mustered his courage, primarily because he possessed an abundance of talismans for self-preservation. Qinglin had long desired to visit. With so many serpents around, it felt an innate connection. As Zhao Zhiyan stood atop Qinglin, they glided towards Snake Island, encountering numerous ordinary serpents along the way, all too intimidated by Qinglin's imposing presence to move. Upon safely landing on the island, they discovered a landscape teeming with venomous snakes. The environment on Snake Island bore similarities to Bird Island, featuring forests, swamps, plains, and mountains, all conducive to the cohabitation of avian and serpentine species in diverse habitats. Zhao Zhiyan alighted in a plain area, a deliberate choice to facilitate the subsequent landing of the main forces. Upon sensing the presence of intruders, a multitude of venomous snakes gathered. As Zhao Zhiyan took a few steps, he inadvertently crushed several snake eggs hidden in the soil. I certainly have a talent for choosing locations, he remarked wryly, unwittingly arriving at the serpent's nesting grounds. Qinglin, I leave these little snakes to your discretion. Despite her considerable transformation in both appearance and essence as a giant python evolved from Qinglin, some of the serpentine habits remained intact. Flicking her forked tongue, Qinglin continually released her aura. As a 10th-tier Qi refinement serpent, she indeed terrified many of the snakes. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan stood nearby, clutching a talisman, prepared to retreat with Qinglin at a moment's notice. After all, the true strength of the inhabitants on Snake Island remained a mystery. The aura of the azure-scaled serpent proved indeed to be effective, as a colossal azure serpent, nearly 50 meters in length, suddenly emerged. Perched upon the highest point of Serpent Island, surveying the singular human and serpent before it, the azure-scaled giant python. Zhao Zhiyan exclaimed in astonishment. It was, without a doubt, an azure-scaled giant python, akin to the same species as the azure-scaled serpent. However, from the reaction of the azure-scaled serpent, it was evident that this giant python bore no blood relation to it. Although serpentine beasts are cold-blooded and devoid of familial ties, they possess an innate ability to sense bloodline connections. The lack of response from the azure-scaled serpent indicated a non-familial bond. Most importantly, this azure-scaled giant python, exceeding 50 meters in size, had attained the 12th level of Qi refinement. This revelation filled Zhao Zhiyan with exhilaration. The mere fact that such a creature could thrive here at the 12th level of Qi refinement suggested that the spiritual veins of Serpent Island were of considerable grade, implying the presence of other spiritual entities nearby. Correspondingly, Bird Island must harbor equally formidable beasts. Moreover, the azure-scaled serpent exerted a bloodline suppression over its opponent. As long as the giant python had not reached the foundation establishment stage, it could not possibly rival the azure-scaled serpent. The azure-scaled serpent charged forth, effortlessly crushing numerous ordinary serpents, engaging in a fierce battle with the azure-scaled giant python. It exhibited restraint, clearly not seeking to kill, but rather to compel submission. The bloodline suppression exerted by the dragon over the python was overwhelmingly potent, and the 50-meter-long giant python quickly succumbed, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, which was quite a novelty. Zhao Zhiyan had not anticipated such a swift resolution to the dilemma of Serpent Island, and he proceeded to approach the scene. Standing atop the heights of Serpent Island, he gazed down upon the unfolding spectacle and suddenly realized the island possessed its own beauty. Azure-scaled. Inquire of this giant python whether there are other formidable beasts in the vicinity, Zhao Zhiyan requested cautiously. If the azure-scaled giant python was not the strongest entity present, they might indeed need to flee. The azure-scaled serpent communicated with the giant python, and soon a response was forthcoming. Its tail inscribed characters upon the ground, prompting a sigh of relief from Zhao Zhiyan. Aside from 2 avian beasts of the 11th level of Qi refinement on Bird Island, the remainder were of lower tiers. It could be said that Zhao Zhiyan had effectively claimed Serpent Island. Having prepared extensively beforehand was indeed an exercise in overthinking and wastefulness. Life, at times, is refreshingly simple. He mused inwardly. With Serpent Island so effortlessly secured, the next objective naturally became Bird Island. However, prior to that, a method to purge the multitude of venomous serpents on the island was imperative. Having resided on this island for so long, you should be able to exert control over these ordinary serpents, right? Zhao Zhiyan suddenly inquired. The azure-scaled serpent nodded affirmatively. This was no mere display of intimidation. A significant portion of the venomous serpents on Serpent Island were likely descendants of this giant python. Command all serpents to charge into Bird Island for a decisive battle. Zhao Zhiyan ordered. Pitting the two races against one another in a fight to the death was the most efficient means of cleansing the island, especially considering the long-standing enmity between them. The azure-scaled serpent understood Zhao Zhiyan's intent. If the family sought to dominate the archipelago, then the multitude of serpents and aviants on the island must either be eradicated or compelled to submit. Ordinary serpents and aviants are uncontrollable. Their elimination presents the most straightforward solution. Qinglin commanded the Qinglin giant python, yet the latter hesitated. It was only when Qinglin sank its fangs into the vital point of its opponent, preparing to inject venom, that the Qinglin giant python issued the order. All serpents surged toward Snake Island, immediately drawing the attention of Bird Island. A cacophony of protests arose from the avian assembly, decrying the disruption of equilibrium caused by Snake Island. However, the Qinglin giant python was preoccupied with its own survival and paid little heed to the concerns of Bird Island. In an instant, the two factions clashed. Though not as fierce as the battles fought by cultivators, it was nonetheless a desperate struggle for survival. Qinglin sought to teach the Qinglin giant python a lesson, while Zhao Zhiyan retreated to the fleet, instructing everyone to keep their distance. It was necessary to allow these factions to engage in their internecine conflict for a time. "Grandfather, what is the situation?" Hoodie inquired as he approached. "It's an inexplicable bout of infighting," Zhao Zhiyan briefly explained, adding, "Once the ordinary serpents and aviants have perished in sufficient numbers, Qinglin and I will subdue the surviving beasts. Subsequently, you shall organize the other warriors to land on the island and eliminate any remaining forces. The servants would then follow to cleanse the battlefield and reorganize the camp." Chapter 93. The Great Winged Seagull and the Qinglin Giant Python. The battle between the serpents and the birds raged for 7 days and nights, astonishing Zhao Zhiyan. This assembly of ordinary creatures, under the command of the demon beasts, demonstrated remarkable tactical acumen, executing flanking maneuvers and creating diversions, strategies evidently honed through years of conflict, which elevated Zhao Zhiyan's regard for these demon beasts. On Bird Island, 2 bird kings at the 11th level of Qi refinement even flew to confront the Qinglin Giant Python, seeking a royal duel. However, they fell victim to a surprise attack from Qinglin, who dispatched them with a powerful swipe of its tail. When Qinglin devoured the 2 11th level bird kings whole, the Qinglin Giant Python fell into line, observing the remaining factions of demon beasts. It was evident that only a few remained. The long-standing enmity was resolved within these 7 days. Zhao Zhiyan declared that those demon beasts willing to submit should remain, while those unwilling would be dealt with accordingly. With a wave of his hand, he directed Qinglin, the Qinglin Giant Python, the prairie wolf demon beasts, and the slender canine spirit beasts to commence the cleanup of the remnants. Zhao Zhiyan glanced once more at Hoodie, who swiftly grasped his intent and promptly dispatched the warriors to follow the spirit beasts into action. The spirit beasts were tasked with handling the demon beasts, while the warriors focused on the ordinary serpents and aviants. Meanwhile, a throng of servants arrived to clear the corpses. The flesh of the birds was consumable, and the meat of the venomous serpents was also edible, albeit requiring the extraction of their venom glands and fangs. The latter were retained at Zhao Zhiyan's request for the creation of poison pills to contend with other creatures of the sea. Gazing at the expansive island and the myriad smaller islands scattered around, Zhao Zhiyan felt a twinge of frustration. The island was vast, and the cleanup would require a considerable amount of time. He pondered his purpose in coming here, to seize the island and secure a better territory for his family. Now that the island was nearly under his control, the next step was development. However, a shortage of manpower and resources weighed heavily on Zhao Zhiyan's mind. Only a portion could be constructed for the time being, Zhao Zhiyan mused. He then commanded Hoodie to lead 7 warriors of the Earth Immortal Realm to delineate a map of the island, preparing for the forthcoming development. As for Zhao Zhiyan, he intended to return to the Zhao family with a few servants to transport supplies back. The group would act separately, thereby saving considerable time. Naturally, Zhao Zhiyan did not rush back. Instead, he first sought out the spiritual vein on the island. The future development of the island hinged on this vital resource. After determining the vein's location, Zhao Zhiyan concluded, after several days of assessment, that it was a medium-sized vein capable of sustaining foundation-building cultivators. The vein extended long, traversing several key islands within the archipelago, particularly the largest Bird Island and Snake Island, which possessed the most abundant resources. This revelation instantly filled Zhao Zhiyan with elation. Such a substantial spiritual vein would elevate the Zhao family to unprecedented heights. The small veins near Buxian could not compare, and the myriad surrounding islets served as guardians, providing defense for the Zhao family. One could argue that aside from its remoteness from populous areas, this place had no drawbacks. Zhao Zhiyan marked the vein's location and instructed Qinglin to oversee the island's cleanup upon its completion. He also inquired about the status of the cleanup. The island's beasts had been captured. Aside from a few avian creatures that managed to escape, all others were tamed. There were 21 serpentine beasts, ranging from the 2nd to the 8th level of Qi refinement, and 7 avian beasts, spanning the 1st to 7th levels. Additionally, there were numerous corpses, both of beasts and ordinary animals. The bodies were being processed and cooked for sustenance. All living beasts had submitted, and under the intimidation of Zhao Zhiyan and Qinglin, a pact was formed with Zhao Ziyang, Zhao Zijing, Zhao Zimo, and Zhao Ziping. The Qinglin python had also become a subordinate of Qinglin. Zhao Zhiyan chose not to form a contract with it, finding it unworthy, nor did he do so with his children, as the disparity in cultivation levels posed a risk of backlash. Initially intending to slay the Qinglin python for its meat, he was deterred by Qinglin and later discovered it was a female, which prompted his understanding. Since it had submitted, it was now an asset to the family, and Zhao Zhiyan had no intention of wasting it. These serpentine beasts could traverse the seas and burrow into caves, attacking intruders and serving as guardians. The avian beasts piqued Zhao Zhiyan's interest the most, particularly those above the 5th level of Qi refinement, as each was substantial enough to carry a person. Furthermore, they were capable of flying across the sea with riders aboard. There was an unexpected boon. Zhao Zhiyan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The distance to Buxian required a month's voyage by treasure ship. It was well known that flying was swifter, and riding the avian beasts could significantly reduce travel time, effectively addressing the last shortcoming of this location. In addition, there are other matters on the island that pique Zhao Zhiyan's interest, such as the presence of numerous first-tier spiritual plants growing near the spiritual veins, which now belong to the Zhao family. Zhao Zhiyan entrusted Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Zijing with the management of the spiritual plants and transformed the area into a spiritual field. Furthermore, the abundance of trees on the island serves as excellent building materials, allowing for on-site resource utilization and significantly reducing transportation costs. What delights Zhao Zhiyan the most is the accumulation of bird droppings on the surrounding islets and Bird Island, which is piled several meters thick. Such unseemly substances would be disregarded by most, perhaps even discarded into the sea. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, Zhao Zhiyan is well aware that bird droppings make for exceptional fertilizer, promoting crop growth. With such an ample supply, the islands will have enough fertilizer for a century. Coupled with the spiritual plants and their inherited knowledge, the family will never face a shortage of sustenance. With the issue of food resolved, Zhao Zhiyan now turns his attention to the matter of fresh water. Although there is a freshwater lake on the island, it has unfortunately been contaminated by bird droppings. In response, Zhao Zhiyan ordered his servants to commence cleaning, while instructing the cultivators to initially use spells to desalinate seawater for daily needs. Once the freshwater lake is cleared, a filtration system will be constructed, tasks well within the capabilities of the craftsman. Zhao Zhiyan further commanded his servants to package the bird droppings and fill the ships, intending to return to Buxian to continue transporting personnel and materials. Just as he was about to depart, he summoned Zhao Ziyang and Zhao Ziqing to his side. Among the 7 contracted avian demon beasts, 2 exceed the 5th level of Qi refinement. Both are large-winged seagulls, pure white as snow, with wingspans exceeding 15 meters. One is at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and the other at the 7th, each contracted by Zhao Ziyang and Zhao Ziqing respectively. You two shall command these large-winged seagulls and return to the Buxian family to ascertain the time required for the journey, Zhao Zhiyan instructed, emphasizing the necessity of knowing the duration of the trip. As for the safety along the way, Zhao Zhiyan had already observed the route, noting that the sea is largely devoid of demon beasts, and as long as they do not lose their way or get swept away by a storm, they should be fine. Chapter 94. The Treasure Island Archipelago. Zhao Ziyang and Zhao Ziqing returned to the Buxian family in merely 10 days. Upon reporting the situation of the archipelago to Zhao Guangji, preparations for supplies and servants commenced. Given the vastness of the occupied archipelago, manpower for subsequent construction was paramount, and Zhao Guangji decided to prepare 50,000 servants initially. Various vessels were also being procured, as the family's shipping business needed expansion, anticipating numerous flights between the archipelago and Buxian in the future. Before departing the archipelago, Zhao Zhiyan renamed it the Treasure Island Archipelago to signify its importance to the Zhao family, while the specific naming of the internal islands was entrusted to Hudi. When Zhao Zhiyan led the fleet back, most resources were already prepared. However, a rumor began to spread in the vicinity of Buxian suggesting that the Zhao family was engaged in the transport of excrement. The overwhelming presence of bird droppings perplexed many, leading to questions about the purpose of such an endeavor. After Zhao Zhiyan elucidated the matter to Zhao Guangji, the latter responded, "Second uncle, our family possesses cow and sheep dung, along with the droppings of spirit chickens. Is it not redundant to transport bird excrement?" "Not quite redundant. There are distinctions," Zhao Zhiyan clarified. "You may instruct the servants to observe and document its usage." He then commanded the servants to begin unloading and cleaning the dock. Zhao Zhiyan, pressed for time, insisted that the servants expedite their efforts. Xiang and the others should have returned early. They must have communicated the requirements, correct? Zhao Zhiyan inquired. Zhao Guangji nodded, replying, "We have nearly gathered all the necessary resources, including construction materials, various crops, seeds for fruit trees, servants, farming tools, fuel, and so forth. However, we still lack some spiritual materials for the formation." Previously, Zhao Zhiyan had acquired several formation diagrams, which would enable him to set up first-tier formations, an essential defensive mechanism for a cultivation family. Given their intention to settle in the archipelago, it was imperative to establish such formations. These formations not only defended against other cultivators and demonic beasts, but also provided protection against fierce storms and rains. Regrettably, Zhao Guangji had sent family members to scour the nearby areas and even to the Qian family market for purchases, yet they had not managed to gather sufficient quantities. The Zhao family required an extensive amount of spiritual materials, and with the vastness of the archipelago and the myriad of small islands, it was currently unfeasible to be comprehensive in their collection. Zhao Zhiyan understood this predicament, as it was somewhat anticipated. Upon reviewing the collected spiritual materials, it appeared adequate for establishing 7 or 8 formations, sufficient for the main gathering site in the archipelago. Other locations could only be supplemented gradually according to the plan. Nevertheless, it was preferable to prepare certain items in advance whenever possible. Pack up the family's spirit chicken eggs and spirit stones. I shall see if I can exchange them with the Daxia royal family, Zhao Zhiyan commanded. Although the Daxia royal family was a mortal dynasty, its power far surpassed that of ordinary cultivation families. Aside from offerings such as Lu Xian, they also had foundational cultivators stationed to ensure the dynasty's stability. Among the nearby powers, none could rival the wealth of the Daxia royal family. Hopefully, Lu Xian can lend a hand. It has been several years since the two of us last met. Zhao Zhiyan set off immediately. Before departing, he instructed Zhao Guangji to make a trip on his behalf. As the construction in the archipelago could not afford to halt, Zhao Guangji was more than willing. He was curious about what the archipelago looked like, especially since his wife, Hudi, was there. Thus, Zhao Zhiyan embarked on his journey, followed by Zhao Guangji. The affairs of the Zhao family in Buxian were entrusted to Zhao Guangzhou, who found himself overwhelmed, enlisting his children to assist in alleviating the burden. As for Zhao Guangji, this journey to the treasure islands involved not only various resources from dozens of large ships, but also a collection of around 5,000 craftsmen and servants, along with over 10,000 young and vigorous male and female servants. The remaining servants will gradually arrive on the island during subsequent transports. These laborers will contribute their very lives to the construction of the Zhao family's new territory. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiyan, armed with a map, hastens towards the imperial capital of the Great Xia, accompanied by Xiao Tian. The pair, one man and one dog, draw considerable attention as they traverse the official road. As a spiritual beast, Xiao Tian has grown impressively, now exceeding 5 meters in length, making it truly conspicuous. Riding atop Xiao Tian, Zhao Zhiyan travels at remarkable speed, and what would have been a lengthy journey to the imperial capital is completed in just 5 days. It must be acknowledged that the imperial capital of the Great Xia is, indeed, far more prosperous than the border town of Buxian. This disparity is not merely a matter of population. It extends to every aspect. Towering walls exude an air of majesty, compelling passers-by to bow their heads in reverence. Unlike ordinary mortals, Zhao Zhiyan strides in with his head held high, prompting the guards at the gate to quickly discern his status as a cultivator. Before Zhao Zhiyan can seek out Lu Xian has already appeared before him. "Brother Lu, you are quite well informed," Zhao Zhiyan remarks with a smile. His intention to enter so openly is a calculated move to attract the attention of the emperor's spies scattered throughout the capital. After all, the imperial palace is solemn. Even as a cultivator, Zhao Zhiyan cannot afford to brazenly intrude. However, if one were to oppose the Great Xia, that would be an entirely different matter. Lu Xian invites Zhao Zhiyan to a tavern, where they settle into a private room, with the sizable Xiao Tian occupying nearly half of the space. Lu Xian also releases his own diminutive spirit beast to play alongside Xiao Tian, as they savor their dishes. They listen to the lively tunes from the tavern and the chatter of mortals engaging in friendly banter. Once they are sufficiently sated, Lu Xian takes the initiative to speak. Brother Zhao, you do not come to the Three Treasure Hall without reason. Please speak candidly. Zhao Zhiyan smiles slightly, appreciating this straightforward manner. I require some spiritual materials for array formation, as well as seeds for spiritual plants. The more, the better, he replies. The spiritual veins on the islands are substantial and should allow for the cultivation of numerous spiritual fields, so it is prudent to prepare ample seeds. He adds, I possess spiritual stones and spiritual eggs for exchange. In the world of cultivation, there is no tradition of receiving things without due compensation. Lu Xian pauses for a moment before responding. Brother Zhao, as you are not a royal tribute, the imperial court is unlikely to agree based solely on these mundane items. Zhao Zhiyan retorts, our Zhao family has defended the borders of the Great Xia for over a decade. Surely, our efforts, if not our merits, should be acknowledged. Are we not allowed to exchange for provisions? Lu Xian shakes his head, glancing at Zhao Zhiyan. Of course, there is room for negotiation, otherwise the royal family would not have sent me to meet you. However, the imperial court lacks for spiritual stones and eggs. Zhao Zhiyan is not an option. It is my spirit beast and of great significance to the Zhao family. Zhao Zhiyan notes the persistent glances Lu Xian casts at Zhao Zhiyan. Lu Xian smiles and replies, we have no interest in Zhao Zhiyan itself, but we are quite intrigued by its offspring. Lu Xian's own contract spirit beast is a fine hound acquired from the Zhao family.